Mr. Motivator, get that spirit up high, burn bright, alright. Believe in what you got. Got it going on, going on, going on. What you waiting for? Get up and take it. All go and never slow. Got it going on. Shake it, yeah, before you make it. All go and never slow. Got it going on. Got it going on. Got it going on. All go and never slow. Got it going on. Got it going on. Got it going on. All go and never slow. Got it going on. You got one choice to figure. All go and never slow. Step up, no doubt. Go bigger. All go and never slow. All go and never slow. Got it going on. All go and never slow. Got it going on. All go and never slow. Got it going on. All go and never slow. Got it going on. Got it going on. Got it going on. All go and never slow. Got it going on. Got it going on. Got it going on. All go and never slow. Got it going on. What you waiting for? Get up and take it. All go and never slow. Got it going on. Shake it, yeah, before you make it. All go and never slow. Got it going on. You got one choice to figure. Give up the chase. Gonna get it on. Step up, no doubt. Go bigger. No second place. Gonna get it on. Throw a little powder on that fire inside. Burn bright, alright. Yeah, you're burning hot. Mr. Motivator, get that spirit up high. Burn bright, alright. Believe in what you got. Got it going on, going on, going on. What you waiting for? Get up and take it. All go and never slow. Got it going on. Shake it, yeah, before you make it. All go and never slow. Got it going on. Got it going on. Got it going on. All go and never slow. Got it going on. Got it going on. Got it going on. All go and never slow. Got it going on. What kind of metal are you made of? Titanium. 'Cause you feel so strong. Nothing compares. You're upper echelon. Walking on there. Gotta get it on. Throw a little powder on that fire inside. Burn bright, alright. Yeah, you're burning hot. Mr. Motivator, get that spirit up high. Burn bright, alright. Believe in what you got. Got it going on, going on, going on. What you waiting for? Get up and take it. All go and never slow. Got it going on. Shake it, yeah, before you make it. All go and never slow. Got it going on. Got it going on. Got it going on. All go and never slow. Got it going on. Got it going on. Got it going on. All go and never slow. Got it going on. You got one choice to figure. All go and never slow. Step up, no doubt. Go bigger. All go and never slow. All go and never slow. Got it going on. choice to figure. Give up the chase. Gonna get it on. Step up, no doubt. Go bigger. No second place. Gonna get it on. Roll a little powder on that fire inside. Burn bright, alright. Yeah, you're burning hot. Mr. Motivator, get that spirit up high. Burn bright, alright. Believe in what you got. Got it going on. Going on. Going on. What you waiting for? Get up and take it. All go and never slow. Got it going on. Shake it, yeah, before you make it. All go and never slow. Got it going on. Got it going on. Got it going on. All go and never slow. Got it going on. Got it going on. Got it going on. All go and never slow. Got it going on. What kind of metal are you made of? Titanium. 'Cause you feel so strong. Nothing compares. You're upper echelon. Walking on there. Gotta get it on. Roll a little powder on that fire inside. Burn bright, alright. Yeah, you're burning hot. Mr. Motivator, get that spirit up high. Burn bright, alright. Believe in what you got. Got it going on. Going on. Going on. What you waiting for? Get up and take it. All go and never slow. Got it going on. Shake it, yeah, before you make it. All go and never slow. Got it going on. Got it going on. Got it going on. All go and never slow. Got it going on. Got it going on. Got it going on. All go and never slow. Got it going on. You got one choice to figure. All go and never slow. Step up, no doubt. Go bigger. All go and never slow. All go and never slow. Got it going on. All go and never slow. Got it going on. All go and never slow. Got it going on. All go and never slow. Got it going on. Got it going on. Got it going on. All go and never slow. Got
sands, and even more endless sun. The sun can either give you life or take it away. There is only one place where the star has the most power: a sun-scorched desert. Oasis is a symbol of hope in the harshest environment. It's a triumph of life over death, creed over despair, and nature over itself. All the forces are put to fight the inevitable. It seems like the last drop of water is birthed to something else, and life endures. And the sun that moment ago was as deadly as the void now nurtures and helps this seedling grow. That's not a mirage. That's the moment when dreams become reality. That's how Oasis is born.
A country of dreamers, built for dreamers. If there's one place that deserves this title, it is the United Arab Emirates. No other place that has achieved the impossible time and again just because someone dreamt it. Today, as we look to the next 50, we're looking for more dream power. We're looking for those who believe dreams can make our planet a better place. Welcome to the United Arab Emirates.
Hello, Dota fans worldwide, and welcome to the Gamers Galaxy Invitational Series, live here from Dubai. We've gotten through group stage, but now it's time for the main event, as two storied organizations are about to go head-to-head in our first playoff series. First, my not No-Tell's favorite, but I'll call them mine. It's Team Nigma.
Welcome on stage, Nigma Galaxy.
Glad you guys could make it. Their opponents, TI8, TI9 champions, but now just a group of young upstarts. It's OG.
Welcome on stage, OG Esports.
All right, guys, I think the fans would all like you to get underway, so please fist bump, get to your booths. We're gonna go right back to the panel with OG versus Nigma.
I love that feeling when players walk to their computers, ready to take the stage, ready to play some international Dota, and I say that very well aware that this is not really international Dota coming here. I'm here with Fog, Rezo, and Lacoste, and guys, we get treated to a best of 3, not for elimination. We're in the upper bracket here at Gamers Galaxy, and we get ourselves the start of the day with Team Nigma Galaxy taking on OG Fog. This is an exciting series.
Yeah, it's veterans versus kind of mostly newcomers on the LAN stage, so it's going to be pretty interesting to see how especially OG does when they're now under the pressure, under the lights. Sure, there's no crowd, but it's still the kind of same feel where you are up there. It's different versus these guys who've played a million LANs, right? So.
Yeah.
Also, both teams, like, they play very aggressive, and I'm so excited to see a lot of, cool plays, a lot of aggressive Dota, a lot of mistakes even. Like, happen in this game, a lot of comebacks, because like these teams, they play really fast. and I'm super excited for to see this Dota in action.
Yeah, I think everyone's pretty much excited to see two organizations, two Dota teams with the biggest fan base, and they're going to deliver.
Yes, they will definitely deliver. I hope the games deliver indeed as well. As we talk about Nigma Galaxy a lot as a LAN team, and they've shown that this LAN, of course, during the league season of DPC, not too strong, but it's just been ramping up, and here we see why they're considered to be the strongest on LAN. As you pointed out, Fog, this is the first time for the OG guys to be... Okay, so they played from their hotel rooms, or from the boot camp rooms in the hotel, the group stage, but this is the first time they are under the lights.
Yeah.
How different is that?
I feel like for these guys, it's not going to make too much of a difference too. Like Taiga, he's experienced, incredibly so. Chuvash, I actually don't know how many did he went to a couple, right? Like one or two, I can't actually remember. The rest of them, sure, they're new, but I think they're going to be comfortable. I don't think they're under too much of the pressure. So I'm looking forward, especially also we have this full best of 3, which I think all of us has been looking forward to on this patch. Just more Dota, more games, so we get more information on all the teams.
And also slightly easier for them because there's no crowd on this arena, and it's like it's not the same when there's like a lot of people cheering and you feel that here and you feel that crowd, and it's just like it goes into your heart directly, and it's not the same when it's a slightly different environment, so it's slightly in their favor.
Yeah. At least it's not cold in the arena.
It is not.
It is not. So, when the players are playing, one of the worst things that can happen, and why we see them having these hand warmers is like the nerves are gonna kick in, especially when you're playing on the stage. So it's a good thing. They're gonna be more relaxed for sure.
Oh yeah, they should be indeed. I wanna get this out of the way straight away because we've seen both teams do pretty well. Of course, one comes from Group A, one comes from Group B. OG had a 2-1 record, only dropping a game to Boom, and Nigma Galaxy had a 3-1 record. So both doing pretty well, but do we have any favorites going into this? Because we obviously haven't seen the two groups against each other other than once yesterday where Group B actually came up.
I've been really impressed the way Nigma Galaxy played so far. I think their game against Tundra was one of the better games that they played in a really long time. It feels like all these things are coming together, and it feels like the old Nigma, the TI winning team Nigma, and I'm a bit worried for OG. I'm going to throw it out there. I feel Nigma Galaxy is probably going to take this whole tournament.
Okay. Wow.
I completely agree with Lacoste because it feels like they have a bond right now on Nigma. Like it shows in the game that they're together all the time. Like they're ready to save each other. They're ready to go and to dive for each other. And it clearly shows in games like the way they like this fast-paced Dota. It doesn't work if you don't have trust in the team. And they show that they do it right now. They have been together for so long that you trust the guy sitting next to you. And to go back to Tundra, like Tundra really beat them real hard in the tiebreakers of the DPC, and I think they're very hungry to prove a point because OG beat them in both DPC 2-0 and also they beat them in the tiebreakers as well.
Yeah. Oh God, it's not good that I'm about to say this too because I'm on board with you guys.
Oh dear.
Honestly. Just because of the early game. I saw OG playing a little bit greedier, and I think this patch doesn't really suit greed that much, really. I think it's all about these 3 roamers around, which you saw Nigma do super well with their Invoker, with their the Weaver and the the Clockwork, I think it was.
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of what this patch is about. It's like your 2 supports kind of just leaving the side laners super early, playing around your mid laner, and then just constant aggression and putting that pressure on. I think OG might be under the gun a little bit.
All right. Well, I mean, sometimes when players play on LAN under lights for the first time, it kicks them into the next gear. So it actually it helps them thrive more. And I'm very hopeful that it feels like a team that should be having that reaction to this.
And honestly, it is not the full OG, right? We do have to say that they are missing a pretty stable element.
You know what? I think we have had events before where players were substituted by coaches or just by other players. I feel like this event so far, I mean, it's not just Chuvash that's standing in, but Roger's standing in as well. And I don't feel like we've noticed it that much, Lacoste.
No, definitely not. It doesn't seeing the way OG plays, and it's also if you want to have someone to play for your team, it's the coach. And OG, they have a history of coaches playing, whether it was Seb, whether it was Sajka playing for the team. So, I'm not sure, how much Chuvash is vocal, during the drafts preparation for the games, but it feels like he's the part of the team,
Yeah. So one thing I do want to say is, though, I feel like the reason I'm giving like Nigma that little bit of edge is because I think early game is a lot more dependent on your coach or your captain, right? Your actual 5-position captain. He's the one who runs that early game. OG, I saw them looking really good in the later stages because that's when your cores start making the calls, when they start feeling more comfortable about making stuff. So that's where I'm concerned, that early game, just how they're going to be able to withstand that pressure from Nigma.
And the way Nigma closes out the map, it's going to be really hard, you know, to go into the mid game and like to make that comeback happen, because like they really know how to, you know, switch the size of the map to like constantly keep the pressure on opponents.
Well, that sounds like later on in the game we're going to have a bloodbath, which,
Yes.
I mean, that's what we all want to see. We don't want to see a game decided in 10 to 15 minutes. And to be honest, we haven't really seen game decided in 10 to 15 minutes, apart from 2 games during the group stages. We'll forget about those for a moment. But I do want to talk about the Dota a little bit, because of course we're coming in with a fresh patch, and we're coming in with a lot of new ideas about how to play the game. And we've already had some big switches as well. We saw TA undefeated on day 1, and then yesterday Fogged, she got crushed.
Yep, the people are starting to figure stuff out. I'm also wondering, it's still very early, but were some people saving some strats, you could say, right, for the playoffs? Because I feel like a lot of us were looking at some of this group stage, and I think we were expecting a little bit more variety in heroes.
Sure.
We were expecting some techies, some crazy stuff coming out. So, hey, I'm looking forward to see if teams just trying new heroes. I want to see Omni Knight like almost every game, because I think that hero's super broken. I want to see Tinker. He didn't get picked at all. I don't know if he's very good anymore, but I just want to see more variety, you know? So maybe these teams have something still hidden up.
Yeah, I still feel the teams are sticking to what they know from the previous patch and maybe adding like a little bit of an extra of something. Like, we're gonna try this hero out, but I feel, you know, in 2 or 3 weeks, the heroes that are gonna be picked are not going to be the ones that we see right now, because the teams are going to adapt. They're going to explore something. This patch doesn't seem like there's a lot of text in the patch, and it doesn't seem, you know, a lot of things have changed, but these are professional players. They will find a way to like exploit a game.
Yep.
Yeah, and oftentimes those number changes, there were a lot of number changes this patch. Oftentimes those number changes, you won't really feel them until you play it time and time again, and you really feel the small changes making a greater wave. And yeah, I'm very curious to see what type of games we're gonna see, but I want to focus our attention a little bit to the middle lane coming into this, because BZM is a golden child, up-and-comer, mid-laner, crushing it, totally great. You could have said the same thing about Miracle coming into his scene. Obviously, he's grown up a lot, but Fog, this mid matchup, how closely are you gonna watch that one?
This is like one of my favorite ones right now, because the 2 best Invoker players in the world for me. So I'm gonna like, who's gonna get it? Is it gonna get banned for every single game? First pick every single game, right?
Yeah,
Like, what's gonna happen? I think that's gonna be really interesting. Yeah, I think that's cool. I think the other one I'm looking forward to, it's not the mid, sadly, but like Chen. Does OG play the Chen?
No.
I mean, because they might not play Chen,
right?
But they still play ENG on the Taiga. So I'm looking forward to that as well.
Yep.
I'm gonna throw it out there. I want to see some new heroes. Where's the Brewmaster? You know, you mentioned the Omni Knight. This hero, at least in my book, seems like a first pick, first ban material. Maybe I'm wrong. The time is gonna tell. Pugna, one of the heroes that whenever I see in the game, the hero just does so many things. It's insane.
The one here that stood out for me was also Ricky, because of the visual early on, like, and also LTW. He knows how to play these position 2 heroes in order to help the Miracle excel too.
Yeah, and we saw Ricky a couple of times here and there, but yeah, we are this. So for group stages, I don't blame people for playing it safe, because it's only best of ones. You literally, you don't want to be in elimination play-ins, and for upper bracket, we might have a little bit more experimentation, I was going to say, but...
Spicy.
I mean, is this spicy?
Well, I mean, it's spicy because it's 2 of my favorite heroes of the patch.
Okay.
Invoker has always been one of my favorite heroes, and Shadow Shaman, even before this patch, was, I think, really strong, and then he just got straight up buffed in several different ways. And I think that hero just shuts down... Like, Shaman, like some of these heroes, when you're playing carry, or even when you're playing like mid, you know, you see your Nyx and your Shadow Shaman, I feel like that changes your pool. You're like, I don't want to play this versus Nyx, I don't want to play this versus Shaman, so I always love seeing...
For sure, and I wonder to see like if Nigma Galaxy is still going to go for the tiny Invoker road, because they've shown that this is like one of the strongest strategies that they have in this tournament going on.
And if you are, you know, afraid that the Tiny is going to get countered, they can switch this Tiny to position 4. It has been done 2 or 3 times already throughout the tournament.
Right?
Yeah, even 3, it works.
There it is. Okay.
Invoker, some classic matchup.
Classic stuff.
I wonder if Darkseer is going to get banned, because like...
Clockwork Darkseer?
Yeah.
Because they destroyed Tundra with this exact same lineup.
It's both. It's against both too, right? Like
Yes.
the Darkseer is great for TA, and the Clockwork's great for Shadow Shaman. So it's like we could very likely see those taken
For
out.
sure, this game is gonna be different. OG learned from the previous games for sure. Even though their coach is, is playing with them, so he doesn't have as much time. But I'm sure, yeah,
Yep,
Darkseer
there's
is
the
gonna
one.
be banned already.
So then for the side of Nigma Galaxy, what do they want to? I think they want to be careful a little bit of the pressure and the push that can be coming out, right? The tempo, because right now I'm just like this TA Shadow Shaman. Sure, we're talking about how Nigma Galaxy is usually the ones like setting that pace, but as we've seen, these TAs just.
I want to see like strong position 4 and 5 from Nigma, where they can go inside the triangle, especially with the Invoker, the hero that is very active early on, and just pressure the Templar Assassin in the triangle. Because she is the hero that flash farms, and whenever you kill her, she just loses much more compared to the other heroes.
I'm sure RG is looking for the next, I think, for the carry hero. Just the hero who can stay for the safe lane as long as possible, and also like very good matchup against Tiny and Invoker, both.
Yeah, can definitely agree with that.
More offlaners being banned on the side of OG with the Beastmaster removed from the pool.
Okay.
You still want to see that Clockwork banned, I would imagine?
Clockwork is
It's not the
much
same.
stronger with the Darkseer.
Yeah.
It's a completely
Okay.
different hero because he gets enabled so much. You're setting him up for a really good game, so maybe try to stay away from it. Depends like what he's paired up with, but yeah, Darkseer is just too good of a pairing with him.
Yeah.
I also like the way OG opened the roster because Nigma Galaxy allows to play with an Undying right now, and it's like one of the better heroes to face Undying on the lane of the roster. You just buy boots and that guy cannot ever chase you.
They could still maybe. They could put the Shaman as 4, and the OG could still go for Undying, right? Because like that's what we've been seeing versus the Tinies, but then that's where we see the swap up from a lot of teams.
That's actually a really good idea. I like it too.
Because then it's kind of forced that Tiny into a different position, and I don't think he'll be too happy playing 4 if he is forced to. So we'll see which one it is.
One hero to look up for is also Shadow Demon for the Nigma Galaxy.
Mm-hmm.
It's just good with a Sunstrike pair to help him walk her out later on.
Yeah, Purge is always. I mean, that hero has gotten a lot of different reworks and everything, but the demonic Purge is always going to be something just absurd as well too versus any core.
Yep.
So they're protecting that TA very hard. So they're banning the Beastmaster because he's the one who scouts the Roche early on. He's also the one that can be decent versus Shaman in lane, taking out the Darkseer and Bat, so the refraction isn't completely burned instantly. Doesn't make lots of sense.
And also it would be another way to enable this Tiny. You have Alacrity, Beastmaster, Aura, anything that you can throw onto this carry Tiny is going to feel good, whether you can buy like a medallion, turn it into a solar crest, even drums. Like drums have been really popular as an item, and it feels like whatever you can buy, this has been the like fundamental of Dota 2 years back, where you like, how can we empower, how can we, give steroids to one of our carries, and people always find a way.
Yeah,
it's
we've
also
seen
like-
Ogre a lot, and I've heard also the Ogre Shard is pretty decent against PA, with the shield blocking a lot of damage from that first hit.
There you go.
That's
Well, they ban the
Chen
Undying,
coming out, you
and
know?
then they take the Chen for themselves. So, like, Shadow Shaman struggles a bit versus creeps, right? That's the one thing. It's like he's good versus almost everybody in lanes, but when you start having these heroes that take over creeps, or you're playing versus like Nature's Prophet, something like that, that's where you can actually lane versus
I
Shaman
believe
easier.
OG played Shaman as a 5, if I'm not mistaken. So if they want to take like Mirana to be able to deal with early's Chen aggression, I wouldn't mind seeing that. But I still prefer Shaman as 4.
Also, one hero that stands out against Chen is Gyrocopter, usually. I'm not sure if it's good still in this meta right now.
We saw it yesterday, right? Tomato played it.
Oh yeah, he
Was
did.
that versus a Chen as well? Yeah, I think so. And he had a very, very good game, very good showing actually.
I think Skeeter also played it. Actually.
Might be right, yeah.
Well, let's see what the answer is from OG. They have used quite a bit of bonus time already before going into this. But I would imagine they have a plan against Chen.
They
Should have.
like to leave the last pick for the armor.
Ooh,
the Razor.
Okay, so they're, I mean, even more covering the TA, but also giving themselves strong answer for the Tiny in a way. Because you can just, I mean, he can't really get away from that link at all.
Can he just throw the Razor away?
He can, if he's right on top of him.
Okay, fair enough.
I actually wouldn't mind seeing the Timber so never mind.
Oh, it's
Timber
banned.
Curse.
Yeah,
You're playing against OG.
Or it's banned.
One of the
They're thinking about
heroes.
versus doing Tiny, they're versus Mart.
Ooh, new hero joins the fray. Tree and Protector.
Hero that I thought we'd see more, honestly.
Well, how come that you thought you would see it more?
I was seeing it a lot more last patch. It was being picked like every single
Yeah, but
game for safe
he
lane.
got buffed. Like he got nerfed for the first like level 1 and level 2 in terms of living armor, but I believe level 3 and 4 is much better than it was before.
Last 30 seconds, right? At
Yeah.
max level now, the living armor.
There's still clockwork.
Crazy. And they still do the clockwork, okay.
Just, I think that this is the same idea. You just want to play around mid lane, just to not let the CA farm stacks freely. I think they're just following the same path on Nigma Galaxy.
I mean, later on, it's going to be a setup for Invoker's Sunstrike and also seeing like how to protect the offlaner. We still don't know. Most likely, this is going to be a carry Tiny, but also seeing Razor in the safe lane, you know, you need to have something to stop him from chasing your offlaner. So whether it's a Cogs or Shaman, as you said, Fog is always going to be vulnerable. Depends how they set up the lanes, but Clockwork always one of the better heroes to like scout things out. You can scout where Shadow Shaman is. He has no escape mechanism, and also to scout the Roche. You're playing against TA, so that's going to be also very crucial.
Yep.
Do you think they could still like go for the Queen of Pain for the offlane, something like that, to deal with the Razor, or even for
Yeah,
the safe
I
lane?
wouldn't mind seeing that. I think
Oh, yeah, that's
great
cool.
suggestion.
You like that idea?
Yeah, that'd be actually really interesting because it's kind of similar concept in a way to like the Veno, where like you're keeping that distance and you're slowing them down, but you actually just have a literal built-in blink. So yeah, really cool. I think that's actually really neat. Haven't seen too much Guap though. She just completely disappeared this
She's been doing
tournament.
poorly as well.
Yep.
Like really low win rate on this tournament.
Now that I'm thinking about it, I feel OG wants to put this Razor on the offlane because they've been doing that for quite some time, and they're keeping things open. Banning out Veno, I believe they also wanted to play, or they played Ursa against Tiny, or it got banned out, not sure, but it's a good matchup. Like they have really good heroes so far against the Tiny. You have like Shadow Shaman to control him, Razor, but seeing how OG played throughout the DPC, I'm just feeling this is going to be an offlane Razor.
It might be. And if they're thinking about Naix, for example, or Ursa for the carry. And but I'm not sure like about their whole overall lineup. Like they have no initiating power, you know. Like it's all gonna be on Rusted to like make sure like it gets blinks fast, and all the moves are gonna start happening from there.
Yeah, I actually have, I don't know, like a TA Razor Lifestealer core sounds pretty weird.
It's greedy.
It sounds like some do nothing. Like supports have to do everything for you in a way, unless your Razor just completely pops off in the offlane, which could happen if he is versus that Tiny. So I mean, maybe there's a possibility. Just looks a little weird, like triple physical. Full in physical, triple cores into a Tiny who has built-in 20 armor in level 18.
Yep. One of the heroes that I'm missing is Sand King
And Slardar.
and Slardar.
It's actually two of the
Ignored.
It's two favorite heroes of Amar.
Clockwork is very good versus Slardar traditionally,
Okay.
though. So it's a bit difficult. And they're going to go the Mars. So that's the one that, the Playmaker rounds everything together in.
They might still do Queen of Pain. I'm not sure if Mind Control plays it, but it looks good here overall for the lineup.
Interesting for sure.
It's very hard to guess like what teams are gonna go for. For some reason, I'm thinking about Pugna. I feel against like Razor and Templar Assassin, you could ruin them.
Whoa.
Okay, that's a save inside the arena.
I didn't think we'd see him,
Like
though.
the setup, it's been a while.
He's going to change a bit, right?
So what got changed?
That is a great question, actually. That's one of the ones that... It was just some number changes that he got overall, so...
Yeah, I don't
That
remember.
one.
Number changes that put him off the map for a little bit. I think this is the first OD that we see played this
Yeah, I
tournament.
believe so.
Yeah, but
Actually-
what worries me is that Meteor Hammer doesn't seem as strong anymore. So I want to see like if that's gonna be an item for offlane OD.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, he just got some number changes. Looks like mana damage was reduced for Arcane Orb, so it's not like 16% all levels. It's scaling, and then the other one is the max mana restoration got changed for his passive. But yeah, the Meteor Hammer change is the biggest one for sure, I think.
I mean, to be honest, I'm not sure about this last pick OD.
Okay.
It doesn't fit like the lineup to me. I mean, it is a hero you can leave alone and like play around mid lane, but is it gonna do a lot this game? I'm not sure.
You did say that you like to carry Tiny being buffed up. Invoker can buff him up, obviously with the Electri. Chen can buff him up.
Yeah.
Is that enough?
They have really fast pace. They can just push the OG lineup a lot, but they still have Trin to deal with it.
True.
To delay the towers, and if they do, they might just take over the mid game.
Yeah. I think margin of error for OG is smaller. I think it could be problematic for Nigma to end the game, and then this Tia and this Razor I think are still going to be really strong in later stages as well too. I actually kind of like OG's. I'm not sold on that OD last pick. I feel like their tower pressure is also a bit limited, even though they do have Tiny. There's so many ways for OG to set up around those towers and fight around it.
Final words from you, Lacoste?
I think even with this OD last pick, I'm still favoring their draft because, Trend Protector, he's been really annoying to deal with, but they have a decent amount of damage on the towers with the Alacrity, with the Tiny. They don't necessarily need to like kill the towers early on with the Chen, but once they group up, that's going to be fine. And the tower defense from OG, like they don't have that one hero that just stands in front.
True. We're going to find out how this first game is going to play out. It's the first game in a best of 3 in the upper bracket. Together with our commentary team, it is Cap and No-Tail.
Nigma Galaxy have been to a very, very good start here in this tournament, and after all, it's their tournament, it's in their home region. It feels like everything should be going their way, and the only way to balance that is to have Big Daddy No-Tail cast an OG game.
Yeah, so I would say all the panel tend to forget when OG plays, heroes don't matter. When OG is on the stage, the only thing that matters is the name. Although, in all honesty, I do think the drafts were pretty well balanced, and it is a very hype matchup. Of course, Nigma, OG, a lot of history, Nigma being here at home turf. I think there's a lot to this because it's also a first LAN event for many of the guys on OG. And it's the first LAN event for many of us. It's a rare occasion for the past couple of years. And
it's the first time they get to be able to play up on a stage, even though there is no crowd to be able to, well, there is kind of a bit of a crowd here that's going to be watching, but there's no open audience that's going to be cheering and stuff like that.
No, but it's okay. I'm here.
There is still going to be a lot of cheering, and you're going to hear it directly in this cast, but we'll try and equal it out as much as possible.
We cheer for good Dota today. We cheer for good Dota.
Exactly. So you said there's this history between the two organizations, and obviously OG have now inherited, the players themselves have inherited this mantle of OG, the two-time TI winner, org, and they're facing up against their frequent rivals in Nigma.
Misha.
You guys have had the answer to Nigma Galaxy back when you were playing. This OG seems to have the answers as well. They managed to 2-0 them in the DPC as well as 1-0 them in the tiebreaker. What is it about this team that seems to have the edge over Nigma Galaxy so far?
We had a ceremony and we gave Misha the power.
So yeah, what I'm hearing from that is since Misha's not here, you don't have the power anymore.
No,
Nigma.
Misha and True is one person. They just split up now and again. Yeah.
It's two parts of a brewmaster split.
Exactly.
Okay.
They were born together. Even though they're like 5 years apart, they were still born together. No, but I want to talk some heroes. I want to talk a bit about the lineups. This is also the first time we see the new Treant, I believe, in the new patch. The level 4 living armor, big change. Of course, you skill the Q right away. No point to wait about that. Duration, 30 seconds, 15 seconds cooldown. You can have 2 living armors going at once.
Yep.
The total heal, I think, got reduced by a little bit, or maybe it stays the same. I'm not exactly sure, but the fact that you can have 2 going is a lot stronger than it was in the previous patch. Like, this spell is cool. Last time Tommy played it, he was owning. And yeah, I do think that we're seeing some cool throwback to like the last end of the last patch, plus, you know, the Razor. We haven't seen so much Razor now. Enigma have some good heroes versus it. We're playing our classic Amar and Mars. And we're seeing Igor, or ILTW, he's very happy on the Tiny. So there's, for all the teams watching, for all the teams playing here, this is a game to definitely look closely, because this is the meta developing. I'm curious to how this Tiny will do facing these heroes. He's very buffed up with the Alacrity and with the Chen, but at the same time he's playing against the Treant, which is a very good hero just because the movement speed slow. I mean, living armor is now a very cool concept. He's playing against the Razor, which is one of the really good single core hero counters. Just nature of the drain. You know, you take away damage from one hero that you're trying to buff. Well, strategy kind of falls apart. And they do have heroes, like I said, they do have heroes that are good versus Razor, and this is something that's going to be very crucial in this game, is whether or not Razor gets to link to Tiny, whether or not Razor gets to get some items. Razor having items while Tiny having items, OG should be happy. They picked this OD last. I'm very curious why. I'm very curious what this was for, because we have We have a few stuns, and the OD save is not really good versus a lot of the spells that we have. It's not good versus Razor. It's not good versus Treant.
Why isn't it good versus Razor, though? Because I imagine his concept is going to be, okay, he's going to link somebody, I'm just going to imprison him every single time.
The Razor,
right?
you're saying?
Yeah, the
Well,
Razor.
that works until he has BKB.
Right,
And that also works if there's nobody stunning you because you're walking in, clicking a long cast animation spell on a Razor.
Sure.
Like, the spell is more realistic to get off defensively because of formation and how you're standing behind your allies, and you can beam fog. But when you're going to imprison an enemy, a lot of things can go south. So I'm very curious about this pick, and Meteor Hammer got some changes as well, nerf some buffs. Probably will be his go-to item, but it'll be a long way before he gets his Aghanims and becomes stronger. And I still don't know if I'm digging this OD pick. But yeah, we have a Chen. Chen is a hero to always be respected in the right hands. And is Kuro playing it, and this is, for me, is very exciting. For every Chen player, it is very exciting, because it's a new patch, because neutral camps change so very much, and people have so many different ideas about this hero. It's one of those heroes you can play very uniquely. And we have a great hero, and normally I'd be rooting against this TA, but it's my boys, so TA is the best hero, and the funniest hero to watch today.
Yeah, currently
oh, look at that.
70% win rate at this tournament.
Look at the side blades! Woo, baby! Let's go!
EMP already trying to burn him out, but he's managed to outrun it.
Can't hit him. Look at the side blade. Look at it. Look at it. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. One more. Give me one more.
You get the deny on the range creep. Oh, he actually pulls the melee creeps away.
Yeah. Oh!
He just lighted him up. Miracle just keeps on taking all those shots.
We should keep an eye on the Chen as well for top, see if he gets these creeps.
He already dewarded his easy camp like
but
right away.
True got the better of him for now.
Okay.
This is like the mind games. This is one of the small games. Bottom lane, we also got shenanigans going on with the lanes being pulled. It's going to be very hard to keep track of everything. It's a tree and razor lane. Something I forgot to mention. One of the very, very strong lanes, just very strong, slow, on top of the Razor Link. It's one of those heroes that just needs time on an enemy guy, and he'll be a very happy camper. But so far, I think what's going on top is really good for us, just because Chen is not getting the camps, not getting an opening to help the Tiny, and when Amar plays Mars, it's not normal. It's not like a normal Mars offlane. When Amar plays Mars, it feels like this is also why he keeps getting banned by people. Oh, what we got going on here?
Gets a nice little backlane pull. Mind control is going to be slowed down here.
Not enough.
Roggy does manage to steal a little bit more.
I thought we had the Uv on Treant, but the boost, we opted for the boost, which I think is a very smart play. It's also, again, it's like little mini games are going on everywhere in the laning phase. People are doing the things to counter the enemy heroes, and the boosts were bought for the Clockwork.
That's fair enough. Clockwork, he catches Treant Protector pretty well.
Yeah, so Clockwork has a very value pick this game. Very good versus Treant, potentially. Very good versus Razor, the way the cogs work. And Ooh. I feel like anything can happen on this lane at any moment, or like it can turn into a kill.
Looks like Chu has continued to manage to keep those camps out of the hands of Kuro.
Yep. And Chen obviously hits a very big timing. Ooh, the mind games. Is he going to have time to deny it? He will, yeah. And Chu is going to need to make
go for it right away.
Chu's going to need to make a choice. No, he doesn't. But Chu needs to get to the small camp to block the small camp if he wants that.
Chu, well, he may not know about this entry.
Oh, it's blocked. It's blocked. Okay, I thought it was out of range.
Yeah.
Okay. Nope.
Still got it.
Still got it. So Chen will also get closer to level 3, which will change drastically everything. It's one of the big timings for Chen. But you have an option to make him feel really bad before that. And I think we are succeeding.
Well, right now, Nigma Galaxy.
Look at this hero. What a beautiful hero.
Yeah,
this
he just goes and hits neutral creep. Very exciting.
Who needs Battle Fury? Who needs Battle Fury? Look at this. It's so beautiful.
Yeah, and that's why he's top CS, 21-5, because he can farm the easy camp, and Invoker can't do it.
And I wonder if he can actually get the bottom rune if he knows his up, because I feel like it's a bit greedy what Miracle's doing. Miracle Invoker, also something to mention. Probably the top 3 Invoker in the world, arguably, top 2 after BCM.
Yeah, there's no bias in this cast whatsoever. I was going to ask you who
Look at it!
Okay,
slow.
He is very slow. GH had already walked away from the lane. They're going to chase him down underneath the tower, and this should be their first blood going over to Yuragi. GH is going to respond, catching Yuragi underneath the tower. This is really nice, but he managed to get the aggro off of him. The tower no longer hits him, and that means GH no longer has an opportunity to get the kill.
And when I said nice, I just meant nice that, people are having fun in this game.
Yeah, it was very fun. I'm sure Nigma Galaxy were very excited to give away first blood to OG.
Of course.
Well, they still have the top 2 CS on the board. Okay, that's the random ensnare.
What is this? What is that? That's the first time I've ever seen that. I'm so happy I'm not playing right now because that would have triggered me infinitely. You know, trying to pull these camps, and now they made another way for it to go to shit.
Have you not been Wild Wing Rippered yet, where he just throws you around?
No, I haven't had those experiences
I think
yet.
that's going to be the most tilting of all
I've
the
almost
spells.
died a few times to the red golem. Look at this. Look at this. Oh, the pain. Oh, people. Oh, I feel so bad.
Oh, that should have been a free hard cam pull for Kuro, but no.
Big F in chat.
GH hovering around this mid lane, looking to be able to catch the TA because Clockwork with Invoker, we saw this combination earlier on in the tournament. It's devastating.
Yeah, and the Clockwork has given up on the aggression mid, and he's running back bottom. No, he's getting a courier. He's getting a courier kill.
Got it.
40 each. That hurts. We got level 6 on TA, and we got living armor, and we're just pushing the wave. What a strong hero. You should pick it more.
Sounds like everybody should be picking this hero more. After all, the only teams who have lost with a Templar Assassin, 2 of them TSMFTX and Fnatic, who are already out of the tournament, and the only
Nigma
team who's
SEA
lost.
maybe as well.
Oh yeah, Nigma SEA. You're right.
But there's been a lot of TA games and a lot of TA wins. And let's see. So True is focusing on the stacks for Ancients. I think this is very crucial for Nigma to look at. If Nigma don't think about, if Nigma don't think about what this TA game is going to look like if it's not contested, or they don't address, then I think they're going to have a big problem. I also think this Tiny is not going to have a free game. We're going to get the impede mid. There's a TPO from Clockwork.
They do have very good supports and a mid laner that likes to be able to invade triangle, right?
Right, but we also have, I mean, Treant is a great hero. Oh, for exactly that? Ooh, okay.
Nice,
GH keeps wanting to pressure mid. They're definitely doing this right now, as you see. It's minus 6. They're not. They don't want this to escalate. I think this is really risky what Chen is doing. But at the same time, they're taking... Okay,
oh, nice tornado. That's going to be able to catch him. And Chu is also going to be caught. They managed to get the Cogs pushed back onto the TA. And Chu is not going to be able to get any disables in to stop this. A big kill onto BZM.
Nice rotation from Nigma. I think it's... if we get the traps out first, I think this play is very hard for them. It's not realistic either. Right now, I'm very curious to what's going to happen on the side lanes, because OD is left alone. OD is having a really terrible start. And Amar and also Mars as a hero is known to be a really good laner. The mid collapses keep happening.
Yeah, this battery assault should be able to catch a second kill here onto Chu. I think it's pretty interesting that GH so early left that lane and they decided to put the pressure on mid and kind of force the OG supports out of their side lanes.
Yep.
I mean, that's not really a great place for Dream Protector to hang out, right?
Oh, it is. It is. He actually,
you like it?
Yeah. He's very happy to be here, and they needed to do this. We even needed to do it earlier, but the fact that they don't get the tower is still happy campers for us. We're gonna get some sentries down here. The Ancients are never gonna be contested this game unless we get them low and Tiny shows up with a tree grab.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and Nigma, they don't really have a good hero to be able to clear those off.
At minute 15, of course, Tiny turns into a different hero. If he has the shard, he'll farm anything, anywhere. And for now, yeah, a lot of the game is gonna probably depend around the mid lane.
8-minute power rune coming up.
Oh,
GH is going to make sure Chu is not going to be near that. Might even be able to get the kill. He's got the cogs quite easily. And here comes the Invoker. Miracle. He's going to show up for the last hit, perhaps, and some free earn charges as well.
This is part of the value that we see in Clockwork versus Treant, Clockwork versus Rasta. It's a very, very annoying hero for these types of supports. You get on top of them with battery. The situation is just very rough. Oh, Tumbler's toy. Look at that.
Yeah, nice little hop away from the tornado.
Yeah, and we keep running at mid. This is going to be their game plan.
So there is a big difference between this Train Protector and the old one. It's the same heal value at level 4, but it takes so much longer to put it in, right? Which means keeping these towers alive takes, the siege damage is actually a lot more effective than it used to be.
Well, effective, but then at the same time, you have one at the tower and you have one of the heroes, which in a way also makes the tower defense stronger, right?
Oh, that's true. Yeah, that's one way to think about it.
I would always value this new armor compared to the last one, I think.
Yeah.
Just because you're getting the armor value, which is also insanely high. It is so high. Meteor Hammer finished.
Yeah, I was wondering why Yuragi was mid. Well, that's because the Meteor Hammer's done. Nobody wants to sit in a lane against an OD Meteor Hammer.
Yeah, and I think he also wants to be ready for mid aggression.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
This is a normal pain that offlaners will feel. Playing against-
Girl, slowed down by the trap, and
Tumblr!
there isn't going to kill,
Tumblr!
but this is going to be a nasty trade-off here. BZM is going to throw some damage. Nice battery cell tick onto Chu to stop the lasso. Now he's going to be able to stick onto BZM and make sure he can't keep up with Miracle. Now ILTW is coming over to ensure the kill on the mid laner. BZM continues to be shut down and is still just not given that free space to, hit ancient creeps and do what he wants to do. Yuragi coming over though. Mind control, perhaps in trouble.
You can TP out. Is MC gonna go for it?
Imprisonment and TP. Nice play. Trade off of tips there. Amar, he's very tanky. He's got his armlet complete.
It's a TP tough from Invoker. This is, if he goes through with it, it's quite important for them to get him.
Yeah, GH, he comes in from the other side. That's why the TP is going to be complete here for Miracle, because Nigma Galaxy feels like, we saw this in the group stage as well, they are moving really fast around the map.
They're moving and we're a bit slower on the button, or on the buttons than they are. We want it to be... Oh, we're gonna get some good D wards here mid though. This is a big deal. So them killing Amar top also open up for BCM to get back mid. We almost have the Dragonlance. I would say normally TA would be #1 net worth in the game, but because Nigma have made the rotations they made, yeah, they're in better shape right now. And this will be a big deal in the game. This ancient stack. Nigma are for sure gonna look at it. If nothing happens around the map, they're gonna move here. You already see them moving here.
Yeah.
We're gonna get Mars ulti now.
Radiant's top tower is under
And with
attack.
this Mars ulti, we're going to be able to have a good fight. It all depends. But you see, Nigma, they don't want to give us many openings.
No, they really...
They're going to be sitting here. And with the level 4 tree grab, you can farm this, but it takes more than one.
Yeah, that made me...
We could have so much fun, but it takes more than one. And instead, they're going to look at mid, because the ancient area was vacant. And it's a new catapult wave, and you just see them running in. Okay, piggy.
Sidesteps that one.
Yeah.
Nice deep ward there.
Looks like mid tower might be in trouble here. The tree grab being used for that.
They've already got heroes on the way. Amar's going to be able to catch the Chen. Yuragi coming in from the other side to be able to defend this as well. Nice constant effect though. But they do manage to get a really nice overgrowth where Chu's going to be able to follow that up. They've already caught Invoker. Miracle's dead. Certainly GH caught in there as well. Triple kill for Amar, who shows up big time with his armlet. And let's go ahead and give a mention to Yuragi as well, who made that rotation.
Beautiful rotation. Both teams, I think, are playing extremely sharp, playing really well. But we were able, OG were able to get the right formation, to get the right numbers. And this is not only the mid tower defense, this is also a mid tower, and this is also an ancient stack. And I think the game just heavily swung in our way.
Well, Nigma, if I was a Nigma fan anyway, I would say we also did get a small trade-off there, which is the Mind Control managed to take that safe lane tower and done a lot of farm meanwhile. But that is kind of the downside of the OD, is that he's just not the most active team fighter, right?
And please listen for the guys in chat. I'm going to analyze. First, we're going to see Amar maybe go down.
Yeah, the living armor plus the armlet does make him rather tanky, but there's no end to this damage from Miracle.
Nice rotation, very nice rotation. So I was going to say, for what Nigma's probably going to look at doing now is play around the Tiny. Tiny is already hitting mid. It does look like we didn't finish the ancient stack.
Oh yeah, that's a good
They're going to
timing.
be running into the traps here. We have the tree in the round. This could get scary for both teams.
Trying to snag some of the last hits, gets one. Miracle.
GH in trouble, potentially. Cogs coming out. There's going to be side blades coming
side
up.
blades onto the Cogs. 1, 2, 3, and that's it. He dies. GH is gone, and now Miracle has to run away. Taiga, he can plant the sentry and does manage to find a ward for
We did lose the mid tower. This is a very big deal. Both mid towers are down now. Amar TP's mid. Oof, close to getting a pick off, I feel like. We're very interesting. Yeah, I would say very interesting turn of events, because both teams ended up getting a lot of trades right now. OD hasn't connected. I think he must be close to either a dagger or he's maybe rushing the axe straight. Okay, he's working on the dagger. Yeah. Finished off the treads. But yeah, what I was gonna say is Nigma, I think, are gonna have to play on their tiny. They're gonna have to play on their tiny timings. 15 minutes, obviously a big deal. And we've seen Igor when he plays this hero. It looks like he knows the limits. It looks like he knows his damage. And BKB heroes normally don't die to this hero. Let's see. Are they gonna react, or is this gonna turn into a free kill?
Any TPs? There it is. Mind Control's gonna TP, and they do manage to get the hook shot onto Yuragi. With Mind Control completing this should be a dead Razors. They're gonna abandon him real quickly. GH even spared any future damage by Mind Control.
And Chu also in trouble, got killed by Kuroki. Very nice rotation or hook shot by GH. Very nice read.
And now they might just take this offlane tower. That will be all the outer tier 1 towers. The Stream Protector's not going to be able to stop it, I don't think.
Nope.
And that means, correct me if I'm not wrong, but like 1 Ancient stack, that's not good enough, right? Like you can farm that, it feels good, but you kind of need to be repeated.
The Deso is almost done. Like kind of these stacks and kind of all the neutral camps are a lot about the Deso. Once you get Deso, the game is very different. Roche starts becoming an objective. Your fighting potential is a lot stronger. You see Miracle hunting here.
Yeah.
Is he going to be able to get any help? Because GH is showing mid. No.
I would have thought because of all the magic damage on NGX that like the big timing for TA would be the BKB after the Deso. Or am I wrong in that? It's just...
I mean, with the amount of damage that you end up having, it depends if you get to hit them or not, you know? And if you have the amount of magic damage, which they do, they have the damage to kill him, they have to save the spells for the TA, right? Like if TA shows up after and Razor's running in, are you gonna let the Razor run you down?
Sure.
No, you're gonna have to turn, right?
Another nice pick. Choose going to go down. GH. Okay, nice.
GH might be in trouble, or they might even turn on the Invoker.
Yeah, but Tornado's going to be thrown down with Yuragi here. Miracle just needs to protect his own life because GH is currently dead.
Oh, we didn't get the trap. Ooh.
No, not quite. And with the Ice Wall slowing down Yuragi, if anything, they might be overextending here. The rest of NGX is coming in from the side. He's going to be able to catch him with the arena, though. Miracle. Okay, he walked a little bit too close there. Beats away alive.
Ice Armor also picked up by Kuro, which is very big. And he also picked up the shard now. Like, instantly bought it. Minute 15, first shard.
It's a huge pick. Nice boss back there. With mind control just laying in. You know, the Mars is super tanky, but OD.
Not tanky, but enough.
Yeah, he just throws so much damage around. There's
all right, so instead of letting us get the Roach, they're actually going to go for it here. I'm very curious if this is going to be efficient. I feel like they don't have the right-click damage, but OD
is very good at doing it, right?
OD is very good, and he's laying it in right now.
Yeah,
we're almost halfway there. Igor's going to take some damage too. He's going to be half HP on Tiny if he keeps tanking it here. Looks like we're not aware and don't care.
Yeah?
Or don't care.
Yeah, one of them, right?
We're actually scared. We're probably thinking that they can't do the Roche. And I'm surprised that they're doing it.
I mean, it's a great move, right? You're denying a Templar Assassin build in early ages. TA's long been very dependent on.
Nigma is definitely bringing it to OG this game.
Nice little stage production there. We heard a Roshan roar when he died.
And as you can see, our triangle is getting invaded.
Yep.
OG's triangle is getting invaded. We're not daring to move out top. Top is a very scary place to go. Tiny's going to finish up the shard, and this is what you were talking about. Is tree armor going to be enough to defend the tower? Well, against this, probably not. Is it going to set up good fights for us? Help defending these tier 2s and giving us a good fight potentially. But for now, we're going to need to find a better opening because I don't think the 5v5 favors us. The only way it does is if we get the right pick off, we can kill the Invoker OD right away. Rust Wars were getting dropped bottom, forcing the Clockwork there. We might make a go on mid. Do we have Blink on Mars? Oh, look at that, look at that!
He's gonna go for it! He stops him from being able to get out the Meteor Hammer, and that's gonna be a good amount of damage on a Mind Control. And he dies BCM. He just needs a couple hits, and that last one is just good enough, but BCM does die in return. But Yuragi, with that overgrowth, is in prime selection to be able to pick up some kills here, as ILTW is having all of his damage drained away and turned back around on him. Miracle's still hanging around a little bit with his second life coming in from the Tiny. Does OG have enough staying power? GH, nice entrance into this fight with a hook shot. Meteor over it. That's gonna be a hefty amount of damage. Yuragi pops a BKB, but it's too damn late. He takes enough physical damage to go down. ILTW, oh, what a tornado. Into the Sunstrike, that's the Chew falling. Miracle is on one right now, and he looks to be able to finish up this team fight with a few more kills. Taiga, Amar, hiding in the trees, hiding away from the monster. That is Miracle, and he will give up on that chase. Nigma Galaxy, it was a little bit of a trade-off, but ultimately they do win it.
Nigma's playing really well. Nigma's playing super well this game. GH manages to connect just in time, gets the hook on the Razor. The fight was looking really bad. We decided to go on the Tiny after the Aegis, probably thinking that, you know, that it was a very good moment. It could have gone either way, but the hook lands on the Razor, which changes everything. And right now, Nigma have some really dangerous vision out for OG. Makes it very dangerous for us to go to the triangle, and it gives them a lot of info. We see here, GH gets the angle.
Yuragi, did he not have... Yeah, he didn't have his BKB. It gets delivered right then. That's why he pops it so late. That is unfortunate.
Unlucky.
I mean, the Meteor did so much damage during that period of time that he literally had that BKB 3 seconds sooner.
Yeah. And Amara rushing the BKB, which just goes to show the state of mind that we're having in this game, which is correct. Like, we're We're looking to fight. They have a lot of magic damage. BKB changes the game. Instead of buying this blink, trying to get some more pickups, we're looking for these 5v5s because we can definitely take them. And now we have the BKB as well on Razor. So double BKB is not an easy fight for Tiny whatsoever. If the link happens, it feels like the Clockwork has a lot of work to do, or they need a 4-stab, which I don't think they have yet.
So it sounds like to me in longer drawn-out fights, maybe it's a little hard for Nigma Galaxy, so they need to be able to get like that fast kill.
Yeah, depending on how the fights go, if Tiny is not the one that goes down, Tiny will always have this really scary potential. I mean, Invoker as well. If he catches the heroes without BKB, we saw the Clockwork Hook plus Meteor Hammer. It kills anything. And looks like, yeah, the Tiny Shard is online and it's already punishing.
It's ground and pound time.
Yeah.
These towers are just going to be falling all over the map at this rate. Still, though, OG have managed to keep this net worth relatively even. Nigma Galaxy is only up by 1K.
Yeah, net worth is just a number. At the end of the day, it's how it gets put to use. We're still showing under one of these very potential wards, one of the most potential wards. Catches our smoke. Clock is going to pop it. It's going to make us feel really bad. We wanted to get a fight bottom, a good fight bottom, but the move is going to be very obvious. So nothing good should come of this.
It's kind of interesting that you guys make that move after the tier 2 has already died in the bottom lane.
It has something to do with the info that you have and how the lanes look. Like you push in top and mid, you pushed in mid for a moment. It makes the smoke possible.
Yuragi forced into an early BKB and is not able to get the static.
They're not going to let him run.
Yeah,
are they?
GH, he's going to make sure. He wants this hook shot. He wants it real bad. He goes through the Razor to hit the backline and to chew the cogs, blocking the Razor out. So even if he wasn't hit by the hook shot, it's still the same. He's still dead. GH is traded out for it, but NGX, because the ward's laid out there, they don't really want to keep running into that area. The BKB of Amar still being very threatening.
Very nice play. Sick hook shot. I don't know if he was aiming for the Rasta to get the cogs in front of the Razor. It was, yeah. GH is a player, man. He is a player. But yeah, we still haven't found this ward. It hurts us so much. It's not easy to figure out always like that they have a heal ward at a certain place. Like they've been living here for so long, and we might have gotten one of the wards earlier, but still one hanging around. So we're going Shadow Blade on Tiny next, and we are. Did we finish the dagger on Mars? I think he opted for dagger instead of the satanic that he had on quick buy. Something's flying out to him.
Yeah,
it's a dagger.
Right.
So that gives us a little more opening to one-shot heroes. Like this Mars is the reason why he's so strong as well. Like if he sees this Chen mid, which he might go for it. No, he won't. He can one-shot basically any support. I mean, Kuro might be too tanky with the Granite Golem and the Ice Ogre. There's also the power of Chen, the buff ups that he has. Let's see. We're gonna find MC here. He has a dagger.
MC.
He's gonna stay for this camp.
How quick is he gonna be? Is he gonna be fast enough to be able to stop this?
Spider staying at senses.
He's running away. No! Oh, there it goes. Mind control. He was fast enough, and now Taiga has been spotted underneath the rocket flare. The long-range hookshot comes through to ensure the kill.
Look at the vision of those cogs.
Picks up another one. Yeah, I guess when they go up on the high ground, it gets them a little boost.
Unfortunate. If OD gets caught, of course it's worth it. Of course it's good. Next big thing in this game will definitely be the Roche.
Yeah, I love this. Look at the 3-man smoke immediately. They're like, let's go.
Yep.
We got a nice pick up.
We're gonna get caught, but we have a BKB on this guy. Will it turn into anything good?
They stop him before he can get out the blink off, so he's going to be forced to use that BKB. They do not have the hook shot up to stop Amar from being able to blink away, so. But still, that's a cooldown that NGX can play around, and keeping the smoke going here as they're going to spread through to the other side of the map.
This is a different Nigma that we're seeing here on land. They are feeling it. They are running at us.
And he hit the hook shot. He's going to bounce it back with the Hex, but the Hex managed to stop him beforehand. Still, IoT gets on top of the Templar Assassin, and they just blow him up. Yuragi, though, he is trading a lot of damage. Finally, BTM falls, but Yuragi is the big target here. He's drained a lot of damage. He's turned it right back around, killed the Chen, but he didn't take the damage away from ILTW, and ILTW is taking advantage of that. He's laying into the Razor, chasing after him. Yuragi trying to hide into the trees, but there's no hiding from Nigma Galaxy. They continue their hunt with a triple kill on Mind Control. Towers to fall. They are relentless, this team right now.
And this will be probably Rax looking at this damage. Let's see. Even with the tree armor, this is a little too much. Very sick play. I mean, Nigma playing so fast. The smoke into hookshot. Holy smokes.
I feel like there's very few teams that get a bigger land buff.
Looks like maybe we can hold it just because of the backdoor protection kicking in. Did we pull the wave? What happened? The traps killed the wave, I think.
Oh,
Oh,
I hate that mechanic.
Lovely hero.
I
lovely
hate
hero.
that.
Remember how traps used to be? Remember
Yes,
back
there used
in
to
the
be
day
no damage.
when it was just a slow?
It was just a
a slow and a good
No
amount
big
of
deal.
vision, you know?
Yeah.
And now it's everything and more.
Yeah. Now it's damage. Now it's silences. Now you can teleport to it.
Yep.
Bullshit.
Yep.
It's just a bunch.
No. Balance in all things. Another smoke. Nigma just don't have a stock.
Did they use any smokes in the first 15 minutes? They just stockpile them?
Endless supply of smokes.
Laying in the triangle here.
And we might see the new boots getting picked up on Clockwork after he uses all his charges.
Yep.
He has a Ghost Scepter now as well, and we're quite far from the Refresher and Razor, which is where we really want to get to before we do big fights.
LTW just sliding on through. The smoke is going to break. They really realize what's going on. LTW realizes, and boom! One shot's two. He is going to be caught, though. Speared in with the damage being sold. This is ideal for OG in many ways, with a hook shot catching the Templar Assassin in the back lines. That's going to slow down the damage significantly. The arena's still holding in this Tiny, and he's dead. Yuragi, with that BKB and the static link, is still able to counter this carry Tiny, but the rest of NGX has been backing away. Nice ice wall positioning there. Slow down the Razor. GH doesn't run into the trap, but a second round of trap, and the big melt strike is too much.
The blink from MC saved his own life. Roche could spawn, but it won't spawn for another minute. We're gonna get a trap inside so that we know. That was a perfect fight, as we saw. We saw the OD putting down the Tiny after the drain. That's not ideal. Amar perfect spell users on the Mars. And the root happened after the BKB on OD. I think Tiny is nowhere near his next item, so we could have this exact same fight. Oof, the damage though, look at that.
Yeah,
Poor True. Justice for Rasta. Perfect spell users, perfect BKB users to drain. And he holds the W, gets the W and everything there. The chain creeps are gonna die, which is also a very big deal. Oh, the Razor plasma field, oh. And here, we're gonna see the Sonic Trap get used. I don't know if the replay will last. And he will blink out before the damage kicks in on the OD, just barely. Well, the only thing that matters now is going to be the Roche. Please tell me Nigma out of smokes.
Now, they can have that same fight, but surely NGX, what are they going to take from that last engagement? That Tiny can't be going in first, or do they need to be at least pressuring the Razor first so we can't feel comfortable static link running at you?
And using GH, I would say, using this initiation that they've had almost every time. If they can get the rocket into hookshot and start the fight on us, it disrupts everything that OG wants to do. But yeah, Roche is going to be the name of the game here, and it's going to spawn, and they're not going to be ready for it, I think.
Yeah, they're going to be a little bit out of... Ooh, rocket flare, there it is. They see it now.
Just blinked on TA. No.
NGX sees it, but
so this will turn into a big fight. This will turn into a massive engagement, and we'll see how it goes. We got Plate Mail now finished on Invoker, also very big deal.
Forge Spirit's pushing in the bottom lane, so there's just that extra bit of pressure.
Yeah, but we have 3 armor. I think we negate. I think we'll negate. If Tiny doesn't show up anywhere, we won't have too much to worry about.
Yeah.
We're going Satanic next on Amar. We have a lot of traps. Okay.
Gotta go for the smoke.
Yeah, no more smokes on Nigma. Wish you had one now, don't you?
Well, let's see if the smoke actually works for OG. Oh, they just picked up the refresher for Razor. That's massive.
Ooh, that's such a big deal. Huge deal. What does TA have? TA definitely finishes BKB, but he might have... Yeah, he has Pike coming up very soon. Very soon has to... Okay, that gives away the smoke, maybe.
NGX, they're just playing on top of their vision.
Yeah, and Tiny is going to threaten the racks, but we have a glyph. We could kill the Roche. We could kill the Roche. Yeah. We kill the Roche and we glyph and we heal it back up and we're going to TP back bottom.
Yeah, they're going to drop everything.
If ILTW doesn't show up for this fight, he will. He gave up. They're not going to be too late.
Oh, they're going to try and run back, but Roche's already dead.
They're going to be a hook. Block the hook.
Okay, GH. Can he land this one? An important hook shot. Oh, he misses it. That is a free Aegis Shard. And now he's going to be able to catch GH as well. Mind Control is going to delay the inevitable, it seems like, with that imprisonment as GH is going to come around. So, ILTW, they're actually going to go for this when they tried to blow up Yuragi, but he only goes down to half health. And now the refresher, now the BKB, now the static link. He's still got to be careful the damage from ILTW, especially with that alacrity. Just one more hit. Miracle needs it. He sees it. The living armor. Not good enough to keep him alive. Miracle now turns on to Chew. He wants to be able to get the squishy support before the BKB runs out, but no. Now he's going to get Hex. Now he's going to get Shackle. BZM does lose his Aegis in the meantime. Can anybody help Miracle? Or are they going to stick on top of that Templar Assassin? Miracle doesn't need the help. They're going to stick on the TA. They're going to be able to kill him twice in this engagement. It was a free Roshan. What happened, No Tail? Your team. They had the movement. They had the play. You called it, but the team fight didn't work.
Alacrity Tiny. They turned on the Razor and made him low. Because the Razor was so low and they managed to make him run away in his last BKB, that changed the entire fight. BCM also wasn't allowed to hit. He wasn't able to get any hits off, which if he got that, we could have still won the fight. But Razor was effectively taken out of the fight. Even with the refresher and BKB, they made him run. I think it was, I mean, it's an outplay, but it's also an understandable one. Like Nigma playing out of their mind. They're playing really, really well.
They are.
They're
absolutely
communicating,
are.
they're feeling it, and
Alacrity Tiny with no buyback on the TA. This is going to be 2 lanes.
oh, thank God.
Well, Yuragi, he could certainly use that as a learning experience. Razor may counter the Tiny, but he's still got to be careful of that damage, as Tiny has so much of it, especially with the Alacrity. He's got to make sure to respect that.
So if we have control of the Tiny and he doesn't get this blink combo, and even OD threw his ulti down just to try and burst the Razor or make him as low as possible. But if we can control the Tiny, Razor won't have much to fear. With the double BKB and even with all the damage coming out from the spell hero, like the spellcasters, he will not care. Invoker managed to get the last bit of him, but that was because he was 10%. Yeah, no, I would say we still have a chance. OG still can win this, but it's not gonna be easy. And now with the DD on Tiny, this is one of the sickest DD heroes in the game.
Yeah,
and with Alacrity, I mean, even with the Razor drain, it's gonna be really hard. We're gonna need to kill him, and we're gonna need to control him.
Hey, I feel like the later this game goes, it's just like
Titanic finish, and we have the Alacrity talent as well.
Yeah.
Big deal.
Titan Sliver found for the Razor. It seems like this Tiny, I know you said the Razor counters the Tiny, but he seems to have so much damage the later this game goes that it almost feels like you can't train him enough. Maybe it's the Invoker comp.
Yeah, with the Invoker, well, obviously not with the DD.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would say the Razor can definitely work, and the double ulti, what always happens is, it's a guy, you know, he's about to die. He's about to die in 5 seconds if you get to stick on him. Yeah. And even Tiny will face that, but Tiny is one of those special carries. When you get to this stage of the game and you got this amount of farm, like, you are another animal.
Yeah, like
and I think Igor is really feeling himself.
Play. Trying to find somebody, nobody from OG gets close enough. Maybe they saw that coming.
I'm wondering if OG should consider addressing the Tiny in the draft, whether or not they should just ban it, because they're really rolling with it. LTW is the kind of player who also starts feeling a hero tremendously, and he will start playing it over and over and over, and I think Nigma are working really well around it. This is a very good Tiny draft.
Spider Lake's running through. Nigma already backing out.
The blink.
Yeah, he did. No, Amar. He's going to come back down, pops BKB immediately, goes for the arena and tries to run himself away. Yuragi, meanwhile, tries to go in, searching for a good target, but ILTW blinks after the imprisonment, so Yuragi, he uses BKB to try and get on top of the Tiny, but that's entirely ruined. Now he doesn't have that. He doesn't even have the mana for the refresher, and NGX is cleaning up some heroes. A buyback here from Chu as OG look to be able to retreat away from ILTW, but he tosses Mind Control in to be able to catch some extra heroes, but maybe that was a little step too far. Mind Control, why did you do that? What? Trying to get away. He looks like he will manage to do it. Yuragi pops his BKB, his second one, as he popped the refresher earlier, and does manage to get away from ILTW for now. BZM does manage to execute Kuro in the back line. He actually got Mind Control as well, so 2 pickups there, but it seems like ILTW and Miracle are not phased by that whatsoever. They're going to go for the fast Megas. Miracle, he has to contend with BZM here, but thanks to the Shivas, he's actually got a lot of armor, and they're burning through that reflection so damn quickly. The Overgrowth stops it for a moment, but they still have plenty of magic damage to throw away. He gets Cogs pushed back in. They don't have any detection. Surely they're going to be able to kill him. He has the blink coming up, but he doesn't manage to get it out. Oh, dear. ILTW. He's just going to bang down the rest of the buildings, and OG feels like it's about time to call that GG. There it is from Amar.
Oh, well played. ILTW, I've always been a fan, but here again, he is such a good player, and I'm happy to see that Nigma are enabling him and playing around this Tiny pick. And obviously Miracle Invoker, top 2.
Yeah.
Maybe top 1, who knows?
Yeah.
Give BZM Invoker, and if we lose, then he'll take the crown.
Yeah, are you okay with the Templar Assassin then going to Miracle in return?
Honestly, TA lost right now, and maybe today is a good day.
Well, it is just one game and a best-of-3 series, so OG still have the chance to be able to come back here. But this was the first win for Nigma Galaxy this season against this OG. I mean, that's got to be a little bit of monkey off your back, right?
Obviously. I mean, it must feel good. It must feel good to get that out of your system finally. Like, I know how it is to lose to the same team over and over and over. I've had plenty of those experiences, and Yeah, no, it's I still say Goog, but very, very impressed with Nigma and very happy for their performance and very happy for all of them.
And even better, they did it by being able to beat not only a Templar Assassin, which I'm sure every team is happy when they manage to do that, but also the Razor OG, which they used twice, both on Yuragi and Amar during the DPC to be able to beat Nigma. Right?
Now Puppy has won with Chen and Kuro's won with Chen.
Yeah.
And now I have to return to play just to win with Chen. No, but it's a blessing to see. Blessing to see.
Well, I think we're all going to be holding our breath waiting for No Tail to be able to come back, but he will be back for the second game as we are going to be heading over quite soon to the panel.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And indeed, Team Nigma Galaxy take game 1 of this best-of-3 series in the upper bracket of Gamers Galaxy. I'm here with Fog, Lacoste, and Resolution. And Resolution, this game, it was a very strong opening from Nigma Galaxy.
I mean, what a performance from Miracle. Honestly, like, I'm watching every fight, like, all the spells run perfectly hit. Like, the way they executed the fights, the way LTW just went in on every fight and, like, just immediately broke the positioning on the OG. But this game was not as easy as it was before against TA. This game, actually, OG put a lot of fight. They actually also took the Roshan, the very crucial Roshan, but I don't know, it's just like the way Nigma played in this tournament is just insane.
They're so quick with the reactions. Like you see them on the bottom, like 20 seconds after they're making a move on top. They spread around the map and everyone is farming. Like even if they're like losing some of the some of these fights, like they still are very quick. Like this was a good fight that we're seeing right now. For OG, their tower defense, like they brought the numbers, but yeah, I personally don't think we're gonna see Tiny in the hands of LTW because he was really feeling himself, and Miracle on Invoker, as Rezo said, like he was just on point with the spell casting. I like the way Nigma plays. They're like not afraid of anything. Like even if they're like, you know, maybe 1-2k gold down, they will still take a fight and not care too much about it. I like the initiative that they're taking.
Yeah, I think that first Roche thing was huge too, right? Like them sneaking that Roche on Nigma was incredibly unexpected. There's no way that OG saw that coming. That's in fact why that OD pick actually ends up looking good. Tiny's so tanky. Yeah, it was just such a good show. I think everybody, honestly, on the side of Nigma Galaxy played so clean. It almost looked like they're all playing their best hero.
Yeah,
they had the Chen on point. GH, I think he only missed like one hook shot. Like it was. Yeah, really clean. That
first Roche, it's not so much about you know, Tiny having Aegis, it's about stealing the Aegis from Templar Assassin and not allowing her to snowball, because they also have a lineup that doesn't rely too much on the cooldowns. Like Razor can always take a fight, same goes for Templar Assassin. Like Mars, even without Arena, they will engage, especially if there's Aegis in their hands.
And I'm like looking at my control's positioning most of this game. I know we were all like sitting back and we're like, wow, Amar is landing like 4-man ultis in most of these fights, but for some reason it seemed like my control was never the one actually caught in it, and he'd save the ideal target with his Astrals, and then they're able to somehow turn these fights like in 3v5s just because of that positioning. And always have to say like the invisible Chen impact. Like these creeps are insane.
Auras.
Like the auras alone is, yeah.
And also idea behind this OD pick was as well to kill this Roshan early from the TA to steal it from them. It's actually so genius, like it's so smart.
Because we did have a couple of question marks when the OD was picked up last. It's like, okay, I haven't seen that hero
we
yet.
were wrong because it worked out perfectly.
It did.
Like they had Chen with mech and also ulti. New ulti also gives you like not just instant heal, but heals over 10 seconds. So like you can still take these fights, you can reset. But yeah, OD, as Fog said, his positioning was top tier, not allowing them to lock onto one target. Like not every single fight, but in the crucial ones, he was really on the spot.
I'm watching Kuro. I think this is actually the third or fourth fight that I saw him do it, where he just focuses on the TA and everything. Like he penitences the TA and throws 4 creeps on him. So BZM is actually running around with no refraction in any of these team fights every single time. They just instantly get broken. That was super well executed team fights from them every time.
I think this was the crucial fight in the game. It was the deciding fight.
Yeah.
And if OG won this fight, the game probably would have been theirs.
And yeah, this Alacrity, I mean...
8 hits, I was doing the count in our green room. Killed the tier 3 tower.
The Razor was linking, also like that fight in the river, right? The Razor's linking Tiny, and he's like kind of running in, and he gets hit twice, and he's like, whoa, just kidding, man, like, just a prank.
I mean, it's a first 1-2 of the Invoker Tiny.
Yeah.
I feel like that's you can get away with that once today.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna see Tiny anymore. be honest with you. Either Tiny or Invoker. One of these heroes is not gonna be in the game.
I'm surprised that they did do the Shadow Shaman opener instead of just taking the Invoker.
Yeah.
Like now
Me
that we
too.
look back on it, that like the Invoker seems like it's probably going to be the hottest one between these two, like the most contested one.
But then you would have to deal with a Templar Assassin, most likely.
I feel like Templar Assassin right now got figured out a little bit, and Invoker as a hero. Is Invoker defeated at all, dude?
I think it is defeated like once.
Once.
Once or twice, and I think it was in the hand of Nigma Galaxy SEA.
And Bryle, I think,
And Bryle.
also had one of
Yeah.
the games.
Yeah, that's still the hero feels like it feels like Queen of Pain from the previous patch.
I mean, we did see a couple of top-tier combinations coming out from Miracle here. I mean, I know Miracle is like a top-tier Invoker player, and he's credited often for that hero, but I feel like we saw a little bit of the Miracle of old on that type of Invoker playmaker style.
I don't think he missed any, like no spells. And it's just the way he uses his spells too, like saving the tornadoes for certain situations, waiting for the meld a couple times. Like he always saved the tornado for when BZM would go and meld. Like, yeah, he's the best
Like,
Invoker in the world.
The Meteor was going also into cogs, into Clockwork cogs. Like, it's just amazing.
Yeah.
Now, we have two teams that play very differently playing on stage for the first series of today. So we have Team Nigma Galaxy, and they play really fast. And we saw that, of course, during the group stages. We saw that here again. They play really fast, and there wasn't that much that OG could do to a certain degree. On the other side, you got OG that is known for having maybe a little bit of a greedier off lane. And Rezo, I mean, how do you feel like that played out? Because, of course, Amar played Mars. When we talk about OG, we look towards Amar because he is a star playmaker player, but he does need and take a lot of farm.
I mean, to me, OG mostly reacted to the Enigma's their moves. So he was a bit greedy with his item build at first,
Always
like
is.
BKB. Always is. But like this game, I think it's manageable because he still got by the 20-minute mark. He still got the blink. He got the BKB and armlet, and it's just like after that, there were not enough moves from the OG side to actually like take the lead in the game.
You made a good point backstage too. That's like the style that OG was going for was more a defensive style. Like they were looking to react to the plays that Nigma was doing. So that build, it suited that. So yeah, I like that point that you brought backstage.
Yeah, but maybe that's not the way to go about it, though, because shouldn't you always focus on your own game rather than being reactionary to your opponent?
Depends on the draft. I think in this situation they needed to like more react, especially with the heroes that they had and the situation that they were in. It goes down once again to that first Roche. Like they can't be making too many aggressive moves. If Templar Assassin had it, they would go like full force, no doubt about it.
All right, because of course, they were behind at minute 20, 25, and then the only play you have is high ground defense, sneaking a Roche, of course, attempt there too. And their high ground defense is not bad, but you're still exposing your tier 3s to Tiny with the Alacrity fogged. And I kind of feel like there was kind of a mismatch in terms of game plan.
Yeah, I also just think you just don't expect how much damage it really is, because it was also Alpha Wolf. I think one fight he had an Alpha Wolf and Alacrity, and he had 970 damage, like 440 plus 537 or something like that, like 1,000 damage without even critting. So it's 2k plus crits, guaranteed crit as well too, because he has Silver Edge. So it's just, I think maybe it just was more damage than they expected it to come out with.
Fair enough. There was one thing that I also still want to touch upon from the previous game. It didn't win, but Treant Protector, we haven't seen it that much this patch. Of course, towards the end of the patch, especially previous patch, was very dominant. And Rezo, this Treant didn't win, but looked good. I think we might see more of that.
He did look good, and he delayed the game like for the OG to like you receive that time where the heroes come online, and it's just like against OG, like Nigma just playing very, very good right now, and it's like all of the small things that they're gathering, like all of the small moves, like OD took the bottom tower by himself, then they immediately transferred to the top tower, they killed that tower, they immediately go into triangle, like this is just like super fast, and all of these small things didn't allow OG to have a good game.
They understand that they need to bring like one extra hero when you're playing against Treant Protector, and probably two best heroes in the game, Leshrac and Tiny. Tiny not like straight away because he needs time. He's not going to be joining these like earlier fights. But yeah, they took the safe lane tower for Tiny as well pretty early on. And yeah, the Treant Protector looked good, but sometimes, you know, the matchup is just not the greatest.
Yeah, and of course that was only game 1 of a best of 3.
Yep.
We got another one and potentially another 2 games coming in this series. Before we move to the next game, though, we're going to check in with another member of our broadcast team. We are seeing Kyle backstage.
Hey everybody. The players are backstage now preparing for the opening ceremony. So they're actually trapped. So we're going to go try and talk to them because notoriously they're very difficult to lock down. Let's go. Hang on, this room is empty. Hey, it's Taiga's brother. You want to just wave to the stream? It's not live. It's not live. We might cut you. Don't panic. Cool. That's it. The end. Hey, Yuragi's taking it. Don't film that. Oh, they're undefeated. All right, I'll go talk to Tundra real quick. 1 second. Hey guys. Any of you want to do a quick interview on what you think is going to happen in this match? It's not live. Let's talk to Curtis. He's really good at this. He said he doesn't even know who's playing. Hey, I'm here with Aoi, Team Tundra's coach, and probably soon to be a talent again. What do you think about this upcoming match, first series of the day?
We're gonna see some great Dota.
Maybe you should stick to coaching. Yeah, I got nothing. Can we talk to Snake King?
Yes.
Okay, your coach volunteered you. Nine, do you mind if I sit next to Snake King real fast? Sorry to distract you guys. How you doing?
A bit hungry. How about you?
Pretty good. So, I heard you talking with your team earlier about your skills as a captain. Now, where would you rank yourself between No-Tail, Kuroki, and then, of course, you?
I mean, I'm definitely on the bottom, you know? These guys are legends.
Okay. I'm really not prepared for this at all.
Neither am I, you know? That's just how life is, you know? You just roll with it.
Okay, well, who do you think is going to win?
The better team.
Jesus. Again, I'm only doing this because no one else volunteered. I guess that's the end of this content piece. Thank you very much, Snake King.
Thank you. See you guys later.
I think Snake King got also quite a good career ahead as talent. Who's going to win? The better team. That's mostly the case.
I like seeing Kyle and for the people who don't know, like Kyle and Snaking. There's some hilarious beef in the past from like Heroes of North and stuff too. But that was just they just gave Kyle nothing.
They did
absolutely
not.
nothing
On purpose.
Great content coming your way. We'll of course have many more great moments from backstage. Hopefully, maybe with a little bit more substance coming out.
Kyle tried.
I want to see more of that. Honestly,
I do. I mean, this was only one team, right? Maybe he walked into other rooms where other teams were preparing.
I hope so. I really do.
Oh man, that was,
I hope so indeed.
I can't believe we're paying this guy.
Of course, we did see Tundra. Tundra is also playing later today.
Yep.
They're going up against Boom, also in the upper bracket. By the way, there's one team that we will not see play today, even though we did see them on stage earlier at the opening. Team Secret will not play today. They'll play tomorrow. But the team that loses here today in this opening series will play again today against Team Spirit. So lots of Dota coming our way. Okay, so we're preparing for game number 2. We already saw the players back on stage. Game 1 going the way of Nigma Galaxy. They get their hands on the Tiny Invoker. It's very good. So probably at least banned or at least the combo broken up somehow. I hope so. What other adjustments do we want to see Lacoste in game number 2 here?
Pick Lycan as well to end the game even faster. Just kidding. For OG, I want to see them, pick maybe even though the Trend Protector looked good, I want to see Taiga on a different hero, something that can make rotation, because this is the best, when he's on something that moves around. He always does a couple of stuff while he's rotating, picking up the bounty runes, stacking, ganking, placing a ward at the same time. Like the value that you get from Taiga, he's always been on point, even when he was on Team Liquid. He's been top tier throughout the DPC. Yeah, he's just been really stable, and I want to see him on something more aggressive.
Yeah, because,
I like that. That's actually really important, because Train Protector is a really different hero. You're not playing River. You're not playing the River. You're playing tree lines. You're usually playing very different kind of style. So I actually think that's a really cool point. I like that.
And it was also a game where we did see Taiga playing on the safe lane with the Tree Protector, while Shavash was playing Shadow Shaman on the off lane. So it kind of also felt like maybe the roles were swapped there. But obviously you got to cater to Shavash's most comfortable hero pool, right? That was probably the reason, you think?
I mean, of course, they're playing with the standings, so they need to account for that. But I do want to see Taiga more on the ENG type of heroes for sure.
Playmaker. I mean, ENG was first phase banned. Nigma Galaxy, they know it's a good hero for Taiga as well.
I mean, one of those OP heroes. It feels like in early game, just does too much.
Yeah.
Even in Rasta, it's still better to see Taiga on those type of heroes.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing that indeed. I know that you guys all said that Mirana would have been an option instead of the Treant Protector before the Treant was picked. I would have liked to see that one too. Also a very fairly active +4, and we do have the draft coming our way very rapidly. So if we know, or if we're assuming rather, that we are gonna have a couple of bans in the hands of Tiny or Invoker, like just break that combo up. What's the opening gonna look like? Because I will remind you guys what was banned out first phase in game number 1. OG banned out Ember Spirit and IO. Well, Nigma Galaxy banned out the Timber, which you have to, and the ENG, which you kind of have to as well. So I doubt we're going to see Nigma Galaxy change up the bans, but Fogged OG, with the Ember and the IO, there's definitely something to play with there.
Oh, but then it's like after I saw these Embers like yesterday too, I'm like, oh my god, what is Ember is completely busted. Like he does way too much damage with the new build you can do, and then IO you don't want to give to GH, right? So
is Ember more busted than Tiny Invoker combo? I mean, you do need to address that for sure.
I think the Ember is only he doesn't need anything else. I think the Ember is good on his own. Well, I feel like Tiny. I feel like he does need some type of buff up still.
Oh man, this draft is going so fast. Like the Nigma Galaxy, they stick with the bans from the previous one. OG decided to split to the combination, and they're pretty sure, you know, they expected this. They had 15, 20 minutes to talk about this one, how they're gonna approach this draft, so they better have something prepared. I don't know if they want to go for.
Yeah,
the IO
is available. Yeah.
So
it's like, are you gonna give Nigma IO and Invoker?
yeah,
Like,
but
that
does
seems
Chuvash play IO? Because you guys are saying you want tag on something active. The IO is not that active, right?
Of course not. Yeah, and also like we do want to see the Chen and Undying addresses like each other. Like, are we gonna see the more Chen from the Kuroki? And if yes, then Undying is still a good first two.
Yeah, they're gonna do the IO Mars super strong, comfortable opening pair. But now it's is the Chen gonna come out?
Not sure.
Or are they going to look for more of a one-to-one counter to deal with the IO a little bit? Because we've seen a lot of people...
They probably know the Darkseer is going to get banned. Maybe I don't know if that's like a strong opener. It can get countered, but they can also like protect the Darkseer ban if they want to pick it immediately.
I don't think they're gonna go with the Chen route this game because there's no TA. The Undying looks way better. In terms of addressing these two strength heroes.
Yeah, and they're both like usually like the offlaners, right? So now he's playing versus 2-strength offlane. Yeah, that makes sense.
I like this pick a lot.
And apparently it's nowadays an active hero in the hands of Kuro because ganking mid level 1 Undying.
Oh yeah, that's right.
No problem.
The level 1 tomb. And that was with an Invoker as well.
Yeah, it was. It was. The roaming Undying, the day I see that.
They might be careful. You know, whenever there's a Treant Protector, you need to see him. Otherwise, he might show up as like a starting tri-lane and then get a kill. Same thing you need to be worried about when Kuro's playing Undying from now on.
Yep.
Absolutely.
I'm curious to see the Storm from OG as well. Like, this is the thing of the previous patch. Was one of the strongest ones, highest Storm.
They played it against Boom.
Yeah.
Lost in 20 minutes, but yeah, one of the strongest combination of heroes in the previous patch for sure.
And you also already see the Undying, so you already know like support might be limited disables coming out from their side. So perhaps it could be one that you look for. They still will ban the Weaver, but it's actually Nigma is going to be the one who actually takes it out. It's kind of interesting.
Funky Weaver portrait.
Yeah.
I like looking at him from the bottom.
Yeah, I think some of them look a little different, right? Like
yeah,
the TA
I think
looks a little different.
the angle is a little different, but this is a scarier Weaver than than I'm familiar with.
I wonder what hero LTW will get this game because no Tiny, no Ember. They keep banning.
They keep banning LTW
they
heroes.
Keep banning LTW, yeah.
I would have liked
Storm was also out.
Yep. I would have liked the Luna quite a bit. I think it's perfect with the Undying. Just that distance that you can play versus the IO and the Mars, and then Undying just has extra damage when he's zoning both of them too. So I feel like that ban quite a bit.
You also don't want to play something like Draw Ranger or Medusa, right? Is it Mars?
Yeah. Blocks absolutely everything.
I mean, historically, Gyrocopter was always good against Undying later on because you immediately kill the Tombstone, you still deal the damage, and IO plus Gyro, we've seen that a million times throughout the Dota history.
Yep. Kunkka might also be an option for OG. Like just flex. Have a flex pick, both on mid and safe lane.
Okay, so they're going to get some more lockdown, same thing still. Getting that Shadow.
Does it mean that this IO is going safe lane?
I mean, depends on who plays it. I think
They might
Tycab
need to
will play
split it. I think they need to split it because both of them are strength and they know they're going to be playing into Undying position 5. So I think the lane setup should be different. Play Io on the safe lane and have Shaman plus Mars on the off lane.
Yeah, I agree.
I actually like Shaman also versus Undying quite a bit. It's different because now you don't play with your wards for pushing. You play them for the team fight and you insta-kill Tombstone. So you can actually just place them in the fights and it just takes out the tomb right away.
I mean, also you heal all of the decays, right? That he's putting you with your shackles. It's just like such a good laner against Undying.
Yeah, in the lane it's really, really nice for sure. Effective healing, as I like to say, right? I have less health, so now my tangles are more efficient, my shackles more efficient. It's the best.
Yeah. Interesting. Which road are they gonna take with without W? Like what hero? Is it some sort of PL coming?
Yeah, and do we want to see them address the IO pairing a little bit more? Often we see reactions with team fight coming out when there's an IO draft, and of course, Nigma Galaxy, they're very well versed in playing IO themselves, so they know what's really annoying to play against as well.
They want something that GH can play that can get into the backline though, because you see Shaman and IO, like backline is going to be a little bit susceptible if you can get on top of them.
And he doesn't have a clock anymore.
That is
team fight. You said it.
They split up the combo. We've seen OG try to split up the Invoker plus Tiny combo in the first banning stage, and now I feel like this is a snatch pick because they did not want to play against IO Gyro. A lot of sustain on side of Nigma Galaxy. Sunray plus Undying on top of that, and they have like way to amplify the damage. Alacrity plus Gyro. This is also going to be super strong.
Do you think it'll be a? I'm not sure yet. Do you think that can be a 3 Phoenix still?
It could.
It's flexible, right? Because I'm seeing right now no disables on the 2 supports. So I think maybe if OG gets something that's just like very elusive, they could cause some problems right now. But
I do think Mind Control should play something like Sand King this game.
You prefer that? Okay.
Yeah, just to make sure they have initiation. Otherwise, it's going to be really hard for them to find fights. They don't have Clockwork anymore.
If OG shows like melee strength hero, melee carry hero, they can go for something like Slardar. I would love that. It's just another way of taking the Roche with them. And I've seen Slardar just doing so well. Like you amplify the damage output of your carry, it's insane how much. And if you like manage to kill one hero before the fight starts and then use corrosive haze on enemy carry, it's just not fair.
It's really nice now too. Even the little trail thing, the new trail that got added on the corrosive haze. You're so fast when you're chasing heroes as Slardar. It's like something that I think would get overlooked a lot of the time, but it's really cool. So OG, they're trying to wrap themselves up to have some type of team fight ways to control this Phoenix too.
They also see the weakness in Nigma Galaxy draft that they have no catch at all right now. So this puck was going to have like a really free game.
So now they definitely need something like that.
Any instant blink initiation. You mentioned Sand King. I think it's a good Dragonite game because he builds the blink dagger.
Dragon, I love
I'd like that.
AB,
yeah, the DK offlane, right?
Yes, and they have like very limited amount of damage. Like damage output from OG is Mars Arena plus puck combination.
Yeah, it's so low
it's
right
limited.
now. It's super limited.
I like that a lot, actually, because then they're going to be too tanky,
heroes.
and then the double heal, right? That actually seems really strong, and it sets them up for taking towers easier.
What is this third one if they ban both of these? Is it the Centaur?
I'm not impressed by a Centaur.
I have not,
me either.
Not into Mars either.
I'm just mentioning that, me neither.
Like Centaur into Mars as well, too. I've never played that matchup traditionally.
For sure.
So I think,
So Slardar third?
So yeah, Sand King, DK, Slardar probably for Nigma Galaxy.
What are we looking for OG? Because I like that they have the extra team fight with the puck. I can see the arena, I can see the Dream Coil, but they don't have any damage to follow up on any of that.
I would say Morphling.
Morphling?
Yep. Versus
the
Gyro.
It should be banned. It should be banned for sure.
Versus the Gyro, you can turn into him. Versus the 2 no stuns supports. That's a great call, Rezo. I, like
I think Ursa would have been also super nice. No, they banned Razor. They left the Morphling in the pool. Interesting. Especially if you want something like Sand King, right? The Morphling seems pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, even more so, right? Yeah, that's actually very true.
I do hope to see the DK from the Nigma Galaxy. It just sounds like a really dope lineup.
Sounds really fast. And then even if you are playing into Morphling, it's like, yeah, you're limited disabled, but your team fight, your group up.
They know.
They know.
And that means Sand King is still in the pool of the heroes that you mentioned.
Yep.
As well. We'll give them that lockdown and team fight as well.
Slardar.
Yeah, Sand King and Slardar.
They have to pick it blindly, right?
I think it's Sand King.
Right now.
It looks too good. Like it's great versus Mars to get in and out of the arena. Like you're good versus catching the puck. I think it's super strong Sand King game.
I agree.
Sand King has been a dominant hero in the tournament. But they'll go for Legion Commander.
Okay.
Legion.
Strong lanes, very strong lanes from Nigma Galaxy, and another way of like dispelling things, plus another form of heal. Gyro's Flak Cannon is going to go out in 1 second. Press the attack plus Alacrity, like all instant.
That's true. Another way of the double buffing, and we also have like the Flesh Golem too. If he's hitting people, they're going to take amp damage as well. Okay.
Yeah.
Might be a little. It still might be tough to catch this puck though. Like it's got a cast time. It's the only real way of catching him too.
And if he gets some Lincoln Sphere this game, he's gonna be unstoppable.
Yeah.
I feel like I have to mention it. I don't think it's gonna happen, but of course we saw a first game of the entire tournament at IO Core. It did not work out. But is that still on the table?
I don't think so. I think they're looking for something more late game oriented. Troll is still in the pool.
Troll
has
is
a good
nice
laner against Legion Commander. Kills the Tombstone easily. Gets on top of the Gyrocopter, which he doesn't like. Can easily kill the Phoenix eggs as well. So Troll was kind of a no-brainer, I would say.
Yeah.
Is that enough for you to make you swing the OG way for this second game?
No, I still feel. I think they put themselves in a tough spot with damage output. It's very limited. Troll is a bit slow, and I think they might get ran over with what Nigma Galaxy have.
Yeah. I mean, to me, it depends like how much they can delay the game and like how much they can execute this type of hero like Puck and like split push them out. So the heroes will come online and they actually will have damage to deal with the Nigma lineup.
Yeah, I think it's going to take them like a bit of time to get those BKBs online as well, and I think by then, Nigma Galaxy will be able to set that tempo, get that lead.
So for the OG fans out there, what timing do they have to look for? Like what needs to happen for them
20
to be
minutes.
20 minutes?
Try to be even in terms of net worth, and then I think we're going to have like a really good game. But I'm just too afraid that with the lineup that they got, a couple of mistakes in the laning stage, it just might be over too quickly.
I'm also excited to see E-Blade from Puck this game.
Yeah, you want to see that?
I want to see it.
Nothing else but E-Blade from Puck will work for you?
Yeah, pretty much.
All right, so minute 20. Game should be even for us to have an even Dota 2 game and a chance of a game 3. At least those are the words from the panel. We're going to find out if we will have a game 3 or if Nigma Galaxy will take this one to... we're heading over to a commentary duo. It is a Kappa Noto. In a little bit, we will have them. Anyway, okay, we will have them now.
That's right. Right now, we're going to have Game 2. I am super excited. Nigma Galaxy, they're already up 1-0, and they've got a sick draft going into Game 2. I'm very optimistic about a 2-0. I'm feeling pretty damn good. No Tail, you seemed a little sad. Oh, I was going to offer you a tissue and everything. You were really sad at
I'm a little pessimistic about this one, too. No, I think this is not the strongest IO draft that has been made in history of Dota. It's not bad. IO has also changed. He received a few changes. His shard is not something that we can really abuse this game. Not tethering the puck very much and wanting to give him some type of lifesteal. I think the Troll was a good pick for what Nigma have. It gives you a good lane versus LC. Gives you a way to kill the egg. Can be a good core matchup versus Gyro. I want to say that this Invoker is something worth thinking about in the draft and worth trying to mess with. And Miracle being so good at the hero, my brain goes to that, and I feel like we haven't addressed it enough. But BCM, one of the best pucks I've seen in the world. I've also heard him say that puck is not always good, so my mind is going, is it good here, is it good here? But it is very good versus both supports. It is very good versus Gyro. It can be, and it is very good versus LC. But I'm not sure how we've really addressed the Invoker yet. But yeah, I agree with what the panel said about the timings. I agree with what they've said about the Troll. We need some items. We need a big and strong Troll this game. Let's see here what's going to go on. They have it on Dying level 1.
Yeah, they're going to go for it. GH, he doesn't have time to be able to get away from this one, so OG should be able to get the first blood first. Chu is going to get dangerously low, though, and probably going to die. The axe is thrown out to slow them down. Is just enough for Chu to maybe be able to get away. Curl's going to fall. OG actually getting 2 kills out of this, and here comes the blast. So
nice.
They do manage to get a trade-off.
The Tombstone killed as well, 125 gold.
Oh,
that's almost a 1k goldie for OG already.
Well, still less than 1k, but yeah, I feel it.
Oh, okay, wait a minute. How are they ahead? What happened
How
here?
many bounty runes got given away?
Yeah, we lost maybe some of the bounty runes. Okay.
Okay, so they picked up 3 bounty runes
Yeah,
on the
they
side of
picked up 3,
MGX?
and we got 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if that's good for us, but Tombstone level 1 was a very curious choice, I think. I think with Decay, the fight could have gone very south. But hey, it might have been good overall for Nigma what happened, so I'm actually not sure.
Yeah, Kuro seems to really value this.
We saw the level 1 Tombstone game before.
Level 1 Tombstone before.
And in that moment, it was beautiful. It was gorgeous. And I was going to say, we haven't seen any Phoenix yet. I've seen very little, maybe 1 game in a pub, and it got a massive buff on the Fire Spears. I wish they would have changed the shard, giving him that buff, because now you're never going to buy the shard.
Sure.
But the Fire Spears being on almost permanently. Okay, cool shackle, cool shackle.
Yeah,
He's going to turn into some good damage. It's also why Troll is such a cool hero, is because he is such a strong laner who can offer his support a lot of help. And wow, the creep wave split. Okay, only 1 creep. I thought the range went back. You see this creep pull is because they don't really want to fight them. It hurts a lot. Rasta Troll being such a strong lane. And they have this IO. I know Lacoste was talking about the double strength versus Undying. Now that he has Tombstone level 1, it matters a little bit less, but once he gets that level 2, it is going to matter more. And yeah, I don't think this bottom lane is going to be all that easy for us, but Amar is known for his Mars, and Mars is a hell of a laner. Even though he might lose a bit of strength, I still think he will remain one of the strongest laners in the game. The double decay.
Yeah,
whenever that happens, you're not happy.
Shadow Shaman versus Phoenix. Phoenix got to dive on out of here. They do get a bit of damage onto Taiga in return, but...
Another good trade for us. Like, these small laning trades always matter. Okay.
Miracle. A little low, but... the Appy line. It's a classic.
Yeah.
So the one of the things I want to talk about is that Phoenix. You got that big buff, and it feels fantastic when you get level 7. You have the Fire Spirits.
And we do not have a
out.
good hero lineup versus Phoenix. We have 1 good hero versus Phoenix, and the rest are not good. And I know that GH is. When you play against Nigma, there are a few heroes you always want to think about.
Yeah.
Chen, GH Rubik, GH Shaker, and also GH Phoenix.
Yeah.
And now I'm also thinking, Invoker and Tiny. There are a lot of heroes you want to think about, but Phoenix has always been one. And now that he received the buff, it was just a matter of time, I think, before they're going to pick it up. And I think it's a very cool game for it.
Still not great for the laning phase, so we're expecting NGX to probably be down in CS in this top lane and be abused a little bit, but still going to be strong for
Hopefully.
the mid game. Yeah. Yeah, if they win that lane, then it's all the more concerning.
Yeah. I'm wondering what Kuro will go for in skill point here. He's level 3 on Undying. Probably not going to go for the Decay. Probably the Soul Rip, I would have to guess. Maybe the level 2 Tombstone could even be the choice. And also very curious what the Gyro goes for. So Mars is a great Gyro counter. And Phoenix Undying are great Mars counters. So we got a lot of this interaction between...
Can you elaborate on that? So how is Mars a good gyrocopter counter?
Obviously, because of the arena, you protect your team from the flak.
Yeah.
And there's also a big play with the Bulwark. If you activate it, you also can tank all the flags. So you might have the gyrocopter who thinks he's going to deal a lot of damage and bring something to the team fight, but then just being a cooldown.
Right.
And if you're really cute, I don't think I've ever seen a competitive, but you buy Blade Mail, you click the Bulwark, and it actually it reflects it before the Mars takes the damage. So you just kill yourself in 2 flags. Oh, Tombstone pop, and we can just back off, and there's the rocket, and we have a million stick charges right now.
Yeah, the creep wave is going to push in.
Yeah, this
underneath the tower.
Okay.
So.
We're very happy. Like this next wave, I think it's going to be very hard for the Gyro to contest. I think we're going to fight for every creep here. And mid lane, we got a big rune situation. I don't know if Puck got both runes or Miracle staying a bit low HP. The lanes are very even right now. I'm also surprised that LC got 21 last his top. But you see here, he might be in a bit of trouble. He bought double bracer, doesn't have boots yet.
He's doing
Phoenix harassing Troll a bit.
All this constant lane pulling, back laning and stuff is doing a good job getting mind control. Farm in a hard lane.
Yep. We got the level 3 Phoenix. Now he actually goes from being really bad on laner to having great potential. Like the level 2 Fire Spears is definitely one of the big timings. Oh, let's see here. The Troll needs to connect potentially. No.
Guess without Fire Spirits still on cooldown, they don't really feel like they have the power to be able to fight this Shadow Shaman, because every single hit against a Phoenix, he has no armor. Shadow Shaman hits like a beast. Now they've got the Fire Spirits coming up. Taiga's going to turn around. Shackle's thrown out immediately, throws the Fire Spirits onto Uragi, so Uragi's like, I can't help you, bro.
The creeps are going to die under tower. It would have been a waste of his time.
So this top lane going better than probably it should be.
Yeah, and it's also, I think it's also a lot of experience. Like, they have so much experience playing together. They have a lot of experience getting certain heroes into the lanes, like Phoenix. So I think they're mainly taking advantage of that. I think there's a way where the lane goes a lot worse for them top, in theory. Oh, I say that.
Oh, that big burst damage coming out from Taiga is just enough.
Okay. Vengeance.
Yeah, a little bit of vengeance. He does still manage to get the hard camp pull, which is going to feel bad.
And different from last game is we don't have 3 to 5 heroes running a mid lane. Look at this. We're gonna need a Root!
No! Couldn't get the blast out either.
To get better.
Yeah. Just better RNG.
That was better RNG, please. All right, we're gonna fight over this tombstone, maybe? No, we're not. Oh, double decay. Not what we wanted. We went for the balls.
It might be just be able to get the tombstone, and now TSM is here, but at the same time, Miracle is also rotated over. The Tornado leading things off. They managed to get the coil into Spear pushback that snapped it, but Chu trying to stay alive. He's going to be okay, it looks like. At the same time, Gyrocopter popped his stick and was able to fight back against the puck, so BZM couldn't actually finish off that kill.
So instead of mid collapses, both mids collapse on the side lane. Quite typical for both these heroes as well, is what they always look for.
Big difference between the TA versus Invoker, where one hero was a lot more stationary, and so NGX exploited that.
TA is never going to gank a side lane, and here both heroes have the potential, and both had the same idea at the same time, I think. I don't even think there was no reaction from either. It was just same idea, same time. Vulnerable lane, good lane to gank for both teams. And yeah, this new double bracer build, it's not quite often you see a hero, get to this potential this early in the game. Level 5 LC hitting for 91 and having almost 1.2k HP with the sticks. He's 1.2k HP. He is a beast right now. Right? You don't want to gank this guy ever, and I think you just want to shove the lane. The only way to kill him is if you get a lot of damage in, like a lot of harass. Miracle, a lot of stick charges and an urn. This is very typical from a lot of good players. If you look at how they end. Okay. Kuro gets caught out. Arena is used. Oh, and a banner is planted. I wanted to talk about this. This is good. This is a feels good. When you do things like this, you kind of boost the morale to your team. Like, one thing is taunting. Oh, GH, come on, that's so rude. That is so rude. Right in front of him, and Rasta was even there camping. That is so rude. Thief. No, but yeah, like you do these taunts, you do these battle cries, and one thing is, yeah, you might get a bit of mental damage, but more so you're boosting your team's morale as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm not sure if Kuro is going to receive any mental damage from that one. That man is nice and experienced, but it is nice to boost, a young team's confidence. And Amar has certainly shown a lot of personality inside of the game, far more than many players I've ever watched.
He's a man of energy.
Yeah.
And we're going for the Battlefield build. Oh, we got an Invoker TP top. Oh, this is very big. If Nigma can get it, then it's sad for the Troll. But Troll just manages to get out.
And they pulled the easy camp right at this time too.
Yes. And we see we see him on the ward now. This is a very big deal. So we see the Pock, he's going to start pressuring mid. We know that one hero has to rotate mid. We're going to see the Gyro mid, and now you see what's going on bottom. We already had the Troll TP there, and he's going to start hitting this tower with Fervor. And there's not going to be an Invoker that can connect. Gyro can connect, LC can connect. I'm very curious if that's what's going to happen. For now, LC is just going to be hitting top, and Miracle keeps hunting, but we smell it. We're smelling it. So this is a part of Dota, and this is what also separates a lot of the lower to medium to good players from each other. It is how you use information that you have, and how then you can play against Fog of War. A lot of people could have assumed, well, Invoker showed up, he's not here anymore. Okay, he must be mid. No, he must not. He can be anywhere. He can still be looking for me top, and this is why Taiga doesn't get caught out. Yeah, so they get a bit of mid tower damage, but we secured the bottom tower. I wonder how top is looking. Half HP. We might get a go here because of all this running around. Look at this, we're looking at this.
Running back in.
See, he's tanking the tower.
Stacks, Jesus.
While they're going for the...
Yeah, here comes the TP coming in, and Taiga's going to lead things off for Amar to be able to follow it off, and he can go ahead and spear him straight to that tower he was trying to chip away, and that's a big difference where OG committed to be able to take that safe lane tower. Nigma, in a way, got a little greedy.
In a way, but at the same time, it is such a natural response, and the reason why I really think it's nice is because of that dynamic that we just saw, how every hero rotated on the map. They kept track of each other's TPs, and then one hero decided, I want to keep pressuring more, and he slightly overstepped. Oh!
Nice Tornado EMP, the cold snap burns him a little bit more. They need this damage, they need the urn charges, but they're just not going to be able to get it. Oh, dear.
Oh well.
Burned out.
GH doing it again. I want to give GH so much props because I think this guy is one of the best positions for us in the world. And if anyone had to pull out the Phoenix for this patch, I would say I would have guessed it would be him.
Yeah.
I would have guessed that he was going to have a performance, and so far he's done everything right in my opinion.
LTW shows back up to the top lane. It looks like they were hoping to be able to get a duel onto Amar, but he quickly spears them back.
No vengeance.
Oh, nice coil. Setting up, Taiga running in, throwing out the disables, immediately managed to get the Hex onto GH, but GH pops the Supernova. They're going to focus down the egg nice and quick, and they do not have the Tornado to stop that. And Kuro actually running in to try and run sort of disruption for GH, beats away his life as well.
Oh my god, this is bringing me back to my games versus Nigma 2. There's so much constant brawling, there's so many heroes going in each other's face, and it makes for a great game to watch. It makes for so much fun. Like, people are only running around to catch each other. They're not running around to, like, necessarily dodge each other. No, they're always... Look at this!
Oh, the relocate coming. They've got the arena. Amar making sure he lands the spear, but the relocate got canceled.
How did it get canceled?
I think he got tornadoed.
Oh my god, dude. All these small plays, man. Oh, and Amar tanks the tip.
Mind control. Ready to respond in turn to Amar. So, yeah, we're going to watch it here. This, I think, was...
Very good spell casting by Rasta. Very cool. Like, not easy to react as Phoenix when you get Hess like that. I think the egg is just a natural response. Invoker has to back off. The Shackle is there on the Undying. There's nothing Miracle can do. Troll is even mid. Just in case somebody else showed up. And yeah, we're going for a different build on Mars this game. It also goes to show like the confidence on a hero when you go different builds. Oh, we got the coil! Backstrange coil!
Immediately snaps it.
Spear!
Spear, follow up. Miracle is going to be here. EMP burnout. He's going to chase away these heroes, make sure mind control is going to be safe.
Oh, that EMP hurts. Yeah.
Now, one thing we haven't talked about is that Nigma Galaxy did manage to clear out their triangle stack. So it is going to be kind of a different situation where last time you guys had the TA and you were holding that. ILTW has been freely farming this.
And here you see the skill build. This is also what he used to do when Gyro just had his change a couple months ago.
Yeah.
Full on stats. He got three of the 2 attributes. Flat cannon range talent, skipping the barrage.
Are you a fan of this? I feel like this is one of the more polarizing.
I've had many discussions.
Yeah.
Most people tend to say that no, this is never worth it. But then again, I can't argue with a good player when he wins a lot of games and he shows the world. This might turn bad for OG. Let's see. Nope, they're not seeing the opening. Nigma.
Yeah.
They needed different heroes here for this to work.
Yeah.
Almost Vessel finish. Also going to be a very big deal once he gets the Vessel on Invoker. He bought the casual Gloves of Haste. I don't know, he might... No, he didn't. Oh, excuse me, I thought he had it. Yeah, so he's going to rush the Vessel, and once he gets that, very big deal for killing overall, and for negating what Io wants to do. Yeah, he's the charge first. Right. And what we see right now is the Gyro having a really good game, but also the Troll having an equally good game. And I think this is better for OG right now. Miracle's been a bit stunted. The Phoenix hasn't gotten the egg fights that he wants. How you always want Phoenix to happen is you get egg, you have somebody who says, come fight, and they're not getting it. It's a lot to do with this dynamic that we've been seeing where people are running around, pressuring different lanes. We're gonna get the DD here, okay. And nothing is going on, like both Undying and Phoenix are begging, and Gyro's not really making it happen. Miracle's trying, and LC doesn't have either the tools yet. I think LC's gonna go for a dagger rush this game, if I had to guess, because he has the heroes for it. Yeah. He went for 2 braces, Soul Ring.
Oh, this is such a massive pickup! He wants to be able to get the Blink Dagger, but he's going to be denied, just 100 gold shy of getting it. OG bring everybody up here. Mind control, totally unfazed.
Unfazed. But Enigma, like both teams are, I think, are really feeling good. I gotta say, I'm quite surprised to see this play also from OG against a team like this, that they're actually staying cool, staying calm, staying collected. Because Nigma are playing super fast. Coil mid,
nice to coil, but at the same time, all of NGX is going to be here. A deep tombstone going to be thrown down, and it looks like Nigma, they just kind of cover their tracks as they back away.
Well, you see, this is what I mean. Nigma has no chill, dude. They're mid right away, even though their LC just died, and they're like, they're making a play, and OG, like, not many teams are gonna be able to keep up. Like even me, even us, like this team, they destroyed us so hard before TI8 that it changed us forever. Like, it made us a different team. It made us play, it made us better and made us get on their level, kind of. And I gotta give credit. I gotta give credit where credit's due. They are, for me, they're always gonna be the fastest team in the world. The only one who could compete are the ones who learn from them.
I still remember the True Sight That moment where Kuro talks about you guys and said, "Remember, guys, they're just going to run at us." So he makes the monkeys reference, and then you're doing.
Oh man!
And so was that something that you guys got run over by Nigma in the past? And then did you like?
I've said it before. It's like some of the craziest games I've ever been played in Dota have been the scrims between OG and Nigma, and I wish we could get the replays and cast them, even cast them together, because holy smokes, it's like the amount of brawling, the amount of kills, the amount of this has been some of the highest level Dota I've ever played in my life. Has been the scrims versus these guys, and this is also what we're seeing right now. This is what good Dota looks like.
It sounds like an iron sharpens iron sort of
situation. For sure. I mean, that's how Dota works, and how a lot of strategy games work. People push each other up, because at the end of the day, somebody's got to win, and everybody wants to win, Is this ward in range? Because this ward is really smart by us if it's not in range. Oof. This is really good. This gives us so much info. They have to blink.
Oh! He silenced right as the blink came in.
Amar's looking.
Oh no!
Is he gonna get a good arena speed?
He's gonna be able to go for it. Gyrocopter into the spear. Immediately gonna be saved by the Legion Commander. He's still shackled up though. They throw up a duel onto the Mars, but a tornado happened at the same time. A little bit of disenergy, but they have the Gyrocopter to cover that damage, and they can't deal with the Tombstone. OG on full retreat, but they are getting pounced on by Nigma. 1, 2, 3. Out of 4th in with the Sunstrike. Oh, he hops away just barely in time, but no, denied by mind control. And let's go ahead and just make sure Uragi can't get out of here either. He might be able to get the kill on a Kuro. He's gonna be bailed out a little bit by mind control. Eventually does have the damage, but Uragi ultimately 1 versus 5.
Get the kill first.
Oh, he gets it. A double kill for him, but still a team wipe for Nigma Galaxy.
Oh wow, and there we see the power, and we're gonna see it on the replay. The amount of spells that get thrown out, and how Mars's spells are great, but we're stunning the gyro, and there's no effect then, kind of, on the flak and whatever, but the Phoenix on dying are basically carrying the whole fight, together with the Invoker, of course. Like, I don't even know who deals the most damage. I'm pretty sure it's Phoenix, and then Invoker, and then Undying, but the impact that these heroes have in teamfights just outdoes anything that we can kind of bring. Even though Puck and an Arcane Rune, we needed a lot more spells, we needed the silences to happen on the right heroes, we need the egg not to go out, and probably, I mean, the gyro, he just got BKB on the Courier as well, which I think changed a little bit the fight too, because we end up going on him, and we're going to see the Courier come here.
Press the attack comes through, but he gets shackled.
And here comes the BKB, just scrolling on by.
Yeah.
La la la.
Yeah, the Puck ran in and went for the double nukes, but
it could have been a very good fight for OG.
But it's Nigma Galaxy, so you know they're going to keep on looking for kills, and they're going to be able to get a dual win for mind control. As we hop back
right
from
back
that
at
replay.
it. Yeah. And we see Gyro getting really big. The troll is keeping up, and of course the matchup can be troll favored, but not when you're this buffed up with Alacrity and LC press the attack like. And what also Igor is building, like you see his items. He's gonna go for the Crystallis into Ags, into Satanic, into probably Daedalus, and with the Talent build, and now he's gonna have an Aegis. The core matchup is turning. We're not gonna have a comfortable way of dealing with the Gyro in the fights, other than the Mars, and this Gyro might just deal with our troll.
How does the back and forth between those two heroes specifically work? Because they are even in net worth right now. What are the different timings for these two?
Well, so obviously Troll just has better carry.
Nice pickup. See if they can get the dual damage. Mars pretty tanky, so it looks like they won't manage to pick it, but obviously he's dead.
Nigma, they have no chill.
No.
We ping the ward thinking that they have vision, but no, they are just confident.
Oh, look at that.
They're hungry, and right away we're going bottom. We're gonna see this guy on the ward with the sentry. We have the ward sentry, we're gonna be TPing out. They're still in our triangle with a couple of heroes. They didn't all leave.
It's a nice setup. When they go hunting, but also make sure to clear out that triangle.
Yeah, and now they TP top, get more farm. So what I was going to say was Troll, obviously better carry hero, better carry abilities. Gyro has a flak ability, which is great for team fights and great to kill support. So if you do get big enough, yeah, you will wipe 2-3 heroes and make the fight really simple for your team. But if you meet the Troll and Troll gets on top of you, I mean, he can buy a basher, he can root you, he will hit faster than you. Items work better on him. But like I said, this game is not as cookie cutter as that, because he has pressed the attack, he has alacrity, and that changes a lot. Miracle falling a bit behind. I think Puck also is a pretty special hero, kind of like Gyro. You can pop a couple of heroes for the team, or make the fights really annoying. We're going for a Linken's. He wants to be able to go into these fights. There's only one way to break the Linken's, other than Gyro Rocket and LC Duel. It's going to be Cold Snap. So you need to cold snap into duel, and if he gets this Linkens, he's probably going to feel very free to be messing with the Undying. Excuse me, they also have Soul Rip. But yeah, he's going to feel very free to mess with the Undying, mess with the Phoenix, and this will give us an opening to create that Troll versus Gyro scenario.
Seems like with the Aegis, OG, a little bit scared to fight.
We might have a problem here. If he goes high ground, they might force us to fight them.
Yeah.
We're going to get a tier 2 trade if they let us have it. Nope, they're going tier 3, and we're not going to have Glyph, and this is typical Nigma. This is very
Force
good
you to
Dota.
react. Yeah, just constantly.
Yeah, well, also, the game could end here. The game could end. They're setting it up, they're committing.
Do you think they'll actually keep committing as OG starts showing heroes?
Of course. The more heroes we show, the more we're going to go for this. The more they're going to go for this. So we're going to get back. They're going to get the tower. Oh, Rasta Wars versus Tombstone. We see how fast it kills it. There's a Soul Rip, but...
Soul Rip helps out a little bit. My LTW could have dealt with the
but
wards.
they're keeping it alive, and nobody's really dealing with the Gyro here, helping the Rasta Wars kill the Tombstone. Tombstone's going to run out very soon. Let's see. He might actually go for the melee rack. No. Well, very big win for Nigma. Very big win. Very well played. What can I say? These guys won TI.
Yeah, they did. And a question of what kind of form they were going to be in for this tournament, but they showed up looking hot.
Yeah, very hot. Like Nigma had definitely got a breath of fresh wind when they got into this LAN event. There's smoke from us.
They're going to start running down mid. But Nigma Galaxy are still relatively grouped up.
That's to deal with the silence and potentially deal with the troll.
Kuro putting himself out there. ILTW still has the Aegis for another minute and a half.
Look at that! Look at that!
Man! Fishing for information.
Oof, not good. We thought that their ward their sentry was somewhere else.
Yeah.
Okay.
It looks like Nigma, they're like, okay.
Yeah. They probably are going to wait for next round of items, I imagine, or a smoke to come up. I think it's also good Dota to be like, okay, guys, let's not give them the play. And here we go. They're setting it up for themselves.
Yeah, they still have one more minute for the Aegis. Surely you want to use it, right? Amar, nice positioning.
Very nice. Very good smoke pop. I don't know if he was planning for it. I think he was.
Yeah, it seemed like, especially with the lane ward, right?
Yes. Yeah. Very good use of your vision. And now, again, you use information that's been given to you. So we assume that they're going into the triangle. And if they don't, they can go bottom. And we just scan bottom to try and cover that angle. And here we get our confirmation where they were.
ILTW's like, okay, we'll just commit for this tier 2 mid. OG is going to try and split push a little bit, continuing this bottom lane push where Yuragi is still managing to keep pace with this gyrocopter.
But we need a few more items. Money doesn't mean anything in Dota.
Yeah.
Money only translates into items, and items mean something in Dota. And we're going to have a BKB coming up on LC, and we're going to have a Sanj Yasha coming up on Troll. I think Troll really wants 2 more items, but you know, Nigma's not going to just give it to us.
Hey, look at that. He's queuing up that blade mail.
There we go. It's not just me and my special mind. No, Mars with me. It's something I've seen very few times versus Duza and Gyro be done in pubs. And if you have this mega beefy Gyro, and he does hit that flag button, and he doesn't pay attention to it, he dies so fast. It's, you know, and he'll probably learn from the first time, but it just makes it very hard to play. It can make it very hard to play. Then he can only play with BKB, and he doesn't want to fight with BKB necessarily, just for every flag. But yeah, he does have it. So
OG once
Holy
again
Locket also on Undying. Very big deal. It changes a lot when you have these type of heroes with burst heals, and they have the 20 stacks, like, and now you have a hero like Gyrocopter that we really want to go up.
Positioning himself to be able to break the smoke, and he is going to be the first one to die in this situation. ILTW kind of running in there, but he can just quickly run back out.
Very good kill, but only would have been great if we could have turned it into a fight or into more. He does have buyback on Undying, so it's never safe. I see Tommy, Taiga, he bought Shard on Rasta. What does he have? So he's doing what DJ did. He bought the Shard as well without buying the Blink. And they're looking for the cold snap duel. You see it? Miracle setting it up for him.
Yeah.
The Link is on puck.
Okay. Mind Control needs to get a little bit closer. He jumps forward now. They go for the Shadow Shaman instead. A quick, fast kill that Mind Control should be able to get out. No problem. Okay, the coil. Can they actually save him? GH, hovering around the side. Nice Yule Scepter on the troll into an immediate egg. And I think with the tornado coming in, yeah, that's going to be an egg that successfully explodes right on top of the troll. Amar comes in, hits the arena. BZF going in. Yuragi pops his ultimate and starts tearing through these heroes. Oh, it's only going to be ILTW who can maybe get away thanks to his BKB. He's out.
Holy smokes, I had no idea the fight was going to go for OG there. I looked so bad.
It did. A successful egg explosion.
They saw something. I wonder who made the call. That was insane. Insane, I say.
Amar, he just jumped in and Yuragi followed him through. All right, that's going to be a mid tower that goes down. OG feeling good about themselves now.
Yep.
But Nigma Galaxy, they still, you know.
I'll just make this public right now. I've never heard anyone have as many mic issues as Amar. And no mic issues like now I think they have a technical pause, but because the team has been dealing with it. They actually just have accepted that Amar is a big mic breather. Massive mic breather.
Ah, yes, I know a couple of those where it's just every single time he breathes out, you hear the...
And when I was sitting on their Discord for the first time, I was like, what is going on here? What is going on? Like, because I have had my team also, you know, not on purpose, have like the sensitivity turned down to low, and I'm like, I am not continuing for one more second.
No, I can't handle that.
And here we have the fight, because I need to see this.
Yes.
I don't even understand. So Amar probably makes the call. They cannot fight. We're going in. And the troll just clicks ulti, and everything goes so fast. Like, the damage is so intense. I was expecting us to run away.
Yeah.
I was expecting this fight to be terrible. You know, the egg goes off, the tombstone is down, but it didn't matter. The BKBs and the overcharge on the troll and the Mars Arena. Yeah, I had the wrong read on that fight. And luckily for OG, they had the... Which is also me. we had the right fight. We had the right read.
Blade Mail now finished up for the Mars.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we're going to see that.
Now we're going to see it potentially. I really want to see it. Like, if people can go right now, they have the time to demo mode, because it is so surprising. Like, it also depends on the amount of targets, because Flak is infinite, right?
Yeah.
So if you actually played Undying Mars versus Gyro, you get the 2 rounds of zombies and you click that bulwark with Blade Mail, you're tanking like 40 hits that goes back to you like this, you know? It's like a one-shot.
Yeah, it's just a much better version. I've seen some people try it against Dusa, not nearly as good as Gyrocopter.
Yeah. Now, Gyro is the one. Gyro is definitely the one you want to try it against. And even with Satanic, it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think it works with the Satanic, because the lifesteal works on the damage that you're dealing, and you're dealing no damage to the Mars, but you're taking the full damage yourself. So Dota mechanics, everybody. This is why you play for 10 years and I'm not even sure I'm right, you know?
So it looks like between these two damage
Look at this. This is he's only feeling confident doing this because of it. Oh, he had to TP out because the rocket was on him and they're hunting. But he's only feeling like he can do this because of the Lincolns. And normally Pox, they will potentially go for the travels first.
Yeah.
But again, like, when you're played so much Dota and you get so good at the game, you make these choices of items that are uncommon and correct. So yeah, Dota is a game of feeling. And Roche is going to be up in 10 seconds.
Oh, look at this.
This is insanely crucial, and there's going to be a DD for the Gyro, which can backfire. Don't forget. He will have BKB, and if he gets it off at the right time... Oh, no!
Double damage and an Arcane Rune! OG did see that.
No, they didn't see it yet.
But look at it,
Don't scout. No.
They immediately 5-man smoked up. They're going to see the Roche on it.
They're going to want to go. They want to go with the DD right now, because it dies really fast. With the Alacrity and the... I mean, you don't need press the attack. You probably want to hold it, but just the Alacrity, this Roche is going to go down in 10 seconds. So we are not gonna, we're not gonna contest.
Okay, you just gave it up.
Potentially we wanted to poke, but yeah.
Do you feel like that's a wise choice? They just accept, okay, DD Gyrocopter, we don't want to mess with that?
Potentially. So I don't want to say that I necessarily have the right read on the game. I'm just gonna assume that they have a read on the game. That Gyro, we have a solution we can actually ignore. Supports will be safe with the arena. I'll have the bulwark. It doesn't matter if he gets fat. Just get the next fight the same. We get a 2 or 3 man arena. If we can catch Invoker and Undying, or Invoker plus anyone in this arena, we'll deal with the Gyro after. You know, we'll hex him. We'll do whatever. He has 1 BKB, and after that we'll take care of it. But let's just kill the rest first. So he's eating the shard on the Gyrocopter. Yep. Okay. I'm wondering if this shard should have gone to someone else. Is there even a good shard? I don't even think there's a good shard though to have.
Yeah,
they changed the shard on LC. That definitely would have been the choice.
Yeah.
Flash going on cooldown.
It requires you to actually hit people as a 5 position.
Allows Sunray to be casting Supernova, but he already bought it. And 2 extra Chaos Meteors. I mean, arguably, Igor could have considered giving it to Miracle. or excuse me, ILTW could have considered giving it to Miracle, but I'm Gyro.
Now they're going to do the sweep through. They've got the Aegis.
Yep.
OG doesn't want to fight them, so let's go ahead and take the tier 1 and tier 2.
It's going to be a base fight, and I think something to note is how are Nigma going to set up this fight for themselves, and what is OG going to do to get ready for it?
Yeah, it sounds like the initiation. You were talking about how OG can win the fight through their kind of initiation, but equally, right? Nigma Galaxy, they get the right kind of duel, and Gyrocopter just charges in. The fight's over, right?
We have the Lincolns on Puck. We have a Troll who can stay in front and get saved by the IO. We have a lot of ways to take a high ground fight if Nigma are gonna push, and I would very much assume that Nigma are gonna not stop their push, you know? The only thing that's gonna stop them is if they feel like, okay, this is not realistic, this is not doable, or if we were hitting a tier 3 before them, but we're no way we can do that.
Yeah.
We are actually looking to be the aggressor here. I find that very mad. Okay, God bless. Don't do it. Don't do it.
They're having the Troll IO. Just doing the little split pushing thing. They can join in on this fight at any point in time.
Yeah. You see, Nigma, they're not that confident in the straight up push yet. They might go for it now with the Gyro in front. They might feel like it's still the right way to go about it. They will go here. I'm curious if you're going to spear him back. Is that the play?
He's hidden behind the tree right now. They're going to start off with a shackle. There goes the spear back into the tower. Where's the save from Nigma? They're going to let him be disabled there. They managed to get the duel. They actually threw it onto the Mars immediately with the egg over the top. Uragi immediately tries to go for the egg. Can he pop it in time? Easily. He managed to take that down, but at the same time with the trade off the Mars, 3 buybacks going in from OG. They want to be able to take this fight right now while they're running out of resources. ILTW caught inside of the arena. Is not going to be able to get out so easily. Hexed up again. Taiga looks to be able to finish him off, and they got him. Second round for the Gyrocopter.
We have a shackle. He should die here.
He should be dying here, as Mind Control won't be able to bail him out here immediately. They got the coil onto Legion Commander as well, so he is also going to be a secondary kill. Miracle gets out. Everybody else from Nigma
little
is going to
Weasley
be able to
Invoker
back
again.
away.
Every time this hero, he's so Weasley. But
Massive buybacks being used.
Massive buybacks.
Yeah.
So probably Nigma should be happy overall with the outcome, but I mean, not thrilled, of course. Like happiness would be, you know, winning the fight and taking the racks. And OG feeling like they don't want the same thing to happen, but the only reason it looked like this is also because of the Aegis fight, I want to say. And I don't think BZM expected to die. He ended up dying. Amar got dueled before his BKB. Also something that definitely changed the outcome of this fight. But you see the power of our OG's lineup. And it's...
Just be free.
I am free. I am free. This is my team. This is my boys. Of course, they're their own, but I am so happy to see whenever they get a single last hit, I just get joy.
Don't worry, I'm sure chat is fully cheering for
his team win
in this game. Yeah.
And yeah, so the puck ball back. He's buying E-Blade next. These buybacks also means it's very crucial that we don't die, especially on the wrong side of the map, especially with the wrong heroes or the amount of heroes. We can probably afford to lose one of them and still maybe save the racks or only lose one side. But 2 heroes die without buyback. If one fight goes bad right now, they're going to get 2 or 3 sides right away with the Gyrocopter. And the big thing that's going to be next is the Roche. Like, if no big kills happen, of course, if OG get kills, we could try and force the buybacks, but it also comes at a great risk. Whenever you try to force buybacks, you stick your neck out.
Yep.
Nigma, they're going to go for the catch at some point. They're going to go for a smoke. But if none of this happens, it's going to all be about Roche. And you see the Ancient camp taken care of. It's like normal Dota stuff, high-level Dota stuff. Back in the day, all these things probably wouldn't happen. But now people are sweeping them out before they get out. And
you mean they farmed the Ancient camp before they left the triangle, right?
Yeah. And it's very quick, efficient, and people are playing so much better than they were a couple years ago. Yeah. And in pubs, this is not a concept either.
So ILTW is looking to finish up his Butterfly, perhaps, before this Roshan fight, which will increase his survivability a lot against Troll, because I don't think he's even thinking about an MPB.
What's Troll buying? So Troll already has the Basher, which has completely turned the matchup now. Like, even with the BKB, even with the saves, you cannot let this Troll hit you. You cannot let this Troll get next to you. And you also saw how GH was using the Euls on the Troll. Is one of the biggest Troll counters, but, you know, you have the BKB that you can play with, like BKB ulti, but Euls is always going to be an Ursa, a Troll, like these type of heroes that need to get on top of heroes and stick on top of heroes. No way, Nigma are going for it.
Do you feel like with the Butterfly, it switches the other way? Yeah, they're going for it.
Yeah,
they're
I
like,
think
I've got my Butterfly.
It is the Butterfly timing that they're just pressuring, and we are not ready for it.
You've got a Basher, but you're not going to hit me very often.
Yeah, we're not ready for it. So there's going to be a smoke.
Oh, Miracle. He's in a position to be able to break some of these smokes as long as he doesn't get caught by Amar. Amar just blinks in, straight up, goes in, does manage to catch Kuro here. Kuro immediately saved by the press the attack and should be able to get some spells off. No silence up, and he does immediately die. Miracle at the same time. Struck inside of the trap here. Here comes Yuragi. He starts focusing down some heroes. He's going to be able to go for Legion Commander first. Minecraft actually walks away, and ILTW bashed up once. Can they get a second one? Saved up by the tornado. They create a little space, but now Yuragi, E-Blade actually, he managed to go after himself. Now the troll wasn't able to focus on the gyrocopter like he wanted to. Push back in. Miracle dies immediately, buys back. Nigma, they smell blood in the water. They know this is an opportunity. They don't have buybacks on so many of the heroes. All they have to do is force a buyback on the troll right now, and Nigma Galaxy could be very happy.
A super duel by MC. That was an insane duel. Like keeping your cool in the fight and getting the duel on the troll, and then on top of the tornado, like they did not let the troll heal up with the ulti. This is going to be very crucial. Like, if is troll going to buy back here? I think he has.
Again, to throw it in, press the attack, wakes up by LTW, turns around, just starts blowing up Amar. The blade mail will not save you, sir. Yuragi, he buys back, but now he's in trouble. He TP's in. That could just be an immediate death, but not back in. No. Nigma Galaxy are taking this one 2-0.
GG.
GG. They are just too damn good.
Yeah, no hesitation. Wow.
That was sick. The fact that you, in your veteran experience, was surprised by Nigma's aggression. They picked up that butterfly and they said, we're strong enough to just do this right here, right now. That is so cool by Nigma.
Confidence is confidence.
Yeah.
I mean, OG, young team, things to learn. Nigma, definitely the more experienced team overall. And I also want to give a huge shout out to LTW. That was an incredible performance, an incredible call. I know that he often has looked up to teams who make those ballsy plays, and here you have it, the gyrocopter in front and killing the troll, and wow, I mean, amazing. Phoenix, Gyro, old meta is new meta.
I have to say, I know I said this during the group stage, but I think it feels so good to be able to see Nigma back into form like this and winning on the stage. It was sad to be able to miss them at TI, but it seems like this year they're coming at it by storm immediately.
I always got to give huge props to people who manage to keep the motivation and keep the drive for this long. And I mean, Dota is not the same without Nigma. It never will be. It never has been. What a game! What a game! Gonna have to decrease some salary from someone.
Yeah, who's on the chopping block right now? It seems like all the love and friendship goes out the building as soon as No-Tail gets in the position of being CEO and looking to cut people. No, of course not. This is a young team that still, showcased that they could stand up to Nigma in this last game, but ultimately a 2-0. Nigma proved to be the superior team here today and will be moving on to the upper bracket finals already. They've just been creaming their way through everybody. Nigma Galaxy looking very, very strong. OG going to drop down to the lower bracket. And, well, how do you think they'll fare there?
So I'm quite happy with the performance that OG had. I don't think this matchup was going to be easy at all. And the fact that there was so much of a fight from both sides. This is a learning experience. This is a new team. This is a chance to get better, and that's all I hope for. So these were, just watching it, I got better. Sure. They were playing it. So if they take something from this, that's a win. That's a win in my book. That should be a win in their book. And getting experience versus these veteran players, when I came to Dota and I was playing against Kura and Puppy, it was not easy and it was not fun. So I've been there, I've been there. It's a different Dota. It's so much faster.
All right, well, few tissues for you to wipe away some of those tears as we'll go ahead and head back to the panel. Check out that 2-0 for Nigma.
So I asked my panel, what needs to happen for OG to force this to a third game? And the answer was minute 20, net worth should be at least a little bit even. And it was. It was even. Actually, OG was ahead even 2 minutes before GG called. Because I don't know how that happened. If I was just tuning in, only looking at the score fogged, I would have seen the kills fairly even. I would have seen the net worth fairly even. But then this game, it felt anything but even.
Yep, they just knew exactly how to buff up ILTW for him to just be that beast. Because you saw the net worth differential too. It was gyrocopter, 3 OG heroes, Miracle maybe, and then the Legion Commander right behind. Miracle was very poor because he was playing Ghost Walk the whole time, but they understood that it was all about the gyrocopter. Buffing him up with both the press the attack, with the alacrity again that they've done so often, and just understood how to take these huge fights around their ults. It was really impressive.
Seems like this is their meta for this tournament, just buff LTW.
Yep.
Like with all you have,
Yeah.
alacrities, auras, like Legion Commander, but like all of you have, just put in LTW and it works. I also think that the second Russian was actually crucial for them because if they contested it, I mean, at least if they put it a fight, at least, then the game would have been like much different. And because of that, they took edges. They went to the high ground on bottom lane, and they had to use 4 buybacks to defend that high ground. And after that, the game became really hard for the OG side.
They definitely enabled LTW in this one. You know, with the stacks being made 10 minutes in, they were farming with the tombstone. That also helps him out, and he got so much gold out of it. But we also got to give credit, you know, to OG Yuragi. He was keeping up with the gyro with all these stacks. They were like toe to toe. But great performance from Nigma. Like Nigma on a LAN, different beast.
It is crazy to think that this team performs this way on LAN, and it's like it is a different beast, but a different beast and then some.
And it's in this, like we were talking a lot about their early game and the early game aggression, but it's also just the way that they make calls. Like that last call, I feel like 90%, not even like 90%, probably like, let's give like 75% of teams, maybe less than that, would have been too afraid to just be like, okay, they did use all their buybacks. We just did get Butterfly on our gyrocopter, but do we actually want to emphasize just pushing the issue and trying to end here? I feel like a lot of teams would just be like, okay, let's actually like back up. Okay, now they have buybacks available again. Third Roshan comes up. Could see a totally different game. Yeah. They knew their timing. He's like, I have Butterfly. I am by far the strongest. They don't have any BK. They don't have like MKB. They have no evasion, piercing, and boom.
Seeing them play like this makes me think, you know, maybe it wasn't the Nigma problem. It was the lack of LAN problem.
Yeah, that definitely could be it. And I know that there's someone on stage that would agree with me. We are talking to Kuro with Kyle on stage.
Yeah. Oh, we're live. Now it's the official part of the interview. Hey, everybody, here with Kuro. Big win over OG. You now move on to the winner bracket finals. First off, I mean, how does it feel finally getting back on LAN?
We are all very happy. This is real games for us that we can play here. It's the real Dota. I think it looks much better for the viewers too. The games are very exciting. Just glad to, you know, play this competition properly for once again.
Yeah, I understand. I was wondering, did you know that you, the four-tuple of GH, you, Miracle, Mind Control, you have the most games on LAN of any team in history. Does that give you a power-up?
I mean, we're like an old team, so it goes hand in hand, right? I mean, we enjoy playing LAN. Like online games, it's just not real games. Like it's too many problems, ping. Sometimes people do weird things, you know, you have a 6 coach in the booth, whatever. So this is just a real competition for all of us, and yeah.
Got you. Wondering, patch change-wise, we noticed there was that big team fight in middle, Phoenix Shard, 16 minutes into the game. Does that play a role in how you guys game plan and strategize, this change from 20 to 15?
Yeah, for sure. I think everyone is enjoying the shard change. It's very fun. There's a lot of new things you can exploit. And there's a lot of undiscovered strategies regarding that. So it's a part of our tactics, yeah.
Got you. And then also, you gave Miracle Invoker twice. Is it back? Is it just because he's the best in the world, or is it something that works with LTW?
Oh, it was never gone, his Invoker. You know, I think it's the best Invoker in the world. There's some other powerful Invoker players. But we have a lot of good strategies with Invoker, basically. So if they give it to us, sure.
Okay, cool. And then I guess final question. Any words to the fans or maybe No-Tail who just got a front row seat watching you guys 2 OG?
For the fans, thank you for watching, like always, and hope you enjoyed the show. And for Johan, sorry, dude, man. If you want to beat me, you have to come into the game.
Strong words, Kuro. Thank you very much. We're going to throw it right back to the panel.
Strong words indeed. Thank you very much, Kuro with Kyle there. And I mean, I want to talk about a little bit more about the game we just watched, the second game, especially when hearing from Kuro that 15-minute timer of the shard, this Phoenix. I mean, we know Fogged. GH is a great Phoenix player. It's one of his heroes, right? This feels like there's too many heroes that I'm starting to look at for Nigma Galaxy. It's like, oh, probably should ban that. Probably should ban that as well. Probably should ban that Phoenix.
Yeah. Well, it's just like Dota's just becoming. It's crazy to say this. It's just becoming more and more complicated. It feels like because now there's another thing you got to check on. It's like okay, 16-minute fight. Did we click on Phoenix? No, no one clicked on him. Does he have? Okay, he had shard grab because they saw him use the Sunray.
Yeah.
So then they maybe thought him or waited till the Sunray ended. He tries to go. Boom, Sunray comes out too. So there's too many varieties. I feel like in Dota. I don't think you can always just like pick and choose. Like this hero's too strong. We ban it. This player's too good with this. They're always gonna have a substitute.
Eventually, there's gonna be something that's done against it. But Lacoste, this game, I mean, was it just Invoker? What was the main factor you feel that Nigma Galaxy could play the way they did?
They're just very solid as a unit. Their drafts were on point, and the way they execute what they got in this tournament has really been top tier. Like the movement around the map, all these small things, like the way they move, how fast they move around the map with the TP scrolls. I don't feel Nigma ever like brings an extra hero when it's not necessary. So someone's always farming.
Someone is
they
always
don't
farming, but they are also
yeah.
farming heroes, Rezo. I mean, it's a lot of fighting as well.
They do farm a lot of heroes, and it's just very nice to see that the game is speeding up once again. Like, and the team like Nigma Galaxy, like they have history that they're actually able to use so many heroes, and you can't really expect like them going to one strategies or like they only have this tiny invoker thing. They have many more, and you need to be ready for that as well. And I don't know, they're just like looking like a very solid team that ready to take over this tournament.
Yeah, and even if you are looking like, you know, we were talking about how like limited disables between the supports, sometimes it doesn't matter. They're not playing a game where they need to catch you. They're not playing a game where they need the stuns and setup. They're playing a game where they're just grouped up, and that's what they like to play. They like to play that straight up, come at us, we're going to fight you back. So, those interesting approaches.
And once again, just buff the LTW.
Buff the ILTW.
That's the thing of the game.
I mean, it is pretty crazy and fun that we can basically talk about any player on the side of Nigma Galaxy and make them the MVP of this game because everybody played top tier. Obviously, ILTW got buffed up, so he got helped a lot by his teammates, but he also was great in his split second decision making of when to fight, where to fight, and where to join the fight.
And this fight is pretty much crucial. Like his BKB gets delivered, the Sunray that you talked about, the Shard. It feels like they really got surprised by it, and it set up Nigma for a really good game. I also love the way OG played. We gotta give them credit as well, because they shut down Miracle in the early stages of the game. Like they read the movements around the map, how they're gonna move. He did not have a single earn charge for, I believe, 13 or 14 minutes.
Yeah. And how I'm going to rewatch this game probably after because we had camera watching all the other movements of, you know, Nigma Galaxy making plays, but how the hell did Yuragi keep up with a Gyro who had like a 5x ancient stack, a 3x, like it's impressive that he was able to do that. He had his Battle Fury, but the Gyro had an Undying with a Tombstone enabling him, so it's like...
He also had an Eye to enable him, right?
He did.
It's true.
But this fight, I feel like this fight, I thought, okay, we're gonna get a game 3.
Yeah.
At this point, I thought so too, actually.
Yeah, it's like, okay, there's...
I mean, also once
online?
again, the second Russian, like the way that OG didn't actually manage to even fight for that rush, and this is like what happened after that. Just managed to go like with a huge timing on Gyrocorp. Like you see this 21,000 net worth, but in reality, with all of these buffs, it's like 30,000 right now.
Yeah.
Yep. The amount of heals coming out on him is just insane. Like this is how they've been playing so far, and feels like that's gonna be how they're gonna play for the rest of the tournament.
Yep.
Yeah. How do you address it? I mean, we heard it from our commentary team. Nigma have no chill. How are you going to force them to give you time, give you space? Because this is a team that, when they went high ground right here in this fight, they were not ahead in net worth, not ahead in kills. It was their timing. How are you gonna make them think, even if it's not entirely true, how are you gonna make them think that they can't do that?
I mean, you can make the game easier for yourself when you ban in Walker first.
I mean, that's step one, probably.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Yeah, and then I think they have too much for this tournament. Like, they have too much ready and they have too much ideas they want to try out. And
I can't believe Microtroll lives here, by the way.
Yeah, it was the egg pops, right?
Yeah.
It was just, little things, of course.
Yeah, to me, like it felt shaky that he dueled the troll, actually what he wanted, but in reality, he just like made time for his team to, you know, survive the troll.
I have one question and something like, did we see that? Okay, so where was the vessel? Because generally we have so much heal the cost. You buy a vessel and it's like, oh.
It's a tough one. These two heroes like don't buy vessel. Shaman, he wants to have the cast range. Io also wants to have different items. Like you also have an offlaner that does not want to buy it. Maybe Puck could have gotten it, but you also have like the spell mechanic from Legion Commander, so it's tough.
Exactly. I was going to say, I don't think they had a natural Spirit Vessel carry, and there's a BKB, there's Satanic, and there's a Press the Attack, so that Spirit Vessel is like never really going to be on the target that you want to go on.
I like the Topson build on Puck actually that he used to do, like 2 nulls with a Vessel before and then 2 E-Blade.
Yes.
And it might have been good this game, but they had a Legion, so it just cancels the whole idea of having a Vessel on your team.
Yeah, because it would have been a answer, right? They could have slowed them down maybe a little bit. Like Mind Control would have died from that duel if there was a vessel on him at that time. I mean, it's little things.
They did some interesting stuff, though. I know I saw the blade mail on the Mars. That was something interesting that I've seen people theory craft before. It's like you see Gyro pop flak, you put your bulwark up, you pop the blade mail, you absorb all the hits, and you try to like burst him back or something. It didn't work, but they tried something.
They did.
Yeah, I think there was just too many solutions for the other options.
Too many solutions indeed, and a clean 2-0 in favor of Nigma Galaxy. They'll move forward to the upper bracket finals. They need an opponent. Of course, it's not the end of the road for OG, and we actually will see them play again today. OG will play versus Team Secret. No, versus Team Spirit. The whole week I've been doing it. Versus Team Spirit later today. But first we're going to have another upper bracket series, and it's going to be Tundra versus Boom. And that will have actually a set start time. We'll be back after a bit of a break. Make sure you tune back in, of course, because more Dota coming your way here from Gamers Galaxy.
A country of dreamers, built for dreamers. If there's one place that deserves this title, it is the United Arab Emirates. There's no other country that has built so much on a foundation of dreams. No other place that has achieved the impossible time and again just because someone dreamt it. Here, dreams have built the fastest, the largest, and the tallest. Here, dreams continue to move humanity forward. Dreams were what turned a desert into one of the world's finest countries. We even dreamt of visiting another planet, and hey, we made it come true. For nearly 50 years, the UAE has been powered by vivid imaginations. And today, as we look to the next 50, we're looking for more dream power. We're looking for those who believe dreams can make our planet a better place. Welcome to the United Arab Emirates.
and never slow. Step up, no doubt. Go bigger. All go and never slow. All go and never slow. Got it going on. All go and never slow. Got it going on. All go and never slow. Got it going on. All go and never slow. Got it going on. Got it going on. Got it going on.
A country of dreamers, built for dreamers. If there's one place that deserves this title, it is the United Arab Emirates. There's no other country that has built so much on a foundation of dreams. No other place that has achieved the impossible time and again just because someone dreamt it. Here, dreams have built the fastest, the largest, and the tallest. Here, dreams continue to move humanity forward. Dreams were what turned a desert into one of the world's finest countries. We even dreamt of visiting another planet, and hey, we made it come true. For nearly 50 years, the UAE has been powered by vivid imaginations. And today, as we look to the next 50, we're looking for more dream power. We're looking for those who believe dreams can make our planet a better place. Welcome to the United Arab Emirates.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Gamers Galaxy Dota2 Invitational Series live here in Dubai. I know you've been waiting, so we won't waste too much of your time. Winners semifinal match 2 coming up in just a moment. Boom Esports, Tundra Esports. We're going to get our first team on stage right now. Let's see Boom.
Welcome on stage, Boom Esports.
Their opponents, Tundra Esports.
Welcome on stage, Tundra Esports.
very much, teams. Shake hands, get prepared, get to your booths. The second winner semifinal upcoming now. The winner goes on to face Team Nigma in the winners finals, but who will it be? The undisputed best team in Southeast Asia or Tundra Esports, the Kings of the North? Let's talk to our panel.
Thank you very much, Kyle. Kings of the North, I'm not sure about that. I'm looking at their roster. I don't think anybody's from the North on the Dota2 Tundra, but we'll let that slide for now. We got a best of 3 ahead of us. Of course, we already have had one best of 3 with some thrilling games where Nigma was very dominant against OG. We're going to take a little bit of a different pace, I would imagine, to the games we're about to watch. I'm joined by a wonderful panel of No-Till, Effie, and Fogg. And Fogg, these two teams, they have played some different styles of Dota.
Yeah. Like completely different hero picks, actually, from what I was looking at. Lots of different variety. And the one thing I did notice is that these two teams do have the fastest games of the tournament. 17:45 second on one, 22-minute on the other one, and it is versus some, big caliber teams. I mean, OG was the ones that got smashed by Boom, I believe it was. So I'm really looking forward to this match because I think everybody's kind of looking at Boom as the ones to beat right now. And Tundra, of course, they did just switch things around a bit, but they look good.
And I'm really glad Fogg brought that up because if you're going to talk about fast teams, they have almost a very similar playstyle. They try to win their lanes, but then they play for a very oppressive early mid game. And in the DPC, Tundra was playing second to Team Tickles in terms of quickness, but Boom were the undisputed fastest team in SEA. So I'm really interested to see how these two are going to match up versus each other.
Yeah, of course we had Tundra. They started the day, the first day of group stages, with a 3-0. They looked very dominant. Then we had one game yesterday where they were seemingly figured out by Team Nigma. And now they're playing after loss, so they hopefully learned a lot from Team Nigma. What do you expect from them today?
That's a good question. I think we're going to expect a lot of early game aggression, like we've seen also today. It's LAN game, LAN Dota always comes with more fighting, always comes with more caution. You don't want to throw away a fight over some silly stuff. So people always tend to connect. People always tend to be together. And I think Dota always had that element of craziness.
Yep.
They always do. And I think Tundra, their new team, probably in I would say a more carefree state of mind, honeymoon, since they made a change. I'm expecting a lot of kills, or if not, like Nigma OG, where there's a lot of fighting, even though the kills don't amount. There's so much going on, so many spells being cast, so much hero damage being built up. I expect nothing less.
And who do you feel like is going to be the catalyst for that, or which lane are you looking towards making the plays to begin with?
I mean, the mid guy had an unbelievable record, right?
He does. Yopaj, I think Yopaj only died twice so far. Is that it?
Did play TA also.
He did play TA.
He did make Queen of Pain work, though. He's the only one that made Quap work at this tournament, I believe it was. So
the new nerfed Queen.
Yep.
Not many people tried, though.
They did not try.
Just put it in the recycle bin, I guess. But I'm glad you brought that up again, because my biggest concern from Boom at the moment is we only saw them play 3 games, and incredibly dominant games, but their picks were so reminiscent to last patch's picks. They picked Mars, they picked Quap, they picked Weaver, whereas Tundra has been experimenting more, right? They've played a lot of Sand King, a lot of Hoodwink, lots of Invoker. So I wonder if Boom is going to be able to make that transition now to, yes, we're in a new patch, we're going to pick new heroes.
Yeah, we have seen TA figured out a little bit, because we've seen, of course, only 2 games today, but we saw some games yesterday as well, Johan, and they're not really banning out TA first phase, they're just answering it with Invoker.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Invoker win and we've seen Invoker lose to TA. It is a really strong hero of the patch, and there seems to be a lot more Invoker players, or keen Invoker players. Miracle, when he feels it, he always, I think he's wanted to play Invoker for his whole life, He's been ready for it, he's wanted to be a hero. But yeah, Invoker seems to be hot stuff. He got a lot of positive changes for himself with the double Force Spirit. It's something that we haven't seen people go for, and because it wasn't valid. But now that that's back, and you have the triple Meteor shard, even though you don't see it so often, I've seen it already a couple times this tournament. These small changes, no more of the Cataclysm stuff, but it's one of the iconic Dota heroes. It never gets boring to see, and can't beat TA, can't beat anything, I want to say.
Yep. The thing about Invoker for me, that's always been the case, it's just you have to buy BKB. I know meta now is everybody's kind of buying it, but it's the enemy team just has to have it at some point, because he just does too many different forms of control and CC and whatnot that you actually just have to have it on multiple heroes.
Not my Invoker though.
Not your Invoker, that's fine. But no, it's just I see these supports really struggling in most of these games versus hero, because your support, you're not going to get BKB. You're getting clipped by a lot of these spells no matter what happens. So yeah, this hero seems like he's
Absolutely, and it
Super
just
good.
makes you wonder why we weren't seeing Invoker in the first place last patch, right? But then when you look at it, the top tier picks were either Puck or Queen of Pain, and it didn't really leave room for you to play anything else successfully. So just by nerfing those heroes a little bit, it's going to just open the way for a much bigger variety of mid heroes.
Yep.
They were the counters to Invoker. I mean, that like
absolutely.
Invoker does not really like laning versus a good Queen of Pain or a good Puck. They can actually bully him pretty decently. in
Nux left the
comparison to
meta
others.
too, right? Like lately, because they also nerfed a couple of his spells, but Nux was like the hot stuff a couple of months ago.
Yep.
Now with him leaving, Void not being played, used to be two of the main Invoker answers.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess Invoker's kind of getting a bit of free reign, maybe, because of the meta changes.
Yeah, that could be. We of course see the players here on stage. Looks like there's still a little bit of technical issues. There's one thing that you might notice is that you have seen AY behind the Tundra guys. Of course, the coach of the squad. Boom has Mushi as a coach, and Mushi unfortunately can't be here due to health reasons, but he is here in spirit because he is still remote drafting for the team. He is still involved in that coaching role. Of course, he also coached Boom online during the entire DPC season, so he's not a stranger to that. But I do want to point out that he is still drafting for the Team Fog.
I like seeing, the people that I used to play with and against still up there doing something. At least, we
you
got both in coaching right there, right?
yeah.
I mean, Snaking's still playing, but
Snaking
used to play versus Mushi all the time.
Yes.
When I used to play with Curtis, with AUI, so it's like, it just makes me a little happy inside.
AUI seems like one of those incredibly passionate Dota players, right? A guy who really wants to break the game. I mean, I've always had respect for Aoi, even though I replaced him in C9. I can see why. Right, that was not a good move by him and not a good move by me now. But no, even back then, he was so innovative. And then you saw him win TI with his techies getting banned. Like, he was the main target for the bans for that finals. And I'm always looking at players who look to break the game. And Curtis has been, I think, very important for the development of Dota history, development of Dota meta. And now he's still here, still around.
We used to theorycraft actually the stupidest stuff, but we'd go into lobbies and practice because he would force us. I got to be honest. Because I'd be with Curtis and he'd be like, let's test this. We'd play 1v1s. I'd lose every time versus him, and he'd be like, I don't think I learned anything like this because you just played it bad. But okay, we're just gonna try it again, and then we try that stuff. That's where we found the armlet lone druid, these kind of crazy things that people didn't know about from the past that used to work.
Oh, that was so silly.
And
that was so silly. By the way, speaking of, I saw it in the patch notes. You can Iron Shell the bear again.
Yes, you can. I was waiting to see if somebody was going to do stuff like that. You can Iron Shell hero units now.
Koikra, turn off the stream.
I mean, you can buy 6 Wraith Bands too.
Yeah, the 6 Wraith Band lone druid thing that I've been hearing.
Just on the subject of AOI, I really feel like he's an encyclopedia of Dota knowledge. If you get him talking about something, he does not shut up about it. And he has so many ideas. He has so many ideas all the time. I feel like maybe he has too much even. And he just has a very interesting way of approaching laning. I think out of everyone I've ever had the privilege of talking to by working this job, he's just had so much to say about every tiny little micro movement.
And I think it's also very important in this current dynamic because people are aware that Fada got let go from the team, replaced by Saxa, and of course Snaking shifts more to the captain role than with going into the position 5. But if you remove the captain from your squad, you need someone else to stay stable and still have those same ideas, and Curtis would fit that role perfectly, right?
Yeah, and he's got the control over Snaking, one of his former teammates from a long time ago, and we all played together. So it's I feel like it's just such a funny circle that it's all come. But I also do want to say we're talking a lot about Curtis, how much he does, but Mushi, we've heard so much how instrumental he is for Boom.
Absolutely.
He's also an encyclopedia of Dota. Sometimes some different kind of ideas, and playing versus Mushi in the past, he's done some funny stuff sometimes of we used to always call him the gold hoarder. He used to hoard gold and then switch his item build, and you wouldn't expect stuff like that. But that always tells to me he's thinking about the game. He's understanding what he should buy and what his team should be thinking about too. So crucial for that kind of
I got knocked out TI by Mushi TI4, I think, and we lost to Prophet Anti-Mage. I still go to bed thinking about it now. But that's the concepts of Dota, strategy of Dota, and right there we got real out-strategized. I remember we had some SF strat, even though maybe we had a small window to win. They beat us on concepts. And now he's coaching. Hopefully giving some good concepts.
I mean, Boom has been on fire, obviously, in their region, but also, of course, so far in the groups. We haven't really seen them be tested yet. They were in Group B, which was the group with less games in total, so there's also maybe less to go off from Tundra to prepare for Boom. But one thing that we do know is they did also change their roster, actually before the regional finals, comparatively to Tundra, and they removed Tino and they added Jackie. And I feel like that transition has been so incredibly smooth that you don't really notice that he is a new addition to the squad.
Yeah, it looks better. honestly. It
Yeah.
does look better almost.
I mean, they stomped the regional finals completely with that switch, right? And they weren't the only team that made a switch, but they're the only ones that made it look so seamless. So they definitely have this momentum right now, and it feels like maybe they've just hit the jackpot with their players. Sometimes everything just clicks, and we don't want to speak too early, right? It's only been 3 games, but it really feels like they are headed down that path.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to talk about support duos because when talking about Boom throughout the DPC season, every time a Boom came up, it was about the support duo. Tims and Skem absolutely playing great. Of course, Skem switching roles as well, so even more impressive. And then on the flip side, you got a new pairing with Saxa and Snaking, with Saxa back on his 4 and Snaking now on the 5. How do we feel, Fog, like these two are comparing to each other?
I kind of like this Snaking playing 5 a bit more, because I think he's also a player that he understands timings of when he doesn't need items or stuff like that. He understands like what his hero is supposed to do, and I think Saxa does more with farm. On the contrary, I feel like Skem is actually a really like sacrificial player, and Tims loves to be super greedy. So I feel like it all kind of just it fits out, and they feel like they kind of match up pretty well versus each other. I'm wondering if we're going to see even some crazy stuff, like, because I know Boom we haven't seen too much, of course, and how much variety, but Skem's a Chen player.
Yeah, but it's interesting that you talk about the Snaking and Saxa dynamic, right? Because when you think about Fada, the way that Tundra played when they were incredibly dominant was that actually Fada was playing the more active kind of supporting role, and Snaking would be playing these more farm-heavy kind of supports and just sit in the triangle stack, do a little bit of farming. But Fada was playing this roaming position, playing with 9 on every rune, going into the triangle early, while Snaking had his free reign of the map, right? And it's going to be completely different now that you have Saxa. That kind of playstyle, I wonder how seamless the transition is going to be for Snaking to go from a greedier style to a more selfless one. It looks like it's working so far, though.
Yeah, that's the beauty of Dota 2. There's no right or wrong. It's just what fits the playstyle best and how greedy can you be, right?
No.
No.
No, that's not how it is, Steven. Don't tell people to go greedy. No. You can only have so much in a team, you know? That's why I think Snaking has a big shoes to fill.
Yeah.
I think Fada, what he brought to this team and what he also brought to Europe Dota for a while in that team was an early presence, was a concept of laning phase. And I mean, it's not just concept, it's skill, it's ability. And if Snaking doesn't fill those shoes, like this is like, I would say the biggest loss they could suffer. But if he does, and Saxa is now the position 4, I agree with Jonas. It's like, I think it could be more fitting. I do think Martin can do more with the farm than most other position 4s in the world. And if Snaking is bringing, the heart and the soul, but also, a strong early game in a lane, then I don't think they necessarily lost much. And if anything, they could have gained some. But no, you cannot have too greedy support. You cannot be too greedy on your team. You gotta have a balance.
Yeah, but there's no right and wrong as to who is the greedy one. Because you can have greedy 5s and greedy 4s, but you shouldn't have them to. I mean, obviously.
Of course. Poppy, I would say, is one of the most greedy 5s of all time.
But then that doesn't make sense because Yapstor can also be considered to be.
Yes,
one of
but
the
they are
most
one of the
greedy
greediest teams, and they have so it gets different when you have like the highest level and the highest skill possible, and you know that you're only sacrificing a bit of this for a return on that. But Poppy
you use the whole pie, you mean?
Yeah, and Poppy has always been, I think, one of the supports to hit the quickest item timings on position 5, and which is incredible. Yeah. Also having a greedy 4 who's not trying to balance it out, but then the cores were doing a lot for that. At that point, they were less greedy, for sure. But yeah, in general, like even on the good teams, you do have a dynamic that has to balance. And yeah, I think both teams, they have the natural one, whereas 5 has to be as greedy. 4 can do what he wants. He's the special child. He's the firstborn.
But no, speaking of Tundra, we haven't brought up something that seems a little bit glaringly obvious, right? They've got 33. He's a notorious Zoo player. It seems like a very good meta for the Zoo.
He does offlane Chen, right?
He
has done.
If you think about a meta in which neutral creeps are strong, then you think about 33. This guy has just mastered the most annoying heroes in all of Dota. He is such a nuisance, and I wonder how they're going to integrate that today. Because when you think about Tundra, right, I feel like every new patch is a direct buff to them because they're the team that is most creative out there from their first few games, and they're not scared. So it's just really refreshing to see their take.
And his heroes all got buffed. His jungles got buffed. Dominator got reworked, pretty much buffed in a way because the neutral creeps. Like Visage, buffed. Brewmaster, buffed. All the Chen, buffed.
And you've got those new drum of endurance boots. Cool. That's an item he loves to buy. I mean,
I was surprised to see Collapse use the heartbeat before anyone else. I mean, he used it in one of the first games of the patch, but I would have expected Neta to be the one to kind of show something like that, you know, abusing this. I can even see, I don't know if he can attack while he's flying, might be disabled, but if he can, I remember playing them in the EU of, qualifiers for TI, and I think we lost 12 couriers in 2 games before like minute 10. It was like unbelievable, like how he just sniped our couriers with the Dominator. And
oh, he was doing the patrol thing.
Yeah. He even put it in base. Like, even put the base.
I remember.
So annoying. It was so annoying.
They were those qualifiers definitely put Tundra on the map on one of the more innovative teams because you ended up winning, but we also saw them manipulate creep wave with the couriers.
5 games of Dominator. It was painful. It was really painful.
I actually also want to talk about that mid lane because we have seen 9 on this Crazy Heroes in the mid lane previous patch. He's going up against Yopaj that has also been playing, well, not necessarily Crazy Hero, but remember his Snapfire mid. Of course, we talk about how dominant his run has been here with only 2 deaths and 40-something kills and 30-something assists. It's been pretty crazy. But I feel like we get to see a mid lane, Effie, where these 2 guys, 9 and Yopaj, I mean, you're a fan of both, right?
Oh, yeah.
Who's going to come out on top?
I don't know. Honestly, I think 9 is definitely my favorite player on Tundra. I just think he is so versatile and just so entertaining to watch. But I think in this patch, when you're talking about the mid lane, you're not really talking about the mid player versus the mid player. You're talking about the 2+4 versus the other 2+4. That's what it's really felt like. So it's more so about how 9 plus Soxar are going to fare against the duo of Boom.
Also, Yopaj does not play Invoker.
Ooh.
Just went through the whole list for the last, like, I don't know, like 80 games or something, 0 Invoker games. So that's an option if Tundra does want to go, because 9 plays a very good Invoker.
Very interesting Pango early.
Wow.
I don't really know why you would feel the need to do something like this early, but maybe it is just to allow the other picks to be stronger and you really wanted this Pango pick.
It's one of their favorites.
And Weaver first phase, I know Tundra's always liked it. I know Saxa really likes Weaver. I do think with the nerf, the support matchup slightly is in slightly Bane's favor. Before you could actually bully the Bane a lot with the Weaver, but now with Sukuchi having a little bit more cooldown, I actually think that made a big difference for how the lane plays out if they do meet each other. And here we go.
There we go.
Here we go.
I definitely agree with that because even the Swarm got reduced from 4 hits to 3 hits level 1. And
Right, that's another big deal.
Yeah, Bane has always been one of the better supports versus Weaver because you just need a sentry, you sleep him, and you can kill the bug. But now it's an even easier matchup for him.
Before the Weaver could beat him, though. People were picking the Weaver into the Bane to actually bully and beat. With the Gemini, with the low cooldown Sukuchi, even though Bane felt like the strongest trader in the world, he met the Ant, and the Ant was like, I'm here, I'm stronger than you.
Yeah, Bane got no nerfs. Bane actually, in fact, got like buffed, while Weaver got double nerfed, right? So now it's like that's where it's,
Yeah. I think it changes slightly now. But yeah, we've seen Weaver still have success. Kuroki also had a game where he got this Aghanims and it completely turned around one of the fights. And I think now we really want to pay attention to the bans from Tundra, because they picked this TA. TA is already the name of the game. What are they going to do against it?
Out of the way already.
It's like they're just going to ban like these refraction burners, at least the Bat
Quite
Rider's
a
the
few
main
though.
one.
Bat Riders one, we have Darks here. People have been banning Death Prophet, and if you keep listing those heroes, you know, it starts amounting. There are definitely some refraction removers still in Dota. The question will be, you know, which one does Boom want? Will Tundra figure it out, and what will they end up going for when the bans have happened?
You know what's crazy for me is that, like, I noticed in the last, like, I want to say the last, like, 2-3 patches, I noticed a lot of heroes actually got their damages altered to not be instant damage. They're actually over time damage. Like, CM actually burns all of refraction instantly. Hoodwink burns all of refraction instantly. Even AA burns it all. Sand King burns almost all of it. It's every 0.2 seconds is a tick now instead of every 0.5. So I feel like I actually was super surprised when I saw TA just being so dominant.
Bushwhack as well. Bushwhack was instant
there's
damage, and now it's over time. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's cool.
I think a lot of it is due to just how bursty the animator meta was. It was kind of absurd, right? It was just you blink in on target with Lion, you impale, and you've got to support that 100 to 0 is the Hoodwink ulti or a Finger of Death or anything. So that was kind of exhausting to watch.
Yeah, but it's just weird. Like, I mean, TA got buffs because of the Deso, got nerfed on the other things, but then I feel like this refraction thing, I feel like we should be seeing people, and we are seeing the teams getting used to finding ways to actually deal with this hero.
Which is quite a common theme for Dota. You have something meta, everybody thinks it's the hottest stuff, and then people keep playing against it. Sometimes it takes longer.
Yeah.
Sometimes it takes weeks, but then people get good, figure it out. Also mindset thing, and the heroes will fall off again. Death Prophet, it's another one of the bans, so bad DP goes away. Tidehunter also banned, I think is also quite notable. Not a zoo hero for Neta, but it would be very strong with the TA, and I think with the Weaver, minus armor, all the
Yeah,
way.
and Tidehunter is a hero that Tundra have flexed to 4 and 5 before, so it's not
ITA combo, the
gives you
unbeatable
everything.
combo.
Good.
Classic in time.
Good lash, good lash.
Back then, TA was so much worse than it is now.
It was so broken. Like, I don't know how we played versus that. I don't know how people didn't think it was that broken. Like,
no, but back then it was worse. Back then it was worse.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. Because you didn't have all these like talents and stuff. That
Yeah, I don't think he had the. I don't think he had the shard thing either. Yeah.
That's true. Actually, yeah, that's true. But it done denies. But I think I don't know. It's like there's a lot of like weird things about how Dota is like.
Now the TA hero has so much more in his arsenal than he used to.
I think the traps in general are probably the most ridiculous thing that haven't been touched. There's just no reason for them to do that much damage, I feel like, and
TA didn't even have an ag for a long time, right?
the shard just gives like 4 different things.
Yep. So we have known
Reduce
about
the
the
amount
ag
of
for a long
traps.
time before people actually used it. And we were busting it out in the TI qualifier a lot. Like we tried to, you know, milk it as much as we could because we did feel like it was super broken at that point. But yeah, Beast gets banned.
Okay.
Very good ban.
Yep. Protecting Pango, protecting Vision, also so the Bane can get positioning. Just yeah, a million different reasons. And the Zoo, of course, that we were mentioning.
Yeah, 33 getting targeted by Boom. Rightfully so.
3 of his heroes.
Mm-hmm. But both Chen and Enchantress, untouched.
It could get awkward if you pick the Chen, I would say. Chen Bane. It doesn't have to be. I think it definitely can be strong. It can work. Just wondering if they're looking for more merit or if they're looking for something else. Like Chen versus TA is good, but it doesn't have to be. It doesn't give you the easy way to kill. It doesn't give you the easy way to get rid of the refraction.
But it's an option for Tundra as well, right?
It is. I mean, we were running a lot of Chen offlane with Neto or with 33 when we had him as a stand-in. We were playing a lot of these very cheesy strats, and it is so strong when you get an early level 7 Chen. And even now, I wonder how many more timings he could have with the shard 15 and everything. Like how scary this animal could become. You know, the drums, the Vlads, the upgraded Vlads. And
I've seen some scary clips already coming online.
oh, the Sing Sing clip.
Yeah.
Can you imagine
Skeleton army.
Can you imagine some like unslowable ancients and stuff like that too? If you
Yeah.
have the boots to bearing, it's like 1.5 seconds. Okay, guys, don't worry, I got this ancient control. Then just like,
Wraith King Chen, hear me out. You get the skeletons and they all buff all the minions with damage, right? So you just have full, like you commit to the Walking Dead strat.
The Walking Dead strat. Too
There
bad
you
the
go.
skeletons don't buff the other skeletons.
They do.
Imagine they all. No, I'm saying if like the Wraith Kings had rally as well.
All right, let's
That would-
let's
you mean
let's
like that?
stop.
Well,
Let's
like
stop
rebuff.
right there.
Oh.
Don't let us fucking yes.
Oh.
Talents. Skeletons gain rally, right? That'll be a Wraith King talent we see coming up next
Okay,
time.
so this Mirana makes sense, right? It's a typical Boom hero. They played it often, even before this patch, before it got buffed, but you've got the setup from Bane. She's also a lot stronger in her first couple of levels than she was before, just because she got that increase in base agility, just does more right-click damage. I think she does 5 overall more damage than
And you
she
can
used to,
actually,
level 1.
you can actually get level Starstorm early
Mhm.
because they reduce the mana cost on it too, so you can actually go for that a little bit better. Tim's
Well,
staple.
yeah, it is a
Very-
Tim staple.
Very good Broodmother ban. If you have this Miranda Bane and you see the Broodmother come out, you'll be very sad.
Yeah.
Well, maybe it's a must ban. It's definitely not a must ban against most teams, right? And against Thunder, you have to keep these things in mind.
Typically, when I look at Weaver versus Bane, I think to myself, God, this Weaver's just going to get an Ags, and he's just going to save every single gripped target. But that's not the case anymore. Weaver Ags got giga nerfed, so I'm just starting to look at this Bane versus Weaver as really Bane favored, honestly.
Definitely in the mid game, you're gonna have more enjoyment clicking sleep than Weaver will have clicking his buttons usually.
Ooh.
And yeah, they don't really have a save for the arrow. Okay,
We got
they
the
end up going
Fox
for the
at
dark
clock.
side themselves.
All right.
Yeah.
Cool. The Dark Circle combo.
This is a good clock game, for sure. You can cancel the Bane, you can go on the Pango, right? You can knock him back, you can disable him for long enough. Miranda can leap out of cogs, but still you can do a lot of damage in that 1.5 seconds of disable.
The cogs are frustrating for Pango, for sure. In the midst of team
Mm-hmm.
fights, you can cause a lot of problems.
Also, you just cancel that Fiend's Grip.
Mm-hmm.
That's the biggest nuisance of it all, because if you look at their other heroes, they have this Weaver, TA Shard. TA can cancel grip. If she's not gripped, then she has a trap there after Shard, but before that, no reliable stuns. So this clock has a lot on his shoulders to deal with these Boom supports.
I like that.
Really
I like
good
that
Ember pick.
That is
The
beautiful.
chains with the arrow and the Pango setup. Ember versus TA is one of those matchups that definitely can go both ways, but nothing really compares to, you know, Mirana Arrow in this kind of game with free reign, and you add the chains. Like, chains is one of the best setup abilities because you always can get it off with no risk, or more or less always.
I mean, we were hoping for like super scrappy, kind of like no long cooldowns. This looks very scrappy to me. Like we're gonna have like constant battles.
Yep, they're gonna have to slow down this TA, and I believe that they have tools for it.
Should we be worried that Tundra is? I mean, they got the cogs from the clockwork, but not really any stun coming out, and that Ember Spirit is fairly elusive.
That is a concern for sure, especially when you think about how there's going to be a grip in the fight, right? You have to extend one of your disables on canceling the grip, and then you just won't have.
That's your only
enough
one.
to deal
I
with
guess
the
your
Ember.
vacuum can interrupt too.
If you go back to the Armel versus Team Spirit replay, and you see the TA versus Ember, TA was level 7, Ember was level 5. It was a disaster for the Ember mid lane, but this matchup is fragile. It can definitely go. I don't want to say either way. It's very hard for Ember to shut down a TA. That's not really feasible. But if Ember can get his game going, he starts threatening the TA and is one of those heroes that can bully the side lanes, get back to mid, threaten the kill on him. Armor can take away the refraction as well. But he's never gonna go on him and kill him alone. Obviously, he doesn't care slight spam. So you need to make the go.
And Tims would do that, right? On his Mirana, he's very mobile.
But if you have a level 7 TA and level 5 Ember, this is is not going to be looking good for Boom. So the mid lane is going to be very crucial. The mid lane is going to be very important. How many side blades he's going to tank, if he gets the water runes, if one of Tundra heroes can walk mid, or if one of Boom heroes may also make something happen mid to secure the Ember game.
But this is the meta now, right? You're going to have that early rune securing, the early roaming, like we've been saying throughout this.
It all depends also. Usually, yes, it's always what supports want to do. But if you have too much going on or too much pressure happening or a matchup that goes really poorly, supports might not feel that they have the freedom to run a mid, or if they do, it comes with a great price. So, yeah, of course. I mean, every support wants to run a mid when the mid hero starts whining.
By the way, that's great. That's a great Bloodseeker ban by Boom. That hero would have given them what they needed. Play versus his Pango, play versus his Mirana. And I like the Tundra bans too, by taking out less shock, right? The one thing Boom do lack right now is a bit of tower damage, a bit of tower pressure, and that hero would have given them that. Timber, in the same vein, not with the amount of damage, but he still applies that map and tower pressure. Also, if you're looking at the Starks here, he doesn't necessarily have the best wall targets so far, right? An Ember Spirit Illusion is not going to be that strong, neither is a Pango or a Bane or Mirana Illusion. So those would have just been great picks too, and negating the use or the value of the wall throughout the game.
I'm a bit curious, because they're probably picking a carry, right, on Boom? And putting the Ember mid versus the TA?
That's what I think as well, right?
The Timber ban and the Lesh ban, I do find unconventional. I think the Timber pick could have been good.
I think TA now that we know that there's a puck, TA looks like it's a Skeeter hero?
Yeah, TA's safe lane.
Yeah, TA will be safe and puck will go mid. And then this is an answer to get more for the Ember because the clock would have been had a lot of pressure on him to actually catch it, but now Ember has to watch out. Also the Coil versus Pango, very, very strong. Coil versus Mirana, also a good way to catch and kill.
And they're just
right. This matchup versus Darkseer goes both ways.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because people for a while were actually picking the Darkseer into the Medusa as kind of a solution and counter. So
which is understandable because it's good. It's good. Stone Gaze counters wall. Stone Gaze counters lots of these types of big goals, and especially if you're shelling people and running at people, you click Stone Gaze, you have to turn, you have to run.
And Deuce has gotten buffed too. Level 10 talent, you get 0.5 more per damage per mana, so you're much tankier from that one. And your 15 talent, you get, I think it's either 12 or 16% reduction on your split shot damage.
She did lose the Mystic Snake mana seal though, so she can die a lot faster in these fights. She used to steal 30%, right, with that talent. That's just completely gone.
But now that level 20 though, now she gets a +2 bounces on the snake. So if the 2 extra bounces hit something else, you actually get way more mana. There's a lot of crazy stuff that could happen, but okay.
All right, so we got 10 heroes on the board. Who do we favor for this first game? Effie, you want to go first?
Yeah, I'm leaning towards Boom. I like their lineup. I think it's going to be very aggressive. I think they have a lot of disables. I think that they have the means to just run over Tundra. I think there's a little bit of anti-synergy going on outside of the Clock and Darkseer. They can do a lot together, but I've got faith in SEA here.
All right.
Yeah, I would agree. I actually do think this TA carry puck mid in a Darkseer lineup makes little sense. I would also argue that this Medusa pick, if Darkseer was picked after the Medusa, I would favor maybe the Darkseer team, but because they picked Medusa, I think they know what they're doing.
Okay.
And yeah, I gotta agree. I think this Ember is gonna be a bit too much of a nuisance. I think he's gonna make all that space in the world, and then they're not gonna be able to catch anything. And you have to use Coil to catch this Ember every time.
The puck will die to arrow.
Boom.
Chains arrow, the puck will be in danger.
Yeah.
It's not enough disables that Tundra have.
All right, let the battle begin. It's time for game 1 of this best of 3. We're heading over to our commentary team. It's Lyrical and Lacoste.
Thank you so much, Shira Lacoste. We're here. It's actually the main event. No more group stage, no more playing. How you feeling?
Feeling good. It's also, you know, inter-regional on LAN, on stage. The previous one was, you know, just a European West matchup, but this one should be interesting. Looking at both of these drafts, panel talked about, you know, Medusa against the Darkseer matchup, and yeah, I have faith in the Medusa because they needed some kind of tower damage in the end whenever you have Ember Spirit on your team. Like all other heroes don't go for objectives. It's very hard to take with what they got. So this Medusa kind of round up the draft real nicely. And the hero to look out for is Mirana. Tims needs to pop off, and he has a lot of ways to set things up, whether with the chains or with the Nightmare. So that's definitely the hero to look out for. How much can he make, you know, in the first 10 minutes?
Absolutely. Can turn off the light. But we want to see your beautiful faces. That's the problem right there. I agree, though. With Tims, so often he's been that person to make the plays for whatever team it is that he's on, and he's going to have to do it again here on the Mirana. I will say I'm really excited to watch 3-3 play this Darkseer. I mean, he's been the innovator so often on this guy. You know, going in for that Orchid build previously, already has these 2 circlets queued up, so we're probably going to be seeing those. No
Double null,
talismans.
yeah.
It's just too strong. 25 minutes.
The value that you get from double nulls is insane after 25-minute mark. You know, I want to see some memes. Where is Storm Spirit? Why don't we see the hero? 4 null talismans. Play for that 25. Just kidding. It's good for memes only, but
right,
yeah,
that all got nerfed now too. That's the other problem.
Yeah.
So annoying. I think that's one of those ones, though, that's going to be interesting to watch. The panel was already talking about it. That matchup against the Medusa, I think Effie was saying that like they didn't really have a wall target beforehand. Now getting it, but we'll see how it ends up going if they can sort of make the play. But go when ready, we're back on it. And the skew of taunts coming out. The new Medusa one is pretty interesting as well. But it looks like they aren't quite going to be in position to go for the battle there on the runes. Boom, we're playing up on the triangle, but then we'll leave it be as they'll retreat back to their jungle.
Yeah, we've seen in some of the previous games how potent Darkseer plus Clockwork is. It's just a different, combination that allows Clockwork to scale, and he can enable him to like gank the other lanes with a TP rotation. And there's always going to be a threat in the laning stage for the kills. It's so easy to set things up.
Oh, but this is not the way you want to start it. Going to take so much damage right out of the gate on 3-3. And he does not have all that much regen, trying to save up to get for that Ring of Health. So yeah, he's going to have to bring out a set of tangos immediately. Very annoying. And another quick pause. As
we always say it's a quick pause, but yeah, the lights are still on. We need to turn off the lights.
Listen, we're trying to get romantic here, apparently. They're trying to make the plays happen right away. But yeah, I think that, I mean, obviously going to be in a very annoying matchup there at the start, but they do have the clock there, so it should still be fine.
It should. You know, players are used to play from their own bedrooms, and they turn off the lights. That's how they do it. So we got to give them what they ask for.
Absolutely. Given the quick TY, and we're back at it. But Yopaj facing off against 9 in the mid, and the Puck versus Ember Spirit. Always a very back-and-forth type of match, and we'll see how he ends up going. Already starting with the Slight here.
I like Ember Spirit in this matchup. I thought, like during the DPC, I thought this matchup could go better for Puck, but Ember Spirit, I've seen it so many times. He just destroys the matchup using the Slight constantly, and Puck is the hero that does not have much armor. By much, I mean only 1 starting armor, so that's not great. Every single time he uses Slight, that hurts quite a lot more. I also want to see if he decides to pick up like immediate Orb of Corrosion after getting a bottle.
Yeah, that's just going to be something to watch for if he can sort of keep that's constant harassment on.
Even a casual Blightstone will just do a ton of damage to Puck.
I did see one of those range creeps getting denied as well.
Oh man,
there, the mid.
Professional e-gamers, they need to learn how to control couriers better. Throughout this tournament, I don't think we've seen more courier kills.
I know, it's crazy.
It's insane. Oh, big backpack.
And they got it. The Ion Shell is there. The slow, steady beatdown. Oh, they only have it on 1, but Soxa trying to keep that pressure on to Jackie. Jack boys underneath the tower in some more trouble. Do they have enough for the final finish? They will. This might be both of them if they're not careful. Schemis to get the heck out of here. But this is the danger. This is why this combo is so strong. And even just at level 2, normally you wait for level 3 for this.
The way they pushed the wave and decided to go underneath the tower, Saksa not using attack, he's just following Medusa so that the tower aggro does not hit him, and he has a bit of an extra movement speed. Started with Vindlay, so that was real nice. This was actually top tier.
Yeah, I mean, and they played it about as good as you could on Boom, immediately hitting the cog that they needed to get out of there, and then afterwards fell out. But yeah, really, really dangerous stuff, and a good, like, weird gank to have happen, where you're like hiding in the trees and then back into the cogs immediately. So, see how this one goes is down bottom. Snaking continuing to try and lay out this harassment. They're both throwing out the Sakuchi damage as well as getting a couple of Sideblades hits. Things looking pretty good for Tundra.
Throughout the DPC, I've been a big fan of Snaking playing this Weaver because he's doing so much. Whenever like they enable him in the lane, he becomes so annoying. Whether he's ganking the mid lane, setting up the deep vision, killing the couriers. But yeah, so he's just gonna be playing position 4 hero from 5 role, which I like.
Yeah, it'll be a good thing to watch for, and obviously it's some good damage there onto Yopaj. I think the thing that people have talked about a lot with Boom is the fact that these supports combos and playing together with Skem and constantly making those movements over. We'll see if they can make that work later on, him and Tim's comboing together to get some solid kills with Bane Mirana.
Yeah, the support duo has been great throughout the DPC.
This is not good though. They keep that pressure on, but won't be able to get anything.
Sox are running a bit low on mana, has 1 Clarity to work with, and not much HP, but once Clockwork hits that level 3, which they do have, Bane needs to be very careful about his positioning. Snaking doing a very good job at bottom, zoning out. Like, Pango is not the strongest laner. I've seen so many Pangos, especially in China. He's going for it! All right!
Never in doubt. Dies to the tower afterwards. No fear.
He's like, I can't believe the tower killed me there.
He's back on it. Well done, well done. As FBZ taking a lot of punches there. Skitter. And Snaking back behind. Tries to get some extra Sakuchi damage on the FBZ.
The power of Weaver. She immediately kills the Sentry Ward. Oh, the bugs connects on 2.
Yeah, with the meld as well. There's a lot of minus armor, but Snaking eventually going to go down. It's, ooh, good arrow though. Tim's keeping his core alive. FBZ, will they be able to run him down? I don't think so.
Has boots of speed. Oh, nicely done by Tims. He goes in and like takes away a little bit of a pressure. He knew that he wants to get a good angle for the side blades and then just moves to the right. Well done.
Very nicely played. Yeah, so far a fairly action-packed early going here across the lanes. They're going to come on in with Snay to refill Nine's bottle. And afterwards, Saksa, got to be careful as they have a lot of potential damage there. And so far, at least, I mean, Medusa, despite that early death, is still looking pretty solid, you know?
21 CS, 4 denies compared to 27 on Templar Assassin. She's doing okay. Like, Bane stabilizes a lot of the, like, bad lanes. This is not a killer lane for Boom, but, mid lane. Ember dropping very low.
Yeah, we'll be going to clear out that small camp, it looks like, after taking too much harassment from 9. And then has level 6, so gonna Remnant out, TP, and then come back quickly. Yeah, the matchup against Medusa in the laning stage is definitely, like, once she gets her levels in Snake, you can just spam out the wave, and it's not too much of an issue. As 3-3, they get the pull off. Has Courier coming in as well, as he wants to clean through all of these camps and maybe try and put some pressure on. They do have Catapult mid.
Because they've put a lot of pressure on Ember Spirit. They know that he used the TP and came back with Remnant, so that means that he cannot match rotation from the puck if he uses the coil.
Oh, good nightmare. And then the getaway, and that's going to be Yopaj getting the
There we
invis.
go.
And another one bites the dust. Why not? Coil. Back towards mid, they got him. But arrow afterwards, it actually connects onto 9. Is he going to fall? Yes. Saksa able to get the Cogs pushback, but there is no follow-up afterwards. Very big kill.
I mean, Tims has been impressive on Mirana. This is like the standard stuff, the Southeast Asian. Like, if I've seen this draft without looking, I would say, you know, this is Boom's draft, and this is how they play Dota.
Now, the person that's definitely been hurting the most so far has been FBZ. We'll have to hold that thought, though, because, I don't know, we'll see what 3-3 wants to do here. He's just trying to get some pressure on, it looks like, clearing through that wave. But Soxa's coming up as well. There might be something they could make happen if Skem sticks around too long. And it's Yopaj instead that's making the move. Saksa gets the Cogs push back. 3-3 surges himself, says, you got this, don't worry, buddy. Everything will be fine. Will he end up falling
we'll just
here?
slide him to death.
Stick? Not enough. Yopaj gets the kill.
Slide got buffed. Slide got buffed in this new patch, and it's just insanely good. I feel like Ember Spirit most of the time throughout this tournament has been banned out, and if not, he just gets first phase.
It's a very strong hero that just enables so much of the draft, it feels like. But yeah, we were talking about FBZ, this Pango kind of struggling a little bit, at least in the early goings. Level 5, it's gotten, what, at this point 14 denies on Skitter. So he's at least been able to get some of the solo XP, if nothing else, but not having a completely free lane, as you would imagine on Pango.
Yeah, once he hits level 6, they can start playing his lane. They could grab a kill. Weaver's a tough kill. I don't think they want to go for it, so they might need to get Ember Spirit. If they have just Ember Spirit and Pango, this Templar Assassin dies.
Rotation in, trying to get the rune, and actually, Yopaj gets the DD. Nice, nice, nice. Not sure if that actually might have spun bottom. He remnanted there as well. But regardless, a very nice little move to pick that one up, see if he wants to get something done with it.
Also, FBZ going for Vanguard first item, like no boots, no Orb of Corrosion. That makes him almost unkillable. Very hard to bring down. They need to have like Coil plus Templar Assassin, maybe even Clockwork on top of it to be able to kill it. But that also means that he does not want to move from the lane. He wants to stay bottom and put some extra pressure. Just like soak up pressure, see how aggressive he's playing. Underneath the tower, and there's no response from Tundra.
Yeah, not a whole lot of lockdown like we sort of were hearing about on the panel as well. You've basically got Clockwork, and then if Puck makes that big movement, then, he might end up going down. But we'll see. At least for now, things hanging out, and 3-3 going in for the Arcanes next. Puck getting towards the Witchblade. Again, everybody playing for, it feels like, the late game. Do you kind of feel more comfortable with either of these teams going into the later stages?
Playing against Medusa late game is always tricky. She's also playing into like 2 cores that are ranged, so once you get that Scotty, I mean, Puck doesn't deal that much physical damage, but against Templar Assassin, it's one of the items that she really hates to play into.
Okay. Yeah, that'll be something to watch for. If she can get into that unhampered as Silence is out. 9 taking a lot of damage, actually even dropping the coil for that one. And he can't quite get there for the last of the creep. Yopaj taking the stun on the chin. No fears. But that was, coil used, and 9 maybe worried about getting brought down.
Yeah, the game kind of slowed down, especially since coil is used and FBC going for that Vanguard, so like, even if he makes some mistakes, he's still gonna be in a good spot. 33, he changed his mind like multiple times what he wants to buy.
This is the worst. They get him now, and trying to get in towards that Aghanim Scepter has no way out. Saving that last hit for Yopaj. He's having a really good game on this Ember.
I don't remember seeing Yopaj not having a good game. That's the thing.
That's true. This guy's a monster.
I think 33 got a little bit surprised there because Bane was level 6 before 10-minute mark, because he is soaking a lot of experience on the top lane. Medusa went to jungle early on, so you got to be careful about that. And look at Medusa farming that juicy stack right now.
Arrow not going to connect. Yeah, Medusa already over in her triangle and able to clear through a lot of those. So a very, very nice start to this one.
I didn't count, but this seems like 6 or 7 stacks of Ancients that she's clearing right now. So no surprise that she's on top of the net worth.
Yeah, and it's about to get a little bit better as she finishes those big creeps off. This is a little bit dangerous doing this against the new camps, right? It's a bold move, but they clear through.
Yeah, especially if you didn't read the Passionate. You're going through the Passionate like, numbers. Like there's too much text. Give me something Pudge. Hook, 10-second cooldown, all levels, and then you miss it because there are a lot of changes for neutral creeps.
So annoying to have to deal with those. And 3-3, he's got 2 components of the Aghanims. Down bottom, Snakeen trying to soak up the XP himself. And they're making the rotation up top. This could be deadly. If they can find another kill here, this is really, really bad for him. Arrow comes in and it is going to connect. So 3-3 in a world of hurt. So he's super farmed, but gonna drop nonetheless. That one hurts.
Yeah, he also did not max out his Flame Guard. He's going for the chains. They need a bit of an extra lockdown, and it's also a great setup for Arrow. Here we go again.
Another one. It's just too easy. Skem, Tims playing together, get the kill on the other side. 9 just has to run away, and if he's not careful, he's got to get out of there. It's deadly.
Yeah, so far, 9 has not been a part of any kills. Witchblade about to be finished, but they definitely do need Puck. Like, especially 33, he's going for a very greedy item first. Oh, another one.
Tims, can he get there in range? Yes, he will. It comes in again, and 33 trying to salvage this. Wall is down, but they have the grip as well. But good silence now interrupting all this. Is this the turnaround that they need? Looking for the jump, but FBZ is there as well. Hook shot afterwards to slow it down. So Skinner, he gets the refraction off, but it's not going to matter. They find the kill. Yopaj is my idol, killing off heroes, taking them down one by one by one. And boom, they came to play. Dude, another one. Why not? Arrows for good measure. No, the Illusion takes that one through, and Snake King able to get away as well.
Boomer just styling. FBZ dropping items mid-fight to get the more value out of Magic Wand. Scam setting up so many kills. Right now they understand, like, this is how we should play. Keep the aggression, invade the enemy triangle, and get off some pressure from Medusa while she continues to farm up. Look how Medusa is farming the bottom tower. Like, she feels super safe. She gets the tower, pops the ulti, gonna run away, go back to triangle, finish off that Manta style.
It's so hard to deal with. I mean, and like you're saying, if you're doing all of this without the Medusa right now, where's the next couple of minutes look like? 9-1 already. Boom. Coming up with perfect answers in this draft and executing it flawlessly.
I think the big power spike for Tundra is going to be this Aghanim Scepter on Darkseer and also Deso on Templar Assassins. I think they need to, like, slow things down and try not to get ran over by Boom and then go. Like, because Iron Shell, you have 2 charges, it makes you more tanky, and another one.
It just keeps coming. This is what they were talking about. The Refraction are going to do a pretty good job of keeping Skidder alive, although with Scam moving in, now they have another Nightmare. Trades it off, but the root now onto 2, trading it back and forth they go, hoping to escape, and it looks like that is going to keep them alive. So a nice play there by Snake King to help out his carry.
Yeah, it's like, you sleep, no, I sleep, you sleep, kind of a play, but in the end, he manages to save him. And they're not there. They just smoke to the top. No one is on the top lane. Boom, having a much better read on this game and where Tundra is playing.
Yeah, they're going to have to trade now towers, but this is trading mid for top. Granted, it's like you said, trying to slow down the game, dodge when they can for Tundra, but it still doesn't feel great. Well, potential another catch. Saksa over in the jungle, and Yopaj and FBZ hook shot away, still rooted, trying to TP out, and he gets away. Not bad, not bad. Oh, silence. Now looking for more. Skem maybe in some trouble, although they have to be careful. Tims, they can go for a turn there. Does have the arrow, looking to go on to the TA. They didn't unsleep it. And now stunned for a really long time. Oh, great coil though. That's to get a little bit of separation. Still looking to chase. Yopaj throws a remnant to play a little bit more defensively there. Now moving in with Snake King. It looks like that should be the extent of it. Do they have anything else to chase here? They already used the hook shot for Saksa, so they won't be able to. And instead, Yopaj looks for more. Now the arrow! They bring down Snake King!
It's just a position 5, but it's an unnecessary that silence on Yopaj. They just don't have enough control, especially when they know hookshot is on cooldown. TP mid, refill the bottle on the Ember Spirit. So far, Yopaj, 0 deaths involved in 7 out of 10 kills.
He's just everywhere, all over the place. They have vision right now. Saksa able to do a little juke. They have the root afterwards. Do they have enough to bring him down? Doesn't quite look like it. I heard a Nightmare on the other side. No more arrows left.
There's a Fiend's Grip if he wants to pop it.
Yeah, I mean, they'll go for it. Why not? Drain down. Jackie there. Darkseer dead. They just cannot play Dota right now.
So much pressure from Boom. 2 kills from Tundra. They need to get out of the map and try to get some farm. Top lane has been pretty empty, so someone needs to be there and continue to farm up.
It's just so difficult for them. And the power spike, it just hasn't come. The Tundra have not been able to get where they need to be. Arrow gonna connect onto the creep wave there with scouting for Snake King. And he does still play pretty aggressively, but this is going to be a tier 2 tower dead. 16 minutes, 4,000 gold lead. Does he go for the deny? Oh, Snake King? Nah, he's just going to get out.
Jackie killed 3 tower. He got the last hits from the 3 tower. They will be able to take the outpost and another one. Whenever you see Scam, you know that someone's going to join him. And now, this time it's going to be Tims.
1-1-5 for the Bane. He's just having an absolutely monster performance. And this combination, I mean, it hurts that much more because you know that, like, Tundra, they have to play out on the map, and it just gets heavily punished.
they need to play like that. If they don't like go greedy, someone's gonna die because of the way they need to play, but you just need to, otherwise you're gonna lose too much map control.
Opaj heading into the jungle. They're hunting, and they found one. Skitter, again, why not? They got the roll. He's done. Another one bites the dust. And a 5,000 gold lead. So much of that on the Medusa, and Jackie's just farming their triangle now. There's nowhere to go on the map for Tundra.
They want to go for it. They're pinging Roche.
I mean, why not? This is all looking great. Murder in his eyes there.
This is going to take a while. Pango has 3 points in lucky shot, so the minus armor is going to be there, but yeah, they say, no, we are not going to go for it. It's going to take too much time.
Arrow connects, and they might just have to leave him for dead. Snaking, oh, the grip, they had it! The vision down, and the kill is there. From bad to worse. 15-2, this is a stomping coming out. Boom, they came to play.
It's just a very clean game from Boom. Only 2 deaths, 18 minutes in. They're playing it so well right now. And they're thinking about Roche, a bit of a undecision whether they want to go and take it immediately, but now they bring more numbers and they need that lucky shot to proc.
No sentries either, so this is full vision here, and obviously Clockwork Flare afterwards they see it.
I don't think they need to force this. I don't think they do. They can just continue to farm up, but yeah, a lot of time wasted. They don't have the best Roche taking lineup anyway, so no reason to go in and try to take it by force. I understand why, trying to steal Aegis from Templar Assassin. We've seen in the previous series how good it can be, especially the first, when Templar Assassin wants to put more pressure out on the map. And now, I like this. Tundra going inside, Arrow's gonna scout things out immediately.
Hook shot in afterwards, calls pushback onto 2 with the wall. This is the fight that they needed, but is it gonna be enough? Jackie, he got the ulti off. Still a ton of illusions are gonna do some damage, but they're all dead already. Now Medusa back in through the wall, actually. So Medusa Illusion doing what they can. The coil is down as well. Roche is low, but they might just be able to take them all down. Arrow eventually going to connect there onto Soxa. They got ion shells out everywhere. Skemp is finally dead, but the trade is there for 1-for-1. Buyback comes out. They don't have a buyback on the Clockwork, and this wall is about to wear off. Are Tundra going to try and go for this? This is kind of crazy.
Arrow. Oh, the slides, they hurt.
Yeah, they got to go immediately. They have to find Yopaj. Can they get the kill? They turn, he gets away. Oh, the right click comes in, though. Yopaj not quite going to be enough damage to get the finish.
He needs to come back. He needs to come back into the fight, but does not have a TP available. And another scout. This benefits Boom because it's buying time until Yopaj can come back.
This is really scary. Yeah, and he's going to be back out there with full HP. Tundra, they have everybody again, but no wall this time. Although they might be able to find this kill. There's a big one there on the Skemp.
Oh, on the illusion.
The illusion, not what he was hoping for there at all. And instead, Skemp is going to die. Soxa now maybe a bit too far forward, gets the surge, but it's not going to keep him alive. And now they have the Yule Scepter. They found him, 3-3, in some trouble. Vacuum, no follow-up, still no wall. Ion shells onto everybody. That Dark Seer Aghanim's going to start to do some damage if they can stay on target, but the root and the stun comes out immediately afterwards. All in, onto the TA.
Oh, what a roll. He's going to connect again.
Oh, 9, you got the phase shift off in time. Still, though, in some trouble. Gets the blink, throws out the orb, wants to run. Still in some trouble. Coil afterwards, trying to buy time for everybody to respawn, but he's going to go down. Godlike Yopaj, why not?
Oh man, what a fight. Bane going in, he uses buyback, comes into the fight, and does not care about him dying. He understands Yopaj needs to come back into the fight because he is their main source of damage, and another good arrow. I want to see how much damage FBZ tanked, if possible, in that fight, because he was, all over the place. He's not afraid of this Vanguard and the shield crash, nothing to dispel the shield crash with, so they can't really focus him down.
Oh my god, that was some loud noises there as Roche goes down. We're going to get the replay here. Yeah, a nice play there to get the illusion to tank the hook shot afterwards. But you can see just a great fight from Boom, understanding what they need to do to win.
We've seen in this fight that, those illusions from Darkseer, they really hurt. They really hurt if he can get the illusion off Medusa. She still doesn't have that much damage. She's more about the tankiness. Templar Assassin, Lyrical, she needs a BKB. She needs it desperately.
That timing is going to be so imperative. If they can get those off, then there's an answer at various points, but it's just still so difficult to make it all work. And now taking full control of this game. Boom. Where do they go next? Snaking, he shows for a moment there. Maintaining some vision. They have a sentry down, so they see him. Snaking. Oh, that's scary. Obviously, the thing that's so weird about this game, too, is like anytime they find a route from the Ember, it's like you can pretty easily die with the arrow follow-up.
Yeah, they have no way of like removing it. There's no Yule Scepters, there's no real saves, there's literally nothing. So every single time the combo is used, you know that that hero is gonna die. So far, 0 deaths on Yopaj with the BKB and double damage. Where's the arrow?
It's right there. Immediately, they got him caught. Gonna get the kill. 9 gets punished. And they will at least get FBZ's courier. Doing what you can. That's all that they could hope for. Jackie is completely alone. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
He is. I'm bad at math, but I can only count one hero from Boom. The rest is connecting.
They're far away, though. The Cogs push back, trying to bring him down. Jackie, though, I mean, all right, it's still Medusa. Still has the Aegis. They can't do it. They wanted to, though. Wait, looking for more? Boom. Not deciding to go in. So, at least for now, Boom gonna siege high ground. There was maybe a moment there where they could have done something, but
Arrow
it's still
again.
so difficult, and Sakuchi makes him invisible, but eventually they find the kill. Snaking goes down. Have buyback, but it's just still so hard to take this fight. Root. Oh, and the roll, it comes out. Buyback afterwards from the Weaver. Needs to get here to help out 3-3. The wall is down, tries to get away, but won't be able to. The wall is gonna wear out in just a second as they run away. Gonna be fine. No fuss, no muss. Boomer killing it.
Laughing in Medusa, she just does not care at this point. They still have 2 minutes left on that Aegis. Going into Aghanim Scepter next on Medusa, very interesting.
Oh, that's nice. Very, very cool. Well, and now, I mean, you didn't get the full lane on the side of Boom, but they are feeling incredibly strong and like, I mean, it feels like she can almost go for whatever she wants.
Yeah, Tundra is just too afraid to get out of the map, but they know where they are. There's still a tier 1 tower to take on the top, so Medusa will take care of that. And right now, yeah, you can see them drawing on a minimap. They know exactly where Tundra is.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Do they go in and try and start the fight? Yopaj, I mean, he's going to start it. Root goes out and looking for some chase down here. Who does he find? Cogs down, they get the coil onto FBZ, but he manages to jump away. Hook shot afterwards, and Yopaj going to drop. Normal punch not going to do nearly enough as Yopaj continues to hunt, and they find him again. Skinner nowhere left to go. The Fiend script is there. He is going to die. Another one bites the dust.
I know they have Darkseer against Medusa, but I would not be, you know, surprised if they lose one more fight and then they just lose the game. They also bought the gem. Skimmer bought it, so Ember Spirit will be able to devord everything. They can see Templar Assassin and also Weaver, and now they're gonna go for the high ground push, try to take care of the barracks. Still a bit limited on the damage, but yeah, I believe they can take it. Darkseer has ulti available. It's gonna be, what, 40 seconds left on Aegis. Not sure if that's enough. These set of barracks are gone.
Yeah, this at the very least is going to be gone. We'll see if they can find any more. Scan actually connects on the 9, but he is going to TP out of there. So now they realize he is gone. And Tundra going to try and reset for the moment, but 16,000 gold lead. It is looking really deadly. Got 12-0 and 5 on Yopaj.
He's just been a monster. What a player.
Absolutely. And, I mean, as the game has gone on, it's obviously been the work of these supports setting up kill after kill after kill, but recognizing that, you know, he was completely free this game. Tundra, smoke up, looking to find somebody. Aegis 3 seconds away, so this is the timing if they can find a good fight. But will they be able to? Jackie walks in right on top of a trap. They see him now. DD up on the top side. They're thinking, all right, we're going to go for FBZ instead. Got him caught. Goes in with that ulti. Tries to get it off. Hook shot afterwards for the stun. But FBZ, he's just going to roll away. No trouble in the world. It's fine. Oh, you want to come back in for round 2 of this now? Goes for a little ring around the ulti.
Still fishing for any information if he can find it.
Tundra, they're still hanging out here. Now get in vision. They spot him. Skem. Oh, they're in vision, but they just find him right at the start of this one. Do they have enough arrow afterwards? They find it on the Skitter. As he lands, Skem in trouble, but the rest of them are perfectly fine. Boom do lose one there on the clockwork. Snake King, time lapse, getting him away. Now the chase down. Do they have anything else left in the tank? Yopaj shown up, and now in trouble. They get out that normal punch, but the illusion not going to do nearly enough damage. And they have lost the TA. TP's out, gets the Yule Scepter lift up, and Darkseer gonna fall
Nowhere to
again.
run. They're still not done. Oh!
Does he manage to get away? Tries to go for the blink, not gonna happen.
What a fight from Boom. Like, they just have too much, and this Medusa illusion at this point doesn't do that much anymore, especially since, like, illusion was created and immediately Pango uses Swashbuckle on top of her, disarms her, and Medusa takes care of the rest. They don't have enough damage. Their damage output is very limited at the moment. Also looking at the Templar Assassin's items, she has a Crystallis. She needs a BKB. Like, this is 2,000 gold down the drain. Without BKB, she can't deal any damage. Playing against the disarm, playing against the chains, it's too much setup for an arrow. Just a Nightmare into arrow is going to do the trick.
I mean, this game, it just never even started for Tundra. They have been completely outplayed and outpicked and out everything this one. Boom, looking clean, looking solid. Really, really impressed by all the performances we've seen so far. Ember's going in for the Aghanim Scepter next as well, and, well, they find themselves a quick little route there. Arrow afterwards, Skitter. Dun, 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 dun. That voice. It's a weird one. Jeez.
Well, if Skem ever decides to quit his Dota career, he can always be a drummer.
There you go. Nice. I like it. There's just like no grin either on his face. It's all business. He's ready for it. They come on back in. Ember Spirit has only had to use one BKB charge so far. Yeah, do it there again. Nice noises. Oh, wall down. What can they do? Cogs push back. Normal punch afterwards. It's about as good as it gets.
She's out of mana.
The vacuum. Okay, they find themselves a kill here. The Medusa is dead. Yopaj, though, is he going to go down as easily? I don't think so. Sleight of Fist doing so much damage. Takes down Saksa as well. Buyback comes out. What else they got left in the tank? Yopaj gets the Remnant away and is going to be able to escape from that one. FBZ, one more hit from downtown. And also, it got the little slight damage onto Yopaj. Trying to get away. 3-3 chasing, looking for the hunt down. Can they get him? Oh, but the Nightmare comes out in the arrow afterwards. They got him saved. He's able to dodge it. Another hit. It's not going to be enough. Flare everything, try to take down Yopaj. The Witchblade damage didn't even quite finish it.
Oh, can they chase?
He's hiding off to the side. Courier's going with him, scouting out the danger beforehand. And the Rocket Flare, it won't be there. They do find the Bane, but unbelievably, Yopaj manages to survive.
That was so close. That would be a big kill. He's on 16 streak, so that'd be amazing. And this Darkseer, yeah, he decided to go for a shard, so normal punch. Medusa got isolated. There was like no help whatsoever, but I respect Boom for still deciding to take a fight 4 versus 5 even without Medusa. Were there any buybacks used in that fight?
There was one, I believe. Yeah. So not the biggest deal in the world, and it does look like, yeah, Saksa bought back. Next round of items coming up now as well. And Tim spots out one Yule Scepter arrow afterwards. Finds himself a sneaky little snaking. And another little assist there afterwards. Was that the gem picked up? Oh,
yeah, that's
no.
the second gem.
Oh man,
it's the one that he bought.
Well, game is hard. I think they just bought the tome too for 3-3. He's probably trying to get to that level 20 talent as quickly as possible, but right now it is all...
Yeah, only needs 5 levels. It's fine, Gabe. We need this game to be played up for another, like, at least 15 minutes for him to grab level 20.
You gotta, find the positives. If he gets a kill on the Yopaj, that's all of it. Silence back wall. Oh, but they mixed it up. Weren't quite able to land there with the ulti coming in from the Clockwork, stunned for a long duration. What else do they have left?
Oh, Discog.
They completely bring him down, and afterwards they find the clock. BKB is there as well for Medusa now, so they're going to be fine. And Dandy Snake King also being chased down. Another death for the King as he is going to get killed. Dethroned. Skitter tries to get away. The BKB, there's no help there. There's no salvation.
And they call it.
GG. Boom.
What a performance. Man, FBZ, he had a bit of a slow start, but in the end, once he got to his items, the Blink Dagger, Yule Scepter, and the Shard, he was the one controlling the whole team fight. And Templar Assassin, no BKB, very easy to bring down. We said at the start, like, they need this Mirana to pop off, and he was involved in almost every single kill. Also, we gotta give credit to Scamp. He's positioning, always playing on a different side, TPing and setting things up with the Nightmare, top tier.
And I think just like the overall strategy of having two of those heroes that are always a threat, whether it's the Ember or whether it's the Bane, whenever they found you, you were dead, because Tim's was there afterwards with the follow-up arrow. So very clean performance here from Boom, and for Tundra, have to go back to the drawing board, figure out what to change for game number 2.
I think they need to split up this combo. Mirana needs to go. If there was like no Mirana and they had Ember Spirit plus Bane, I don't think like this game would go this way. It was just amazing performance by Tims. Like anyone can shoot an arrow on a sleeping target, anyone who's in the chat, if they have a decent mouse, but you know, you gotta be there. Like you need to be able to play with the team, and their positioning, just top notch.
Really impressive performance.
It is.
I can't wait to see what happens in game number 2, but for now we're going to head off back to the panel and see what they thought about that game number 1.
Same for me, Lyrical, same for me. Can't wait to see what game number 2 has to offer. But first, let's talk about that first game, because that was a lot of aggression, a lot of convincing play coming out from Boom Esports that made them take game 1 of the best of 3 against Tundra. I'm here with Fogged, Effie, and with No Tail. And I want to start by, let's start with the draft, Fogged. It always starts with the draft. We had a lot of heroes. There were signature heroes given to Boom. You'd think that Tundra is like, you know what? We know what to do with this. We know how to beat this. Did not work out.
I feel like they played into their hands even more by putting the puck mid and putting the TA safe lane. I felt like it. I mean, I can understand why they wanted to have this, because they wanted to have this type of catch for the Ember. But then I felt like it's just like Yopaj is just like, oh, okay, now I'm gonna get this big advantage early, and I'm gonna be able to play really aggressive and make that space. Because as we see here, the top lane went kind of disastrously. Right, the Medusa got pushed away, but then we look at like 10 minutes, Medusa's top farm, because the space that they were able to make because of that Ember, because of how good his mid lane was, I felt was just massive.
Yeah, I believe, Notil, you said before the game began, after the draft, you said you were going to keep close eye on that mid lane because Ember versus Puck, or were you mostly going to look at it thinking that was a TA mid? Or
well, initially with the TA mid, I knew for sure there was going to be action around it.
Yeah.
But an Ember versus Puck not necessarily has to go like that. Both of the heroes can look at side lanes. I think one of the biggest deciding moments for the early game was also when he bottled the DD with the Remnant. Because you saw how Tundra, they were actually trying to get both runes, making sure he doesn't get one, and trying to get the Puck one. But getting that early DD on Ember with the slide build, this is how the matchup turns. You spam slide on him, and if you force him to stay mid, he gets really sad. Puck doesn't want to do that. And with DD, there's no way to actually stay. So he had an incredible performance on Ember. I would still give most of the credit for this game to the Medusa. The balls to pick it against a Darkseer, and the ability of the Medusa player to man up and do what he has to do. And I think there's a very well executed Medusa strat.
Yeah, and we talked about how the Darkseer and Clock were able to push Medusa back and slow down her farm, but then you just had this Ember rotating to that lane around minute 4 or 5, right? The second he hit level 6, he was there, and he just forced them away. So it felt like Yopaj was all over the place. And yeah, we gave credit to Tims where it was due, but the entire team of Boom just had this very clear idea of how they wanted to play. They were so aggressive in the map. That was a beautiful arrow. That was a frame-perfect arrow, right? If you want to arrow a Puck without him phase shifting, he has to get hit by the back part of the arrow animation. And just, you can see the master tier Mirana at work. I think Boom looked so good here.
It was the double. It was the FBZ also. Like as soon as the wall goes down, I saw it multiple times. He swashbuckles it and he disarms the Medusa illusion as well. And then the Medusa focuses it with Stone Ace. They were really on top of everything. It felt like this game.
And they just did not let up. Right? They were in Tundra's jungle early on. They were in their triangle. We did not give them any kind of space. And that's the kind of tempo that we were talking about earlier, Shiver.
Yeah, it really was, and I feel like at some point, the wall was the only way that Tundra had back into the game.
Yep.
They did manage to kill Medusa once, which was over here. They threw everything on her.
Punch as well, the double illusion.
Everything. And it still wasn't enough. I mean, Yopaj almost turns it around.
It's a little late right now, also, to kind of finally kill this Medusa when he's this farm.
6-31, 20k lead.
Yeah, very good play.
Yeah. We have praised Boom, but I do think that we said earlier on panel that Tundra's draft, it didn't seem like there was any clear idea with it, right? There wasn't that much synergy. There was a bit of an idea with the Clock and the Darkseer, but everything else didn't really seem like it meshed together. So hopefully for next game they can just have a clearer game plan.
Mine was like, I didn't know why they picked Clock Darkseer. I gotta be honest. Like the two that when they saw what? They saw Pango, they saw Bane,
and they saw Mirana.
And then Ember, right? Or did they see Mirana?
No, they saw Mirana.
They saw Mirana.
Ember was picked after.
So I'm like, I don't know. When I look at that and I see like the Clock Darkseer, I understand the pairing is very strong, but usually you want to pick it because you know what you're playing in, so you have like, you know, I don't know. There was something about it that I didn't.
Yeah, so that's one of the
potency.
that's one of the problems with drafting in general. When you're drafting second phase, when you have to do the combo picks, or like you have to pick two heroes next to each other, you're like you ideally want to pick something that makes sense against many things because you're always going to be able to get countered with whatever you pick here. It's the nature of the drafting phase, and I guess they were feeling very confident in this duo, into blind matchup or into blind lane or into blindness. And I even think, yeah, picking the Dusa is I think is a good statement. It's quite often I've had this discussion whether or not Dusa is playable versus Darkseer, and a lot of people have been on the boat that is not even playable. But you saw this game, Medusa, queen of the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Darkseer didn't even have a chance
push again.
this
I just
game,
see that again. Anybody want to do the math?
1709.
Yes.
Like
The thing is, it
35k hero. What the?
It felt like that Medusa could have been anything in that game, right?
Yeah.
Just because of how well the rest of the team was doing. It just felt like that early game was ridiculous by Boom.
It was ridiculous. I mean that also. I mean, which hero are you gonna give Yopaj? Because you can't ban. I mean, you can ban both TA and Ember. Sure, maybe you can take TA, but I mean, there's a lot to unpack here for a one game. Also, I have to point out this is the first time that we see Tundra playing under the lights here, so for them also maybe, you know, first game jitters, who knows. Very excited to see what game 2 is going to bring. And before we head to game 2 though, we're first going to check in with Kyle, who earlier today was able to catch some of the players backstage.
I want Yopaj. The fans want Yopaj. The fans call you Yopaj God. How do you feel about that?
Nothing special for me actually.
He's used to it. Obviously, Armel, Raven, you played with them for a long time. They're no longer in the tournament. Is that because you're not with them anymore?
No, I think we just have better chemistry in this team. Gotcha.
Okay, and question, how important is Mushi and where is he? Because he's not here.
He's very important because he do the drafting and the in-game stuff. Then he's in Malaysia right now because he just finished his nose surgery.
I see. I wasn't prepared for that answer. Well, is he going to be okay?
He's already fine. So after this tournament, we will do bootcamp in the Philippines together.
Okay, awesome. Well, you guys are kicking ass in the DPC. How does it feel to finally be back on LAN? Is it a different kind of vibe?
It's really happy going back on LAN, but still not satisfied because I want audience in the arena.
Gotcha. Well, that's going to be happening soon. But before we get there, FBZ, how you doing?
Doing very good. I'm excited for the game today.
Okay, awesome. Hang on, I'm gonna.
No. Hi.
Yeah, it's not so easy. Somebody hands a hot microphone to you. How do you feel?
Good.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you're feeling good. I'm feeling good. You ready for the match?
I think we are. They are. Yeah.
That's it. Back to the panel.
Yeah, back to you guys.
Yeah, great content. Once again, thank you, Kyle, and the team. I mean, yeah, they were ready. They were very relaxed,
But they are
smiley.
too.
They were very smiley.
And they got some extra media training. I think it was. I mean, it's good. I mean, if someone puts a microphone in front of your face, especially when it's Kyle, you don't know what to say, right? It's yeah.
Especially when it's Kyle.
Especially. Tim's looks a lot more comfortable though in front of the camera because I feel like Tim's used to be a little bit shyer.
I mean,
He
he's
seemed
now
like
the
he was very open. He was,
experienced guy.
laughing and
Yeah.
stuff. It was good.
He's
I
dealt
liked
with Kyle before.
Yeah, it's actually very true.
How many times do you think someone has to deal with Kyle before they're comfortable?
I mean, everybody needs a break at some point. Yeah, probably like twice a year is a healthy amount.
All right. I think we are already at more than twice a year for the current, the next person that Kyle has found backstage. I think Kyle was able to talk to AUI again.
Hey, Howie.
Yo, what's up? Whoa, sorry. What's up?
I was just gonna do a quick pre-match interview.
Okay.
It's already started. We're live on stream.
Oh, okay. Are we really?
Yeah.
Okay, hello. Is this an interview?
Yeah.
Hello.
So, you guys are going up against the undefeated Boom Esports. Are you nervous?
Nervous? I mean, we've played Dota for so long, I don't think we'll get nervous, but I think coming into this tournament, most people had Boom near the top, right? Like they've done so well in SEA. I think they won DPC and more tournaments in a row. They've looked really good.
Got you. So, how fast have you guys adjusted to the the roster change, new captain, new coach? Do you think you're helping or hindering?
The thing about coaching is like you never really know. It's like when you do analyst work, like you just say things and you don't know if you're saying the correct stuff. It's sort of the same coaching.
Got it. So right in your skill set. Awesome. Well, what do you think you guys are going to have to get right fundamentals-wise if you're going to take down Boom?
And when I look at Boom, I think they're a pretty complete team. So you have to do everything. I don't think Dota's like you just get the draft right or you get to play right. Like you have to have everything nowadays. Everyone's really good.
Okay, if you could outline one specific factor you had to get right, what would it be?
I mean, our last draft was really bad. So, you always need to draft first. That's the first step, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Awesome. Well, thanks, Aoi. Back to you guys. Good luck prepping.
Thank you.
I do think that AY kind of saved Kyle there a little bit by being actually a professional with the microphone in front of his face. And yeah, well, good practice. Being an analyst, of course, AY was, and he practiced for being a coach. You just say things and you hope they're right.
That's life, right?
That's
you
life.
just say things and you
That's what we do. That's our job.
Yeah.
Anything to add to the job description of you guys? I mean, I feel like
I really like the mic movement too. That caught
tiny
my
microphone.
attention. Yeah. And you move it back and forth a few times. It also adds like the volume is going up and down. It's nice.
Just the camera shots back and forth of Kyle's face.
And the
Kyle's
zoom.
just like, yes,
It
yes.
reminds me of The Office, kind of.
Yep.
Actually, that's
Very
Michael.
much so. Very much so. Curtis, of course, is entirely correct with saying that everything begins with the draft, and we did agree. Draft of Game 1 maybe wasn't really there for Tundra, so we're going to discuss what we want to see changed for Game number 2, because Game number 2 is around the corner, Fogged, and we want to see changes.
Yeah, and I do want to touch upon something Lacoste said at the end of the cast. He's like, if it was just like one or two of these things, perhaps they could have weathered the storm, perhaps they could have dealt with it, but the fact that they got their Bane, and then they got the Pango, then they got the Mirana, and then they got the Ember, they have all the perfect setup, it seemed like they just got everything that they wanted, so there's going to have to be some type of breakup there. If they see the Bane there, if they see the Bane and the Mirana, they needed to have banned the Ember probably or something along those lines, or take it away, or...
Yeah, I don't like the puck answer versus Ember. It's definitely not solely we talked about having the clock. It's not enough. You need to come up with something more. Kind of hard from safe lane to deal with an Ember, or at least if you want to threaten a kill or threaten a catch. So the puck was the idea, but I don't think it was good enough. I hope to see, probably an Ember ban and TA ban, like force them out of their comfort zone too, see how much they play, see if they even know how to play other stuff and what that does. Or come up with, more sound strategy yourself. Like, don't have to worry so much about the enemy, even though they're rolling. Like, get yourself on a ball, get yourself rolling. Like, don't even worry about them.
Yeah.
And let them fix your problem, like the problem that you're going to present.
I want to see 9 play. I mean, we saw it be so successful this tournament, so I'm just going to say it. I want to see him play Invoker. If it's left open, if it's left available, he's really talented with it. It works well. It seems like it provides your team with like everything that you're missing in most games too. So if there is a way you can slip it in, I even could have seen it like that last game. There's potential for it
I
to
agree
maybe
with that, and they do have stocks, right? They have a clock player. They have good heroes, like a hero pool to set up for his potential abilities.
Because we talk about the signature heroes that that Boom got this game, and you mentioned Invoker for 9. Are there any other heroes that, if Tundra gets their hands on these, that's when Boom probably should be worried for their game?
I just think they have a lot of like cooler picks because I've seen them show a lot of variety even in the past, and I've seen like Skeeter especially too playing different carry heroes like CK. I think he's the only one that played it, I believe, here at this tournament. So yeah, I think they've got options. They got things they can change up. And also I don't think Puck's doing so good, so I just don't want to see that hero really anymore.
Same.
Agreed. But I mean, Tundra have had their success with their own hero pool, right? They have over 3 games, 100% win rate with Sand King. They pick Hoodwink a lot. They combo with Sand King. They have heroes that have worked for them, but we just didn't see any of it.
33 heroes. Let's see some 33 heroes. I want to see him fly with some harpies. I want to see him get like the red ogre and make it work. I want to see some summons.
But then you've got the problem is, do you first phase a 33 hero? Because he got targeted hard in the second phase, right?
But there's only the Beast and the Brood band. I think there should be more
And
arsenal.
the Tide
I don't.
and the Sand King.
Right. I'm talking about the Sue heroes.
Okay,
So I don't know
okay,
if there's
okay.
a Lycan in there. I don't know if there's a Chen for him. I don't know if there's something that I'm not thinking about. Even just a Dominator, which he was doing in the European finals, like just buy a Dominator, you know, and kill the couriers. Like,
Kill the couriers.
tilt
kill
your
them all.
enemy.
Tilt your enemy. I mean, that's the name of the game. I don't know. I mean, I kind of feel like then you put all your eggs in the basket. That being said, it is upper bracket. If you want to try something out that you haven't tried yet during the group stages, this is the time to try it.
33 is a pretty good basket. I'm not gonna lie. Like, that guy's been pretty reliable
That's
whenever
fair.
he's playing those heroes. That he's such a nuisance. Like he always causes so much disruption and gives so much space for a player like Skeeter. So
Yep. So we got ourselves the first phase coming up, and I always look towards first phase bans because those are the at the moment the place where a lot of it is decided. We had Boom banning out Sand King and Shadow Demon in the first game, with Tundra banning out Mars and Kunkka. Any of the previous heroes that Boom had, would you first phase ban them instead of a Mars or Kunkka, Effie?
It's really hard to say, to be honest, because they made that last draft look so good. But if they had gotten their Mars or their Kunkka, they'd have built around it the same way, right? So
pick your poison.
Yeah, pick your poison for sure. It feels like it seems a bit easier to target ban Tundra right now than it is to target ban Boom, just because we really haven't even seen what their ideas are outside of.
That's
the
all in
obvious.
your head, though. This is something that's very common in Dota that everybody tends to do is they tend to put heroes on a pedestal. And the truth is, you just have to break it. It's like if you're going to be afraid of Kunkka, if you're going to be afraid of Mars, if you're going to be afraid of Bane, if you're going to be afraid of Ember, if you're going to be afraid of TA, you can't play. You literally cannot draft. There's no way to draft. And that was the speech that I gave when I also joined T9. And that didn't work with that team, you know? And quite often Dota does that to you. It's like you lose one game to one hero and your whole world is just about, oh, this hero broken, man.
How do we play
I can't do anything. And then you play it, and then you quickly learn, okay, maybe there is a way, you know? Because Mars is beatable, Kunkka is very beatable. I think Ember is very strong this patch, but it's also, you know, like you play enough Ember, people play enough against Ember, you can make it look like a super bad hero.
Yeah. We got ourselves Boom on the Radiant side for the game number 2. We also have first pick on the hands of Boom, and Tundra does not want to give the Weaver away, so they banned that one out.
Pangolier out this time.
And Pango out.
Bane has been picked, so here we go again against Bane. And I think the ST is a bit of a... It's one of the saving heroes that they probably don't want to deal with. If you have this Bane, if you're looking at maybe Bane Mirana, ST is a combo breaker, and I think that's kind of like the simple concept. The reason why they want to ban Sand King, maybe they just don't want to deal with it. Like on the offlane, maybe they find it as a very strong hero, maybe specifically Tundra. Because I don't think it has anything to do really with countering like this Bane Mirana thing. So I'm kind of curious.
Well,
okay,
all right.
back to basics.
Back to basics, for sure.
And this looks more like a Tundra draft than last game's did already.
Yeah. My one thing is, though, is like I know IO is still like super hot hero, and I know we are seeing a lot of these Banes. They don't skill Enfeeble early, but later stages, Enfeeble is incredibly strong. And Kunkka, I actually love Kunkka versus Gyrocopter at all stages of the game. I think Rum is incredibly strong. As soon as you see that flat get popped, you Rum your team, and then Gyro pumps out his everything, and then it's like, oh my god, I have nothing left. And everyone's absorbed it with Rum.
And of course, we've got the X versus IO.
Yeah.
Really great spell versus any kind of IO combo.
And IO has not been winning an awful lot. He's only had 3 wins out of the 10 games he's been played. So it's interesting that they first phase this combo, because it does telegraph what they're going to do. And that's not something that traditionally Tundra did. Tundra was always of the anything can go anywhere type of draft. So this is something different, Johan.
I don't like it. I feel like they're drafting behind already. This was not the solid idea. You let the Kunkka in when you're going to do the IO Gyro. Rather let the Pango in. Or the Weaver even. Weaver also got nerfed. I think Tundra maybe are feeling a bit on the back foot. I don't want to say it, but like they feed it mentally, but maybe lightly, you know? Yeah.
Mentally done.
Mentally destroyed. No hope is over.
I wonder what the logic is of prioritizing this Pango van over the Kunkka van, because it was very impactful last game, but
mental damage.
That's the same thing you were talking about.
Well, like,
I think so.
I get exactly what you're saying, right? Like, it's still affecting. If they were looking for that and then they left the Kunkka, it's just like now it's like
play against the Pango then.
Against the Pango then.
You can suffer so hard against this IO Gyro. There's no point giving like one of the better heroes against this combo when you know that they're gonna want to look at it and pick it. Hey, on the bright side, maybe you don't have to deal with Ember this game.
Yep.
Stay positive.
I mean, the thing is that the Kunk is also just they're so flexible. They run in all 3 roles, right? So that's another thing.
Let's think for a moment, because I do think it's quite easy to go in the boat of Boom Esports and be like, okay, they're winning the draft right now.
For sure.
How are Tundra going to turn it? Is there something that we're missing? IO Gyro can still get to that point where he just wins the game. How do they make sure that that gets there? What do they need to ban to make sure that that happens? Like, the bans are really vital right now as well. I don't even like the Darkseer ban by Boom, but maybe I'm also not thinking exactly what Tundra's options are, because Kunkka versus Beast, I don't know if they're willing to put a safe lane. They want more team fight with this IO Gyro, so and yeah, they banned the Mars themselves because they obviously don't want to deal with it, having this Gyro. How do they turn it, and what do they have to ban? Razor, I was just going to say.
Okay. Do you think there's a...
They take out that Invoker that we were talking about.
Yeah.
Too.
I think it's just like that alacrity, honestly. I think it's just the buff up. It's now it's these double steroids for the gyrocopters is something that makes it a little bit too much to handle. Why do you think they banned the Darkseer? Is there something specific you think they're looking for? Because it's like...
Well, it's team fight.
It's just team fight, you think?
It's team fight. So it's a way to fight back into the Kunkka. It's a way to make this IO hero work, is to team fight.
Okay.
And they banned the Tide as well. It's again, like, because if this IO Gyro doesn't end up getting some type of team fight heroes on their side, all they're doing is running away. And then they're running away getting X mark, like relocating out. Like, it becomes such a shaky game already.
Yep.
Tundra need to fight them. They need to fight a Kunkka. They need to fight a Bane. And how are they going to do it?
And also, that was the lane that they suffered against the most last game, was that Clock and Darkseer lane. So maybe they just want to guarantee they don't put themselves in a position like that too.
Traditionally, Tundra, when Fata was still a captain, they played a lot of Gyro position 5. How much of a chance is it that they still have that in their back pocket? Because I don't know, because obviously how much of that was Fata and how much of that did they keep?
I would have to guess that it's pretty locked on a one Gyro. I don't. But it would be a cool idea. It adds a decent amount of fight and all. And there might be another IO partner that is worth looking at. So I would keep it in mind just because it's Tundra, but I think it's less likely. I do think it was more of a Fata thing.
Yeah.
It's Monkey King pick, because this used to be the traditional pick that people were doing versus Kunkka, if it is like that mid matchup. I know you guys really like it.
And Nine likes it too.
9 likes it, so maybe that's something they're looking for, but as you mentioned, Kunkka, they flex it quite a bit still.
And so also playing versus Grip, if we are going to consider the concept of a core Monkey King. I think I like Support Monkey a lot more here, just to give out the vision of the Bane, just cancel it, Boundless Strike, just make sure it's concerned.
Concept is the Ember, right? They've got the X pull with the arrow, they got the sleep with the arrow, but Centaur.
So we've not seen Centaur be really good at all this tournament so far. We had the first 2 games we watched in the group stages. Teams seemed fairly convinced that Centaur was good, and it kind of fell flat fairly fast.
I think teams rushed picking it though, because I think even Secret, like they picked Centaur and they left Mars, and then the other team's like, okay, we just pick Mars, and now your Stampede's countered.
But it's really good against all 3 heroes. Centaur, historically good. Stampede versus Wukong versus Relocate versus
and it leashes now, right? So that's extra
with
good.
Aghanim's.
With Ags.
Later on in the game, for sure.
Ags got kind of butchered because it now isn't 40% reduction, it's 20, 25, 30 scaling, and it does get the leash, but I saw a couple of people testing it, and most of the people that tested it were like, it feels underwhelming. I saw Zai testing it, and he didn't seem to like it too much. But.
Yeah, but also, like, you've got another stun setup for the Morana. This is a pretty strong lane, these two together. They haven't played a lot before in the past, not so much recently, but they have been historically effective. And if you look at Tundra's heroes, the only instant stun they have is Boundless Strike, which is, 1.4 seconds at max level. If they relocate in on anyone or decide to take the fight, it's a very simple matter to just Stampede away. It's a very easy way to punish all 3 of these heroes, so it's looking really good.
Also a very good lane for Centaur if he gets an early start and you max the return. You have not many choices with IO Gyro than to use your right clicks. You can use the spells, and if you want to max Barrage, you can do that, but you're going to want to right click him to threaten him, and then you take so much return damage, and that always leads into you being vulnerable as well.
And if you do take the Rocket Barrage, you're going to suffer from a lack of farm speed if you don't have your farming skills maxed out. So.
He's not going to go max Barrage, no way.
No. He did I think it was, I don't remember if it was him or if it was, well, yesterday I saw Tomato did at least like I think he had 1 point in the laning phase, where it actually ended up getting him like 1 or 2
You can get the
kills,
second point if you want, but I do think you really want to get the max flak level 7, 8, latest level 8. Death Prophet, there we go. That's a really good pick overall. Brings a lot of team fight, brings killability for the 2 cores, Strength Hero, Siphon Life.
But Stampede is also pretty valuable against Death Prophet as well.
It is. But I like it better than most choices, regardless.
Fair.
even though they don't have great lockdown, they don't have a way to stop the Mirana from leaping and the Centaur from stampeding, other than if he buys the Yules. Again, yeah, the Boundless Strike is a little help, but they're looking for a really strong pick. I'm calling the Brewmaster right now for Tundra.
Yeah.
Let's see if Mushi thinks along the same lines as me and bans it.
Do you think it's enough, though, the remaster?
I am the biggest Brew fan in the world. Brew is always enough team fight for anything.
Now with Aghanims and everything, now he's getting like this crazy double effects under the Cinder Brew as well with his different stances and all that. I want to see the hero more. To be honest.
The stance is really good. It's not like broken. Like it adds a little bit of the offensivity. But when you go for a kill and you're in the red mode, it adds a lot more damage than the old one. I want to say, or like at least about the same. But the biggest thing is the Earth stance. When you have magic resistance and armor, and you use the drunk, you basically are not poppable unless they purge that away from you. The drunk, because the values are double, you get so much out of it. And I do think that was a pretty cool buff. I don't even care about the shard. I mean, now especially the shard is useless. But before, it wasn't even something that you cared that much about. You get it after your Aghanims refresher.
I think the evasion one too. If you Cinder Brew yourself with it, you get 90% evasion, I believe.
Right,
it
with
is.
the blue
It's
stance.
really
Okay,
high.
yeah. I haven't even looked into
see
that one so much, but it's cool
Yeah.
for the movement speed as well. That's the movement speed one.
Yep. Touching again on the DP, it's like we talk about the shard timing, and it's also they see double strength cores, so the Spirit Siphon extremely valuable. So another reason why I did kind of like the hero that they went for.
It's strong. It would be really nice for them to have like a Mars Arena or this band, something to don't let them run. I still think Brew is cool. I do think they're thinking about it.
My issue with Tundra's draft right now is I really feel like they might encounter the same exact problem they had last game, is when they just start running at them and chain stunning and killing their heroes and diving deep. They don't really have the best means to fight back so far. And yeah, we can talk about the lack of disable again and again and again, but it really does add up, especially versus a team like Boom, who are just looking to invade your triangle as early as possible.
Oh, Brood ban, okay. Maybe Brood was needed, but I feel like you have the Kunkka, you could have maybe. But then it's for sure a comfort ban, make yourself feel comfortable, and maybe it would have been a comfort pick for Tundra. But knowing Neta playing Brew, I do think they're really thinking about it.
I'm just trying to think the other options besides Brew, right? Like it's pretty limited because of how many.
Sand King out, Mars out, Pango out, Timber Tide out, Darkseer out.
Is there a chance they can change it up and put something else off lane? Because the things you guys are describing are also filled
They
by
could pick
Puck.
Ember mid. Yes, they could pick their own Ember mid, or even Puck mid. Sure, Puck versus Kunkka, I still don't think is that much fun mid. Although, yeah, phase shift and everything.
But like you can't run
decent.
away because you got Dream Coiled.
Yeah, Coil is really good for their lineup, no doubt, no doubt. It makes sense. I think Ember might be better.
Yep.
I think 9, yeah, I think it's something they could be thinking about doing. And you have the Monkey DP going to the off lane.
Okay.
Makes sense. Makes
Do
a
you
lot of
guys know who we haven't seen yet that a lot of people were excited about? Underlord, that hero hasn't shown up, right? That's a potential pick for Tundra.
I think you gotta practice that a lot to make sure. I mean, you can jump into each other's portal, and I kind of.
I feel like the hero still suffers what he suffered for a long time about the laning thing. He just first few levels, he's just kind of there. I feel like I don't know. He doesn't really shut.
It all depends. There's some matchups that are good for him.
Yeah.
Some ways you can abuse the passive, I think. All right.
EA.
Cool.
Okay.
So Io's gonna get blown up. Do we like this pick?
I like it. I think it's very good versus DP, very good versus Io. I don't think they're assuming that the Monkey is going mid yet, but it is good versus Monkey Core 2, I want to say. Like, very good. You get the evasion talent. You don't care Wukong. You don't care this. Like, you have a lot of timings on him.
And of course, you can just blink away, right? No
You can
disables
get out,
on
you're
side of
evasive.
Yeah, a lot of ways to get out again.
That's what PA suffers against early on, that timing when she doesn't have the BKB, just going in, getting sun, getting burst.
They got no time.
Doesn't it?
They got a tiny.
Okay.
So we've seen Tiny quite a bit when being buffed up. Guess what? There is an Io in the game. Can buff up Tiny, but how do you want to see this divided in terms of roles?
Yeah, that's the curious
It
thing.
could be Tiny Carry. It could be Tiny Mid.
Is it 5 Gyro then? Offlane DP?
Offlane DP, it looks like.
Or 4 Tiny?
I think
It
it's
could be-
offlane DP, Monkey 4, and the Tiny is either Carry. Gyro could also go mid. I know 9 has played it before, but probably 9 is going mid with Tiny.
Could be Tiny Mid.
I think it is.
Yeah, Tiny Mid, offlane DP, for Monkey King. That's what I'm going to call.
I'm afraid they have an arrow problem again this game, which we saw last game. There's going to be X marks, Bane sleeps, Centaur stuns, and arrow's going to connect. And I feel like whoever gets arrowed is going to cry.
Yeah. I think the mid Tiny does solve a little bit of the problems, right? They needed a way to fight constantly versus all the pressure that they're going to feel. Some hero that doesn't rely on cooldowns and can be their initiator and their stunner, but Tiny, from the mid-roll, we haven't actually seen that yet, right? It's just been carrier 4.
Yep.
So I'm really curious to see how it's going to fare versus Boom's draft. I think he's going to be susceptible to just early death.
Yeah, because you're curious, but you're not convinced.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it would be nice to see it work.
Okay.
I think I think Enfeeble looks like amazing. I think all 5 heroes get like Enfeeble looks incredible if he's ever going to cast it on these heroes like later stages. Attack damage reduction, significant amounts, also healing reduction. We have Io, Monkey King, Death Prophet, like all these heroes actually get kind of owned. I feel like by Bane.
Yep, Enfeeble is insane value this game.
Yeah.
It's true.
I really like the setup. Just I think the disengage is just way too strong versus the limited stuns myself.
We always credit Boom's support duo quite a bit. They get to play the same combination 2 games in a row. I feel like that is that is a nice welcome to the Dubai present for them. Indeed, we got a Bay Marana again for Tims and Skem. So let's see how this is going to work out. Game number 2 coming your way together with Lyrical and Lacoste.
Thank you so much, Shiver and the panel and Lacoste. We got ourselves another Bane Marana. How did they give it to him? This is crazy to me. But
Stubbornness, Gabe. I don't know. You're already warmed up, so you know what to do. You know how to move around the map. I've never been a biggest fan of giving away the same exact heroes, especially if they won the game with it. So gonna be tough. Like panel talked about how they might have an arrow problem, and I do agree. X-Smart to spot Bane once again with the Nightmare, or just even a Centaur stumps. Even Dagger from Phantom Assassin might slow it down enough for him to land it. And Tims, he really popped off in the previous game, and I don't expect him to do any less in this one.
I gotta watch out for this one right here, though. If they do step a bit too far afield, gonna get caught and killed here. As everybody from Boom is in the area, Tundra wisely staying together. I mean, that's the thing, right? If you get caught solo, you're donezo. There's a chance if you got some friends nearby, at least. And they do have some friends nearby. Skem, Tims, getting some sight onto him, but they're going to let him go.
He did not want to go. And skill homing missile level 1, just in case the rest of the team connects. Then you have a lane with homing missile. Rest of the team couldn't easily connect. How greedy are these players, Gabe? Dead Prophet, 3 Iron Branches, Ring of Protection, Magic Stick, and the Fairy Fire. And no one's buying Region anymore. It's like, yeah, do your job, position 4 and 5, you just have to buy it. What I'm looking for from Tundra is how well this Tiny is going to do on a mid lane. We have not seen mid Tiny yet, and he needs to pop off. I don't think he can afford to go for anything greedy in this game, because Gyrocopter is a mean machine in the late game, so he needs to get early Blink Dagger as soon as possible and just to play with the rest of the team. Also 33 on this Dead Prophet. This is a killer lane for Tundra, so you gotta watch out for that one. Phantom Assassin, strong laner in terms of getting CS even in the lanes where she's not as strong, like when they're playing from behind, I would say. But yeah, we'll see. Bane needs to be very careful about his positioning in this lane. 1 Spirit Siphon, Monkey Jump plus a stun could make an easy kills early on.
Well, it'll be something to watch for if they can connect with those. Right now you're seeing Boom pull this creep wave back behind the tower. This is going to connect up here. Obviously a little bit difficult for the IO to come and contest for this, but he is going to make the move on over and see if they can soak anything on Snaking. So something to watch for. And hopefully for the side of Tundra here, they're going to be able to have a bit better of a time playing against the Kunkka on the Tiny. We'll see if they can do it, because Yopaj, he just looked amazing from start to finish.
He really did. So far mid lane is pretty even. Both heroes have cleave, so they can clear the small camps in between, so I expect this to go relatively even. Tiny also hero that has a lot of strength gain, so don't think he's gonna die unless they rotate Marana. What Tundra needs to do is be aware of that and be ready to, support 9 on the mid lane. Get some kind of a counter reaction to what Boom is doing.
That'll be something to watch for again, as Tim's trading some hits here with Snaking, and he's just going to jump back on over to his Gyrocopter, and they're going to be away as well. Yopaj trying to keep this pressure on as much as possible, and gets another one of those denies there on the range creep this time. Always a little bit frustrating to deal with, but so far it's so good. We talked a little bit about like the laning stage during the draft, you and I, and like how important that could end up being. How do you see the whole complexion of this game going? Like, do you like Tundra in the late game? Do you like the Centaur pick we sort of talked about was pretty cool, we felt like?
Yeah, I've not been impressed with the Centaur throughout this tournament. I feel like he got nerfed, his strength gain got nerfed. The panel talked about his Aghanim Scepter upgrade. It just doesn't do well. It's not as good as it was before in terms of damage reduction. It now applies leash mechanic, but I don't think you pick the hero just for that, because you know, he has other strengths, and I wouldn't mind seeing maybe like an earlier Crimson Guard potentially, like not necessarily rush for it. You need still a Blink Dagger to be able to set things up, but against the Gyrocopter it might be the item.
Could be cool to see. So far, all of the lanes going pretty well for Tundra here, and find themselves a Courier Snipe. Tim's on the job. The massacre continues.
Mirana, one of the better heroes, definitely, to kill the couriers with leap and also relatively speedy. And now he's lurking around the mid lane. They have this X mark the spot setup, and it's very easy to set it up because you're playing against a melee hero, so you always either like harassing, trying to deny. And I don't think they're getting a kill here, especially since it's tiny underneath the tower. But yeah, he will go inside the triangle and try to make some stacks.
Keeping that pressure onto Skem there, but you can see all of the last hits right now being led by Tundra. Although it is Kunkka and Tiny very even there in the mid lane, as could have been going for another Courier Snipe down bottom, but isn't going to go for it. I'm just going to trade off here the double water runes. Yopaj pulling the creep wave with him so he doesn't miss any CS. I got one off that mark, but that's fine. As the main person that's really struggling so far is Jackie.
Yep.
Level 3?
Oh, he canceled the salve.
Oh,
this
man.
is big. This is huge. And immediately Skem places down Sentry Ward because he thought they had the vision. Bane is in trouble.
Oh
Bane's
my
dead.
god, Skem, he's in a world of hurt. It's gonna just get brought down over here. Chasing him, looking for the finish. Do they have enough? And they will. First blood, drawn by the Monkey King. Very nicely done. Jackie in some more trouble now. Spirit Siphon already there. Trying to go invis, hiding out. Jumps away for the moment, but the slowdown is there yet again. And this bottom lane is just devastating.
It's what we said. It's a killer lane for Tundra, and they need to get the most out of that lane. So far, so good. It's going to be very hard for Boom to recover. They're going to need some kind of rotation, either rotation from Mirana or Yopaj, and they're going to need it like much earlier. Right now, there's no one on the bottom lane.
Well, it costs. I may not know everything about Dota, but I know if you're winning 3 lanes, it's pretty good. Or at least breaking even.
That's what I've been told.
Stuff looking solid for Tundra here.
Also, personally, I don't think you should go for Orb of Corrosion in a lane where you're losing. Yeah, it's a great item on Phantom Assassin, but you know that you're not going to get any kills in this lane, and it also delays your Battle Fury timing.
9. Getting hit by the Torrent there, but made sure he was able to still get the last hit on the creeps. And at least for now, FBZ also in a little bit of trouble here. Goes for the Stomp, is going to be able to connect there, but now the Rocket Barrage run down. FBZ in some trouble, and finally getting the last touch.
I like this. I've not been a huge fan of not skilling Rocket Barrage as Gyro. A lot of players decide to go for stats instead, but it gives you like kill potential. IO also gives you mana, so like why not use that mana from IO? Because if you skill like Rocket Barrage, eventually you get the kills from it, and that means you get more levels, so like you get stats from leveling up. There's, you know, been a lot of discussion whether it's worth it or not. I feel getting Rocket Barrage is much better, because in a team fight you're taking out a lot of your damage, and Gyrocopter is an active carry hero who loves to participate in earlier fights.
Well, in particular when you're playing against something like a Centaur, it just feels like it makes so much sense. And I mean, they're definitely going to need to make some moves here, although they cut down the tree. 3-3 there, pops the ulti. Yopaj has made the big rotation over. The sleep is out. Boat is going to connect, but 3-3, he's still so tanky right now. And they've got the rundown here onto Skem. Boundless Strike to find the finish. And with that, they are going to be able to find another kill 2 charges on that urn. They're moving down, trying to chase out Jackie. TP's away.
He TP's top, so Centaur needs to find a way where he's gonna farm. And this is also not a lane where Jackie will feel comfortable. So for now, he's just gonna hit the jungle, it seems. Maybe kill a courier.
Thinking about it.
A lot of time wasted. Oh no!
Skitter, he knew. He was ready. Just sends it off the other direction, hoping to get whatever gold he could there. Yeah, he's too cool for school. But nonetheless, Tundra, they managed to take that bottom tier 1 tower, and FBZ going to have to head off sheepishly with no boots, try and make something happen elsewhere.
Okay, why does Dead Prophet have 2 extra branches? Because he started with 3 branches. That was his where he's starting items, and now has 2 extra.
Yeah, he also finished the whole wand.
Yeah, that's why I'm wondering.
That's kind of weird. I don't know. Maybe he just bought the full wand accidentally or something?
I mean, maybe. I'm just theory crafting. He can, but he needs to have that in his inventory. Place down a tree and then monkey jumps.
Oh, FBZ, these creeps are strong. Be careful. They might come after you. Looks like they're not going to be able to get it. So he's going to salve up, try and survive through this one. Yopaj also hoping to clear out these ancient stacks next as well. So DD out. They are really hard to kill, but it's going to be nicer with Yopaj just spamming out these Tidebringers here. This is a lot of gold.
Yeah. If you're afraid of new creeps, stay away from them and farm them with double damage. Right? I think this is the correct choice.
Okay, I like it. Getting all the items now as well for the team.
Nothing that he likes to use.
No. But this is big for Boom. You know, things are looking a little bit rough. So much of this game right now, like you've got the PA that's not going to do a whole heck of a lot, Centaur that feels very static. It feels like it has to be Kunkka.
It definitely has to be. And so far, they did not get even a single kill on side of Boom. So they, you know, it's about the mental game. Have that one on the top rotation here from Saksa.
Hoping to find FBZ. He's very low. Do they want to go on to him? 9 also making the move. If they can get the wraparound here, they might not know about 9. Spot him now, and it's going to be enough to find the kill. So no chance to get away. And I mean, they bring 4 heroes up here. Did they stick around for the tower? Oh, Yopaj is here too as well. Maybe not. 9 gets caught. X marks the spot. Arrow afterwards. It's a long catch, but is it going to be enough? Snake King trying to keep him alive, but it won't be the regen that he needed.
And meanwhile, on the mid lane, Dead Prophet popping the Exo, try to get some damage on the tower. What I liked about 33 is that he always invests in these small items. He decided to go for Wand, Urn, Casual Windlace. Look at the move speed that she gets, 491.
Yopaj. Arrow comes back out underneath tower. Snake King again trying to keep his DP alive. Really good balance strike, but again he gets cut before he gets the Wukong's command. Nice, actually weird nightmare
That's
there.
not a nightmare.
Yeah, I thought that was on his team. Dodges the stun damage. Now the chase down. They still have Wukong's command if they want to use it. Pops it now as they get the tower. Tundra revitalized in this game number 2.
Yeah, they managed to take down this tower, and this will also bring Tiny to closer to his Blink Dagger. Still a bit far away from it, but he also found a good item for himself. He definitely wants to use Arcane Ring, have a bit more mana sustain, and will continue to farm up.
They move on in with Tim's there, just scouting him, but I don't know if they can do anything unless they get more numbers in the area. As Jackie going to be pushed back by Skitter. Only Orb of Corrosion, eyes on a Battle Fury, but it is going to be a while. Or the PA.
Also, Ward planted in front of the tower, so they see any kind of rotation from Boom on the top lane, whether they need to like defend or it's very easy to gank. And look at Skeeter, like they're utilizing the farm on the map insanely. Saksa.
A bait coming out. They've got the rest of the team moving in afterwards, but FBZ is still going to die. Afterwards, do they have enough to keep 3-3 alive? Spirit Siphon onto the Kunkka. He's very tanky on this Death Prophet. Another round. The Fiend's Grip is there. Oh, and the sleep on the other side. They can't break it. In trouble. Going to drop. 3-3 is done. Saksa now trying to escape as well. Trying to dodge the damage, seeing if he can get away, but I think in the end, it's going to all be too much for the monkey.
He's trying, he's giving his best, but sometimes the best is not enough. Jackie in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, this is a problem. They find the missile hit, and now Avalanche toss afterwards. Easy as pie. Jackie gets brought down.
Tundra, completely different game from the previous one. Every single time I see 33 doing good, I know that Tundra is gonna do well. At one point he was on top of the net worth, but look at Skeeter taking over in terms of farm. Even without maxing out the flak early on, he has 4-3-1 build right now. He's still on top of the net worth, and another EXO popped up. They want to get rid of these tier 1 towers as soon as possible.
Constrict the map, make it so that Jackie doesn't have anywhere to play. That really feels like it's the name of the game here. Sox is scouting, sees the Tims there, knows that there can't be any rotations to come over and help, and in fact, it's just going to go on him a little bit. I don't know if he thought there was a relocate coming or what, but just playing around a little bit with Tims at the moment. But yeah, Boom, needing to find some answers. It's a 3,000 gold lead. I mean, is it just around the Kunkka again? Do they need to try and make moves to find kills themselves, or do you just try and dodge?
I don't think they will go for like any aggressive plays until Kunkka gets his BKB. He's very close to it, just 1,000 gold. Fiend's Grip will be available in 20, so they can sync up with that. Also looking at the items on a Centaur, he has Vanguard queued up. I don't think he can afford to get a Vanguard at this point. They will need someone to initiate play on with Kunkka. So Blink Dagger seems more of a natural choice at this point. Also, like, when you think about the sync of items, you need to see how your carry is doing. Your carry right now, not very good, so you need to buy some time. Very far away from Battle Fury.
Yeah, this is a time we sometimes see Battle Fury's done, and it's one component right now for PA. It's just been a rough game. It's how it goes sometimes. As up top, wait, they have Fiend's Grip.
Is there a mango tree? Why does Bane have 6 mangoes?
He bought them in the lane and never got a chance to use them.
They don't even have shovel.
No, this was his goal. This is what he wanted.
I can see old shovel, never mind. Never mind.
Get away, but they're not going to be able to. Oh, Jackie can't afford to die right here. Do they spot him out? Can they bring him down in time? Looking for the finish and a little bit more damage. He's taunting as he tries to get away, but eventually he's going to die.
There's nothing to blink on. Maybe someone could have tried to TP a bit to the west on the tier 2 tower, try to help him out. Scam.
Tim's here. He's just soaking up experience. This is the most that they can do at this point. Arrow? Wait, what? TP out? There's no way to break it.
Scouting Arrow. Try to buy some time, and he did. Extra 10 seconds down the drain.
Well, the BKB now completed, and I mean, again, how do you even really play with this? Like, do they even have the tools that they need to fight? It feels rough. He almost could have Blink Dagger done on Centaur, I guess. Maybe that'll be the
he has it, will buy it, and now they have this good 2 big items that they can fight with, Blink Dagger and also BKB on Kunkka. Tundra will definitely love this to be prolonged for another minute, so the Gyro can buy his BKB, and also Dead Prophet is having a one. So I expect Tundra to smoke up in the next 30 seconds up to a minute to try to seek for a fight and possibly transition that into Roche, especially with EXO being up.
Boom is getting together now. Looks like they want to smoke before that BKB comes out and is online. FBZ looks for the jump but doesn't find him. That is not the blink reveal they wanted. FBZ.
There was no one behind him anyway. I mean, they could have tried to use a Stampede after a successful Stomp.
Right. But it would have been tough. So not able. Tiny Nine's going for a Midas.
He wants to be able to scale. I think that's the correct choice here, because the game kind of slowed down a little bit, and also they have 3 cores in this team. Dead Prophet as an offlaner, she does take a lot of the farm on the map, but she delivers.
It's just interesting seeing, your 2 other cores going for BKB and you're going for a Midas. It reminds me of my, some situations when pubs have happened and some problems come
Some
afterwards.
players don't care about the items on the rest of the players in the team. They're playing their own game.
Well, and if Tiny wants to scale, it's definitely a good way to make it happen. Schem heading up. The danger of the Sleep Arrow. Will they be able to go on to 9 and find him for the kill? Tries to blink away. Still in some trouble, but they miss everything. There were so many combos that were possible, and none of them hit. Oh, no. Boom. Not what they were hoping for, and Tundra looking to get a bit of a chase down. They got the missile. Eventually going to hit on the Opaj, but they don't want to push their luck.
Okay, 2022, people still missing the combos. Not good. They maybe use this mistake, so it's not going to happen later on when you need a guaranteed kill. But yeah, this should have been a kill for them, definitely.
Down bottom now, the smoke up. They knew that they relocated over here. Will they be able to find Skitter? They run into him first.
Going for vision.
Right onto it. They get him. X pullback. Skitter is going to be here.
BKB TP out, but there's the grip. He needs to fight.
He needs to kill him, and Soxa shows up to get the big old stun off afterwards. They find that finish. And the Opage instead is the one that has to get out. Tim's in trouble. Will manage to complete the TP.
Yeah, it was a good thinking from Boom, trying to, play where the relocate was. We have not seen the Stampede yet.
Yeah, I think there might have been one to try and get... yeah, it might not have. Jeez. It's such an integral part of the draft. That
Massive Midas, come on, use it. Tumblrstoy.
Get out there,
Does
buddy.
he want to use it on a creep hit? Does not want to reveal where he is. Oh, a lot of gold wasted.
They're going to run over and find a couple here. There's a DD on Kunkka. That could be kind of interesting. But instead, they're going for the big kill. Jackie, they run right on top of him. Do they reveal? Do they realize? Avalanche toss, dead in the ground. Oh, it hurts. Poor Jackie.
So far, 4 deaths on Phantom Assassin. It's going to be a 20-minute battle, Fury. Not what you want to do, but you just got to suck it up sometimes and deal with that.
It's going to be tough. Well, where do we see them go next? I mean, obviously, Roche is a big... Oh, Soxa just runs right into him. 3-3, a little bit too far behind to help out. And Soxa is going to drop Snaking. Can he keep him alive? Actually, maybe not. Surviving through for the moment. They pop the Stampede, trying to run away afterwards, and Yopaj goes for the TP out. Gets away.
Yeah, they have nothing to pierce the BKB with, so need to say enough. FBZ scouting things out on the high ground, but he is underneath the ward, so that's going to get devorded.
Yeah, and they're going to find him here. Skem hoping to stop this damage coming in. Arrow afterwards does connect, but they've already got
this is big. Also, Dead Prophet hitting level 12 here, so the Ghost double. This Roshan is going to go down. There's nothing Boom can do about it.
Yeah, it's too hard to try and go and fight into this. And a 5,000 gold lead now. Tundra claiming this and getting objectives around the map. This is exactly the way they wanted this game to go. Arrow comes in a little bit too late, hits there on Skitter, but he gets the Aegis nonetheless. Going into the Agnum Scepter after the BKB Chrysalis, and now running up high ground. Why not? Try and fight some more, maybe? 9. Won't be able to catch on to anybody.
Good sleep. He was looking for a toss back.
X, Snake King, maybe in some trouble. They get the silencer on FBZ, not going to go for it. Arrow afterwards connects, long duration stun. They have the Spirit Vessel on him as well. Skitter down, Skitter, Aegis dead. This is not the way the Tundra wanted it to go. And they might just have to leave him behind now. BKB, Skitter runs out of there. Do they want to chase any more? Tim's looking for it.
FBZ is ready in a second.
It's going to connect. Got to be careful. Looking for the big stun. Stun on it too. Is this the perfect fight for them? Boom, suddenly hit the 4 onto 3. And look at all the damage coming out. They're taking down 9. They're going to kill another. One by one, Tundra get taken and thrown to the wolves.
Ooh, man, what a fight. What a fight from Boom. Like, they made it look so easy. First, they take down Gyrocopter immediately. There was, like, no relocate. And this is what I was worried about, because you pick IO lineup and you leave Mirana. They already destroyed you in game number 1, and Mirana is a natural Spirit Vessel carrier, and we're going to see how effective that is. Well, we missed that part, but yeah. Great chase, like great understanding of when they can take a fight. FBZ's Blank Dagger just came off cooldown, and he comes in, lands a 3-man stun. IO also got stunned into the Torrent, into the boat.
God.
And that fight's immediately over. Once the boat comes out, they know they don't have enough damage.
So difficult to deal with. Yeah, and this is that moment where you would think that they'd be able to take a really great fight or just go back and farm, like anything at all, right? And it was a 7,000 gold lead. We're down to 2K now.
I'm no expert, but that's a 5k gold difference that they just got in less than a minute, I would say.
Really good job, dude. I love that. I need the help with the math sometimes, you know?
That's why I'm here.
That's good.
Also, this gave a lot of levels to Bane.
Ooh.
And Bane, I love this build. Brain Sap, only level 2. He maxed out the Nightmare for the combo, especially he's playing with Mirana. And now Enfeeble, the healing reduction is insane. 55% at the moment. It also, like the new mechanic is no longer cast speed reduced. Now it's a cast range, which is like very weird thing to do. So if you're trying to like use silence potentially, if you want to like use the Boundless Strike or whatever, you might get surprised by it.
Yeah, things could get pretty weird, definitely. I mean, and we're looking at this. Tundra is still incredibly strong. It's just, it feels like Boom kind of got new life breathed into them. You're getting some of these items up and levels on PA. You start looking at that net worth graph, it's looking better and better. They do pop Exorcism here, though, and the tier 2 tower is going to fall. But look at Boom. Are they going to come and try and catch some stragglers?
They would want to take a fight once the Exorcism is down, because it's a lot of damage, and then they don't need to use the Stampede to try to run away from it. Instead, they can use it to close the gap and get on top of the IO.
Yopaj looking. Who is he finding? X there. They cancel it. Arrow comes out afterwards. 9 throws the Avalanche, buying some time for the DP.
Strike.
This is dangerous. Gotta be careful. 9 enfeebled. Stun.
Oh, great
good
toss.
That kept him. Now back away, though. They have the sleep. Falling up, looking for more. Good stun. Arrow afterwards onto the Nightmare. Now popping out that cooldown. Is it going to be enough damage? Over to the side. Great stun onto 9. They pull him back and away, but FBZ getting brought down lower and lower. No Exorcism, but 3-3 pops the BKB. Turns the fight. Socks the kills off Skim. They thought they were taking it, but Boom, not going to be able to as they toss in and actually get the arrow onto Skinner, but Tim's eventually going to get ran down by the gyro. It looked like it could have been bad, but in the end, Tundra were able to
Jackie did not want to participate in this fight. His TP was on cooldown the whole time. I guess he just doesn't feel comfortable yet, but once he gets the BKB, he will gladly join those fights. Boom, they were like trying to fish for something. Maybe if they waited like a second or 2 seconds later, so someone TPs and he decides to go for the different target instead of going for the Dead Prophet, but I believe he only had the vision of Dead Prophet, so he was like, maybe the rest of the team got out, let's catch her.
Good decision there by Jackie to not go farm that camp. That was a giant Tiny ready to jump on him in a second. So will manage to escape from that. Still one component away from that BKB. 1,200 gold from Glory potentially for the PA. I mean, to be fair, it's still just not going to be that much damage, but maybe it'll be what they need.
He is recovering. Not as fast, but yeah, there's a big difference between two mid laners, because Yopaj is having a really good time. Tiny, what is his next item? Going for the E-Blade. Interesting.
Ooh. Very, very cool. The change up of like the way stats work with that could be interesting to see how that works. PA could be in some trouble. Of course, also just being able to
get the burst damage, and also they don't have that much like. In terms of save potential, they already have IO. I think most of, at least early on, it's going to be used as an offensive tool.
Okay. Monkey picking up the drums now, so trying to get any extra bit of damage out that they can. As Tundra going to have to reset. They did lose that outpost. Boom taking that one back over again. But it feels like likely waiting just for that next Roche to come on up, unless there's a pretty obvious hero out of position.
I think it benefits Boom more if they try to slow down a game a little bit. What did you say? Yeah, Roche can respawn in 2 minutes, and they want to have this BKB. Nice scan there. They know exactly where Tundra is.
They run away, getting chased out of their triangle now. And at least for the moment, Tim's is there. Wanted to get the catapult, doesn't quite connect onto it.
This is exactly what he needs to do. Try to fish for some kind of information, potentially force a rotation, TP rotation, try to take away any aggression from Phantom Assassin, because she is so close to that BKB.
And again, you're looking at Tiny going very much for this like all-in burst to hero type of build. Kaya after, like we're talking about, trying to get into the E-Blade. If that BKB comes out, suddenly, you know, a ton of his damage is just gone. So BKB is there. See if Jackie can make something happen. Do they want to fight with this? Looks like it. Smoke up with 4. Centaur not a part of it. He is running through that mid lane afterwards. And they find 3-3 right at the start. The crit immediately, but Avalanche able to keep him alive for a moment, but not long enough. Now Skinner, is he going to look for a little bit more? Wukong's command is down. Yopaj popping that
left
BKB
alone
and going to TP out of there immediately.
Yeah, I think that's a good decision. FBZ holding. Oh, fight's still not done.
FBZ's going to go down. They do get the stun there on the Snake King, but he is gone. And now afterwards, they also managed to find Scam.
A bit of a little miscommunication there, because Yopaj, he was left inside. They used Stampede. The rest of the team decided to fall back while he was inside. He decided to go in, and now they're chasing.
They spot him again.
Sword
down. Yopaj Do they have anything else left in the tank? They have it! The boundless strike there onto 2. Avalanche arrow not going to connect onto Skitter. Instead, they get Yopaj dead. Looking for more. Why not? Mirana done too. And that was a huge fight. Tundra got everything they needed.
Exactly. They should have just left with the Stampede. They could have fallen back. Yopaj would be able to TP out. They had no abilities that goes through magic immunity, and there would be like no casualties. But now they even lost Yopaj on top of that.
7,000 gold lead. Yeah, Tundra hitting it up, and you can see right here, this fight could have gone so good, but everything used on 3-3 and then nothing left afterwards.
Boom did a good job understanding that we need to grip him, even if it's for a second or two, to be able to burst Dead Prophet. Unfortunately, she did not pop Exorcism. That would be really great for them. Now Tundra have a little bit of like time to go inside of Roche Pit in the next 40 seconds, and they will have Exo ready.
As it does look like it's actually going to be 1 minute and 40 seconds until it spawns back up again. So unlucky with the timing on the Roche, as they're just going to have to wait. Next round of items coming up.
Ooh, DD.
That is nifty. We'll see, we'll see. But yeah, 9-18 game this time around for Tundra. Looking pretty good. They see the DD, and they're going to call out a smoke play now. So 4 heroes going together. 3-3 is going to show in the mid lane, and then likely we're going to see them come and invade this triangle.
Dunk, 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 dunk.
That noise is great. It's so good. Sound design. Oh, 9. Smoke broke. Nah, they can't find anything yet, at least. Maybe now. Moonlight Shadow gets a stun right at the start. And
oh, this is not a good Stampede.
Do they chase the missile? They're thinking about it. Nobody's helping this guy. Afterwards, Boundless Strike. Saksa backs away. Arrow going to connect onto 9, and that should forestall the charge. So yeah,
it's also a missile with the Rocket Barrage. I want to see that you can cast spells, anything to give the move speed to the Rocket. I mean, you can use the Force Staff. Monkey King has one, so that's gonna be good. But I want to see, you know, a Photic Shield, Solar Crest on a Rocket.
It explodes on it when it comes out. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I like that a lot. But as we take a look now, 9 trying to find somebody. Nothing doing yet. Blast Rig for the Gyro. That's a good item. I mean, I guess you still have BKB, though, on the PA.
Oh, which item? Blast Rig?
Yeah. I guess just the armor is pretty nifty.
No,
oh, he didn't take
he's holding a Paladin sword.
Yeah. Too good.
Still have that double damage in a bottle. It's not as good as it was before, because the time of the runes in the bottle got reduced, so forced to pop it. Roshan is up.
With that, they're going to head on into the pit, most likely. Skitter daring Boom to come and deal with them. He's like, where'd Roche go? He's in here somewhere. And yeah, this is going to be an easy pickup here for Tundra. Can't imagine Boom really come on in and contest this one. They do get another couple of items. Paladin Sword there, and a Titan Sliver as well.
Yeah, Tiny should pick it up, and because Skeeter already has a shard, and Dead Prophet also decided to buy one for herself. It's a really good shard of Dead Prophet, being able to have an extra Spirit Siphon, and also giving you that fear mechanic.
Oh, got one already, yeah. So pressuring down this lane here, and ready to start taking down towers. Skitter. Are they gonna, do you think, I mean...
They go high ground.
You just go for it.
They want to go for it. There are no tier 2 towers left. Let's see how the lanes are going. Yeah, the lanes are in decent position, so they can go for the high ground.
At least for now. And Kunkka coming on back. They will hit the torrent there. Skitter getting buffed up by the IO. So difficult to come and try and contest this one. They have a smoke up now. Arrow actually connects there onto the Monkey. Okay, Spirit Vessel afterwards. Skitter trying to keep his Monkey King from getting too much extra damage onto him there. The wraparound is coming though. FBZ, Skem, looking for the long connect. This fight, they gotta get it perfectly though. It's really tough. Relocate has already been used one time now, and Snakey, he's gonna get caught right there at the beginning. Vote afterwards, do they have enough damage? Broken for the moment, but all of that killing coming in from the Satanic. And Jackie going to get the Blink Strike away. They buy back afterwards on Snake King, so a 1-for-1. I guess with Mirana dying too, it's not exactly... Not the fight that they were looking for on Boom.
They got the tier 3 tower, so now the barracks are exposed. like they're so much slow. Yopaj just fishing for any kind of damage, try to deal anything and open up potential X mark the spot into Torrent, into Arrow once again. Skeeter.
Oh, they just run in. He's getting healed back up, although the arrow came out again. Do they have enough? 3-3 right on top of Jack. He took so much damage, but they managed to jump out with them afterwards. Skem, get her with the grip, doing a lot of damage there onto 3-3, but the Exorcism gonna do a little bit more.
That's a dieback.
As they take down the Bane, nothing left for him at all. Arrow afterwards, can they kill him up? Throwback, trying to get him away.
Oh, what a
and
play.
They keep him alive. Nicely done by 9. And in the midst of all of it, FPZ hoping to stop all the hurt. But there's nothing that's going to stop this train.
That was such a great play. He understood the immediate timing when Centaur is going to jump in and saves the Skeeter from potential, you know, another death. He's just using Satanic defensively on the creep wave to be full HP and to continue sieging the high ground.
I mean, he's just tanking the arrows for his team. He's like, don't hit any of them. I'm not going to die. It's fine. Don't worry about it, guys. Skitter punching the buildings. Yopaj looking for a hit. Pretty good amount of damage. BKB afterwards. Catching the monkey kick. Jack gets him. Okay, BKB wearing lower. Skitter turned upon now. Do they have enough to bring him down one time? I don't even think so. As they toss in more 9. Not going to be able to find anybody there with that one, but they focus back onto the buildings. And a stun now onto Death Prophet. Blast Trick keeping 3-3 from getting too much extra damage. They pop the Stampede to run away, but the Avalanche is there. He is going to fall. Again and again, they go down. They try and bring down the Tiny, though. Do manage to get him.
No
That's
BKB.
They did, but Jackie in trouble. Jackie going to go down. No buyback, 80 seconds. And surely at this point, it's going to be Elena Brax, if not the whole freaking game. Tundra.
Yeah, Jackie needed to buy that shard. He needed to go all in with the items, and I don't blame him for not having a buyback here, because we've seen against these tanky heroes like Gyrocopter and Tiny how much damage it deals, and this is gonna be mega creep. 60 seconds without Phantom Assassin. They can knock on a tier 4 towers and potentially even close out the game before Phantom Assassin respawns.
It's just so hard to deal with this. They move on in, take the rest of the buildings. Skitter calling for it. And going to clean up the rest of the creeps as Yopaj will get another missile thrown onto him. Boom. They're not willing to give up yet. They still have 40 seconds until the PA, 20 until the Centaur. One last smoke. Hoping for a dream. They need a little bit of everything. They did finish the AC on Yopaj, if nothing else. But the Wukong's command, Skitter's just hanging in it, snaking. They find over to the side instead, going on to 9. Is already going to get a good damage, but managed to get the blink out afterwards. And now Yopaj left completely alone, going to get completely surrounded, dogpiled on, feared, and eventually dead. Skitter going to be the godlike one this game as they take the
pop the EXO.
They're going for it. Surely they don't have enough damage left. E-Blade, Avatos done, and the Ancient will fall. Tundra to game number 2.
All right, we have a series, 1-1.
Big stuff. And you can see right there as well, some happiness on the face there, the man Skitter himself. Very impressive showing. I mean, the Io Gyro, when I first saw it at first, I wasn't fully convinced that it was going to end up working for him. The Bane Mirana just looked so good last game. What was it that sealed the deal?
The Centaur, man, don't pick this hero. I don't know. This hero feels so underwhelming right now, no matter what you buy. He got also destroyed in the laning stage. Big fan of Skeeter deciding to not just get the Rocket Barrage, but also max it to be able to like put more pressure on the enemy off lane, and they managed to shut down completely the safe lane. Jackie, 20-minute Battle Fury.
Yikes.
Oh, hard one, tough one.
I mean, we've all been there, right?
We've been, I mean, we've been, you know, in a situation where you get like a 30-minute Battle Fury, but a 30-minute Midas sometimes. Can't blame him. Tough lane for him, and I want to see them focus a bit more in terms of how to shut down 33. Whenever he has a good game, Tundra is just really on point.
Well, they did it in game number 1 on the Darkseer, shutting him down. We'll see if they can do it in this game number 3 coming up in just a bit. But first, back to the panel.
Thank you very much. Very happy we get to see a game number 3 between these two teams. But let's discuss that second game first. And I want to pick it up where Lacoste left us with the Centaur talk. We mentioned it on the panel. It hasn't had the greatest success so far in this tournament. And Fogged, it was no different this time. It fell flat.
Yeah, which is really interesting too, because in the past, I know there was a lot of players, like Arteezy was one of the big ones who always used to mention it. Playing Gyrocopter, he hated laning versus Centaur. The animation, the base damage and everything was really frustrating, but he got smashed. I mean, honestly, they kind of lost pretty handily 2 of their lanes. So it made the game really hard for them to play to catch up, and their Centaur's in recovery mode, their PA's in full recovery mode, so they don't have anyone to really play around. It's only Yopaj, and he can't do everything. So it was really well-executed game plan, early game from Tundra, it felt like.
That bottom lane was just so effective at killing heroes. That DP Monkey King applied so much pressure on their own, and that really was the big difference, that Tundra could actually play from their offlane, actually have an ability to transition that lead into something else, because that Darkseer Clockwork in game 1 did really well, but then it just took a couple of Ember rotations and suddenly it was a combination that needed way more time to come online. But this time around, Tundra flipped the table completely.
Yeah, we saw the IO Gyro first phase pickup, No-Seal, and they were telegraphing what they were going to do, but they got away with it.
They did, and they definitely tried to answer with a Centaur that didn't work. I mean, their plan did not work. I also think the PA, you're not supposed to have this hard of a start on the lane with this hero, because it's also one of those heroes that have a really hard time getting farm, getting money. So every creep really matters a lot. And spending this much time on recovery mode really sucks for PA. It's really hard to make it shine. Here we see like a really well executed fight, even though they're really far behind. Because even after they had both their BKBs, I believe, on both DP and Gyro, and I think, yeah, their lineup suffers heavily against BKB. It's the whole arrow combo and Kunkka and stuff, and they're supposed to get a lot more done before BKBs happen, but since the side lanes went so poorly, it wasn't, as I would say, it wasn't really a game. It was just one long road to recovery for Radiant.
Totally agree.
And do we feel like that all started with like the laning stage was done and that was kind of it?
No, I do think this game could get really hard for Tundra. I don't think that their draft is going to enjoy playing an even game, and if side lanes happen and Centaur gets a decent dagger, I don't even think he wants to buy the hood, but it's these things like gyro skilling the barrage and actually turning this matchup. Like I've also heard Seb talk about IO Gyro versus Centaur is not cookie cutter. You don't just win with Centaur, you can go the other way, and it can go really poorly, and then you spend your time recovering on Centaur in the lane you're supposed to win, you buy hood. It's really not what you want to have happen. Probably the Mirana also didn't get to do her thing because of the lane top, and mid lane is very vulnerable, or could be. The Tiny can die to the arrow. Yeah, I mean, Boom, they've been playing really well this tournament so far, but maybe nobody can win with PA Centaur. I don't know.
It just might be.
We've seen PA struggle as just a little bit slow, it seems to be, with the current way of people playing. That being said, this is the first time I believe that we saw Tiny as a mid this tournament, and Nine made it look very solid.
Yeah,
playmaker.
He hunted the PA the whole recovery period. They were just constantly chasing Jackie throughout the jungle, just avoiding everything else. That's all that his job pretty much was, just to never let this PA recover. It was excellent, yeah, really well executed by Tundra. Just from the beginning all the way afterwards, just to never letting them actually hit their stride.
And
look at those kill death. Yeah.
When you think about PA, last season when it was being picked, it actually looked pretty potent, but not for the reasons of, yeah, I'm going to sit back and farm. They would pick it in a killing lane, right? They'd get that early corrosion, they'd pair it with something like a Snapfire and just punish the offlaner early on. If you can't do that with PA, it's exactly like No-Tail said, that recovery time is so far away because this hero suffers so much. If she misses any kind of CS online and she's not getting kills, there's no means to easily recover in the jungle, right? She doesn't particularly do that much damage early on. She needs to farm up to that one farming item, and your team is suffering in that downtime, so.
Definitely some suffering was had on the side of Boom. We're going to see how they can recover, of course, in the third and deciding game. How much of this game, Effie, would you say is like outplay versus outdraft?
I'd say it was a bit of both, because there was outplays going on lane, but the draft was generally better. But it also just looked like a Tundra draft, right? This is a Tundra that we know. That last game was a bit of a confusion. It felt like they drafted themselves into a corner maybe and felt like they needed to respond with that last pick puck, and it just didn't feel like it clicked. But this game, they had an idea, and they went with it.
I agree. Yeah, they looked like they all played super comfortable on their heroes, and just from the laning phase alone, right? It's like they came out so far ahead that the game just kind of naturally flowed with them, and then they could play their usual playstyle where they're just like really aggressive. Skeeter gets a crazy amount of farm, and he just ends up carrying the game while the rest of them are just literally just playmaking as three heroes, right? So.
But also, I really think 33 played a great game, and that was the difference in this game, really. And even that first BKB from the PA, she expended maybe 5 seconds and a grip to kill that TP. It took forever to take him down, and then afterwards, you just can't fight. You have to kill this hero first, or it's going to be a nuisance, but it takes everything out of your team to even kill that hero at that point. So
Yeah.
it really worked out for them.
I mean, Dota is not a DP is not really a hero that we normally see 33 play in the offlane. Were you happy to see how it worked out?
I think they owned it. I want to say that was a big, that was a shining moment for Saxa and Neta. Like they were owning it up on their lane, creating like not just this pressure, but that pressure continued. The Monkey he found another place to apply pressure. DP took the tower, got an early BKB. They really did bring so much to the game while shutting down their lane. Maybe it's something that they've practiced before. I mean, I think a lot of offlane players have had their moment with DP. I know Saxa, he plays a mean Monkey and has played a lot of position for Monkey. So it's a flex pick that maybe the Boom didn't really keep in mind. Maybe they thought one of them would for sure be mid, and then they both end up on the offlane. I don't think necessarily Bane PA is supposed to lose this lane terribly hard, but this is where I think some of the outplay came in, the salve cancel, and yeah, like they're experienced. They're very experienced.
I think we got a little bit overwhelmed by how well Boom played in that first game, that we didn't even consider that, sure, Tundra are very used to playing without disables. That's never been their style. The way that they've always played is they just rally around one of 33's timings. Whenever he gets something, they just play around that hero. He rotates mid, he rotates the other lanes, and that really is the key here. So I think to have simplified it so much to just they have more stuns than the other team was a little bit of an oversight, in my opinion.
So if we look towards the third game of the series, I mean, we've had both teams kind of win in their own style, right? Normally the third game is then like a mix of both. Because what lesson are you going to take from the first two games?
I think Tundra have a great opportunity to kind of see what's going to be coming their way. Even though in this game I didn't like the opener or what happened in the opener, Bane Kunkka versus the IO Gyro. I wasn't going to give it to the IO Gyro, so they can prepare something easier, I want to say, whereas Boom, they might feel shaken. They might feel like they have to change something up. I think Tundra has the upper hand. They can do something with the bans and the picks to throw them off.
Yeah, and they just beat the Bane Mirana, so that's like the big thing, right? Demoralizes them. Now they might want to, like you said, just switch things up and change their draft around. So maybe that Pango ban did work in a way because it forced him to pick a Centaur. So.
Oh yeah, if that's what it does, then ban Pango again right away. No way.
Easy game. I don't think we're gonna see that much of Centaur. Maybe also not of PA. but I also said that when we saw Centaur lose like the first day, so we still see it. Of course, sometimes. Too early to tell, maybe too small of a sample size. Maybe it just didn't work out this game, but it would work out another game.
I would give up on the Centaur, but the PA, I think, was not a fair try. Or like, you could see that something went terribly wrong really early in the game, and then that kind of makes the hero not look good.
Like, it's very, very rare you see like 7 minutes and your safe laner have like 16 last hits or 17 last hits or whatever it was. It was extremely low. Like, even if you're in a losing matchup, that still doesn't happen like that, so...
Yeah, I don't think it matters then what hero you're playing. You're not really playing it, period. Very curious to see what Game 3 will bring for this series. Before Game 3, though, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back, of course, with the third game of this upper bracket semifinals for Gamers Galaxy. See you soon.
A country of dreamers, built for dreamers. If there's one place that deserves this title, it is the United Arab Emirates. There's no other country that has built so much on a foundation of dreams. No other place that has achieved the impossible time and again just because someone dreamt it. Here, dreams have built the fastest, the largest, and the tallest. Here, dreams continue to move humanity forward. Dreams were what turned a desert into one of the world's finest countries. We even dreamt of visiting another planet, and hey, we made it come true. For nearly 50 years, the UAE has been powered by vivid imaginations. And today, as we look to the next 50, we're looking for more dream power. We're looking for those who believe dreams can make our planet a better place. Welcome to the United Arab Emirates.
Good times as we're going to a third game in this best of three upper bracket semifinals, and we're in the draft already. As the draft is going rapidly here already. It's 1-1. It's Tundra and Boom. Both teams have shown us what they can do, and we see Tundra. They recognize where their success came from. It was a crushing lane coming out from the off lane with the DP and the Monkey King for Saxa and for 33. We got another Bane coming out for Boom, so I guess Skem's going to be happy with that one. Cannot forget there's flex potential. Of course, I'm here with Fogged, with Effie, and with No-Till, and they are going to say a lot of smart things about Dota things.
Yeah, I like this opener, actually, because it is, as you're mentioning, super flexible. They can kind of go anywhere. It does leave the opportunity, though, for Boom to get one of their signature heroes. As we've seen FBZ, his best heroes are his Pango and his Mars, so this time he's going to get a Mars instead of a Centaur.
And that will make the world of a difference here, to be honest, because we all put a lot of hopes and dreams into Centaur being good this patch, but so far not looking great. Mars, on the other hand, got buffed. He's been looking solid, and he opens up your draft to just combo him with whatever you want, really.
Good versus Monkey King, too. I hate playing. Like, if it is a support Monkey King, very frustrating. You're trying to get involved in a fight. Oh, he drops an ulti. He blinks up ulti, cuts your trees down. You drop, and you're like, oh, God.
Phoenix and Mars, two of the big tree cutter.
Yeah.
Tree cutter ultimates. And I think it's an interesting read now. Like, the Bane should know what's coming. He should be speaking up. It's like, oh, Monkey DP, they're coming bottom again. And Monkey used to be one of those heroes that when Bane was really strong, people were looking for answers. And Monkey can be really good, especially when you partner with a hero that also contributes like some pressure. And yeah, I think this Bane, he needs to figure out whether or not he or Boom together need to figure out whether or not they want to change their safe lane, get something more solid, get something that's good versus DP or Monkey on the lane. But yeah, I think the Mars already a much better pick than Centaur. I also think Mars Arena versus DP. Don't let her run away. Don't let her run around. Force her to get the BKB. Great pick. Great pick, I think.
Gives her a pretty good Siphon target, but at the end of the day, it's like, it's fine. It's worth giving a Siphon target, because that's going to happen naturally throughout the game anyway, so.
What we saw last game is if DP gets off to a good start, you really need some kind of burst damage to take her down, and just between Bane and Mars, it's not there. So that definitely has to be addressed in the next phase. But speaking of Phoenix, No-Till, we just saw Nigma win with it, and it looked really good.
Mars Phoenix.
Do you guys
Why
think it
not?
could fit into this lineup? Because I've been itching to see that hero. He got super buffed.
Yeah.
Fire Spirits went from a 40-second cooldown to a 20-second cooldown. Guys, that is a huge deal, and we've only seen it once.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's like he got the multiple buffs, because now you also get the shard at 15 minutes, you get Fire Spirits buffed. It's like lots of different things going on.
You don't want to buy the shard with the new spirits though, right? Isn't it the Infinite Spirits, or did they change
No,
the
it's
shard?
the Sunray during Ag.
Oh, excuse me.
That's
Right.
the one
They
that
changed that a while ago.
yeah.
My bad. I was thinking of the old one. No. Okay. Oh,
Also-
that's really strong. Yeah, if you can get both, like, your early timing is going to be crazy.
Yeah, and you get a natural vessel buyer versus Monkey King and DP.
Yep.
So I'm really liking the sound of it. I do hope they can bring it to light here. I definitely feel like it's been underplayed.
Yeah, I could definitely see. And then it makes them, as we were saying, it makes the Monkey King even more miserable. So
they're reading as this DP could definitely be bottom. Most likely is bottom. They're banning the Bad Rider. They're banning the Invoker. And they're going to come up with an answer. They banned the Duza. I was going to say range hero, help the Bane. And if you're good and also very cool hero with Mars in general, you click the arena. They don't run away. Or if they want to fight, it's with BKB and you click the Stone Gaze. I think it's a very smart ban. They also get rid of the Mirana, so no more arrow shenanigans for one game. Think Tundra so far so good. Although I'm curious if they pick a Phoenix. I think Boom starts getting real intimidating team fight.
Should we also be worried that the Templar Assassin is still in the pool? And I know Boom last time they picked up a Kunkka.
I'm worried.
I mean, shouldn't you address, shouldn't he be banned?
Potentially, definitely, potentially. I think both teams are, everybody's keeping TA in mind. I think it's good for bottom lane, potentially, even though your refraction can't get...
There he is.
And it's gone.
There it is.
Yeah.
Thank God.
I was a little worried there. But Kunkka is still in the pool. But they obviously didn't like it enough last game. It is a Yopai special. And it is flex as well.
Yeah, I think they would maybe go for the Ember if it's still left in. Seems to be very popular this patch, seems to be very strong. Probably a few small things that also changed in the overall meta that made it better. But yeah, Ember is always a hero to look for. I wonder, because DP can be really good versus Kunkka. And I think Ember is generally better versus DP, at least if you compare it to Kunkka.
I'm looking at this Mars, and I really just want to see some kind of arena combo, right? There's a potential of Phoenix, potential of Snap, potential of Dark Willow. Snap and Dark Willow did both get nerfed, but I still think
Ooh, what? They ban Mirana and then they take the Abaddon. I'm confused.
it's for Fiend's Grip, right? You just
But then why
roll
would you
them,
ban?
It's not an issue anymore.
But wouldn't you just leave the Mirana then?
That's what I'm saying.
You're planning for the.
That's what I'm saying. I'm pretty confused. Maybe they banned the Mirana and then they ended up talking. So it is very good versus Mars. It is super good versus Mars.
Why is it good versus Mars?
Because your ulti can kind of counter his ulti. You're not one of those supports that get caught in arena and just blow up. And obviously the Abaddon shield versus Spear is you're taking away so much of what the Mars wants to do and what he's about. Ooh, I like that pick.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Venge is super good here. Unbelievably
Oh.
good. Good versus all three heroes. Swap versus Abaddon. Swap versus DP. But more like the physical damage minus armor. Swap versus Monkey Wukong.
Yep.
And you got that new shard on Vengeful Spirit. If you buy it, it
Bounce. The
bounces
bouncing
to another
bounce,
enemy.
baby.
Yep.
But also, Abaddon does purge off Fiend's Grip too, which can be a really
Yes.
good use.
Abaddon is great versus Bane, but it's even better versus Bane Mirana. Because you're all about stuns and Abaddon is like, bring it. So I think they thought about the Abaddon once they saw the Mars, but maybe they didn't talk about it until after like a few bans or time ran out and they ended up maybe wasting a ban, I'm not sure.
Guys, it's a core
We got a
Vengeful Spirit.
Yopaj.
No, a Yopaj
Snap.
snap.
Yeah.
It has to be a
Mid
Yopaj snap. He's been crushing with that in his region. Obviously, we saw Collapse yesterday played on the off lane.
Yeah. It's also a very good hero versus DP, especially on core.
So Snap Ags actually got buffed, but Little Shredder got nerfed, right? So instead of 0.75 minus armor per hit, now it's 0.5, and that does make a little bit of a difference. But if you are going mid Snap, then you can just play on the nuke build.
And they are doing that Skeeter
Evolve.
CK.
Okay. It's good here as well. And like against a lot of the heroes, it's good. It's pretty risky versus Mars Snap.
Guys, now this is looking like a new patch, because it really wasn't for a while, but we're seeing some creativity come out
Yeah,
here.
this is what I was waiting for. Like that's why I was like, I'm really looking forward to after we get through the group stages, we get the playoffs, then we get to see people actually trying bits of new heroes.
The same people not trying in group stage?
It's trying new heroes.
Oh, okay.
It was a little bit more comfort zone in the group stage for sure. We're stepping out of it a bit. So is there, because we know Yopaj plays a lot of Snap mid, but obviously first reaction from Effie, Vengeful Spirit, also good core. Would you like to see that as well? Like, do you feel like that should be open?
So if Yopaj is a specialty Snap mid player, then it does sound a lot better than VS Core, but I think VS Core can do a lot, especially with like the early shard, and I have seen some streamers experiment with it on stream. So it is a curious idea.
Okay.
I don't think they want to do core Venge versus CK anymore.
That's
but
what
of
I'm
course,
thinking.
a lot of
That's
teams
the
will
issue.
flex it and could flex it. But yeah, I think support Venge is going to enjoy the shard a lot. I think the double stun is quite valuable. Makes you a different team fight hero. Probably still going to want Ags.
It can work
Also-
really well versus Abaddon. Abaddon shield range pretty
Exactly.
slow. You walk up, you get caught by the stun as
And
well.
it has a
Pop your
200
bolts.
increased bounce range from cast range, I think.
I think it's something like that, yeah.
So it has like a really long bounce range, I think.
You also have a lot of minus armor now, right? You've got the Wave of Terror, you've got the Little Shredder, and the VS Mars lane is really strong. You've got the follow-up stun and spear, but you've also got the minus armor for God's Rebuke, which is physical damage. So this is a high damage output offlane.
But CK is one of those heroes that I feel like just doesn't care, especially now with the new CK, like the
sustain.
1.5 on the creeps as well too. You clear creeps really quick, you get that lifesteal going, you get like 2 Chaos Strike procs and you're healed super high up. But
I'm curious to see, because I think Mars is still one of the strongest laners in the game.
For sure.
Let's see if CK is... Because CK is also very strong. What you're saying is the buff as well. I think it does change a lot of matchups. But is it strong enough versus Mars, you know? Because people are spamming this hero simply because of his lane potential. Or not just because of that, but a big part of it.
he feels nice if you have something like an Abaddon behind you too, because even the mana cost for CK, like everything that used to feel really clunky and awful is starting to feel almost comfortable.
Yeah. But you got to keep in mind that this monkey, I guess, could still be open for mid. But if they're aware that the snap is going mid, they're probably thinking of another hero. What could that be? What would 9 do mid versus a snap?
That is the
They
question.
ban out the Puck, they ban out the Razor. But
I think I've seen 9 play a Viper or something versus the Snap in the past, honestly, but I can't remember.
Tiny could have also been a pick for them, I guess. Yet again, very similar lineup to before, but
that is
they take it. Boom takes it.
Carry Tiny versus CK. I've been hearing people talking about it, especially in pubs, because I've been seeing a lot of this Tiny versus CK, and they say CK is unplayable versus Tiny.
Yep.
Oh.
It
Why
is
is
very
that?
hard. It is very hard.
You have a 100% cleave with your tree grab. You're just going to scale out.
Illusions, armor, cleave, AoE stun.
And you've
it's
got the-
very hard to play CK.
So much minus armor too for this Tiny. A lot of ways to just make him.
Bench Tiny as
Insanely
well.
strong.
We're back.
Oh yeah, Oh, the Venge Tiny. I played with this in pubs, and the base damage is insane. Like, if you even get, like, a Vlad's or something on your Venge, plus this aura with Tiny, he's hitting for 1,000 damage. Like
600.
Yeah, I mean...
You get the DD,
Feels
then
like
1,000.
Feels
1,000 with DD and the plus 50%, like 150% at level 18. I think you're hitting for about 1,000.
Speaking of auras,
pretty crazy.
Have we seen that warding totem item yet? The one where you...
I haven't seen it in a real game, no.
I said it multiple times while casting. It's broken. It reduces Vlad's AoE to 900. I don't know why it does this, but it does, and it's an extremely expensive item.
Oh, that's what he's gonna do mid. I know someone's very happy on this panel.
This is a 9 classic, right? This is what we're waiting for. We were so freaking bored with all the cookie cutter pucks and whatnot. I'm glad Earthspirit is back. So Earthspirit did get his strength gain nerfed, right? But he also got his Aghanim super buffed, and his level 2 is a lot stronger, especially on the mid lane. Like, the Boulder Smash does extra damage, like, I think 20 extra damage. Plus, Core Earthspirit, while Support Earthspirit got nerfed because of the cast points, Core Earthspirit got buffed because they added a strength multiplier damage to his role, and that's what you're looking to play for as a core. And obviously, you've got the new Ags. We've seen how effective it was when Baker played it.
So I think
this is good then.
It's nice.
I was going to say that I think this lineup, they're going to have to run at them early. I think if Tundra don't get that early timing to run at them, this Tiny will become big, CK will fall off, DP will need armor, and the Venge Tiny is going to start kicking in. But early game, with the multiple stuns, the Monkey giving vision, like Monkey goes in, DP runs in, you have the Earthspirit rolling in, Snap's going to be really hard to play, Bane's going to be really hard to play. You have the defensive swap, but they have so much they can keep running you over with. Like, this swap distance is not going to mean much because they can continuously close the gap. So I think they're going to have to do something early, Tundra. If not, it's going to get hard.
I actually agree with that 100%. This is a very dangerous backline to play versus Core Earthspirit in particular. He loves to play versus these heroes. It's going to be a simple matter to kill him if they get the ball rolling. So if they can replicate the kind of formula... Thank you. If they can replicate a formula where they just stomp the offline, for example, the Sox on 33 and just transition to rotations, they should be able to take it, but Boom has the scaling.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. I think this Tiny is going to be able to deal with the CK if he gets to that point. So pacing, that's obviously what we're all kind of saying, and it's going to be eyes on Tundra to get those objectives early on and set tempo.
Eyes on Tundra, eyes on that mid lane. I think Tundra versus Boom is the only matchup where you can have that Snapfire versus Earthspirit mid, and I can't wait to see it. And I know 2 other people that can't wait as well. Let's head over to Lyrical on the cost.
I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming.
Baited.
Dude, she was so right. I can't wait for this match. We got Sapphire versus Earthspirit's real patch. It's happening. How you feeling, dude?
I'm feeling good. This is what I wanted to see in this new patch. All right, 5 versus 5.
They're just getting ready to go, weren't they?
Yeah, this is a lot of damage on these heroes, but they will regen over the time. I wanted to see teams experiment a little bit more with the picks, and we have this in the game number 3. Yopaj on mid Snapfire, he already played it before. A 9 on his Earthspirit, one of his like signature heroes. This guy is just insane in terms of his hero pool, the way he plays the heroes, whether it's like Keeper of the Light, the new build on Queen of Pain, that was super popular like 3-4 months ago. Anything like that normal mid players do not play. So looking forward to this one. I think this is a really good ABBA game. Panel talked about it, but you know, on the other side, when I was talking to Fog about a patch, you know, give me something spicy. Tell me something that's like, you know, that you discovered after reading the patch and playing a couple of games. He's like, you know, Venge Tiny, this is busted.
Yeah, this seems really, really cool. Of course, you get so much base damage on this Tiny, just amped up with the aura. It can feel like you're just hitting incredibly hard. And this is already a hero that's already done so much damage. But as we said, we're going to want to keep our eyes on that mid lane and see how it works out. Super weird heroes playing against each other. Yopaj, this has become a staple for him for a while. And I mean, you're taking a look at some of the builds that he was doing. Was there anything that really stood out to you at all throughout the time?
I mean, it's pretty standard for a Snapfire core where you want to get a BKB, Blink Dagger, a Shard, and then you start getting damage items. In one of the games, I remember he was going for Silver Edge because they also needed a break mechanic, but you're very elusive with the Blink Dagger, invisibility, and also a cookie. A lot of harassment here already on the mid lane.
Yeah, definitely a bit of an issue there. And they did talk about, obviously, the scaling with the Earth Spirit skills now, sometimes having to do with the strength on that rolling boulder. But we'll see how this ends up going as time goes on. And for now, at least 6-1 versus the 4-0, but there is a big creep wave that's going to be coming in afterwards. Slight lead. Yopaj taking control of this one.
Yeah, doing a very good job harassing him and also CSing at the same time. I mean, he is a range hero against the melee one, and every single time he gets close, we'll get the shotgun in his face. So top lane, CK plus Abaddon. Abaddon as a core, I think got a lot of the buffs, so I want to see that in action as well. CK didn't get too many buffs, just one line. Now his Chaos Strike deals 1.5 damage to the creeps, which means also more healing. So it's great for farming, great for the sustain in the lane.
Yeah, kind of a broken little change there, if I'm going to be honest. It's cool stuff, but makes that laning stage even easier for him than it was otherwise. So far 11-2, having a good time on that CK. And you can see that Earth Spirit catching back up, has the bottle completed now, and going to be going immediately into that urn.
Yeah, the overtime, the amount of damage that the Earth Spirit does, especially if he gets an earlier charge on that urn, is insane. Like, once you hit that level 6, no lane is safe. You cannot survive. Push back.
Yeah, drops it. Gonna secure these range creeps at the very least, and then rolls on out. Does a little bit of extra damage there to Yopaj, but you can see he is just getting plinked away constantly. So annoying to deal with.
Don't let it vex you.
Very, very good start to this game for Yopaj, as he's pretty consistently had so far in this one. Definitely living up to the hype of what we were wanting to see on the big stage. So, 3 minutes in, and really it's just the Death Prophet that's a little bit behind in terms of the CS, but even she's not having that bad of a time. 3-3 is doing perfectly okay.
Yeah, I don't feel Tundra should die on a bottom lane, because this is a carry Tiny. He does not max out his burst kit, so putting more points in the free throw, it's a lot of harassment, it secures him the CS, but yeah, they should be okay here on the bottom.
Please. Throws that one out there, able to get it an eye. Nicely played. Kick back onto Yopaj. Again, he does not really care all that much at all. Doubling up right now the CS of 9, and I mean, if there was ever any doubt of how this lane goes, we now know the answer.
Well, we didn't have any info whatsoever about Earth Spirit against Snapfire, because probably these two heroes never played against each other in a competitive Dota.
Snaking down low. Oh, Wave of Terror, not quite going to be enough to get the kill there, but they do throw out the stun, and Snaking, maybe going to have to do some
he's thinking here. He wants to give Healing Salve to Skeeter, but is forced to use it on himself, needs to bring another one. I mean, CK, we said, like, oh, look at the amount of heal that he actually gets when using it on creeps.
Yeah, he's almost back up to full there, actually, when he's going for it. One more Aphotic Shield's going to be ready, but it's not going to come soon enough. No, it actually does. Snaking able to turn now, and Tim's going to drop. First blood drawn by Skitter. Pretty as can be.
Yeah, what a great bait there from Snaking. Going in and using the magic stick plus a shield on himself, and they're like, well, I can die from right clicks, or I can die from, you know, trying to get rid of the shield, and decided to give the kill to enemy carry. So good to start for Skeeter.
Jackie taking some damage here. They will throw out the Nightmare to get some separation, and Snaking is going to go down to the tower. So yeah, just nothing really to write home about there. Was killing himself to it to get back full HP. So, 5-minute mark. 1 kill apiece, although one of those kind of doesn't count. And Yopaj continuing to have a strong presence here in this lane, although in terms of experience, it's not actually that huge of a differential between them. They did just get level 6 now. Still difficult to find a kill on him, I think, though, using the Snapfire ulti.
It really has to feel good for Tundra in this lane, because they know they cannot die unless they rotate either Venge or Snapfire, so they feel pretty safe, and they have kill potential. Like, if they get on top of him, plus a Spirit Siphon, now Bane has no move speed and has no mana to work with, so he should be pretty dead here.
Yeah, tries to juke away, Skem off in the trees, they get the vision, Boundless Strike is out, and one last little punch comes on in from 3-3 to secure the kill. So another nice one, and yeah, this lane looking very good for Tundra.
It's one of those lanes when you're playing a pub and you know that you can't lose it unless your partner disconnects for like 5+ minutes.
Ooh, Yopaj, they missed there actually, and Well, able to get the DD rune. Now you guys got to be careful. They turn back around as the punches missed on the
Nine needs to get out.
magnetize. Oh, he's got to get the heck out of there, yeah. Didn't connect on the magnetize, just a little too far away. Yopaj did a good job of juking that one.
And Snapfire still has ulti to work with. I mean, Earth Spirit's not the easiest one to kill because he has this rolling boulder and he also has the silence, so it's going to be pretty tough, I would say, for him to get these ultis off. He's one of the best like backline jumpers.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's going to need to be later on when he starts to find his form. But right now, at the very least, Spear comes out, able to connect. FPZ and Tims looking to bring down Skitter here. They don't quite have level 6 yet on the Mars, and that means they can't get the kill. But now, making the rotation 3-3, will he go down? Spirit Siphon looking for the turn, and barely living through that one.
And again,
the
Urn.
Ooh,
misses.
Goodness. Very close. 3-3 doing a good job of hiding off in the trees there.
Great juke.
He has his knee up, not even worried about it.
He needs to fix his posture. Cannot sit like a shrimp, you know, throughout his whole gaming career. It's gonna hurt his back.
That's true.
And it's also, his back are also gonna hurt from carrying Tundra's games from the offlane.
He's absolutely wrecking it. They have full vision here. Saksa needs to be careful though, and will back away for the moment. So after seeing Yopaj down here, they're gonna play it a little bit more safe and instead making the rotation back towards mid lane. They already have Snake King there. Gonna go for the courier kill, why not? Easy as can be. And yeah, as soon as they see that Yopaj is left, they start moving back down in again.
Yeah, to go back to 33, once again, he survives because he buys all these small items. That's like his thing. I'm gonna invest as much as I can early on, and then I don't die. He gets an earn charge, survives because of that, has a raindrop, buying an extra wind lace. There's just not enough damage. Like Tiny, he does not have his combo ready. It's 1-1-3 build.
And now, popping the Exorcism, Skem in a ton of trouble. It's going to get a lot of numbers counting up on his head, and none of them mean anything good for the poor old Bane as 9 comes on in, gets the last little punch. But on the other side, they take down 3-3. Tim's made the rotation over, and now looking for the kill. Yopaj is in the area as well. They see absolutely everybody, jumps in with the cookie, throws out the scatter blast. Do they have enough to get this kill? It looks like they probably do. Saksa trying to hide away, but it won't happen. So Invis Rune ends up working out there for Yopaj.
Yeah, 33 overextended a little bit. The rest of the team decided to chase. FBZ in trouble. Yeah, he's pretty dead. The Magnetize is used. They have the Earn Charge on top of that. This is like the classic mid Earth Spirit, making a lot of rotation and making all the lanes in the game early on not feel safe. Like you overextend, go for an extra creep wave, his TP rotation is gonna be there, especially if there's a core, like trying to go for more greedy play.
Well, and you want to make that play happen because you just lost 3-3 bottom after he popped Exorcism, so you're kind of losing out on some value there.
Yeah, that's big. Like this is big for Boom, that he popped the Exo, so that means he will not have it for the next push with the 10-minute count. He actually will, because he died long ago. We talk a lot, Gabe, that's why. 70 seconds, it's not going to sync up perfectly, but yeah, it's going to be there.
In the meantime, Boom already ready in the area. There was a ward, so it just kind of scouted these movements, and it's about to see the Snapfire come on in too. So Tundra going to have to play it a little bit safe here. I mean, it's so hard to get a kill with Snake King nearby. Like, this Abba just stops
It's
so
one
much
of the most annoying heroes. Like, you see him, you're like, well, I can't play Dota, sorry.
Yeah, no chance for a kill there at all. Some stacking going on in the jungle now as well. And currently sitting top of the net worth is this CK, who's just been left alone up top. Tundra perfectly happy to keep getting the farm on Skitter if at all possible.
I usually dislike Illusion Rune, but against the 2 silences, like 3 silences, if Abba hits you 4 times, that's not gonna happen, but very good here. And he has TP ready to defend the tower.
9, Jackie, they're there. Tim's in the area too. Avalanche off the mark. Now they see the TP rotation. If they can get out on 3-3 and the rest of Tundra, this is pretty good. And it looks like they're going to be able to. Look at all this pressure down your bottom. 9 heroes on the bottom lane. And meanwhile, Skitter's just up top alone farming.
Yeah, they immediately TP'd Snapfire to the bottom lane. Meanwhile, CK, he will go to the mid lane. I like this. Skeeter, he was playing CK when no one else was playing this hero. I believe he was playing for Penta back in the days, and he always decided to go for Hand of Midas, and every single time the ulti is up, he pops it, keeps farming. I'm not saying Midas is a good item here, because a lot of things changed since his time in Penta.
Roll in, wants to find some people. An avalanche to interrupt. 9, very tanky on the Earth Spirit, not going to go for anything extra. Skitter thought about pulling in onto Tim's, doesn't get the stun off in time, but 9 is there afterwards for the roll and cooking the illusion and now popping the ulti. Snake King getting brought down low, in some trouble, but they're going to find the bigger kill here onto Yopaj.
That's a core one.
That is not the fight that Boom wanted at all.
How many rolls do you have? Yes, pretty much. You know, he used like 6 rolls in that fight, and now with the EXO, they will collapse on the mid lane.
Well, I mean, Boom, they've still got a lot of potential here. We're waiting to see that arena come on down from the Mars. It's another little look up there. 3-3, trying to get some damage on to this mid tower. Can FBZ make the play here?
Swap.
Maybe a swap. Good play there. Immediately into
too far away.
This is what they needed. FBZ gets brought down.
And this is why Panel talked about how Venge is a really good pickup for them because he can isolate one hero. Abba needs to be like super close to use his abilities. This is a position 5 Abba, so you know that he's not gonna have like any big items. There's not gonna be, at least early on, he doesn't have like phase boots to close the gap, but there's not gonna be Ether Lens, so his positioning needs to be on point if he wants to play around the swap. But there was also Arena to block him off, so that's like a guaranteed kill.
Well, and in spite of the fact that we've been talking about Skeeter continuously getting free farm, the big thing to keep in mind is that all of the cores right now for Boom feel like they're pretty farmed. There's this trifecta, and 9 has kind of struggled a little bit on the Earth Spirit, being behind in terms of net worth with those rotations happening, but not finding kills.
Yeah, Earth Spirit is not a hero that kills the creep waves that fast, but he's really good at putting out the pressure on a map and getting the kill. So you want to play aggressive early on. So far, Skeeter has been doing a really good job at finding the farm on the map, currently sitting at 6.5k. Well, I mean, Tiny's gonna catch up. Tiny is insane, and also like carry to carry matchup. Tiny with the built-in cleave. CK is gonna suffer.
It's gonna be tough. And already, Jackie off to the races, farming away. Now, Skeeter does take the bottom tier 1 tower, while simultaneously, Boom is pressuring up top. And they're going to try and finish this one off as well if they can, while they're getting some free farm time on the Tiny. But Soxa, too far forward, getting a good chunk of damage out there. They have ulti if they want to use it instead. Tims moves on in, gets the swap, another round of spells maybe, but Snake King is there. Soxa going to take a nice chunk of damage and actually able to get away from that one. Turned into the Mischief Courier. And suddenly, they're backing out again. Slept for the moment, now they go in with that Arena, drop down from FBZ, a ton of damage out, taking ulti out as well. But now they have the Wukong's command. Circles on circles as Jackie gets stunned. 3 seconds there, able to get a little bit of extra separation.
Jackie's still alive.
Guys, it's wearing off and it's not going to be enough, but they have the Exo. Tosses away Skinner. He's so low on the Tiny. 40 HP, but he's going to be able to get out.
Another Exo and another Glyph from Boom. They might defend this one. Like FBZ is full HP. Just one spear back could make a difference. Yeah. There's no 3s here, so 33. I mean, it was not intended, but yeah, he tried to go in and finish off that tower. Not going to happen. Tiny's super tanky. How's this hero getting so many buffs? Like, we've seen it during TI, that this hero was super popular, especially with Lycan. And then we nerfed him a little bit, and now he's back online.
The Christmas tree, it's too strong. No matter how much you try and take it away, it's never going to be gone. And another smoke up now. Soxa in a perfect position to break this one if they break onto him. But they see him jump now onto the creep wave. And instead they're going to the bigger target.
One.
3-3, this is a huge one if they get it, but the silence! Oh, they grip though, Skemma's in the area. Can he break this? It doesn't look like it's gonna end up mattering as they get the kill. Soxa just trying to jump away now. Meanwhile, they pull back in another. Yopaj, are they actually trying to fight this here? Boom in a sort of weird positioning together, but it looks like they're gonna try and retreat back, but the good catch! 9 able to find Yopaj. Stun,
he gets the stun
high ground.
They have vision.
Only 1 second, this swap back Tims, keeping him alive. Yopaj saved by Tims, everything that they could have hoped for there, and maybe Tims even gets out. Now trying to run away, Jackie on the other side, finding 9, gets hit by the stun, FBZ, they turn, Mischief dodges, Soxa able to get a little bit of separation. They back out from 9, now Soxa gets turned on, they throw everything, the kitchen sink, and in the end, only one hero dies.
Yeah, and the execution, both of these teams really on point, like how they're using the spells. It's hard for Earth Spirit, to see that there's going to be a swap coming out. They get the D-Ward in the end on the high ground, but yeah, they really want Yopaj. In every single fight, it's just like all eyes on him.
This is the scrappy type of game that we wanted to see here. Look at them, just 4 heroes running out of 9. Gonna get away for the second as Jackie tried to chase. Yeah, this is just a bloodthirsty match that we got on our hands here, Lacoste. See a replay here. God, that was so close. Imagine if that stun hits before the cookie comes out.
She's dead. Yeah, I don't think Venge would be in range to be able to use the swap, and yeah, underneath the tier 2 tower, the extra regen, the extra armor, and the damage coming out from it is insane, so he needs to fall back. Scam.
Yeah, Scam's in a lot of trouble. That roll through should be enough now to get the kill, but already the rest of his team is going to back out. Skitter, the one that claims the final touch. But that does, of course, just give the information to the rest of Boom to get the heck out of there. Very close right now. You're seeing Tiny starting to catch up a little bit to that CK. Only about 600 gold behind him now. So next couple of minutes here as we're seeing more stacking going. Do you see either of these teams trying to slow it down at all, or do you keep just wanting to play kind of quick tempo, pressure out all these towers?
I would say that Tundra has a better lineup for Roche, especially with EXO, and they have good ways of defending it, but there's also like Snapfire with her ulti Mars Arena, so you gotta respect that. You can't just go in and take it, especially because Exorcism is still level 1. Maybe if it was level 2, they could go with, let's say, EXO +1 and try to snatch the Roche. It's always like a risky play, but this time around I feel they need to take the full 5-on-5. If they win, turn that into Roche.
Good vision up here. Scam running away, recognizing the danger. Jackie goes back for the Quicksilver and then jumps out afterwards. So Tundra not going to be able to find anything off that ward and movement in, and Dire scanning, hoping to get somebody, but there's not really anybody in position to be found.
And now there is a shard on Venge, so her cast range is increased on Magic Missile by 100, and also it bounces once. So that's going to be good. Like if Abba gets close, he's going to get stunned. So if he wants to get a shield off, he needs to be very careful. I love this shard. This is not going to say one of my favorite ones, but it's a good boost to Venge. The swap.
Back pulls
there
in.
it is.
Tim stunned there. Hits over on the side for snaking. He wasn't able to keep alive Saksa at all. Tim's almost pulled back in, but not quite in time. All right, Boom, making good use of that shard right out of the gate. And now Avalanche. Jackie looking for more. They have the ulti afterwards. Toss up, trying to bring him down. 9 rolls in afterwards. Do they have enough to kill off all these heroes? Jackie in some trouble. There's so much damage coming out, but is it going to be enough? Boom might be in a little bit of trouble here. They already lost the Tiny. Tundra now looking for more. Scam. It's going to be another tasty morsel taken down. The arena was good from FBZ, but they're already taking too much damage.
Yeah, there was no Snapfire ulti duration left to be able to follow up on that Mars Arena. Maybe a little bit of a miscommunication there, but we've seen the power of this Vengeful Spirit against Abba. Whenever he gets close with the Magic Missile, gonna get stunned, so you can't be able to use either shield or heal, which is a big thing. And also, like Snapfire not going for BKB. I think she needed a BKB here instead of Yules to be able to like jump in the middle of the fight and also be able to deal damage with her ulti. Like there's a lot of things that can jump the backlines. One Monkey King on the trees could easily stop it.
The rest of the team's coming in here. They want to try and help Yopaj. The roll is out, not quite going to connect there. Now Skem.
Swap is available.
Danger, real danger. Tundra, that would have been a huge kill for them, but Yopaj able to get out before things got too testy. So yeah, I mean, it's an interesting point, right? Like, she doesn't really have that damage or ability to sort of channel without fear with the Snapfire, but going for the Yules instead.
It gives her another way of dispelling the silences, especially with the Blink Dagger, so you can like try to blink out possibly, but yeah, I feel BKB is a safer choice, and of course it gives you more damage.
Well, 20 minutes in right now, we just saw the Mars Shard as well done, trying to go towards a BKB for himself. And but at least for now, it's been so back and forth. 10 kills to 9 kills, less than 1,000 gold separating these two. Both teams feeling like they've got just oodles of team fight right now. But of course, those BKBs are probably going to be one of the big things that starts to change stuff up and that changes the complexion of this game.
How many shards do we have? There is one on Mars, one on Venge. Tiny also has one, so 3 on Boom. Dead Prophet has one queued up, and no one bought it yet on side of Tundra. The game changed so much after the shard has been moved from 20-minute mark to 15.
Find the silence, and Scam going to be the sacrificial one left behind, as per usual for Boom. There's that Nightmare just to be annoying at the end of that one. But yeah, it is. It's going to be interesting, and it does feel like it changes the power spikes of these heroes so tremendously. Blink Dagger done for the CK, and opting to go for this ability to get right on top of the targets. Wants to play aggro. And Tundra, look at this. Going for a very interesting play, and do they realize it?
They know. This is EXO level 2, so Roshan will go down pretty quickly. Snapfire ulti is available. Mars ready to jump in.
Oh, gotta be careful. FBZ, he's looking for it. There's the Avatos, though, to start this one off. And 9, he's dead right at the start. There's no buyback. They have to get something here. Tundra, I mean, they dropped the Wukong's command. They're still in the EXO. This has gotten very strange for Tundra now.
Roshan is half HP, no EXO.
Yeah.
I think they just gave free Roshan to Boom. Let's see how they want to approach this. There's 20 seconds with no Earth Spirit. And they're still going to respect. Okay.
Interesting. I mean, I guess they don't really Rosh that quickly either at this point. It's a tough call, but it looks like they're going to instead go for maybe a smoke around play here and see if they can find somebody.
Yeah, this is good. You don't necessarily need to take a fight, but you know that the Exorcism is down. So that's a lot of damage, and they have a full minute and a half to work with.
And FBZ walks on through, double checks, and he's like, yeah, they're not in there, are they?
Is he in there? He is, right? That's Roshan. He's in the house.
Roll in, finds one. Tims throws out the stun. It bounces onto 2 of them. Now able to catch Snapfire ultimate from downtown. Tundra taking a good chunk of damage. They also have the Fiend's Grip onto this Earth Spirit. Tims walks back in, throws out another round of stuns, and they get the kill. Off of that one, beautifully played. Skinner pops his BKB. They buy back on the Venge. Skim battling it out with 3-3, but eventually, Yopaj will get brought down. Skim also...
the Urn gonna tick down.
Yeah, he's gonna die too.
No safety from tier 2 tower. And now Roshan.
Well,
back on the menu for Tundra possibly, but no, Skeeter's half HP.
It's tough. And I mean, again, like you don't have the Earth Spirit for a little bit, don't have the Monkey King. In the end, still very
wild
back
game.
And forth
This
game.
is what I want to see. You know, these are Roche fights. Whoever makes more mistake will need to play a bit more defensively because the enemy team will get that Roshan. Still, level 1 aura on Venge. Tiny doesn't benefit that much, but a lot of minus armor coming out from her Wave of Terror.
It's interesting too, right? This tower still being alive now. It's doing so much for Tundra. Boom. It's a little bit harder for them to get reinforcements back into those fights.
DD on bottom.
But a smoke up. 5 heroes. And are they just going to go in and take it? No, they're looking for a fight. Don't have vision yet. And they will run on in. Break now. They're under vision. This is fully aware of what's happening. Good blink out by Jackie. Boom. Who are they going to find? They jump onto 1. Going to pull him back in afterwards. They TP in. FBC
it's a dieback from Venge.
And he's in trouble. That's 2 dead instantly. And now Jackie also running it down. Do they have enough damage to bring him down before the TP? They do. They find that kill. Oh, Tundra blew this game wide open.
Run straight into Roche Pit. The Vengeful Spirit bought back in the previous fight, so they don't have enough, I'd say, to contest this. Tiny also dead for 50 seconds. There's no point buying back. He doesn't even have it, so this one belongs to Tundra.
What a huge call. Sometimes all it takes is 1 smoke, but still a lot of game left to be played in this one. It's a 3,000 gold lead. But the bigger thing is going to be these next couple of minutes determined how they go by Tundra, although 9 finds Yopaj right at the start, got him caught in some trouble, tries to cookie out, seeing if he can get some separation, but they pull him back in now. Skinner's there. Do they have enough? Yopaj is going to get blown up as well, and, well, from bad to worse. Boom. Need to find some answers.
This is exactly the fight that Tundra needed. Like, they need to buff up this CK. He needs to be able to, like, stay on top of the network, because and this is, I love this. This is Skeeter's new build on a CK, going for that silence, because Orchid is not an intelligence item anymore. Like, you don't buy it on these heroes. It gives you a lot of attack damage. It's 30 damage and 40 attack speed plus the silence. So like Bane, Venge, he can easily get solo kills, and this hero consumes a lot of mana.
FBZ caught, 3-second stun. Oh, and they get the boundless strike afterwards onto Tim's. Double stun, FBZ throws out the spear, but oh, Avalanche Swap, look at that damage though. Is it gonna be enough? It sounds so low, but they don't quite have it. Tundra back away. They lose the Monkey King and now the grip onto Snake King. At the very least, Boom will be able to claim this one.
That was so close. If they had Snapfire in that fight...
Yopaj comes on in, cleans up. All right, that's what they needed. Boom, they're back in it.
They are. Imagine if Snapfire was in that fight on a mid lane with the arena landing on 4 heroes. Just a follow-up would be nice. And finally, the tier 1 tower on the mid lane is going to drop 26 minutes in.
Yeah, and this is where the levels are really going to start to impact things. Like, it's not just the, you know, Snapfire being there, but Venge getting levels up in that aura as Jackie, he's going to start hitting harder and harder. AC next on the docket. He's already just absolutely decimating these camps and heroes.
Oh, Paladin and Sword. He'll definitely take that one.
All right. So the Aegis still held by CK as Tundra gonna split up, do a little bit of farming. Likewise, Boom trying to make their go of it as they pressure out that bottom tower.
Look at Tiny's damage.
Yeah.
It's almost 600 when standing near the bench.
That's pretty crazy. that's so much damage in C. Yeah, it goes away, brings down. It's an extra 100 damage. That's crazy.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And it's level 3 aura.
Yeah.
I want to see the Vlads. I want to see Vlads on Venge just to buff up even more damage on Tiny.
Skem, blink stun done. No buyback at all for this hero. Godlike on Skitter. He's had an incredible game, a really good series. And Tundra wanting to keep up this pressure with 2 minutes left on this Aegis. What can they get done?
Skeeter on CK is a different CK. Like, he knows this hero. He's been playing it, as I said, you know, when others were not even touching it. And this hero only received buffs in the last couple of years.
FBZ TP's out of there, playing around the ward that he had, the vision, and has his BKB completed. As they're going to take over this outpost, and we'll see where it is that Tundra next want to make a move. Boom, likewise, hitting a couple of power spikes for themselves. Yopaj, is there anything else that he's got coming soon? He got level 3 ulti. He is going in for that BKB next. Still a little ways away.
Needs 600 gold. One more creep wave, possibly, and one neutral camp.
The other big thing that could come out from this later on is the little Shredder uses attack damage at 20 for that Snapfire.
Yeah, you want to get her to level 20, level 25 eventually, because she becomes a monster in terms of right-click damage.
So, Reality Rift piercing spell immunity. They've got the other BKB done now. And these next couple of minutes, as the Aegis is close to expiring, they're going to smoke out with 4.
Backline of Boom is going to have issues casting the spells. Bane,
looking, thinking, Yopaj spotted there, jump in, stun on it too, and the Avatar, and they push back with the spear, he's getting decimated, but Skitter still has that Aegis, back up again in just a moment, 3-3 in the midst of all of it, has a ton of damage, FBZ, BKB, gets swapped out by Tims, that keeps him alive, and now Jack tosses over 9 to 3-3, FBZ manages to live somehow, they do lose the Venge, but that's the Aegis down, if it was only a couple seconds later, it would have been perfect.
Yeah, it was a toss back, and then Mars used his W and stopped him from coming into the base. They still managed to bring him down, but they will use this EXO and just finish off the tier 2 tower. It shows, you know, it's a 4k gold lead, but at this point, it's all about the execution. Like, who gets a better jump? Yopaj needs to be careful because Earth Spirit's already closing the gap.
There's the Invis run. Invisibility, invincibility. Surely, oh no, he's on a sentry. Oh, Yopaj, not like this. Yule Scepter. Does he get the blink out? BKB, TP, good to go. So recognizing the limits of his hero very well. Skim. Oh, this is sneaky. Just don't move.
God, I hate this. This is what.
No, he just got revealed there. He just got revealed and pull him down. The sentry on the high ground.
This is the worst ability to use in Dota. Like Reality Rift, you don't deal damage immediately, and also, like when you're trying to use it and someone's fog abusing, you're like, man, this needs to change. Like.
Yeah, it's really funny the way that works. And yeah, you'll see the replay of this fight here. God, that stun. So good. Almost caught both of them, but Snake King immediately popping that ulti, obviously.
Oh, it might be Venge Stun, the interaction. Not sure if it was Mars Shield or was it the stun from Vengeful Spirit, but FBZ in trouble. BKB TP out, they have nothing.
Tim's even gets away from that one too. So a minute and a half until Roche is capable of respawning if we get a really quick one on him. Jackie almost completing right now the AC. Needs a couple more camps, but Sox in the area. They see him right there. Gonna go for the kill. Oh, but Mischief able to dodge some of the damage. BKB needs to TP out. And
he's fine.
Get away.
When do you think someone will queue up Basher?
Abyssal Blade, yeah.
On Tundra. Let's see what Monkey's aiming to get. He just wants to get a BKB for now and like slowly become a core. But there are no Bashers yet. So far, Boom, they have been abusing this.
It's good if you can get it off. Good if you can make it work.
Also a shard on CK, so that means you have illusion for 6 seconds. And also increases the cast range, so that's going to be easier to execute.
You see the inventory there of the poor old Bane just constantly going for the wards. That's all he's got in this world. But yeah, level 20 now done on Snapfire also, as that AC is going to be flown out in just a second. Although they find the courier off to the side, they're not going to be able to chase it down. So yeah, he got AC completed. And that's
a full AC.
So smoke up, time to go. And who will they find? Yopaj, like we said, has that level 20 talent now, but not a ton of damage on the Snapfire. And Soxa jumps in, finds the Boundless Strike, gonna pop that Wukong's command down already at the start, FBZ, but they have the BKB, can roll through afterwards. Finds one hit there onto Yopaj, BKB running low. Needs to get out in the TP immediately, trying to escape. Yeah, he is completely decimated. Jackie Boy also now trying to just TP out of there, but they're all getting torn to shreds. One by one, they just didn't stand a chance.
Oh, Yopaj, he understood. Oh man, CK, he has that level 20 talent. He's gonna pull me Reality Rift through BKB. I'm gonna die anyway, so let's just try to fall back, and didn't happen. There's so many good shards in the game right now, and people finally started to, you know, realize, well, I don't want to wait for Roche. I'm just going to buy shard for myself. Like we can see CK getting one for himself. Also, Dead Prophet. I think this is one of the better shards in the game right now. You have 5 Spirit Siphons and also the Fear mechanic after 3 seconds duration on a Spirit Siphon. Roshan's going to give one for free.
Yeah. And I mean, that was a really quick respawn there as well. So if they want to, can run right on into the pit. Still 24 seconds until Yopaj is alive. So Tundra, over the last couple of minutes in fights, with the strength of Skitter, have started to take over this game. And I mean, they just need to find that one perfect fight. What does it look like for them? Like, how do you ideally make this work?
They might need to just go for the high ground defense. There is always this, like, oh, I'll hold that thought.
Oh,
good
spear back. Good play. FBZ has that BKB already used. Avalanche toss, trying to keep the rest of the team away. 9, taking a lot of damage. Yopaj gets blown up. They take him down. And now the rest of them stuck inside that arena. Stun, going out, going to connect. Now the turn.
Oh, the damage
trying to
Tiny.
They keep him alive. The turn there. The Vengeance Aura. He was able to stay alive through all of it. Now they tear him to shreds. Snake King is going to try and keep alive Skitter if at all possible. BKB is already out. Skem under fire and going to fall. Can they get any more buyback? Avatos, Jackie back in, kills off Soxa. Now FBZ trying to find a bit more maybe. Skitter realizes I have to run away.
Oh, this is where where this Tiny pops off completely. Like, he has more than 600 damage with Echo Saber. Like, these hero smells, he almost insta-killed Abaddon without being able to use ulti, because he deals too much damage.
Again, another one of these instances where the Aegis just instantly goes down. Going in for the fight and it gets punished. Still a 9k gold lead, but you're seeing signs of life here from Boom and ways that they can actually take these fights and gonna get a tier 2 tower off of it.
Also, if Tundra's sieging the high ground, you asked me like how they come back into this game. If Tundra overextends, they have 3 out of 4 best heroes in the game to reposition you. There is a spear, there is a swap, and also the toss back. Like, the only thing they don't have is Magnus.
Look at this, FBZ, such a clutch play right there. And then of course 9 goes in deep, but he can just arena the rest of them, and it's really hard to get over there to help your buddy if you don't have any way to get through the arena. Man. And you can see they're living just off nothing, and then of course that
the double spear, yeah, the shard. We see that more often. But look at Abba now. 1, 2, 2, almost dies.
Yeah, really nicely done there. And boom, they're hunting, they're looking for more. Tundra, 3-3. He's showing they know exactly where that DP was, but no more vision in this area. They drop down a ward. Okay, now they know. Yeah, this Sentry ward, that's going to mess them up now. So boom, going to be revealed that the smoke was happening. They lose their ward immediately afterwards. Now Tundra instead are going to try and make the counter move. Now they don't have Skitter with them. He's down bottom pushing out that lane. FBZ, Boundless Strike to open. Roll afterwards, gets the BKB TP out. He had enough time.
They need the Basher, because it's getting ridiculous at this point. Let's see if anyone decided to queue one up. Skeeter has a full Bloodthorn, so that's going to be pretty big if they want to focus down a hero like Tiny. But he also needs to stay a little bit away from Tiny with his ulti, because like one double hit Avalanche into possibly 3-throw can get rid of all of his illusions.
He also had the full completed AC now done on Skitter too. So they've got more armor, some amount of answers for this. Abba finished in Aghanims.
Yeah, I don't know where he's getting the gold from. There was no Philly, no big boy Philly in this game, but yeah. So every single time while Borrow Time is active, anyone takes more than 500 damage, he gets a coil.
I feel like that works on illusions too, right? So, it should at least. So it might be able to heal back up some of those the CK illusions that get brought down low.
Sure, but I think the damage output from Tiny, it's really not great how much heal he does. DD picked up.
Borrowed time cooldown. Yeah, Snaking, the fact that he's gotten so much
Yeah, I don't know how
gold.
He's level 20.
Like, what is happening? I guess he's lived through a lot of these fights. But a really interesting dynamic that we have now with the farmed Abba in this game. But
he is higher level than Earth Spirit.
Yeah, that's nuts. Oh, look at him, though. They're going to find Snaking right at the start, but they go for the back line. Oh, look at that arena. It's so much damage, but it will not be enough. Jackie trying to bring him down, but Tundra, they're too strong. That Abba ulti does so much to heal them all back up to full. Are you kidding me? The King did it again. All the healing in the world, and it didn't matter for poor old Boom. The silence is there. Poor Yopash is going to go down.
All right,
yeah, that's him. Look at him. He loves it. The King.
All right, I underestimated. If they focus like all of them around, it's insane because he's standing in the middle of a fight. They were all grouped up, and this Aghanim Scepter actually changes it quite a lot.
God, we're going to have to see how much healing ended up doing in that fight, but that was insane. And just like that, Tundra, they're going to take a full set of racks. They don't have the Snapfire for a minute. They're going to go all in.
Because they were standing inside the those 2 spears and Snapfire ulti on top of that, so everyone gets the heals from it. They're going for the finish.
And just trying to finish it all off of that.
Tiny needs to buy back.
They need a
the
long
spear
period
back.
of time. Inside the fountain, they bring him down. Jackie, can they do it alone? Can they bring them all down one by one by one? The Ancient is exposed. They don't have Exorcism going. 3-3, they turn now, trying to bring down Skemp. Can they do it? They find in themselves another kill. Tossing in FBZ. Spear to try and keep him away. Jackie down low. Jackie dead. No buybacks on deck. And just like that, Tundra, they got a date in the upper bracket.
What a performance from Tundra. Look at Snaking. That smile. That damn smile.
Unreal.
Whew, man, this Aghanim, I actually have no idea how he managed to get the level 20 and the full, not just Aghanim Scepter, he also had the full drums on top of that as a position. I guess that's, you know, this is a good thing when you're used to play position 4 and suddenly you're playing 5, so you know how to farm up the map. And, you know, his positioning was really good as a Baron in this one.
Oh, and Heartbreak Central for Boom. Of course, not out of the tournament. They're going to go down to the lower bracket, have a date there as well with Secret, if I'm not mistaken. But obviously felt like there were so many moments there where they could have been able to take it, and Tundra just able to pull it out from underneath them at the end off the back of... I've literally never seen ABBA Ags do that much before. That's like the most I've ever seen it happen.
Yeah, let me just check the healing real quick. 12,000 heal coming out from ABBA, but yeah, those numbers can be higher, you know, whenever you have like IO with the Holy Locket, with the mech, so...
It was all in that one fight.
It was all pretty much, you know, he used his Q multiple times, but this is not that high, but still, definitely the item that won them the fight.
Well, an impressive showing as teams, Strange Pleasantries at the end of that best of 3 gave us a heck of a series here in the middle of the day. Still one more best of 3 still to go as we're going to venture down to the lower bracket. But again, Tundra able to take the victory there. And I mean, I don't know, this is the type of tournament where it feels like anybody can win. There's so many great teams.
Yeah, exactly. And one thing I like is the number of shards that were picked up, like between 15 and 20 minute mark. I believe 3 or 4, and just great Dota overall. New heroes, what I wanted to see, and like some specialty heroes. Skeeter, he didn't die a single time this game on his CK.
Really impressive showing, and again, you gotta love the Dota, gotta love the new patch. But for now, we're gonna head on back to the panel, let them break down all the action.
Thank you very much, Lyrical and the Cost, and indeed, victory for Tundra. And we started the game, or ended the draft, with being very excited about that middle lane, about the Yopaj Snapfire up against the 9 Earth Spirit. And it turned out it wasn't a very even matchup in the end, No-Till. It was actually very, very Snapfire favorite.
Probably without a doubt, the guy is the best Snapfire mid currently in the world. Definitely the guy to learn from, the item build, the way he plays, the way he casts his spells. Very incredible game, very close game, like the casters were saying. I think it could have gone either way.
Because why wasn't that Yopaj Snapfire able to be as successful? What do you feel like was the nail in the coffin?
Nothing to do with the snap, in my opinion.
Nothing to do with the snap. All right, so what does it have to do with?
I think that Tiny did not do what he needed to do this game. There were a lot of fights where I think he had to deal more damage. He had to get the splash damage going. I think there are 2 fights where he tosses the tree instead of right-clicking. I think if you look at this replay, if you look at those crucial fights, this is where they could have taken the game or taken a bigger lead, which could have led to them taking the game. But instead, the Abaddon timing ends up coming at the end, where I think the game maybe gets a bit tricky. I thought with Holy Locket he would out-heal everything, but even without he did. So
yeah.
At that moment I think it gets really hard. But yeah, this Tiny didn't turn into the monster that we've seen other Tinys do, even though I think he had what he needed. It was just the fights and maybe the choice of tossing the tree, which I think made the game really hard. But the snap, look at this, like he was outplaying them all game.
It was indeed, and FE were always very excited to see Earth Spirits, especially handled by 9. How do you feel about him? This is the first time we saw him do it in the new patch?
It was really great to see it be played as a core, honestly. I was wondering what it would look like in late game scenarios in particular. I think he did run into an issue later on where he just rolled in and Tiny kind of 3-shotted him at some point, but before that I think he's a very effective hero in killing backline supports in the early mid game in particular, right? And you've got a Bane, you've got a VS, you've got a Snapfire. He can set up for kills so easily on all 3 of these heroes, and I think the performance is very good. The laning was a little bit iffy, but I mean, what do you expect from a Snapfire? You just kind of get melee range, scatter blasted, and there's not that much you can do as a melee hero, but it was a good showing, I would say. But it felt more so like a team effort by everybody on Tundra instead of just one hero shining.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I think they got good target prioritization, but I think the crazy thing for me is like 9, he's a bit behind in farm, but because of that, it allowed these supports to do so much. Like Saksa and Snaking were absolute menaces. When I compare this support duo to the Venge Bane, I felt like the Venge and Bane were super quiet. And Tim's also, he got no farm. Like I actually was expecting like he'd get an Aghanims at some point, so even if he does die early on, then the Tiny's gonna have that aura. This was not the fight I think No-Till was talking about. Like this is one of the big ones. Like he threw his tree and then he has no damage afterwards and he has to kind of just run away in the fight. But yeah, like I was expecting the Venge to have a bit more farm, but Abaddon has an Aghanims and Venge has like Glimmer Cape. So
Yeah, that was a bit painful. This was the opening of the Death Prophet
He got split
Monkey
up
King
here.
as well. Yeah, he turns around, kills 9 eventually, you know.
It's good. I still don't think he has the right mentality still. I think he should be running into this fight right now. I do think he's actually a lot stronger than the enemy, and you see here with the blink, now Tundra are like, oh boy, running away, but
You feel like that split second where he's delayed in his decision making?
Even here when he runs,
I think he should
like,
keep going. I think he should keep going in. Don't care about the BKB. Go fight them. And I think this was his timing. This was the moment where he kind of had to go. The Earth Spirit being dead. I think they have nothing. We talked about how the CK is countered. But regardless, I mean, I want to give a lot of credit to Tundra because I think they did outplay for the most fight. I don't think the game is like so simple for them. Here it's pretty simple if you trust your Abaddon, which I guess they did because the Abaddon out-healed almost everything this fight. So this is their timing. This is when it gets easy. But for the most part of the game, like the blink on the CK, the Earth Spirit rolls, the DP positioning, Monkey Vision, Abaddon keeping people alive, like Tundra played really well.
Yeah, Skeeter didn't die. And there, that was the moment. But Skeeter did not die. I think that's like it's really damn impressive. Like that he plays that matchup, the CK versus Tiny, doesn't get killed a single time in the entire game.
He played a great game, and I loved the Blink Bloodthorn pickup. I thought it was awesome.
Yeah, it was great indeed, and I believe Kyle's actually on stage with Snaking, if I'm not mistaken. Let's take a look.
Definitely. Oh, hey, we're live. They do this on purpose, I think, man. It was good talking to you. Hey guys, Tundra here. Well, Snaking. We were just talking. We've been around for like 13 years now, if you count Han. Like, do you ever think you'd just last this long?
I never thought I would be in the scene for that long. Mostly, I started playing out of passion for the game, and I just enjoyed it. But then, after college, I decided to give professional Dota a try because I was kind of bummed that I never really got to try that hard. So I went full-time playing for 1 year, and that was VGJ Storm was the team at the time. And we didn't have very much success, and towards the end we were able to scrape together a different roster that was with the SVG Resolution, MSS, and Yawar obviously, and then we did pretty well that year at TI. That was my first time achieving top 8, and ever since I was like, let's see where this will take me, and here I am.
Yeah, here you are. I also wondered, so I know from talking to Jack and the guys that you had a really big voice on that team. But you've never, I don't believe, stepped formally into the captaining role until now. What took you so long?
I think I've always been a big voice, but I've never been like a good captain material. And even now, I don't think I am. But I'm trying my best, and I have a lot of help, especially from AUI and the rest of the team. They're very supportive, and AUI has been so great for the team because he has a lot of good ideas. He has good advice. He helps us improve, and like, I'm not really the captain. I'm just like, I have a lot of ideas I bring to the team, and I try to have everyone understand them, and I accept people's feedback, and then we try to, help each other improve our ideas together.
Gotcha. So is there a difference in how you guys prepared against Boom in comparison to, you're going to go play Nigma in the winners finals tomorrow? Is it going to be kind of like same old same, or was it a little unique preparing for Boom just because, new region, new opponents, never seen before?
It's definitely going to be very different because the meta between regions are very different, especially ever since COVID started. There's so little inter-regional play. And like in C, for example, there's very little IO play. It's almost ignored for the entire DPC seasons for the past couple of seasons. And personally, I think it's extremely broken here, and it's picked in first ban and first picked in almost every other region. So it's kind of weird. And when we brought it in the second game, we knew I was very confident in the IO gyro. I'm pretty sure they had no solution once we banned the Weaver and Pangolier, and it proves to show like that they were not prepared for the IO. And it was, I guess it's just, this is what happens when you don't play that many lands and there's no inter-regional play. There's just very different meta, and whoever is right is just going to come out on top and have a huge advantage in the series because suddenly their enemies have 4 spans that they have to do.
Awesome. Well, fantastic answers, my man. You have been doing this for a while. This was Snake King. We'll send it back to you guys on the panel.
Thank you very much, and indeed some must-ban material, IO of course after game number 2, but I feel like the opening that we just saw from Tundra is one that we'll probably see a little bit more if they get their hands on it. The Monkey King Death Prophet, and especially No-Tail the Death Prophet. I don't know, we see her time and time again, and she's just really, really good, especially with that shard at minute 15.
It seems to be a problem for people to kind of deal with right now, at least in the lane or the early game if it takes off. We've seen DP throughout the history of Dota, and it's always been a target to kind of try and blow up. You invest a lot when you click Exorcism. It's a long cooldown, but it also means you're committed to the fight. So disengaging sometimes an option, but if she is the aggressor and they don't let you disengage, blow her up, find heroes that kill her, make it hard for her to buy items. But this monkey DP lane that they open with twice, it's going to be important for teams to come up with a good answer or solid answer, because if not, it's not a fun start.
And it was the Monkey King, and they did have the Mars, and I don't think a single time I saw him actually get cut down before his fights. He always was getting Wukongs, he always was giving vision, and they even bought like multiple quelling blades. Snapfire had a quelling. I saw Yopaj like cutting trees in fights to try to find him. Yeah, Saksa is a menace on that hero. He was actually probably the best Monkey King I've ever seen as for. Like the vision that he was providing and all the little things that he was doing. Like he was solo killing the Bane some of the fights because he would just Wukong him and boundless him and stuff. Like I think he did some really clever stuff these games.
Yeah, I think Saksa played an incredible game, and it's really nice to see him on his specialty heroes, and I think it answers a lot of the questions that people are asking. Why Saksa? Why did they want him so badly? Why were they willing to restructure their entire team?
Yeah.
And he showed it to us.
Mm-hmm.
He really, really did. And of course, Tundra, with that victory, they are now in the upper bracket finals together with Team Nigma Galaxy. There will be best of 3-4 later tomorrow, actually. Today, we were very nice so far. We've had 2 upper bracket semifinals. It was all nice. Nobody goes home. Nobody gets eliminated. Because even though Boom lost here, of course, they will play again, that time in the lower bracket. Their opponent will be Team Secret. And earlier today, we had OG lose against Team Nigma Galaxy, and they get to play again today, right about now, I'd say, up against Team Spirit. So there's a lot to play for, tournament lives to be exact. We're going to take a break. When we're back, of course, we will have ourselves a new series to show you, and we're going to leave you with some backstage footage.
A country of dreamers, built for dreamers. If there's one place that deserves this title, it is the United Arab Emirates. There's no other country that has built so much on a foundation of dreams. No other place that has achieved the impossible time and again just because someone dreamt it. Here, dreams have built the fastest, the largest, and the tallest. Here, dreams continue to move humanity forward. Dreams were what turned a desert into one of the world's finest countries. We even dreamt of visiting another planet, and hey, we made it come true. For nearly 50 years, the UAE has been powered by vivid imaginations. And today, as we look to the next 50, we're looking for more dream power. We're looking for those who believe dreams can make our planet a better place. Welcome to the United Arab Emirates. A country of dreamers, built for dreamers. If there's one place that deserves this title, it is the United Arab Emirates. There's no other country that has built so much on a foundation of dreams. No other place that has achieved the impossible time and again just because someone dreamt it. Here, dreams have built the fastest, the largest, and the tallest. Here, dreams continue to move humanity forward. Dreams were what turned a desert into one of the world's finest countries. We even dreamt of visiting another planet, and hey, we made it come true. For nearly 50 years, the UAE has been powered by vivid imaginations. And today, as we look to the next 50, we're looking for more dream power. We're looking for those who believe dreams can make our planet a better place. Welcome to the United Arab Emirates. A country of dreamers, built for dreamers. If there's one place that deserves this title, it is the United Arab Emirates. There's no other country that has built so much on a foundation of dreams. No other place that has achieved the impossible time and again just because someone dreamt it. Here, dreams have built the fastest, the largest, and the tallest. Here, dreams continue to move humanity forward. Dreams were what turned a desert into one of the world's finest countries. We even dreamt of visiting another planet, and hey, we made it come true. For nearly 50 years, the UAE has been powered by vivid imaginations. And today, as we look to the next 50, we're looking for more dream power. We're looking for those who believe dreams can make our planet a better place. Welcome to the United Arab Emirates.
Welcome back to Dubai. It is time for our last series and our first elimination of the day. Will it be OG or Team Spirit? Storied organizations, but one of them will come to an end here, right now. Let's get our first team, OG, to the stage.
Welcome on stage, OG Esports.
And their opponents, the reigning TI champions, Team Spirit.
Welcome on stage, Team Spirit.
All right, guys, you can get to the booths. Hope you have a good match. In just a few moments, you will see OG versus Spirit. The winner plays tomorrow. The loser goes home. We're going to find out soon. Back to you, Sheeps.
Thank you very much, Kyle. And indeed, it is OG versus Team Spirit. Love the outfits, by the way. And we are looking for a very hyped best of 3 series here. As Kyle said, though, it's elimination on the line. I'm joined by Resolution, Effie, and Cap. Cap, welcome to the panel as a panelist, a man of many talents.
I'm off to a very, very good start. I thoroughly embarrassed myself by saying quite loudly that I felt like Team Spirit was going to power up. And they were going to smash the ever-living crap out of OG. Yep. And OG was on the other side of the curtain. So I believe I've sufficiently motivated them to beating Team Spirit, because I kind of hope that happens now. Otherwise, I'll feel really bad.
I saw you try to play it off. It's like, oh, I don't mean that. Sorry, Tyke, I'm big fan.
I just turn around and I see Tommy looking at me, and I'm just like, I didn't say that.
I mean, to be honest, the voiceover guy sounds a lot like you. You could just say it was him.
That was.
That's you.
I would have been much more enthusiastic if that was me.
Are you sure that's not you?
It's definitely not me.
You want to do it? You want to do over?
Yeah, you can do it better.
Yeah.
Can you try?
Right now?
Of course.
Why not?
People would like to see that.
And
please welcome OG! That's how you do it right there.
You got to do it for Team Spirit now, too, because even it out.
I felt something inside.
What, you guys don't want to analyze the match?
Let's do that. Because Team Spirit and OG, no strangers to one another. With this roster, they have already faced each other as well. Not in the DPC capacity, of course, but in the capacity of an OG tournament. And it was in favor of Team Spirit. It was 2-1 in favor of them, actually. And to be honest, Team Spirit, reigning TI champs, OG, this is their first actual under the lights LAN. And I'm very curious to hear how you guys feel. I think we already know Cap's answer. But
listen, that was more about Team Spirit.
Okay.
In the regionals, they dropped to Hellraisers, okay, and it was like they got pissed the hell off, and they were just like, oh, wait a minute, we're TI winners. These guys are scrubs. And they just literally bombed everybody.
Yep.
So I am expecting something similar here.
All right. What do you think, Effie? How do you think this matchup will go down?
It's hard to say. I am going to go in this one favoring Team Spirit just because they are the TI champions, obviously. But I do think OG could really surprise us here. They haven't looked bad at all. Even in the series that they lost, they played a convincing couple of games, really. And both of these teams are playing with a stand-in, so both of them are a little bit off kilter. But it's just going to be about execution, confidence, and maybe Cap motivated them, right? If I was saying that they would lose, maybe Cap next leveled it, and now they have something to prove.
I mean, I think if Cap didn't motivate them, the series that they had earlier today, Rezo, motivated them because they had a series against Team Nigma Galaxy, and that was not a close series.
It was not.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, this series right now, like Team Spirit, to me, just like more structured team, and like they both have a similar playstyle in terms of like they have greedy offlane players, and they're similar in that point, and also like overall playstyle, like OG are relying on individual skill, to me, and Team Spirit like a more robust team, and like they rely on Yutoro to carry in them.
Yep, and earlier today when OG had a tough time, it was No-Till casting them, and he was mentioning, he had series like that, and he got smashed around like that in previous LANs in the past. And he said the biggest thing to do in a series like that is learn from it and get better. The question is, how long do you need after a series like that to actually learn from it and get better?
No, of course, like one series is good enough because like you already can talk like within 3 hours with your teammates and figure out.
Yeah,
like,
you got 3 hours to prepare, right?
Yeah, and also like when you play in like the same day, it just motivates you even better, like because you don't want to leave the tournament, right?
Yeah. That's definitely true. Played on the lamps once, don't want it to be the last time today. But one of these two teams will face the harsh reality of having to be sent home because this is lower bracket here at Gamers Galaxy. Yes, everybody here is part of the top 6, and that is great. Everybody here is part of making it to the playoffs, and it's great. But we can only have one champion at the end of the day on Sunday. And one of these teams is definitely not going to be it. And we are in the draft already. We have some usual bans coming out. We haven't really talked about the Dota we expect to see coming our way, Effie. But are there any heroes that you really want to see out of this matchup?
I think Shaman's going to be pretty contested between these two teams just because they both seem to snap pick it whenever they can. I'm not sure how many people are sold on Shadow Shaman as of yet, but it does seem to be a priority pick. And Mars comes out, I think ATF loves this hero, so just collapse, and this is going to be...
This is I'm raising my hand because this is the first game that OG has played in this tournament so far where they don't have first banned against them Timber Saw.
Yeah. And
surely
also,
they should pick it then.
And also Invokers in the pool. I wouldn't expect like I wouldn't mind seeing them like Timber Saw and Invoker just right here, just here and there.
The Timber Invoker combination.
Yeah, and then the IO response in terms. Huh?
Sorry, Effie, we interrupted.
Sorry, I forgot what I was saying. I just kind of said something. But both of the offlaners got their specialty heroes here. So it's just going to be a matter of, like Rezo was saying, they are both greedy players. They both play really well and stabilize their teams. So it's going to be a matter of who does it better.
That's actually not a lion.
That's not a shaman. Not a
shaman. Yeah. But a lion.
Yeah.
That's
So
actually quite interesting.
Hex is very good, right? You pick Shaman because you just want to guarantee you have that kind of instant lockdown. When you see Mars, there's really no need to have a Hex, though. He's not a hero that requires you to pick such a hero, but this could also just be a deny pick and added burst for the Timber lane, something that can roam around the Timber alone.
Yeah, it's an okay roaming hero. It might also have an idea about what they're maybe expecting from Team Spirit. Maybe they're actually expecting one of those Spirit heroes that puts out a little bit more magic damage that threatens a hero like Timbersaw.
I like this Bane pick. I didn't like the Aya because like these are both strength heroes, and you don't want to play that into Timber. So you also like want to have some ways to deal with him early on in the draft, because later you might not have the ability to pick such heroes.
It also messes with any sort of like backlane pulling that you're trying to do. So if they get like a really strong laner against the Timbersaw, they try and do, like, okay, let's just pull the creep wave. Just nightmare that guy. Let the creep wave run through.
Sure.
Bane is one of the most disruptive heroes in that regard, and he really is such a nuisance. Also, it's just going to be, added lockdown for the Timbersaw. They're going to need some more damage coming out of Team Spirit, because it's simply not enough with just Mars and Bane to take down the Timbersaw. But what they do have is setup. What they do have is the ability to just
lock him down.
Lock him down, go on the sidelines, make these rotations together.
I mean, one of the best heroes against Timber has always been like Batrider. Something like OD would have been nice. Maybe even Viper, to not let him do his things freely early on in the game. So we would be looking for those type of heroes.
Yeah, because of course, I mean, we talk a lot about the Amar Timbersaw is one of the best on it, and he's first phase banned for a very good reason. But at the same time, you kind of know the playstyle that he's going to do, because he's done it time and time again. So if you know exactly what to expect, Rezo, I mean, this must be Team Spirit knowing how to, or thinking they know how to deal with this.
Of course, I'm pretty sure they have a really good idea how to beat it, because they're just letting it in. And I'm expecting something like Ursa, for example, for Yatoro, because it's also one of the best heroes to deal with the Timber early on.
Yatoro has also played Anti-Mage and Troll, and both of those heroes do really well versus Timbersaw online. So they could build around something that they've already succeeded with.
Yeah, I'm sure they have a lot of answers for that.
I'm genuinely very curious about this Lion, though, Cap, because I don't really think we've seen it at all. This is probably the first Lion game. I do think he went uncontested. And the hero did have his time in the sun. Most notably, he rises in popularity in metas when heroes like Puck are very popular, right? Heroes like Queen of Pain, heroes like Void Spirit, things that you need to instantly hex and just catch. But so far, nothing has come out that solicits this Lion pick to me. So maybe there's just going to be an added idea that we haven't seen yet, and it's going to be clarified.
It also looks pretty weak to match against Bane, right?
Yeah.
On the lane, because you're not going to out hit him. Out sustain, I would say.
There's got to be something that they're going to pair it with. They're maybe just going to need that added burst damage of Finger with some other setup hero. Just a quick in and out kill.
It's possible, but I really do think it limits Toronto Tokyo's pool a little bit, right? Just like all the heroes that he is most, even still now, right? They're picking Ember Spirit. Other than that, like they haven't gone back to any other of the Puck Storms or Void Spirits just yet. For this patch, but it does seem to... I think it's a nice idea, whatever it is, from OG, that they didn't just go for like a traditional opener that we would have expected, and Team Spirit certainly would have expected. So,
for sure. The heroes left in the pool for him aren't what we've already seen him play are the Invoker, the TA, the DP. They've all been taken out. The Ember as well. So the current popular really mid-meta heroes are just already not available for him. So they're going to have to do something different.
Yeah, the way Team Spirit always like to be able to build around this Mars is they just get like a lot of teamfight heroes that just like to be able to go in, right? So before they used to do Quap, they would do Death Prophet. Luna was obviously one of the most popular carries and worked so well for them. Mars just sets up the arena and the Luna just kind of follows through.
I think Queen of Pain and Storm Spirit are definitely the heroes they're looking up to right now for the mid. Not sure what else is there. For the mid, they actually targeting the mid heroes.
They're targeting mid heroes real hard. We've got a Monkey King as the final ban coming out here from Team Spirit. And I guess for OG, the question is there any other mid hero they want to ban out? And they actually ban out the Shadow Demon with an instant pick of Omni Knight. And everybody's been talking about Omni Knight the whole week already. We've seen it once in the hands of Team Secret. I don't think it was victorious then, but it's definitely one of the heroes that should be coming out of the patch as a winner.
For sure, I definitely look up to this pick right now, and it gives you the strong lane already, and it pairs for the Timber like really good, because this Timber right now, he has no care, so just going in and having the backline of Omni Knight with him.
And it's a lot of strength that you get from Omni Knight's buff, right? Timbersaw really loves to play with that Io Ursa.
There's the Ursa and the Io. They still went for the Io road, which is kind of surprised.
Okay, isn't Timbersaw always good against an IO combination?
I mean, it's one of the best heroes because it reduces the strength, right?
Yeah.
It has a lot of burst pure damage.
So that's a questionable...
But it's also one of the best heroes to enable Ursa, and Ursa can lose his lane against Timbersaw. I think my best memory of that was DM, who I consider one of the best Timbersaws in the world, and he showcased how to be able to beat an Ursa both with the chain build, and he actually also had a different build where he went Whirling Death level 1 because of the mana and damage nerfs that happened to patch ago. So
I think they're gonna put the Io with Mars though to the bottom lane.
Yeah.
Because the Bane is way stronger with Ursa, and they need to secure the Ursa lane for sure.
Tiny. So
That's
they
a
have
very bold pick from.
But they have
OG.
two heroes that greatly benefit from Omni Knight on the side of OG, but it doesn't necessarily feel like it's going to hit that timing before Ursa does, especially if they're going to play it on the safe lane. We did see Tundra play it mid, and it looked really good. But if it's going to be played as a carry, I feel like if this Ursa actually does decide to play a more faster pace and get that cheaper Diffusal Blade, if he doesn't go for the Battle Fury build, this Tiny is kind of going to be food. Especially because he's playing against Mars, too.
I agree. This looks like a really good game for the Ursa right now. They're not addressing the Ursa still with their heroes.
I wonder if... I really do wonder if you're just going to go for the early Diffusal in this game.
I think he should, for sure. Secure the early rush. With this diffusal timing, they cannot fight him.
It's been a while since we saw the teams just saving their mid pick for last as the mid bans continue their puck on the list track. Is there any way that any of the heroes on the board it could be mid? We obviously saw Tiny mid earlier today, but I'm not sure if it's one of BZM's.
I mean, there's only Tiny. Before, Team Spirit used to do the Mars on mid lane, but they're not doing this anymore as often. There's still Queen available in the pool. Storm is also having a really good game against the OG lineup, because if you just burst the line, and then you have a free game as well.
I mean, I think on paper, you can play this Tiny carry, and if you just comfortably don't give up too much of the map, you should be fine, right? Because overall, you with the Omni Knight, you are going to have Heavenly's Grace versus the physical damage of Ursa, and you're going to have the Dispel versus Fiend's Grip, which is probably what you're looking to be scared of here. Also, Dispel is very good against the Mars, too. It just feels like if this Omni gets caught in any way, there's no way for OG to fight.
I agree.
They just burst him first.
Also, this Omni Knight would have been the pick to just, not let the Team Spirit have a Batrider in their lineup, because it's really good as well against all of their heroes, except Omni. So they can't pick it anymore. I do think it's going to be the Queen for the Team Spirit if they're not going to ban it. I think it's like the only hero they need to ban. And I don't know what else is going to be left, like Void Spirit.
Void Spirit is in.
Yeah,
Queen is banned. Storm was just banned as well. So you're running out of options.
I feel like they still need some sort of team fight, like big time. Right now they only Mars for the team fight for Team Spirit. They need some more.
Well, didn't you guys mention Viper earlier?
I did, but I'm not sure if Viper is gonna cut it.
Okay.
They need something like maybe even Kunkka, but you don't want to play Kunkka against Timber. It's tough. It's tough. I'm excited what Team Spirit is gonna pick.
I wonder what OG is gonna pick too. You're really not left with that many options.
For sure. You just have to do it. You just have to take it.
You also have to not give it to them. Like, you're in that position too, where this is pretty much the only tier 1 hero left in the pool.
Yeah.
OG are in the same
I
predicament.
can't really think of a hero for the OG to pick it to the mid lane.
I feel like they had to have like puck basically to be able to like keep this Ursa at bay, hold people in a position where the Timbersaw can actually beat them up.
Yeah, this is where the unconventional pick should come through. Show us something spicy, OG.
Yeah,
What
something
is-
that has a little bit of save would have been.
I wouldn't mind seeing Betrider here.
There's also the potential to just relegate the Tiny to mid and pick something like a Medusa even with the Omni Knight.
Some range carry for the safe lane.
Yeah.
Gyro, Dusa.
Something like that. That could really work here.
There's a Batrider.
There's a bit. I mean,
you mentioned it. You mentioned it earlier as well already. At least it's been mentioned a lot today. We've seen it a lot on the bans, and people have been talking that this hero also after patch, it's a lot better than the previous patch.
I wonder if they're gonna do the Manta build.
The what
It's
build?
gonna be
The Manta?
No, it got
build.
fixed.
It got fixed.
It got fixed, yeah. So the shard is really broken. You would just apply one sticky napalm per auto attack, but now you have a 50% chance of applying a sticky
Yeah.
napalm. So a lot of people have opted to just stop trying to make the right click Batrider work and just playing it the normal way. But just the fact that you have this other means to play the hero is really cool. And honestly, he's playing against melee heroes. He is a little bit of a soft counter to IO in that he can just blink in, like lasso the IO and just break apart the tethered targets. So.
All right, final words. I need a team name from who's going to take game one. Cat first.
Team Spirit.
All right, Effie.
I'll say OG.
I would say Team Spirit, but I do like this Betrider pick.
Yeah.
It's always just a lot for the OG.
So we got one Team Spirit, one OG, and one's on the fence
Mixed.
here.
Mixed.
Mixed feelings. Well, let's find out who's going to take this first game of this elimination best of 3. We're heading over to Lyrical and Fogged.
Oh, thank you, Shiver, and the Batrider pick at the end. Fog, do you like the decision? Do you like what they went with?
Yeah, I think it's. I actually really like that better. I was just complimenting Rezo. I think he was on point that panel. Just want to give him
Nailed
some
it,
props.
nailed it,
He was
nailed it.
all over that draft. He was even predicting like Kunkka and stuff like that. So we see it, and I'm wondering. I don't think we're gonna see any lane swaps, but I really like this Bat pick. I think it's gonna be really crucial for them to get that advantage, and does feel like it could be a tough Kunkka game. He is playing into that Timbersaw too, so we'll see how they're gonna make it work. I'm really looking forward to this match.
Yeah, I think both of these teams have just like sometimes such cool styles of play. I got to watch a ton of the Team Spirit lineup, obviously playing with the stand-in here, but still very much can just completely pop off. And Sec
PC off. Okay.
Maybe you should turn it on.
Okay, Yatara. Good old Taiga. Give him the caps back. So the one big thing I am looking at really is like we're talking a lot about the Batrider, and it's a very comfortable player on the Batrider, as you see. Master tier, BZM, very well versed in most of these mid heroes, of course, but it's the Omni Knight. Like, we've been talking a lot about this hero this tournament, and I look at some really good like combo breaking he can do, right? Versus the Kunkka, like dispelling like the torrent, let people break off. It's more so versus Fiend's Grip and the spear target that's inside the ult of the Mars.
Yes.
He's gonna be able to save people, and of course we have to just say it. It's the combo with the Tiny, so. Yeah, we'll see how that all ends up working out. I mean, I'm really curious to see how these lanes end up unfolding.
I like how you said it's the combo with the Tiny, and then we got the bonk
bonk.
sound effect. Yes, that's what's going to be happening. He's going to be bonking all freaking game. Yargi has so much potential damage that can get thrown out there, and of course, if you just keep people under control, it's going to be solid. The thing that's interesting, and we were talking about this while the panel was going on, the Chu Lion coming out this time for OG. Not a hero that we often see, and more so than that, not often picked in the first couple picks.
No, not at all. I think it was just like exactly what the panel was talking about, though. It's Toronto Tokyo has been one of the few players still who's just like his spirits and his like elusive mid heroes, his Queen of Pain and stuff like that. His Storm Spirit have still been something that's been up there. And also, I think maybe it's just having this double disable to protect the Timbersaw. If he's in the lane with him, right, he'll be able to cover if Ursa's going on him ever. He'll always have two different ways to allow him to pull that distance away. So I'm never mad. I don't think I've ever been like, man, that's a bad, like really bad Lion pick. It's very rare that you really don't. It's not like that hero's ever really like in a bad situation. His team fight can be a bit lackluster at time, but it provides you with pretty much everything a hero would like you to provide.
Yeah.
Burst, stun, control, annoying mana drain.
All good things.
Yeah.
As they're trying to sort out all the PC issues real quickly. It's just, it happens sometimes, you know? It looks like he's in it. Should be underway pretty shortly here. But yeah, I think that the thing that always just feels weird about it is that taking it that early on in the draft, it's something that's a little bit different, as I guess the laning stage is going to be something to watch for as well. If they do manage to sort of have a decent time against the Ursa, you had mentioned while the draft was going on that you felt like that was such like a good answer, something that you anticipated they might be coming out with. Is it just the laning stage that sort of works well with the Ursa? There it is.
For the most part, yeah. It's just like you want to have that Timbersaw counter throughout the laning phase, but it's also throughout the whole game. It just makes the hero feel a lot squishier because you just get, it's Fury Sweeps. It's pretty straightforward, at least with that one with the Ursa. But yeah, we have seen these Timbers, as they were mentioning, the DM. He's been very good about, you just cut the wave. You don't play the lane at the Timbersaw. Like in the beginning you will, but then as soon as you start getting some level advantage, if they don't have a way to catch you and stop you, you cut the wave, and then you just get like level 6 super quickly, and you can actually bully the Ursa.
See right there, the sentry drop down just outside of range. So Taiga not quite able to connect, and they're going to have some good vision in the area.
Cool.
Collapse on the other side.
Double wards coming out here from the Dire.
Yeah.
Real interesting.
I think that one was placed afterwards. They might realize it. We'll see if they end up getting any D wards on this one. But I don't think they have any more sentries left on the side of OG. But
got one on the Lion.
There it is. Okay.
One on Chu.
Miposhka hanging out in the river on his Bane. He has played this hero so many times recently. Yep. Everybody's picking up Bane. And at least for now, postured on the bottom side of the map. So it does look like they're going to be running the IO together up top.
And the cool thing is, too, like looking at Bane traditionally, you want someone to be able to stop Fiend's Grip, right? Like this time, there's not really good ways to reach into the back to stop Fiend's Grip early on, but there's the Omni Knight, right? It's that Dispel. He just Heavenly Graces the target that gets Fiend's Grip, and there you go, it's done. So
nice. Miposhka there, taking away the bounty rune as well. So we're going to get three bounties going the direction of Spirit.
Look at that. And they do end up putting the Bane bottom with the Mars instead of having that IO pairing, so pretty cool. Just, I guess, really wanted to have that IO with the Ursa just to enable him even more versus that Timber.
Right.
Cool.
Taking Nightmare first, not always the greatest for the trading. You see Taiga is going to try and take full advantage of this, but then just puts him to sleep, give him the little punches, and then head on back towards the lane.
Good. This is the power of the 5 Omni Knight now, really.
Right.
You've got this pure damage, long range, slowing, amazing ability. You also have a pure damage heal that does lots of damage too, and your Heavenly Grace if you need it in certain situations. It's really strong. We're seeing it in really like high level pubs. It's all over the place. So you see CK Omni, Tiny Omni, super strong safe lane.
Already getting that range creep deny. A couple more to boot as well, and Miposhka just taking a beating until he gets level 2. This is going to be a problem.
Yeah.
So Taiga keeping that pressure on from long range, and Collapse in the meantime trying to do the best that he can to CS there without losing him. But Taiga back in again. It's another one of those denies. Rough start for that bottom lane. Tokyo TPs to the tier 2 tower.
Yeah, so this is the lane that I don't know how much we really need to look at it, because honestly, this is such a hard lane for Kunkka to play. I think most melee heroes really suffer versus the Batrider, so we'll see what magic Toronto Tokyo is going to be able to do with it, because yeah, it's not easy for him to play it. But BZM did expend a lot there, so he's going to have to wait for his bottle to fill up. He's going to have to play a little bit cautious, as Kunkka's good last hits at least for himself.
Yeah, had a good time from that. Did have to use the TP, of course, so if he does end up going down, that's going to be a really big problem. Has to walk back out to lane, but at least for the moment, Toronto Tokyo playing it safe.
Yeah. Does he get the stack too? He's going to torrent. They're going to aggro over, and it does look like he timed it correctly.
Nice, nice. So yeah, building that up, Toronto Tokyo off to a good start there. And of course needs to be careful about the eventual go that they could have with BZM once he gets the mana regen.
Yeah, he actually gets another range. He's actually doing really well in this matchup because BZM got so aggressive and used all of his mana. So, okay, Tokyo, well done.
Guy's still pretty good. Yatoro chasing down. Smart. Taking a nice chunk of damage. We'll be able to Timber Chain out of there. Chu keeping him nice and safe.
Timber's still getting farmed though. Amara you see is up to 10. Ursa's actually only at 6, so doing a very good job already. OG in this top lane. Kunkka's actually pulling ahead a little bit in last hits. He's farming his small camp ahead, so I mean it's big if he's able to do that. I'm surprised they actually didn't go for the small camp block entirely, but cool.
Yeah, off
really
to
well
a
done.
really good start for Team Spirit. This is what you would expect from them, and able to clear through that whole entire camp before the 3-minute rune mark. So we'll have it back up again. Comes into the lane. See how they deal against that right there. Is another stun thrown out to keep Amar perfectly topped off. Although did get another stack there, the Fury Swipes. And yeah, so far so good. Ursa actually a little bit behind the Timber, in fact. Collapse. Taking a lot of damage. Taiga ready for the beatdown. Oh, drops his items to get more regen, but then the creeps are body blocking him. Collapse down low, but not dead.
It's close. Oh my god, what ballsy play. Dropped it right in front of him. Like, what if he was clicking as Tokyo?
Now TP's back again.
That's what's gonna. So you know he's got. Oh, he gets the heal on the.
What?
Okay, that was pretty baller. That was well done.
Oh, he's happy.
No reaction. But yeah, you see the last hits for the Kunkka. It's higher than the Batrider, but a lot of those are that small camp, and he actually has to go boots to be able to avoid dying. So it doesn't have bottle. He's gonna have to expend a lot on regen. So Batrider's actually ahead in net worth.
Well, at least for the moment.
That's
now.
actually just the tide. I actually thought he was gonna be ahead because he was farming small camp. Okay, wow.
Just keeps farming the small camp. That's all you gotta do. Just keep going. Never stop.
Interesting. We'll pull ahead soon, but.
Yeah, Toronto-Tokyo, he's definitely had a couple of matches, I feel like, this year where he's just been put in bad situations and still manages to impress every single time.
Yeah, he can't play the lane, so he just has to farm stack small camps. That's, really good, really nice. And it's really lucky that it's not blocked for him. It's a really important thing to point out.
Yeah, definitely. Tokyo throwing on out that Torn again, able to connect.
Gonna go immediately.
On.
He might
pushback.
He might die this time.
Yeah, X's himself. Not sure if he was trying to catch the other, but ZM able to get the kill, and Taiga appreciated the greatness coming there from the mid player.
Yeah. That's expected to happen. But I still have to give commands to Tokyo to be, doing so well after, in this early part, because I've seen a lot of these Kunkkas just, you don't TP your tier 2, you're back at base, and you have to walk all the way back, and it's just, it's devastating.
So far, so good. Got another stack there on the camp. Poshka gonna get going on. Hammer down, but the brain sap going to keep him alive and well on this Bane. Collapse just trying to see if he can get any extra pressure there on the Yuragi. So far on the Mars, having a decent time.
Yep. I like Yuragi went for this. I mean, I think I've been seeing this more as well too. It's the Wraith Band starting on the Tiny early on. Just some armor is pretty important. You get like so many benefits as a Tiny from this item early on, especially into a Mars. Spear, connect.
Oh my god. Nice pick off there. Again, so very scrappy down here in this bottom lane. And you can see that at least for the mid now, the Batriders been pushing it back in. They farm up again on Toronto-Tokyo. Keeps on hitting that small camp. Might go for another round of the stacks here.
Yeah, he goes mid, he dies. I think that's just about level 7 soon. Tokyo is about to hit the 6, so going for the double stack as well with the Torrent. Nicely done. Does look like he's gonna get it. There is rotations already coming in. The Lion checking the mid. They're checking that 6-minute rune. Roger will be able to deny that DD top.
Okay. So yeah, not giving them any extra bits and pieces there. But at least for now, it does look like Team Spirit, a slight lead, not really that huge. This would be big. They could get Yuragi, and the Nightmare is there afterwards. Collapse, waiting for it. Everything can be like offline, but Taiga there already for the heal. Maposhka trying to turn. Do they have enough? Yuragi going down low is going to die, but Maposhka. Oh no, the spear comes out, keeps him alive. And then the salve afterwards. Team Spirit, pretty as can be.
Collapse per usual on his Mars, right? Just looking spectacular down there. And are they going? Okay, looked like they were going again on the Omni Knight for a second. Maybe they are, considering it. And my goodness, look at me, at the tier 2, he's like, get over here, you're mine.
And the TPs are going to be canceled. He knows what he's doing, he's on it.
Yeah. Hey, look at the build he's going for. So no like the treads. So we're going to see something different, I believe, out of this Batrider, which I'm really looking forward to. He looks like he might actually utilize the shard.
Nice little play there. Maposhka going to get brought down as OG recognizing a moment where he stepped a bit too far forward. I wonder if we see, is like Witchblade still a thing at all?
I'm honestly not sure. I haven't seen this Batrider players using the shard since the nerf again, because they just got the fix, I guess we could say, because the Manta was totally busted. But yeah, he's going treads, which is very unconventional for most of the Batriders. I'm really curious to see if he does go for some type of really fun shard type of gameplay. Top. They're going to look to get aggressive up there.
Yeah.
He's got the 6.
Rage, chasing Amar. Taking him on a little bit of a walk here. Can he do that much more damage? Gets the Timber Chain down to the low ground and knows he's going to be perfectly fine.
Did I see that right? I think he used his Quelling Blade to cut the tree that was right in front of him, and then he used his Timber Chain to use it to the low ground one. Like small little things, but if your those Timber players are out of their minds when they do these kind of crazy plays. Because he would have attached the one right in front of him.
Exactly. And then he would have just been dead anyways.
Exactly. So, yeah, cool. Collapsing on mid, 3 heroes, haste rune bottom. This is a painful one.
Yeah, that could be quite bad, and the replay it was a little bit tough to see.
It doesn't show. Oh well.
Poshka, Nightmare there, backs out. That is a haste rune. Oh, I'm coming for you, buddy. Toronto, he's going to throw out the boat right away, but BZM dropping down the damage. Can he survive through this? Another little bit
So
of
much
heal,
damage.
trying to do it, but yeah, there was just no way. Maposhka might end up going down himself, although BZM trying to get out of there, realizing he's in a little bit of danger. They can't quite get in range for any Nightmare or anything else. So another big punish. This Bat Rider, just a menace.
Yeah, and we're really seeing why it was that last pick and why panel, especially Rezo, was really liking that pick up there, Chu. Spotted the stacks. That's the one. Now they're like, oh man, Timbersaw and Bat Rider, that's where they're going to go almost immediately. I'd imagine OG is going to very soon make a move over here. So yeah, they're going to start farming it right away. So you see this, he cuts this tree in preparation.
Nice.
And then he throws it down. It's small, but it's the little things that matter when you're playing these heroes. So kind of cool. I mean, see, he would have probably caught the one that was in front of him. But
really good.
It looked cool. I don't know. I like seeing little things like that. I don't know.
It was good. That's the way. That's what you want to see.
So immediately, yeah, they're farming the stacks. As soon as OG scouted it, Spirit is like, we need to farm them immediately. They send the Kunkka, so they will look to get some of them taken out.
Maposhka just trying to hold on to mid. He's almost level 6 actually before 10 minutes. This is pretty good for him. But we'll see if they can find any other ways to punish this. At least for now, it feels like OG are fairly happy with the state of the game, although are going to get chased down. Toronto Tokyo in the area. Torrent is going to connect. And afterwards, looking for the X-Sparks, the boat's coming in. They pull him back in, but they have Taiga in the area, and he gets the Timber Chain out. Wow. Yet again, able to escape. That Omni Knight just showing so powerful. But this is big. Oh, and they get it. Maposhka pulling him back underneath the tower.
That's a huge kill.
Oh, man.
The early level 6 coming out from Maposhka. He just sat mid, soaked that XP. Works out perfectly. But I think both teams are pretty happy with everything that's happening, because like I think it's expected that the Kunkka, as we were mentioning, is going to have this rough time. The two side lanes went very well for Spirit. Look how big this Ursa is. Mars as well. Collapse having an excellent time. So I think Spirit's pretty happy, but I don't think OG's too fussed about it right now.
Right, and it's going to be much more down to like what happens in this mid game, I guess.
Oh, what is this tiny set? I don't think I've seen that one. I don't know. Sorry, I get distracted.
I mean,
by
it looks
some
like Clockwork,
cosmetics.
kind of.
But, yeah,
Yeah, it's
undying,
weird.
an undying Clockwork Tiny.
What in the hay?
Yeah, cool.
I'm not sure, but...
Or is he a crab? He's a crab, I think. Whatever.
I don't like it.
Yeah.
Wait, what? That's not right. Are they in Roche?
Yeah, baited.
Oh.
This early? No way.
Dude.
I mean, they're probably gonna get it.
This is sick. They smoked on in for this one, I guess, and moves on in, taking down Roche. Oh, this is big. So, Toronto, Tokyo making some space on the map so Yadaro can go on in, take down the Roche. They deward afterwards. Mars going to take the tier 1 top with the catapult wave most likely, but at Aegis, always a nice thing to get on the Ursa early.
Especially into like, you know, lasso, finger, I think these spells that can just like delete you early on from fights. That's definitely huge, and he's going to have a very early diffusal blade on top of that Morbid Mask that he picked up. It's going to be really strong this game versus the Timbersaw, even versus, like, actually versus majority of the heroes, versus any of these strength cores. It's really frustrating as they'll get the deny too.
Very well played. Collapse.
He's got
Zeniragi.
He's got his blink at base too.
Must not have been looking at his hero for a second there. Throws out the spear. Maposhka dodges. Nah, not quite able to do it. And then the toss comes on out, and the Bane going to fall. So they get that one kill. Still, Team Spirit hanging on to that Aegis. And at least for now, trying to get into those first couple of fighting items. Kunkka going for this BKB first.
Yeah, Spirit's looking, I mean, this early game actually looks pretty damn good. The blink is so early on the Mars. I feel like they're going to be able to kick off that aggression a little bit harder than OG will be in the next few moments. They don't have the same tools of initiation, except for like the Bat Rider charging in, right? Which can be a little bit, dangerous, as we saw before.
He's got the Tumblr's toy, though. Look out.
It does.
That's
true.
the initiation right there that he needs.
He is also fairly tanky. On Strength Treads, he's like 1800 HP. Like, it's no joke.
Jeez. He's going straight in for that BKB as well.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, you get the Ursa on top of him. Things start to look a little bit different. Can be a problem. And if the other issue is Bat Rider not being able to fly out of the Mars Arena, which you'd said, I think, before that he wasn't able to do it before anyways.
Yeah, they changed that one, it seemed like a bit ago.
But back towards mid, trying to set up here possibly. BZM, Flame Break, push back to the low ground.
Actually,
but
a nice one.
Team did not follow up on that.
Nope. Quiet downtime. 6-3. One of the lower scoring games I feel like we've had here.
Yeah, both teams just waiting to get into their timings. The big thing, it feels like at least, is OG getting that top tier 1 tower. Always nice to do with the Timbersaw, but we haven't really seen another attempt, concerted effort for it. Stenmar trying to get in towards farming up his items.
Yeah, I feel like it's very scary into this Ursa who has Aegis. I think he has the Diffusal finished up now, I believe. Yeah, and they have Corrosion on him, and they have the Blink on the Mars. I feel like Spirit's in a very strong position right now. If OG tries to force a fight, it could go south pretty quickly. And Tokyo, now, he's completely recovered. Almost has the same exact net worth as that Bat Rider, so he'll have his BKB at a very good time, too.
Waits for the perfect angle there on the Tidebringer. Now going to go try and take down the
stacks.
stacks. It's really good when you can get that on the Kunkka. It feels freaking amazing.
Yeah, it's huge. And Relo's actually coming in, but they got the
Oh, they've already used it. Yep. And Miposhka did not want to drop afterwards that grip on him. So,
but they cause a distraction, allows the Haste Rune to get bottled up from Tokyo. The Haste Rune is like the most important one on Bat Riders in the early game always. So they're able to deny that one away from him and continue their farm up.
Collapse maybe looking for an opening here. Could just jump on it. Ooh, thought he was going to run back. Chu. Oh, look at this. Power Rangers coming in. Trying to do something here. Amar. Yadero turns now onto Chu. Finds him there. Blows him up. Didn't get to cast a spell. But they do have the lasso onto one. Meanwhile, on the other side of Mars, it's Nightmare. Miposhka doing a great job in this fight of keeping him under control. And now he's gripped. Now he's going to get dropped down potentially. Do they have enough damage? Yes, indeed. Triple kill for Yadero. Oh my god, they're going down just one by one. Team Spirit. Find an Ultra. Dude.
Miposhka's like, yep, another day work. It looked like he actually just said yep right there. Beautiful fight. Starts out a little awkward with Collapse, but the Rainbow Points don't work. Rainbow Points don't work out at all. And that was Lasso used as well. I think Firefly had a second cooldown when he initially went. But either way, they didn't have the numbers. They did not have the damage, and Spirit now found themselves a huge window.
Yeah, that one really hurt. And I mean, it starts with a weird initiation. Didn't even get the arena off. But then, obviously, you lose your line at the start. Doesn't get to cast a spell. It's gonna have a bad time.
Yep. And like Miposhka, look at this. He just gets the sleep off, so Timber zoned the whole fight, and he gets to pick and choose the targets that he wants right afterwards. Yeah, really, really well executed, honestly. Picture perfect, it felt like for Spirit, even though he missed the spear at the start.
And now, another one.
Oh, yeah.
God, right on top of him. And nobody to save the Omni Knight. That's usually his job. The BKB now done for the Kunkka here. 15 minutes in. It's a 4,000 gold lead already. Now they are all underneath a ward, so there's an opportunity here. Finger of Death comes out. Miposhka dead. Collapse. Trying to control BZM, and Torrent not going to be able to connect either. But they do have that X. Yeah, toss, pull him on back, bring him on down. Another kill in the books.
I don't think they're done yet.
Chu, okay, yeah, he's also going to drop. Gotta be careful. This Team Spirit's gonna keep running at you. They just now expiring, but
good lord, this Ursa is enormous as well. He already has Yasha. He's going. I think he's getting close to his SNY on top of those items that he's already picked up. It's getting kind of out of control for them to be able to fight back on the side of OG. 7-0 on Ursa.
Yeah, he is not really looked back since getting that Aegis. Even in the laning stage, like, things just look solid. They waited for their moment and are hitting it perfectly.
Yep, and he has the backup. He has a steroid. He has this overcharge, sure. Tiny has the Omni Knight to buff him up, but it's not the same as an IO, in no way.
I mean, so now with the Aegis down, OG, do they need to start playing together and try and find like pickoffs, or how do you kind of play around this Bat Rider that and Tiny that's their strong heroes?
I think they just need the BKB on the bat for him to make any moves right now, because besides, if he doesn't have it, he's just going to get caught by one spear and he's just dead from all the damage that Spirit does have right now. So I think once they have BKB bat, then they can look to make another move, but before that, I think it's suicide. I think they're probably just going to die if they make any type of move without it.
Philly even found right now for Team Spirit. You love to see it.
The dream.
But it, again, is going to come down probably to that second Roche fight. A minute and a bit before it's capable of respawning. Let's see what the actual timer ends up being. And Sanjin Yasha just now completed for the Ursa. It's going to be brought out.
Good God. Yeah, he is enormous. And he's even holding, if you notice, he's holding Nether Shawl. So he knows that he's just taking mostly like all magic damage this game. There's not really any physical until Tiny feels like he's online. So he does switch it now, of course, right afterwards. But found himself a little bit of a better item.
And it was, part of let him get there to the the very beginning of it. So now Vambrace also gotten collapse, maybe looking for an opening here. I mean, this is the danger, right? If they find the Omni at the start of the fight, it's only going to end poorly for OG.
Yeah, and Team Spirit can always outnumber. That's the thing. Is like if OG is not positioned properly, if he gets an arena, they're going to be able to reload in, and then boom, you've already got the number advantage instantly in most of these situations. Yeah, Spirit's playing very clean. OG just looking to get their farm up, waiting to hit a time that they feel like they can fight. But I mean, I was mentioning the BKB, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. Like, for Batrider it will be, but the rest of the team, the Timbersaw and the Tiny, they're just going to get eaten by this Ursa.
Yadro finds a target to get onto. He's absolutely going to decimate them.
Yeah.
Scan. Dire realize they're in the area, and that gives a little bit of info to Toronto Tokyo to back out.
Look at that scan. Perfectly hits all of OG.
OG now getting together to go for a smoke. They did just finish the other BKB as well. But what can they really do here? BKB done on the bat now. Looking for an opening.
They're swinging mid. Look at OG's like, okay, we can't fight them head on.
Yeah,
they know they'll get destroyed for now.
Yeah, it's just so hard, like these fights.
Yeah, they've already lost now. They lost to tier 2 as well bottom, so they're going to lose access to their outpost. Gold lead and experience lead is going to continue to grow.
Well, it's a relatively quick Roche respawn, so we've got 20 seconds until it's going to be back up again.
Can they? I don't know if OG can fight around that Roche pit. That's what I'm like really trying to look at. It's like I mentioned, the BKB Batrider, he's going to be healthy, he's going to be strong to fight around there, but the rest of his team into BKB Mars, into this Ursa who's enormous, and BKB Kunkka, the fight just looks so difficult. I don't know who they can prioritize in targets. Because the Roger's just covering himself every time.
Avalanche to open. Jump in Amar, trying to whittle them down a little bit. They did already pop in Rage, but you can see it's just too hard to go in for that. Toronto Tokyo. Oh, the grip from long range, though, and immediately going to be able to get off that BKB. Collapse, jumps to the back line, finds Chu. The ulti not going to keep him alive. And one by one, they're running on in. They have the BKBs out. It's so hard. They don't have the damage that they need on the side of OG. Amar now trying to get out of there. The Timbersaw chain running through. Spear catches him over to the tree, and they got the X to pull back. Whoop. Wait, what happened there? And now they pull him back in. Tor brings him down. Amar tries to get out. He's caught. He's killed. And just like that, Team Spirit wrecking face.
Ooh, you know, it's not easy to say like when a game is kind of over, but like 20 minutes, only 7th to 13, but that was quite a display of what the team fights are going to look like, right? They even got the Guardian Angel on everybody, I believe, but the poor Lion gets jumped by the Mars and gets destroyed before he even gets a single spell cast off.
Unreal.
Yeah. And now look at this next purchase. We see Tokyo's going for the Nullifier.
Oh my
We know it's
God.
gotten changed. It does not pierce through immunity anymore, but
Nifty little play right there, by the way, by Toronto Tokyo, doing the stack on the small camp with the Torrent.
Yep.
Right at the mark. Always love it when that comes out perfectly. But yeah, I mean, these next couple of minutes, that last fight already, it was really tough for them, and it's going to only get worse, it feels like.
Yeah, Roger with Mech, I believe he pretty much has the Holy Locket finished up in a second too, so the healing is going to get worse. And Chu, he still doesn't even have Blink, so they have no way to start fights besides just walking in with the Batrider, which we saw what happens there. He gets gripped and it starts a very awkward engagement.
You just pig pull in as the line, just believe. You know, we just got to hope for the best.
Yes, hex yourself and then die the best. Basher already now on Yatoro as well. He's just pumping items out.
He's so farmed.
Way too fast.
Oh my goodness. He's going to catch the creep wave now. And Team Spirit ready to go for another round, because why not? Looking incredibly strong. And all right, Yuragi. It's got Shadow Blade.
They need more to kill him, though.
I don't think he's going to bring him down to even like a third HP.
No.
But Nullifier done.
He's the one actually holding the Nether Shawl now, so he's the one protecting himself versus the Bat and the Omni 9, the burst, or Bat and the Tiny and the Lion burst damage on that Kunkka now.
I mean, I don't think I've ever seen that build up before on Kunkka, but it's perfect for this game.
For sure.
Right? BKB Nullifier, why not?
Yeah, BKB Nullifier, you're playing versus this Heavenly Grace that's annoying, you're playing versus Yule's Timbersaw, like it's definitely a cool pickup.
Now, it does have a couple of nerfs that came out from it, so no longer slowing.
Yep.
No longer being able to pierce BKB, but still could be an issue in these fights for sure.
For Timber especially. He doesn't go BKB. Like his Yules, he can never use it defensively, really. So, yeah, cool. And let's just also,
it gives a lot of flat-out damage for a
True.
hero like Kunkka, so the Tidebringer is more effective.
Yeah, he's hitting very hard right now.
Spirit.
From Tokyo.
You see how they know how strong they are.
Yeah.
Poised around tier 2, they know that OG wants no business around here. So Yuragi's like safest place, enemy Ancients at this point to try to get any type of farm for him.
Go for it if he can make it happen. But yeah, another tier 2 likely to fall here in the mid lane as OG hiding off to the side. Just going to TP on back home, it looks like, because they're realizing, hey, you know what? They could even go high ground if they want. It's a little scary. Are we going to try and fight?
It looks like they might try for something here.
Yuragi going for the back line. Roger there. Avatos is a good way for it to start. Hex afterwards. Can they blow them all up in time, though? A really good arena down onto absolutely everybody. Hellfire afterwards, but a good Yule Scepter. The lift up is there. The boat doing a decent amount of damage. Kills off Chu. Team Spirit trying to get a little bit of separation. Great spear from Collapse. Keeps him back. Nightmare afterwards to buy time for the rest of Mabochka's heroes to get away. So in the end, it's a decent fight from OG, but they couldn't stick their teeth in those tasty cores.
No, they got just the supports. And that was the reveal of the Shadow Blade, so they'll probably have a Sentry prepared next time in a heart.
Oh, X. Wait, weird stuff though. Wait, a jump in, the pullback?
Lasso.
How much do they have left in the tank? Looking for Collapse, trying to kill him off. But the team's a little bit isolated, and Yadoro goes down one time. Can they kill him again?
IO up in 1 second.
All right, looking for this now. Toronto, Tokyo. Oh, the blink out. He just gets away. Oh, no. Just like that, OG, they would have loved to be able to find that second kill.
That was close. Good chase out there. They will at least get the Aegis as well as that one core.
Man. Well, still a 9K gold lead, but OG's showing some signs of life here.
Yeah, absolutely. Tiny able to stand his ground, and good usage of abilities. Spells a little bit miscasted, it seemed like, from Spirit on that dive, but great place from OG. The Yules on that Ursa to control him. And yeah, we'll see it again as Yuragi gets right on top of Roger and takes him out. And we saw no Sentry. They were not ready for this at all.
Right, and that Radiant Sentry there, probably a part of the reason that OG felt comfortable going for that play. They were like, they don't have any vision to do it.
The Guardian Angel keeping everybody pretty tanky inside that Mars ultimate too. You see the Cleaves like not doing much of anything, then Chu just dies, of course, to the actual spell damage that hits him, but Yuragi able to survive because of that, you know, protection that they did for him with the Yules on the Ursa.
Well, again, some more space, and the biggest thing here is that OG now feels like they can play out on the map a little bit more.
Yeah, huge. Now they actually get some much-needed items, actual forms of initiation. Batrider has his Blink, of course, as we saw. Timbersaw now has Kaya Sanj, so he can actually maybe stay inside the fight a bit easier. Much-needed breathing room for them, it felt like.
I mean, if I'm going to be real, though, the Yadoro is so big.
He's so mad. Yeah.
You see, this is going to be like incredibly hard for them to fight into this Ursa.
Yeah, he is delaying and holding off against buying a BKB for a very long time, so this Yules is still going to be annoying for him, but...
Is X into taking the tier 2 tower? Yeah,
he got it.
Comes on in and takes it down. Super annoying to play against. Do they have any Yules on OG yet? They're probably going to need to pick one of those.
They had one on the
eventually.
Timber for quite a long time. Yeah. First item pickup. How long do we have on Roche? 2 minutes 40 seconds. So.
Nah, that's before it's even capable of respawning.
Yeah,
so could be a bit. But Abyssal Blade next up for Yadoro.
Yeah, I think still name of the game is really going to be for Team Spirit. It's just like they're looking to play around having that Aegis. Because I think it's just fighting around that area is still really hard for OG, as we saw. The Guardian Angel on 4 was really nice with that inside the Mars arena, but...
Is there oh, wait a minute.
Lasso?
This is really good if OG can find this one. Although Toronto Tokyo pops the BKB. Nullifier comes back in. Yadoro, the Yule Scepter. Yeah, this is a problem. Like you talked about, no BKB means they can't do anything. Chu trying to get out of there. They bring down Roger. He dies to the spear. Now Mar in a bit too deep, and Avalanche.
Yatoro's alone.
Dude, all of these things, they're really controlling him, doing a great job of it. They buy back now, but look at the arena afterwards. The BKB's running low. BZM.
They gotta run.
They
Spirit's gotta
get
run
out of here.
Yeah, they can't take that fight. That's a buyback from Roger. OG bringing it to them. These last few fights, just catching them off guard, catching them split up. And Yatoro, he's, like we said, neglecting the BKB. It's going to cause problems. He's just going to keep getting Yules to control inside the fights.
Right, and I mean, even that Avalanche on Tiny, it's so hard to deal with. Can't stay on targets, and particularly when it's the big 5-on-5s, because there's always going to be somebody that can throw something out to mess with them.
Yeah.
Not to mention if there's like halberds or other things coming out later on, but We'll see what ends up happening. I mean, if they manage to hold off this like really strong timing that Team Spirit have, do you think OG have answers late game for the Ursa, for the Kunkka, these heroes?
I mean, the Tiny is this crazy late game scaler with that Omni Knight. The Ursa is just so far ahead that it's still hard to see the realms of them being able to do it. But they're already surprising me. I'm already taking back some of my words, because level 20 Tiny, level 18 Bat, level 18 Timbersaw, they're pretty caught up already in the game. Even though it's a 7k gold lead, that kind of doesn't say anything so much anymore. Just for Yotaro having all that gold, he still just gets Yules, then it's like, okay, well, congrats on all that gold. So
I mean, it was a 10k gold lead like about 5 or 6 minutes ago too, so it's becoming less and less important as time goes on. Chu going to TP out of this one, gets a really good ward down. That could be coming back to play with them later. We'll have to see how they go from this point forward, but I think a full Abyssal is also completed or just about for the Ursa. Probably going to be looking to the BKB next. Yeah, use it up afterwards.
So I'm glad that I did it. I was felt my phone ringing and everything for a second. I'm glad I checked, because I actually was getting messed by Purge. He said that the nullifier thing is actually a mistype. So it actually now goes through BKB, which is kind of enormous. Yeah. So now pierces magic immunity.
Perfect.
Yeah. So apparently I know other people were looking at it before, and it was saying does not, but it does. So apologies for that for the people that were yelling at us probably for saying it before, but
the Twitch chat always knows. We should just
Twitch
listen to them.
knows.
Psychic Headband picked up now as well. 12 to 15, 29 minutes in, and BKB's still needed to come on out here. And again, Roche, quick respawn.
Yeah, quick
really
respawn.
Quick respawn.
Oh, this fight's going to be awesome. Shard was picked up, as you mentioned, on the bat. See what he's able to do with that too. And next item, of course, will be BKB for Yotaro, as of course he will need, so he doesn't just get controlled in the entirety of the fight. But let's see how this one kicks off.
This is a really good timing. It's before that next set of items. Team Spirit, like Toronto's close to the AC, but not quite done. Who do they find? That ward. They laid it down. They see him, Maposhka. They know he's over here, but they weren't quite able to connect in time.
Getting a D ward as well.
Yeah.
Still do have the one ward, Spirit. They are seeing, at least on the high ground around the Roche pit on the other side there. Didn't see the bat, because he was still smoked for a second, but seems like they are very aware of that area. And the AC is picked up, so is that one item that was picked up before.
And I mean, this is the thing too, right? Like if the positions were reversed, Spirit could be threatening the Roche right now. And jump in, Abyssal!
It's a big catch.
But the Spirit with the weird things.
Okay, all right, well, he's got. He got. He did save gold, though. Amar was saving buyback. I saw he did like 3,400 gold, so does have it available if they want to look for that fight. He's Yem. Get a D-ward. We'll get away. For now.
In trouble.
Bash.
It comes out, and then immediately onto the tree, and just like that, they find him.
Ooh, not worth it for the D-ward then at that point, as that opens up availability for Roche. They're not going to want to do double buybacks to try to defend it.
Yeah, that one hurts.
It's 50 seconds actually still, so thought it had spawned already, but no, it's still quite a bit of time.
A bit more. Well,
gives time for them to finish up that BKB on the Ursa for Team Spirit. It gives time for the Radiant Heroes to respawn, of course, as well too, the Bat Rider as well as that Timber. But they have to be careful to not get caught on any of these three consecutively now. Spirit, I think they could still look to hunt. They are still camping inside Roche. We see Miposhka. That's his job. He's the ward.
It's all about that, really, for Team Spirit.
That third Roche so early on.
Poshka, he's just hanging out. He looks so chill whenever he's playing like that.
What?
Look at him.
No, I just look at the Amar.
Yeah.
Io did 100 damage.
Wow. 10k gold lead and
5 seconds. It's gonna die really fast too. So Bat is gonna respawn. They're gonna see it and
oh my god, they just left. Yadro checks out.
Can you imagine, right?
Yadro, eyes on the prize. He knows what he wants.
Dies too quickly. They
Wait a
can't
minute.
react to it.
They're trying. They might actually end up starting a fight in a bad position here. OG, go forward.
They got
Avatar.
controls.
They might be able to bring him down. Finger of Death done.
Okay.
But that's Aegis. Do they look for more? Maposhka? Ooh. Not quite there with the Yules.
And what did they get? Did they get Refresher or Aghanims? Didn't see. Apologies.
CP out, Roger.
It was the
Collapse
Refresher.
also out. Okay.
Or sorry, it was the Aghanims now. So Ursa has a Aghanim's Blessing on top of all of the items that he already has.
He's 10k above the Tiny.
And now that BKB, you know, he can actually play a little bit without it. I mean, he's probably going to get it anyway really soon too, but that enrage is going to be really useful for him.
Well, I will say that there's been a couple of games in the past with Dota where we've seen Ursa's like just be really far ahead, but then can't really stick on targets, can't really find the kills that they need. Force staffs, whether it's a lasso or things like that. Do you see any ways that OG can take these fights in a solid way for themselves?
I still feel like it's difficult. They have to catch this Ion, they have to catch the backline early on, and it's in particular because of the Nullifier pickup. I think the Kunkka Nullifier thing actually allows the Ursa to where he's might traditionally get kited a bit. It's not going to let them kite him out easily. They're going to be able to stick on that one target, which is probably going to be the Tiny in most situations, and just bring him straight down.
Well, Team Spirit hanging out in their triangle now, waiting for the Kunkka to come back up. And Tiny building into an AC of his own, has the Silver Edge already done. A 15,000 gold lead, obviously a big chunk of that being the Aghanim Scepter, which was transferred over to the Ursa. And now just waiting for him to come back up. Collapse has finished off the overwhelming blink. I believe that we saw the agility blink as well coming out for Yadaro, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, believe he did it.
He's almost got it completed.
He's almost got it finished, and then he is going for Satanic. He is just not going to BKB. I think because he got the Aghanim.
Yeah.
I think that changes like what he did want to go for. And they are still getting this map control, getting 3 Roshans with this Ursa.
Dude, he is so farmed.
And remember, it's changed though, so it's a little. I feel like it's quite a bit weaker than it was before.
Right.
Ilgon giving that like crazy attack damage and taxi, but great for agility heroes.
So, only level 21, but 28,000 net worth as they are going to try hunting, seeing who they can find on OG up here on the top side. Oh, blink out by the Bat Rider. Chu.
Uh-oh, Chu. He might not be so lucky.
They're looking.
He's sandwiched. Nowhere to go. Nowhere to hide.
This gets brought down. Happened so quickly. Yeah, didn't stand a chance.
No. So hard to play like a squishy lion versus like overwhelming blink at all too. It's just like, oh my god, half my health is gone.
Did manage to finish off a blink for himself so he can follow up, but yeah, if they find you, you're just gonna die.
Yep.
Poshka.
Oh, can they find him? I heard a Shadow Blade from the Tiny Silver Edged up.
Oh, this would be big if they can get that kill.
Gotta watch out. The tower's still there, and there is a relocate.
Okay, looking.
Whoop, whoop.
Oh no, they find him. Yuragi throws it out.
The reload's on top of him.
Oh no, they're right on top. Yuragi trying to get out of there. TP away. Will he be able to escape? No, the spear comes out, and they caught them both. Just like that, Team Spirit gonna claim their lives.
And you see right there too, it's like, oh, I got Yules. I just click and rage and walk out of it. That's why I'm not going BKB anymore. Thank you, Roshan, for giving me a free axe.
Jeez.
Big play from Poshka. What a place, what a positioning. Like, he's just sitting in the tree there and ends up finding 2 massive pickups.
He's just sitting there.
And he's just so, yeah, look at him. The man himself.
Yeah, it's awesome. Just be careful with your lip there, buddy. But yeah, 35 minutes in, 17K gold lead, and OG just looking for anything right now to find an opening and get themselves back into this. Those couple of good fights in the mid-game, a long memory ago. But it seems like Spirit's still content to just farm out the map, keep them stuck inside their base.
They're scaling harder. I mean, this look at the Ursa. Look at the gold. Look at the net worth. I mean, the Ursa and the Kunkka are just getting tremendous. Now he will finally queue up that BKB after his Aegis gets reclaimed, but he's got everything else he needs, so why not?
Yeah.
I mean, he did have the Satanic queued up for some time, but just to play it safe.
Oh. Wasn't sure if there's something going on there, but just blinking around and find themselves one. Tries to get away.
That's a BKB forced. That is the Lincoln's also revealed, because he would have probably killed him if the Lincoln's wasn't there, because that Abyssal.
Refresher done on Toronto, Tokyo.
Refresher?
That's super cool.
Okay. Without the water park, he just wants to have his double BKB, double nullifier, and double combo of all his spells. Cool.
Yeah. Has 25-2 on him. Arrow. Stunned.
Yeah,
Next.
Actually cool. You're right. 25 on these. I don't know, like 23. The spear.
Oh, Chu back out of there. The double fleet might be dangerous if they're not careful. Aegis just now's expired, taking a lot of damage. They relocate him out of there.
That's a very nice relocate.
Yeah, that was needed.
Aegis just gets reclaimed. I don't know if they had the timer on it there perfectly. OG definitely did with that tossback play. Well done by Roger to save. And is he going to live?
Yules Living for the moment, jump in. Collapse finds an opening right at the start. They have the ulti afterwards. Boat comes down one time. Round 2 of it is going to hit pretty hard as well. Can they kill the rest of them off? EZM trying to back away. Psychic Headband, Yuragi bringing them lower and lower. But there's too much net worth, too much heal on the side of Team Spirit. They're chasing them back into the freaking base.
There's no damage on the side of OG.
They have nothing to deal with this at all. Collapse dominating. Chu trying to do what he can. Throw out Tokyo. He can't believe it as he looks on and, well, they're trying to bring that Yadro. I don't think they're going to be able to do anything here. Too strong for Team Spirit as they chase them into the base, almost into the fountain. GG is called. They're ready to tap out.
Some moments there, it looked like for a second for OG when they got a couple catches, but felt like 90% of this game really was Team Spirit just dominating. This Ursa out of control, sneaking that Roche early on. Mars getting early Blink Dagger, and a fantastic recovery, honestly, to Toronto. After a bit of a tough lane, he's still got his BKB, his net worth, everything at almost the exact same time as that Bat Rider.
Yeah, it felt like they were sort of perfectly prepared for it. This like great pick that was going to end it all. The Bat Rider, it destroyed him in the laning stage, but then as you said, he just kept his cool, went off, farmed the small camp, hit the big one, kept on stacking jungle. The Miposhka got level 6 mid.
Yeah, I think that was actually so big, right? Like him being able to get that 6 mid, they get the catch on the Bat Rider, completely slow down BZM's momentum, like back to back. I think that was pretty crucial, but definitely like the sneaking of the Roshan, getting this type of advantage over and over again, and just having overwhelming map control almost all the game. Yeah, very impressive.
Well, and just again, going back to that laning stage, there were a couple of things that really felt like they were maybe going to turn the tide. I was looking down there at the bottom lane. Taiga was able to beat the crap out of Miposhka a couple times. Things were looking good there, but in the end, it just didn't end up happening. And for now, going to have to head back to the panel, let them break down all the action.
All the action indeed, and there was quite a bit of action in this first game of this elimination best of 3. I'm here with Cap, I'm here with Effie, I'm here with Reza. Reza, are you okay?
Apparently not.
It'll be fine, it'll be fine. Okay, we can give you time because there's a lot to talk about in this game. Cap, where do you want to start? This was of course the Amar Timber Saw that we saw coming out.
Yeah,
and we haven't seen that in a while.
Yeah, it's been a little bit. When OG first came onto the scene, they were running this hero. It was like Mars and Timbersaw. They would constantly, in the first phase, pick these heroes, and it was kind of their bread and butter. And I think that Team Spirit recognized that threat and answered it in the best way possible. I mean, Rezo, you suggested the Ursa very early on, and they even got the IO to go with it just to make that hero that much more powerful, and also to make sure the only way Timbersaw can win that being the aggressor and beating the Ursa out.
I mean, to me, there's like two biggest mistakes I see from OG in this game is first is to pick Tiny into the Ursa, which is already like a really tough matchup to win as a carry. And the second one is the biggest fight in the bottom lane, right?
The 1x1 TPing.
It's 1x1 TPs, and I've lost like personally so many games by doing that. This is the moment.
Is it this one?
It's this one, yeah. And Team Spirit is like, this is what I call about discipline. They are like so good at like gathering all together. Like you see on the map, they're all coming to this fight, and OG are just TPing 1x1 and just dying, and they're giving ultra kill, right? Was it ultra kill for Ator this fight? It's just like Ursa gets so ahead, you can't really stop him, and especially like if it has a favorite matchup, I don't know, it's just super hard from here on on.
Getting that rush early on Ursa, and then this fight down here just led to this snowball. It looked like a really great Bat Rider game, and he won that lane super hard, but he went for the power treads build, right? And once your momentum is slowed down and you have treads and you're not playing for the VOTs, the way that you can play the map is so limited. So just one bad fight makes it so difficult. Also, I gotta say, the Lion, I believe that there was some kind of idea there, but I just don't see how it was better than the Shaman that OG have been prioritizing.
I agree completely. Like Lion didn't show that he actually was a good hero this game, and what is it?
No, it's all good. It's all good. Lion had Lion in the first phase is Lion in general unusual. Lion in the first phase, you gotta have some big plan, Rezo.
I also do want to address that. I think OG, they need to put Taiga back on the playmaking heroes because he's not realizing his potential like in the way he plays by letting him, you know, play on the Omni Knight and the Twin Protector.
Yeah.
I think he can do much better in these games, and this is what the OG might, you know, change in the games from here on. Might be the last game, so I'm really looking forward to them changing.
The Seals, I don't understand.
I also think that Betrider this game could have gone the blink early on because they needed this sort of like initiation from the mid player, because Amar is obviously he's playing super farmy, and Betrider needs to do all the moves, and by buying blink and BKB, you just delay the game once again.
Yeah.
It's just 2 points. Taig is not playing aggressively, playmaking, and mid hero also doesn't provide the same. It's just very limited moves.
That is one of the upside of Mar and who he is he's this star offlaner who is able to carry games from the offlane, and that's great. But his style also means that there's a lot more pressure on BCM and the 2 supports to be able to carry through a lot of the finer points of the game, right? The initiation, the first 15 minutes, there's so much pressure on them to be able to pull that out because their offlaner naturally is going to be greedier.
For sure. And if you're playing against an Ursa snowball kind of lineup, just making any kind of... If you get wiped once after that first Aegis, playing the map becomes so difficult. Especially if you have heroes that, like Omni Knight, are very reactive, I would say. And then there was a 23-minute nullifier on Kunkka. He's playing versus Omni Knight. They're dependent on the Omni Knight to save their tiny. It all fell apart very quickly. And I think it was just a masterclass by Team Spirit.
I do want to say that. I mean, we're talking doom and gloom for OG for this game, but at some point, it looked like they were staging a comeback cap. It looked like on the back of that tiny, there was a chance for them.
They did have those moments against Nigma as well, so it's not like OG is entirely outclassed. I think it's just... I'm not even going to say understanding. I think they know that they have to be ready for these team fights. The biggest problem between both the Nigma game and this game against Team Spirit is that the opposing team was just the aggressors and set up for team fights faster than OG was. And again, I'm going to kind of point back to maybe some of the greediness of Amar, and just they have to be able to find a way to be able to work around that, and whether it's just... if you're going to go for your safe lane tower, you have to be smoking up and setting up for that play if you want to defend that. Otherwise, just give it up. You have to be a lot more careful about the team fights they choose against these teams, because they will bring their full force.
They definitely will, and then they did in this case as well for Team Spirit. Before the game started, it was Kyle who was able to catch up with some of the teams. Let's see if he could find OG.
Hey everybody, I'm here with the entire team of OG. Nobody volunteered, but they're all super excited to talk to us, so we figured we'd get them all at once. All right, first, Chavash, I understand you're currently on the phone with Misha, the coach.
Yep.
Yes, I'm here.
Awesome. So what's it like coaching from afar, and how do you think Chavash is doing in your absence?
First of all, he's doing amazing, and coaching has been pretty easy because team got very united because they lack captain and they take more responsibilities and they gel better between each other. So actually it's ultra easy.
Gotcha. Because I'm wondering, I'm looking at a couch right now with Yuragi and BZM. Combined, they're still younger than Ice Ice Ice. Do you find it difficult to rein these guys in?
No, very easy.
Okay, awesome. Thanks a lot, Misha. Hope to see you at a land soon. Do you believe what Misha said?
Yeah, of course.
It's the right answer.
He's my captain. What can I do?
Amazing. Okay. All right. Oh my God, I can't squat like that. My knees hurt. I'm so old. Let's talk to the teenagers. All right. So, what do you guys do in your spare time? Like TikTok and stuff?
Nothing. Only play Dota and sleep. Have
Okay.
nothing to do more.
I got you. And I've heard from some of the guys here that you can be a bit of a character in pubs.
What? I just flame everyone. It's not a problem. I'm trolling the games.
Well, yeah, we saw that earlier today. Hopefully you do a little bit better against Spirit. Man, Yuragi, did you think you'd be here? You're about to go up against the reigning TI champions.
Yes.
How cool is that?
Very cool.
I understand why Jake doesn't have hair anymore. Okay, let's try it. Oh my God. What's up, dude?
I'm good, and you?
Doing good, man. I don't know. What do you think about the new patch, I guess? It's pretty
Okay, let me... Yeah. It's boring.
Tiger, dude, you gotta help me out, man. Wow. You have any words? I guess there is a pretty important match going up against Spirit. Did you learn anything from your previous match against Team Nigma? Will you ban Invoker?
Well, I don't think he will ever play Invoker again, just my opinion, but I think it's our first time on stage with this team together, and we have very young players, you know, like nerves can kick in, and it's just really good practice for it. I appreciate it, we're here, I appreciate playing for this team. I think we have really big, huge potential, and this is just the start of it. Like, even if we lose, it's really good practice also. And I'm looking forward to the future. Next time probably with Misha, with our captain here, things will be a lot smoother and will be great.
That is how you answer a question, Tiger. You guys taking notes on that? You got that? Okay, well, that's the end of our interview. This has been OG. Good luck today, guys. Or in a couple minutes, I guess, whenever this airs. This is too long of an outro. Then I just wave the camera. Bye, guys.
Bye.
So, first of all, shout out to BCM. I love the clapping, especially. I must say, I mean, these interviews, they're great. And we could also see that OG was, I mean, they're a happy bunch. Obviously, they are there after they lost against Nigma Galaxy before the series. But they seem like, I mean, they were just chilling. I also want to correct some math because Yuragi is actually 20 years old. BZM is 16 years old. Ice is 31 years old. So math, Kyle's not that good on that. Just want to point that out.
Just another thing.
Just another thing.
Let him have his moment.
I think he was probably looking for BCM and Amar, because I think Amar
and
is the
even
younger
that
one,
would
but
be 32. 16 plus 16.
It was a good joke, though. Kyle
Yes.
did a great interview. I'm a big fan of BCM after that.
Yes.
And, I'm also a fan, like the context of which we talk about this, we're focusing on the tournament. But as a whole, even if they lose right here, I feel very optimistic about OG for the future. Especially when they were talking about, Misha was talking about how the team had to come together. They took on more responsibility. I think it's always good for your coach sometimes to be playing with the team. I think it gives them a perspective for when they go back into that coaching position. So I think this is going to be a great experience for them to grow, leap and bounds from here.
The goal is TI, right?
Yep.
That's where you look towards. So everything they get here, everything they learn here, this is all win or lose, Rezo. This is very valuable.
I mean, to me, the biggest question is like, Kyle is an award-nominated analyst, right? Is he going to be award-nominated interviewer this year?
Yes.
Or not?
He really does like to toot his horn about that, doesn't he?
This is very The Office. It's been very excellent. A big fan of these content pieces.
Well, if you're a big fan of that content piece, I believe we have another one, Rezo. I believe you're actually starring in that one. Let's take a look.
Let's go, Rezo.
Silent. TI champions, first in the DPC. How do you guys stay motivated to keep crushing after crushing for so long?
В принципе, мы особо мотивацию не теряли, потому что выиграли всего один турнир, и хочется поиграть со зрителями, но...
They didn't lose motivation at all because they only won one tournament and they want to play against the viewership. But I mean, unfortunately, it's not here, but still, it's a good tournament. They want to show up really good here.
Got you. I was also just wondering, Yatoro is just cold. He plays so much Dota, and he's just ice cold all times. How is he, like, in personal life?
Да, поясни, наверное.
Очень строгий такой, серьезный Ятора. Как он вообще в личной жизни?
Это только так кажется, наверное. В моем понимании у него лучшее чувство юмора в команде, он довольно веселый. Вот.
It only seems like that from the outside. In reality, he's like super funny, and in team environment, he's trying.
Gotcha. Okay. And out of curiosity, who do you think's played the best Dota so far here at this tournament?
Ну, Nigma и Boom выглядят как, наверное, фавориты.
Nigma и Boom seems to him like a favorites of this tournament.
Got you. And new patch, new Dota. What's your favorite thing? What's the most OP strategy right now?
Честно говоря, я не знаю, какая лучшая стратегия. Мы просто много всего пробуем и пытаемся, чтобы это работало.
He honestly doesn't know like what is the best right now, but they're trying a lot of things and hoping that this is all going to work for them.
Okay, awesome. Well, thank you very much for your time, my friend. Back to you guys.
Powerful punch indeed, and I must say that that was almost like a serious interview. Also asking a coach about what's best to play right now. You're probably not going to get a very good answer to that one because, I mean, he likes to keep all the strategies close to heart. They didn't also need to show that much new stuff here today, Rezo. They played, they played IO Ursa. It's
no, just
a
like
staple.
it seems like they're still those team spirit that we know.
Yeah.
They're just playing the solid Dota, that very structural Dota, and not much of a new heroes from them.
Well, and we also heard from BZM the patches.
Boring.
Quack.
That's the quote.
You know what's
boring.
what's quack?
There's not a whole lot. There's a lot of things that you can still run from the previous patch that are still good.
For sure.
But, I know FNG had a lot of praise for Silent. He says that he's actually a big reason why they were able to improve so much as a team in time for TI. So it's interesting. I feel like we're reaching a new age of Dota where there are a lot of coaches who are very effective now, where I feel like even just a few years ago, there were some coaches, but their effectiveness was questionable, I think, at times. Some coaches, they were there, but nobody really knew their impact. Now I feel like there are a lot of coaches like Mushi, like Silent. Bulba's obviously been a mainstay. We see Xiao 8 and ROTK, leaders in the Chinese scene. There's so many of them around. I think it's changing the game quite a bit.
From my perspective, I've played with Silent a lot, and I can say that this guy is like super intelligent. He knows like about the game a lot. He was watching, like even during the times when he was playing, he was watching like non-stop Dota, and he's also like super calm. Like you can rely on him like every time. And this is what he brings to the team. He brings that clarity of the game. He brings the knowledge, and he brings the calmness. Like so you can see that your coach is like super calm and steady. Going to the games, especially on TI, the player's gonna feel the same. Like this is the vibe they were getting, and this is why they were actually like stomping every game.
I like what Rezo said about a coach that brings that kind of calm energy and temperament, especially for players. For teams of younger players. Like Team Spirit, I think it's only Toronto, Tokyo, and Mivhoshka that are over 20, but the rest are all very young. And similar to OG, most of that team is just very young.
Yep.
So perhaps there's just a little bit of difference in how these coaches also just approach what they do with the players. Obviously, we saw the OG interview, they looked pretty calm. They looked pretty bored. But I do think it's very important to be able to ground the younger less experienced players when it comes to playing professionally.
Yeah, I hope that, because obviously Misha is not here and that's why Shivash is playing, I hope that Misha from the virtual coaching role, the long distance coaching role can bring a little bit of that as well, especially in their time of dire need, which is what they have right now, because they're one game down in the elimination series, so there's a lot on the line. We're in one best of 3, is lower bracket for the actual playoff bracket, so there's no extra chances after this, and we're about to head into a second game of this best of 3. What do we want to see? Because I kind of feel like Team Spirit, they came in saying, you know what, your Timbersaw Amar, most banned hero against OG the entire season, you want to have that one? Sure, we'll beat it, and they did. Cap, where are you going from there?
I don't actually know. Sorry, I was just thinking about this little side note. I was thinking about all the teams that Silent played on.
A lot.
And he played on DD Dota.
Yes.
Remember that team?
Double
that team
damage.
had Mad on it.
Yes.
That means that team.
Oh, with Goblak?
They had, with Goblak as well. And
Legendary
Paris was
team.
on that team.
Quantic Gaming.
That team has 2 TI winners.
Yeah. That's
They won 3 TIs in total.
They got Quantic Gaming, right?
It was a good team.
Yeah.
I was looking up to them.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were a good team.
So both of these teams have really prioritized Shaman the last few days, and they've just kind of
ignored it today. Yeah.
Scrapped that idea.
I really like the OG stick to the Invoker first pick idea. I think it really suits that team, and I don't know, it's just like BZM is so good at Invoker, one of the best. Like if you compare them to Miracle, he's on top of this game as well.
Yeah, he really seems comfortable on the hero, but not just that. Invoker, as Nigma have shown us, can be first phased and still do incredibly well in the lane, even versus traditional counters like TA. And I think that's just due to the versatility of this hero. You can play him whichever way and build him whichever way, and his lane counters are mostly out of meta with the exception of TA. Right? No more Queen of Pain, no more Puck, and suddenly you have the flexibility to play the map in the way that you didn't last time. And it's a new patch, so you're not pigeonholing yourself into one strategy.
Also, he got some buffs for the Force Spirits, which is also very nice.
Your idea about the Shadow Shaman, you might still be entirely correct. I think maybe part of it is the Invoker, right? Because that hero feasts on Shadow Shaman. In fact, we even saw it in the Team Spirit versus Nigma matchup. Even though Nigma lost with the Invoker, he still just destroys the Shadow Shaman. So in the last game, right, Invoker was unbanned, so both teams, weren't really sure if they could grab that hero. Now it's picked up for OG, so Team Spirit still don't find it to be a good option.
But they do take the Bane instead, and this hero has proven to be just consistently strong, right? He's a great lane support, has that BKB piercing disable, and can be used to set up spells like Torrent. So Spirit already with the comfort, and they've made sure that this Kunkka is not going to be banned later on.
I wouldn't mind seeing Tiny right here for the OG.
Just
take
the electric
Nigma
Tiny, I mean, yeah, why not?
I mean, why not?
It's very strong. I believe OG was on the receiving end earlier today.
Yes.
Very painful.
And this time around, you can make sure that you're not playing against an Ursa if you do want to run the Tiny.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, you will be revealing your 2 core heroes in the first phase, which is a little bit dangerous.
So we've seen Shadow Demon banned out a lot. And it's mostly against the Bane, right? This is the reason why you pick it? There's no Fiend's Grip setup? Bane's basically gone?
Kunkka as well, right?
This is brilliant pick. Yeah, it denies both of the heroes doing anything, like the grip, the torrent, the X, like everything. It just completely ignores all of this. Tiny's probably gonna get banned, right? You're not gonna see Tiny second phase.
No. I should hope so anyway. That hero feels far too powerful.
Let's see what they're going to do here. The Shadow Demon pick is pretty nice to see because when teams play against Tundra in particular, they're always taking it out, and they seem to value that hero more so than any other hero. And it just seems like a great way to have save versus the popular picks of this patch, but also just set up for potential heroes. We might even see something like a Mirana coming out. You don't know, but Shadow Demon is probably the best support at setting up on level 1 for whichever spell may follow, right? So it just increases your rune presence and early fighting ability.
Also 15-minute timing with the shard.
What does the shard for Shadow Demon do now?
It dispels your allies.
And heals them as well.
Alright,
for like
so
600.
Another buff for your core?
Yeah. Also, it used to be, it's a continuous dispel, it's not just once, so throughout the duration of it, but it also used to share cooldown with the ulti, right? If you got the Ags and the shard, you would have to expend one of your charges to use the dispel, but this time it's a separate ability. That's what they changed. So now you can choose between Demonic Purge or the shard dispel. So it's a very, very cool distinction that they made. Because before the shard wasn't that valuable just because you'd be losing the offensive ability of the ultimate, but now it's versatile, it's flexible.
I kind of would like to see OG pick up the Undying that Nigma is putting to such good use. If you think about it, they have 2 heroes that are really good disables to be able to like keep people in place. And if also Team Spirit, Bane, and Kunkka also operate in a similar area. They want to occupy an area and play in that area. And I think just getting a really strong team fighting support, you could also go like Clockwork. Because we saw that pairing with Invoker before. I just want to see some significant team fight out of OG. So when they do take these like defensive tower engagements, like they can feel confident that they will win a 5-on-5.
I mean, I personally don't see too much of a purpose for Undying yet. Maybe if they show one more strength here, then it's going to be very good. But right now, it's not... I mean, I don't see the purpose of it, basically.
Okay.
And to me, they're still lacking some sort of disables because Shadow Demon doesn't provide you disable, right? He just like can keep people in one place for a short period of time, but then you need to follow up. And Invoker is not enough yet.
You need your 4 to be able to play with Invoker because teams... I mean, I don't think OG will play Shadow Demon on the position 4 role because it just seems to be more popular 5 unless it's just Saxo playing it. But I guess it can just be adjusted according to what happens next in the draft. But I think SD really does look like a better 5 this patch.
Maybe Mirana?
Mirana's nice, dude. That hero got really buffed, and it looks really good in the right hands.
Both teams could take it, too.
Yeah, it suits both of them, for sure.
For sure. We also, of course, do still have the Timber Saw in the pool. I don't know if OG would want to go back to it, but maybe they'll be more secure if they can pick it up.
Yes.
4th or 5th.
They didn't ban the Ursa, so it's not a good route to go for.
True.
Tiny is out of the pool, of course. People are really thinking.
Yep, a Juggernaut got removed as well just now, so we're looking at some of these fighting cores.
Juggernaut is actually a strange band to me. Like, I don't
Well,
really see the purpose for it.
Maybe if they know something or have played against Team Spirit or just seen them theorycraft something before, because Juggernaut did get that healing ward change that makes it a lot more viable than it used to be. Just the mana cost reduction, and it's something that, similarly to Ursa, can function as a hero to run down that safe lane tier 1 early, the same way they did last game. He can't do something like Sneak and Aegis, but Shadow Shaman still in the pool. If you pair a Shadow Shaman with a Juggernaut, that's an incredibly strong combination. You just have this ability to run these lanes down. So maybe that's just something that they're not willing to give away at this stage of the game.
I mean, I know we had Ursa mostly in a reaction to what OG had, but IO is still in the pool as well, as Team Spirit could run IO +1, and IO Ursa, of course, in the pool, but they could still run that back. Why do we not see IO addressed here, or was IO not really that big of an issue previous? Never mind, just got banned.
Good suggestion, Shiver.
I think Spirit themselves, one of these teams ran IO Shadow Demon as a.
I think it's Mirana. Yeah, it's Mirana.
Finally.
Yeah.
It is a Mirana.
Yeah.
It's a very nice pick. Just like so good with X, with the Bane Sleep. They have a really strong level 1 if they want to smoke out and go somewhere to find an advantage with their runes.
There's definitely so much setup, and we saw Boom play this versus their game 1 in Tundra, not particularly with the Kunkka, but they did have the Bane and the Ember, and they were just able to run down the enemy team consistently, right? So Mirana is a hero that, if you utilize the arrow effectively, just becomes so broken in the early game. But if you don't have that setup, she seems very underwhelming, which is why she hasn't come out that often. But I'm glad that more teams have opened their eyes to this hero. And it's Timbersaw again.
Timbersaw again.
Indeed.
How are they going to answer it this time around? Because Team Spirit, again, they did not ban it out, so they must still have this on the radar. They must have expected this. We saw what they did previous game. What other ways are there to answer it?
I mean, they do have hard lockdown for it. Currently, they don't have that much damage, but they have Enfeeble versus Timbersaw. It's 40% heal reduction level 1. That's a lot, honestly. And they can just pick some good safe lane carry that can sit against Timbersaw, and they should be fine. I think Timbersaw is like scarier if you have something that can push the lane with it, right? So Enigma functions similarly to our Shaman in that, like, you have these summons and you can barrel down lanes.
So I want to talk about this Enigma because this is the first Enigma so far. We have seen it banned, but not picked. I remember in the past when Taiga was on Team Liquid, oftentimes he took a very greedy position as the Enigma. And at that point, in that matchup, it was with Boxy, of course, on the offlaner. Boxy took a little bit of a step back. I don't think we can expect Amar to take a step back on his Timbersaw. So how will they fit this Enigma in?
That's definitely a good question, Shira, because right now I wonder if it's gonna like be position 4 and, like, you know, greedy farm. There's a few ways to play this here. Obviously, you can put it on the safe lane as well, just to make sure your carry gets some safe farm on the tower. And the second option that they might do as well, that Enigma can just lane straight up with the Eidolons against the Bane, which is really good option to give this Timber space to get some levels. And I think this is what they're gonna do, because they can't really pick the greedy route, because Anti-Mage and Bane are not gonna get not gonna give the levels for the Timbersaw at all.
So this anti-mage pick actually looks really good. Sure, it's a bit scary to play against something like an Enigma later on in the game, but it's a very greedy hero. There are different ways that you can play Enigma, right? You can either play on the Blink BKB, or you can actually just play with something like a Drums and a Helm Dom even. You can just play it as a hero that runs down lanes with something like Timbersaw. But it's good on paper, right? Anti-Mage versus Invoker, Anti-Mage versus Timbersaw.
But it's also Anti-Mage versus Shadow Demon. I've always been taught that Shadow Demon, you can create your own anti-mage illusions. That's really good.
Yeah, but it goes both ways because you have counterspell. If you just see him cast the little animation, you can counterspell it, right? And it's not going to be too difficult to time. You'd be more scared of getting maybe caught out in a smoke and then block hold. But like a good anti-mage isn't that scared of Shadow Demon. If anti-mage gets stunned, then Shadow Demon can disrupt him and then he's in danger. But a level 1 disruption, for example, he doesn't burn enough of his own mana. He can blink away.
They also don't have a good lockdown after this disruption for the anti-mage. They have only Black Hole to hold him down.
Yeah. No,
I mean-
I feel like OG has some serious problems when it comes to pace. They're not going to be able to stop this AM from being able to farm, and I feel like their team fight early on is actually not going to be good enough. Unless they just dumpster lanes. I feel like BZM has to pull up so much weight here.
Is there anything they can do to fix that with their last pick? Like what?
I really do think this Enigma isn't something we've seen before, and yes, it is a greedy hero on paper, but like I said, you can play with these summons and behind this Timbersaw, and you can just play for towers. You don't necessarily have to play for setting up these black holes, right? A Midnight Pulse is going to be good enough. You can just like break the trees. It's going to be annoying versus Kunkka. It's going to be something to like provide vision. It's a concept, right? It's something that they're pulling out in this elimination game, potentially.
They definitely need to set up some really good pace in this game to be able to break the Team Spirit lineup work. And Anti-Mage only needs like 25 minutes of farm to be able to win this game, and the Magnus from the collapse as well.
This is the team fight hero that they needed, but Collapse just gets his other signature hero in the last pick as well. Get the Empower for the Anti-Mage. You have the ability to set up for even more kills in the mid-game, right? All you need is that Blink Shard. Separate the Enigma from his team, maybe, and Black Hole is not a threat. Without Black Hole, you can't really take the fight very clearly on OG.
Yeah, for the attentive people, if you saw the score during the draft, it is actually 1-up for Team Spirit, not for OG. So this is a spooky situation for OG to be in one game. And they could potentially be out of the tournament. They need to force out that third game to this series. Can they do it, Cap?
No.
Oh.
Team Spirit. Well, Collapse Magnus. What you gonna do?
What you gonna do, Effie?
I think Team Spirit's draft is really solid, and it's their bread and butter. They've got all of their comfort heroes. I'm really curious to see how they approach this Enigma, because the Shaman was there. The Shaman was available, but they went for the Enigma instead. So maybe they've got something up their sleeve, but I believe in this Magnus AM combo.
They have stronger lanes. Their lineup is easier to execute. So, and like they play solid as a team, like very structured. So Team Spirit too, unfortunately.
Whew. Well, my panel has decided, or is decided, on who has the better chances here in this game too. But OG, let's see what they can do with their backs against the wall. We're heading over to a commentary duo. It is Lyrical and Fogged.
Thank you so much, Shiva, and the panel. I know, I think that the panel had to sort of balance out the no-tail cast from earlier. That's what ended up happening there. But regardless, we're going to get into this one. We'll see if Spirit can take it. You really like the draft a lot, though, that you saw from Team Spirit.
I hate Anti-Mage, but I love the Anti-Mage pick. I think it's perfect here. I think there's a lot of greed coming out from the side of OG, and I think that's exactly why they went for Anti-Mage Magnus, because then you've got greed. Okay, we raise you like a +1 of greed. If you want to take it late game, we're perfectly fine with going to that. So we'll see how they end up putting their lanes too, because I'm wondering if they do end up like trying to do some weird kind of stuff where the Shadow Demon's laning versus the AM just to mess with him with the mana burn, but I think ideally they want to just have it where the Enigma is denying the wave so that the Timbersaw can actually get a decent start. So, let's see.
You know, the thing that I'm really hopeful for is that we're going to see like a Diffusal Blade Orchid Anti-Mage. That's the dream right there.
He does have Empower, but I've even seen, like, I think I saw the Anti-Mages, even with Magnus, building Battle Fury.
Oh, God. Of course. Yeah. Well, it's going to be an interesting one, that's for sure. The collapse, immediately all the tips coming out for him.
Yeah, and he said something in all chat as well, too. Yep, they're all saying something back to each other, so. And he had a spectacular performance already on his Magnus earlier this tournament with his Dominator Rush. He did the fun stuff with the Harpy Scout, the scouting, of course, with the flying vision, and was making so many plays with his usual Horn Toss skewer plays.
Ooh,
and
going up the hill.
They know they're strong. They know OG's very weak level 1. There's an Enigma on the side, so.
Oh, Yuragi, he fogs him out. Oh. That's your move. But wait, pull him back now, maybe a chance. Oh, disruption to keep him alive. Weird fights going on. Will they be able to do anything here? Two are separated. Collapse in some trouble, possibly. Getting body blocked. Right clicks coming through, and well, Maposhka.
But look at Maposhka. He's caught in a weird area. But I don't even think they have any stuns, so he could probably just TP out if he'd like to do so. But he's cooldown, of course, for 20 seconds if he can get away for it in time. But no, he's gonna die.
Dead.
Who's getting it? Give it a BCM.
Perfectly played. Now, did they get 3 bounty runes, though? I think that they're going to be able to get there in time on the side of...
They might get 4. Let's see. MR's like racing toward it. He's like, I'm going to get this one. Okay, so 3 for 1.
Yeah. And no skill up, obviously, of the Blink for Yadro. Instead, just going to get the 3 bounty runes and slowly try and burn some of that mana. So
quite a lot of the mana burned. And they are sending the SD top. So That mana burn, it's skilled already. Shadow Demon's going to be able to put him under, and they're going to be able to be very annoying toward that anti-mage, at least at the start there. And it's always surprising when you see a team with Invoker and Enigma get the first blood. Just going to point that out. Those are traditionally not the best level 1 heroes, as you can see for Y. But they all split up. Like the EMP really put Spirit in like some weird panic that they all split. I think if they just tank the EMP and they just fight, I think they might be in a better position, honestly. But they didn't want to lose mana, I guess.
It's fair enough. No, everybody hates losing mana. It's like 80 mana damage or something like that. I don't remember.
It's pretty low, level 1. It's quite low.
Well, regardless, it is going to be an interesting one to watch. And I guess, so what is it really, like you said, the greed on the side of OG with this Enigma pick, but likewise Team Spirit are sort of just amping it up that much more?
Yeah, I think that they see the greed coming out from them, and then they see, you know, it's a free anti-mage game. The only thing he has to really worry about is the Troll Warlord in the majority of the game. Sure, he can get caught by black holes, but there's so many different ways that Spirit can protect him. So he's going to have his time to farm, and the limited catch is there. It's glaring. Like, what stuns does he really have to worry about? There's like Tornado Cold Snaps, there's the Enigma stun, but all these things are kind of telegraphed. He can get his, he can get his counterspell off a lot of the time.
Right, and as nice it is to like think about getting a black hole onto the anti-mage, usually there's going to be somebody there to break it or any of those other things that could be a problem.
And even if he gets, like, let's say, gets to later stages with his BKB, there's BKB piercing disables that are coming out on the side of Spirit, several different forms.
Well, we'll see if they can make something happen. It feels like it has to be at least some momentum built up in the laning stage for OG. And obviously, if you just win your lanes, the game can go pretty well from there.
For sure.
Oh, Chu.
And they do still have like pretty cool team fight that comes out. That's the Invoker and the Enigma. Chu.
Gonna take a lot of this one. Banish for the moment. And as we talked about,
go in on him.
Ooh.
Gonna lose a lot of mana.
Yeah, get some good damage in there. But then back to it. Salve up. Gonna be fine on Chu. But yeah, already OG coming out on top across all of the lanes, it looks like.
Yep.
With the AM and the Mag slightly behind.
Yep, and the Enigma is, of course, getting those extra little bit of denies, too, which affects the Magnus. And is he getting pulls off down bottom? It looks like he might be getting a stacked pull-off, I believe, in the bottom lane. Didn't get to see. Yeah, so he's going to deny all wave, so that's huge.
Wow.
So bottom's going to be really good for that Troll Warlord. Because of that, Invoker's doing excellent in the mid matchup versus Kunkka already, too. That first blood really helped.
Yeah. It's what he needed to get done. And obviously, they want to keep their eyes there. They have opened up the small camp. Wasn't blocked for the Kunkka, so he'll have access to that the entire time as well. As Chu gets chased away. Hadaro taking a lot of chunk and damage there from Omar.
It's really annoying. Because he also, if I'm not mistaken, he still has the Orb of Venom. So when you're put under, he's also getting hit by an Orb of Venom as well as
oh my god, he's just going to get punched to death?
He's got Blink. He's got Stick Charge.
All right.
Yeah. He doesn't want to have to pop the wand, but it's one of those, like, right before the last hit. These players, they're so quick, so.
Well, Yadro, not worried about any type of lag. He's going to be perfectly good there.
And I am glad they did this lane setup. I'm glad they put the SD top. Like, the Enigma traditionally is the one to be able to make sure that your offlane gets experience, but this is just better to slow down the farm of the AM. And it's working. Looking good.
Only 11 last hits so far.
Yep.
Troll also not at the highest ever, but you talked about it, that Enigma making up for a little bit of the last CS as well.
Yeah. Just need to be careful, of course, at the bottom of just the skewer plays that could come out in some time versus the Troll and the Enigma. These towers are just so damn close. We saw how many times the Collapse was able to do it in the previous time that he played the Magnus.
So we were talking a little bit about, like, this is a free AM game. It makes sense that they would want to take it here. What's the rationale behind the Enigma coming out?
It's a Taiga specialty, that's for sure, and I'm not too sure, to be honest with you. I think it's just because they're comfortable with the hero, and we haven't gotten to see it, so I think maybe they're just trying to make it work into a lineup for themselves, too.
Okay. Yeah, it definitely feels like it's sort of the low-rent version of what we saw before with, like, Faceless Void Invoker, but needing to be able to find that.
That slow is ridiculous once you get out of mana, with Orb of Venom, too, but doesn't need mana, of course, on Amar. He's able to hit back. 23-7 on him, 25-10 on Invoker. Continuing, first 5 minutes looking very good for OG.
Yeah, doing a really good job of that one. And Toronto Tokyo going to go for the stack. Actually get it off there as well. Amar, without the Soul Ring yet, I think that's coming out on the Courier at the moment. And that's finally going to let him spam a few more of these spells.
Toronto has gone all the way back to base. Bottom, they'll actually find Roger.
Get the kill.
Collapse.
He's taking a lot of damage here. The punches, he's in trouble. Tried to get the skewer underneath the tower, not going to happen instead. He's just going to get chased down and salve up on the troll. Ends up getting broken. Nicely played there by Collapse.
Almost goes down. Really wanted to get the skewer onto the Enigma. We'll have his Mirana come back down to heal him up. But yeah, the Invoker pushing the Kunkka out of the lane is pretty huge. BZM 33-11. He's crushing.
And OG just playing their hearts out here. The laning stage, again, going very, very well. And the Mirana is sort of getting a decent amount of farm there as well, so it's not like all is lost in terms of those. But 1,000 gold lead at about 6 minutes so far for OG.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Who's going to get it? Tokyo will get it.
Invis.
Fills up his bottle.
And Mark keeps on taking damage, has Soul Ring, has a stick. Continues to get beat down. He is. Who's going to go in at first? Pops it now. Mar still standing fine.
Level 3 reactive.
Dude. Stuff is wild. They pass off Salves and then back to it again.
It was a good call from Yosoro to back up because the stick plus the Timber Chain might have been able to bring him down. So
Maposhka, 4 stacks, ends up healing up from it afterwards. Oh, Chu goes down. Maposhka gets the finish. Mar keeps on losing it. Yadaro. Oh, Chain comes through, but they're both on such low HP. Not going to get killed off. Taiga salving off in the trees as well. If there's a Bloodseeker in this game, be all over.
Dude, the Bane and the AM are both looking like they have to go back to base. They had no regen left between them. Collapse.
Yeah. In some trouble. Oh, Taiga gets chased on. Right click as well as the arrow, and Collapse might actually get out. No. Yuragi able to find the finish there, and now the rotation coming from Chu gets the banish, wants to chase down Roger. He too will die double for Yuragi, and also Bane. Everybody dies, why don't they?
Maposhka stayed up there. He was super low.
Yeah.
EZM goes up there, finds himself a nice free earn charge. Good aggression from OG early on here. 5-2, 1K lead.
Man, Yadaro just pulling back up. Right now has the Orb of Corrosion, and he is queuing up the Diffusal Blade.
Yeah.
So wanting to play a little bit more of the aggro, but he's the one that instead is going to get aggressed on. BZM gets the kill on the Anti-Mage.
He stayed in the area.
Yeah,
he definitely did not expect it. He blinked in aggressively to try to just keep burning down the mana of the Timber, but BZM still there.
This thing's starting to look very good for OG here. Troll, he's going to be going in for that Battle Fury, it looks like. But Maposhka trying to soak up experience, wants to get to level 6 so he can start making some plays. But now Toronto Tokyo with the urn being on top of him. Boat's going to come out, and that will be enough to keep Toronto Tokyo from getting dropped.
Fully defensive boat, though. That's like 75 seconds where you tell your side lanes, okay, no boat, lots of damage going to be missing, and Team Spirit is definitely lacking a little bit of that early aggression to slow down this Troll. He's going to have really early timings.
Yeah, it could be incredibly strong.
2K lead, 8 minutes. Woo! The greed is being punished.
Yeah, and that's what they need to do. They've got to keep this up here. And I mean, it's going to be a little bit different, I guess, because the Anti-Mage, do you think he tries to fight earlier with those items that he's going for here?
I mean, we'll see if he even decides to go for those items. That's the one
I guess
thing, too.
that's
It's
true.
like maybe he decides to switch it up a bit, but it looks like he's going to be in a really rough spot. I mean, they've lost all 3 lanes.
Yeah.
And that's always a big sign of disaster, really. As now Armar, he's going to be able to put pressure on top. He's likely to be able to take this tower by himself. And Toro doesn't want to go there. He's like less than half HP on an Anti-Mage. He might just die with Timber if he tries to slow down this push. Yeah, this is definitely concerns for Team Spirit.
It's now afterwards, arrow off the mark, and they find him. Collapse, in trouble, dead again. Dominating right now for Yuragi. He has had just the freest game in the world.
They're making it look easy with the movements for BZM at least.
Poshka, Yadaro, they move in, low mana, completely out of it. Mana Void, it's a lot, and the Nightmare afterwards. With the rotation coming in from Mirana, they're going to have the arrow follow-up, and this could be enough, although I actually don't think it is. Amar's still living through all of it, might kill up Poshka. Instead, brought down low, EMP gets killed by the urn. BZM just going to ghost walk out of there. They do get reveal, but do they have anything left in the tank? Toronto Tokyo chasing. They find him now, caught with the X. The boat comes out, gets the cleave, and does it have enough damage? Yes, they do.
Get a much-needed return kill. I mean, they're all over the place. BZM is in mid, he's in bottom, he's in top. He's just making every single move around the map, but does get brought down this time.
Well, again, you're given so much space to Yuragi here down bottom, but they will have the tome picked up now. Have that for the Bane. Taiga does have Black Hole ready, but...
Ooh, who took the tome on the side of OG? Did I just see the Invoker take it? Did I see that right?
Listen, sometimes you just gotta take it.
He's gonna use it. He uses it right away. He's like, too bad, Shadow Demon. It's mine.
That's the way it goes sometimes, you know? He wants to be strong.
He is styling. I mean, you give it to the guy who's now incorporated in like majority of your kills, I think you give it to him. He's having such a good game for these rotations, and Troll's getting absolute full free farm. 1,800 gold above his counterpart, the Anti-Mage.
Smoke up now. 3 heroes gonna head top. They're gonna run into the Shadow Demon first, most likely. And he spots them on the ward, tries to find him off to the side, and hide in the trees. Don't get spotted. Oh, there he is.
They want the bigger kill, though. They want a Mar. But he does his usual timber chain down that side there, and now Chu. He's going to make them walk a little bit for this kill, too.
Yeah, has the body blocks afterwards, while invis, and they're going to bring down that Shadow Demon. Goes for the imprisonment. Couple punches to follow.
Not the kill they wanted at all, and it's taking quite a lot of time still, too. They want to give it to Tokyo for all the time wasted up there. Yeah. As bottom, AM is set up.
Collapse. Able to get the skewer away, but BZM just on the hunt constantly. Tornado lift up, gets the kill, gets the tower. They are just controlling this lane, and they're not looking back.
No, 3K lead with Enigma. Definitely feeling very good. They're going to Battle Fury way earlier than Anti-Mage has anything up online for him.
Ooh.
And even, look at that. He's going to be going for the Orchid on the Invoker, too. So he's going to have his own ways to be able to gank these side lanes easier. Even the Kunkka, stop Fiend's grip, kill Marana by himself. Yeah, it's going to be really strong. Well, such a great start for OG.
They get a haste run on Toronto Tokyo, so can get in position for things. And again, this is all before Black Hole comes out, too.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that Taiga is getting fairly farmed on this Enigma.
Ooh, the sentry. He gets range.
They get him the grip. That's so important. If they can get this kill, it's huge. Boat comes out, 2 ultis. The arrow from downtown follows it up. And that is what they needed on Team Spirit.
Now they can look to actually pressure the bottom side, maybe even take out the tower or a secondary kill. As you mentioned, that haste rune coming into play.
Makes all the difference in the world. Taiga, they pull him back in. Gonna beat him down and get the finish. You know, I watched a lot of these EU games, and time and time again, we would see games where Team Spirit would lose lanes, and then around the mid-game, the fights would start to favor them. How do OG sort of keep up the momentum that was working so well for them earlier? What do they need to do here?
I think they can still do this. I think BZM can still just be super active. I don't think they need to really change any type of thing that happened. They just got caught in a weird position. BZM was ghost walking in the enemy jungle, and then consecutive kills. I think this is just, yeah, he just got caught out, and Spirit found a very good opportunity off of it. Don't think OG should be too fussed. Nah, they shouldn't care too much.
All right. Well, they're going to head back out again. I think that was the Battle Fury fully completed on the Troll.
I think so, right? From the number, yeah, from his farm that he's got. Level 11 as well, too.
God,
massive so on Yuragi. And he is one of those heroes that versus Anti-Mage, it's going to give them that extra bit of lockdown, too, on top of that. Just the ensnare that comes out, of course, from your melee form.
Yeah, if you get lucky on one of those, can be so nice. Collapse does have a Centaur now with the Helm of the Dominator completed, but trying to defend against this, already the Alacrity up on Yuragi. And they use the Glyph. Going to try and beat down this tower. Not really a great way to defend against this for Team Spirit. Arrow comes out, not going to connect.
That is a huge tower to get also versus an Anti-Mage and a Magnus. Now you're gonna have so much information on the map really, because bottom is gonna be constantly getting pushed out, and now you can even venture into the ancient sides yourselves. You can steal the ancients very easily with Troll.
Yeah.
So I think that this is a pretty big window here for OG to keep playing aggressive, and I believe that's the Orchid too. So you can definitely get a lot of kills here in these next few moments if Team Spirit's not all positioned.
Yeah, this could start to turn really rapidly. And as you mentioned, Orchid done.
Yeah.
They've taken all of the tier 1 towers on the outside.
Oop, BZM. Gotta be careful.
And Nightmare to dodge some of the damage that's coming through and take off afterwards. So no silence. Mar. Choose right behind him. There's no way they get this kill. They're going to try and TP in for this, but they've got the disruption if they want to. Well, not using it yet, actually. Not using it all. Fiend's Grip. Disruption's there afterwards. Yadro in the area. Has to be careful about round 2 of this one. Mar pops everything now onto him. X off the mark as well with the arrow. He's getting away because he actually managed to do it. Mana Void, it's not enough damage, but eventually they bring down the Timber Saw, and now going for more. I thought for sure he was going to be able to get out of there, but now Team Spirit, they find themselves another kill. A little bit of a mix-up there on the Nightmare, but Chu still goes down.
He held the disruption for a long time just because he knows how many different little combo plays. I don't know if he saves him anyway if he does get it on the initial, because there's just the arrow follow-up and everything too.
That's fair.
It was good positioning from Chu, but Spirit, they brought the extra numbers.
So many people. Well, and with that, we've now got ourselves a still 4K gold lead. This would be a nice kill onto Collapse if they can manage to get it, but almost sensing the danger is going to back out of there again.
How the hell did he know that one? Did he see something there? No, he just seemed to have the spidey sense. Samar, there is a ward there waiting for him. They want to set up on him again.
Blink Dagger done on Enigma. Is this the point where Taiga pulls it back in? I mean, again, if you get like a black hole and, you know, Timbersaw spells through, they're just going to get wrecked.
Yeah, and before the Blink Dagger on the Magnus, it'll be a lot easier for him to get that setup. Because once the Blink comes on Mag, he's got a lot of different ways that he can play around it.
Smoke up. Invoker, Shadow Demon.
Yeah, BZM, just got to keep being active. Got to keep looking for these kills, keep slowing down this anti-mage, because he's starting to catch back up.
Can turn dangerous very quickly.
Yep.
Mar hanging out over there on the side, looking for some action. Roger, they run into one. I don't know if they can make this fight happen afterwards, so it looks like they're going to leave Roger for the Wolves. Miposhka gets scouted there to the side, wants to TP out, and... well, it looks like he should be able to here.
Surprised they used the Demonic Purge to finish up the kill on the Mirana. I feel like that's one of those spells you ideally want to keep for most situations, so... it's just a Mirana that dies for that smoke. I feel like Spirit's not too fussed about that one themselves, so G, continue to look for the pressure though. And Toro is getting his space himself. He's got the Yasha, and
this is nice.
His Diffusal, and this is, yeah, good positioning at least for them. While they are up there, they only kill Mirana, but wham, there's a Rosh in the area. And they do have that black hole, the blink with it as well.
Well, they're leaving it alone, actually, not opting to go all the way in.
Okay.
So taking the safer route. I mean, that is the thing, too. Like, with this type of a lead, you don't want to give away a Rosh for free.
They don't kill it too quickly either. It's like Troll is big, but it does still take them a little bit of time for now. And Blink is done on Magnus. And I believe BKB was finished on Toronto, Tokyo as well, too. So Spirit's ready to fight back now.
Oh, they got to be careful here. There's the Nightmare. Arrow comes in afterwards. Got him caught. Shoes in the area. Can they do enough to save him? Not quite sure how it's going to go. Toronto, Tokyo got eyes right now onto BZM. Save comes there instead. Now they do have the Centaur in the area looking for the position, but it gets killed off, and it's going to be enough for BZM to go down. Now looking for more. Chu is in trouble. Yadro finds him, beats him down too. And the last couple of minutes, they find Uragi. Arrow comes in, it connects. They still have Black Hole. Need to be careful about positioning here onto Team Spirit. Uragi, if he turns to fight, could be deadly. Nightmare afterwards, everything dropped on down. X Torrent combo is there. Taiga still waiting to the side.
What
the positioning of Team Spirit is not going to get them that kill. They were able to get out.
The vision there, the instant Yules on the Magnus. He was waiting for the opportunity for the double RP. But yeah, great Yules from Amar to protect his Troll. But BZM goes down again. A couple of times now that he's gotten caught out. Taiga.
Turns.
The damage.
Not gonna get it.
Oh my, Diffusal anti-mage, ladies and gentlemen.
Dude.
Holy moly.
And now they found another. Oh no, Team Spirit, they're starting to come online. They take him down one by one again. OG.
He hit him like 2 hits, and I just see this Enigma almost dead with the Empower, with all the stats that he's got now built up too. Wow, that was a lot harder than I thought he would hit with just 1 hit.
Yeah, you can take another look
at
this.
Like 1 or 2 hits, look at that, like boom.
Oh my goodness.
He is empowered, so those hit for that much harder, but.
Well, he's gonna keep having Empower, I think. So that could be a problem there for old OG.
Started to bleed a lot. Anti-Mage in the form that he'd like to be after he had a very tough start. He is completely online. We're going toward that Manta, and as we prefaced in the earlier of this game, it is a pretty damn good Anti-Mage game, and he's really starting to get everything he needs. There, he gets the root.
That's what they needed. Dude, a little bit of luck, a lot of skill. That's how they make it work.
And that's the caster curse right there, right? Very good anti-mage game. Boom! Dies immediately right after.
Dude, that's so much gold. He got 700 gold for that.
It's a solo kill. He probably got, what, like a level, almost like a full level as well, to 1,600 XP.
What a difference that makes.
Yeah, more than a full level. Level 17 now on Troll.
Well, now they have an opportunity to go back into Roche. Yeah. No anti-mage for 20.
Wow, okay.
Can they take it quick enough?
I mean, that just happened. Yeah, now they can. Anti-mage is dead. Alacrity, now they've got more than enough.
Big plays. OG.
Huge auto attacks by Yuragi to get them that kill onto the anti-mage. I love it. It happens. I've seen it happen time and time again as these troll warlords versus like storms and anti-mages.
Yeah.
One snare, one root.
Well, and it's worth noting too, right? If they find that one black hole and troll just pops ulti, they're just all gonna melt. So they have answers.
Okay. Still very close game, even though the anti-mage and Spirit were finding their footing. OG, they hit back hard after that kill.
And Arrow goes on out there, trying to push this bottom tier 2 tower a little bit and get something across the other side of the map while OG are pressuring for the other tier 2.
Yeah, Ragi's going for the next big item, of course, too, versus that anti-mage. It's a basher, so he'll have 2 different forms of control versus him. Still in a very good position, this troll. His other 2 cores are starting to fall behind, as we were mentioning, but he is, only level 18. Some of these supports are level 9.
So strong. So strong. Yeah, almost has that basher done. But they weren't able to get the tower down bottom on Team Spirit. There's a smoke up now again. BZM heading on in with Yuragi and Chu. We'll see where they decide to go with the fight. Mar, the one that's leading the charge, but they just completed the Manta now on the anti-mage. So some survivability, and yeah, spots him there immediately. Nightmare tries to run away, collapse. Oh, Arrow. Oh, this could be big. If they find it, oh, with the Yule Scepter. Great reaction. That is what they needed from him right there. And now following up for more. Toronto Tokyo throughout the boat. Team Spirit backs away. They will have another Blink Dagger up in a bit, ready to go for collapse, but they back out from Team Spirit and are going to retreat away from there. Man, what a Yule.
Oh, that was close. It was close, too. Like, if he gets it, it looked like it was maybe potentially like a 3 or 4 man RP. Amar on point twice now. That's 2 times that he's gotten instant Yules casted onto that Magnus.
Yeah, and again, this is close to really, really bad, but Mar knew what was happening in the
spacing. Yeah, he precasts, boom. Yeah. Look, that might have been 4-man, right? It's very close to being a 4-man.
So close.
Yeah.
Well, in the meantime, they're going to reset again. OG spreading out across the map, getting some good farm on. Taiga in position for what could be a really solid black hole if they want to defend this.
Yeah, he's getting pretty close to BKB too. That Philly, the Philosopher's Stone, really kicking in.
Yeah, that is a nice little pickup for him, as well as obviously Eidolon's farming the entire time. And at least for now, Team Spirit not comfortable really pressuring to go super hard on this area. Mar wants to get into his next item too. Sandra Kaya, smoke up. Maposhka going to be there again to break it, but the Orchid comes out.
It's just Maposhka every time. He knows that they're trying to smoke and wrap around, so he's just positioning himself there to catch it. Will anybody go down though? Roger, he shows himself.
Arrow. Oh, gonna hit actually onto Yuragi. And has to blink, jump, leap, get him out of there if he can. Tornado is gonna connect, completely out of leap charges, and eventually they will finally take him down. Can't even throw an arrow to get some creeps along the way.
Gave his life away to try to maybe protect one of his cores.
Yeah.
2 kills. How long on our Aegis? Should be getting reclaimed quite soon, I believe, yeah.
A minute 30.
Yep.
BKB, the next one for Magnus. So he has a way to deal with that Yule Scepter that's been so pesky for him. TD up top probably gets that one taken as well.
He might have to just steal it. He wants to leave it for Yotaro, but yeah, he can't. Timber James at him. He's like hooking him like a punch.
Now going for round 2 of this. Yule Scepter lift up and collapse. He's going to get punished for this one. Stuck around too long for that DD and ends up dying there as well.
Really cool that they pick up an early gem on the side of OG too. Just give it up to Amar because he's so tanky. Now he can actually always make sure that they have a good positioning with Warden, and it's really been the name of the game a lot for OG is having vision advantage this game. I don't think that Spirit's been able to have many wards out of the map, and this gem is going to make it even harder.
I mean, this lineup, it just looks so good now for OG given the lead that they've got. The question is, can they find continued success with this? And it looks like so far they're going to be able to, but movement down, Moonlight shadowed.
Ooh, they saw him for a second.
Okay.
And right before it turns nighttime. So if it was nighttime, they wouldn't have seen him there, but because of that daytime vision, they saw him.
6,000 gold lead, but the age is about to expire.
OG they still have to always, you have to give the respect. It's a Magnus anti-mage, it's a huge wombo combo lineup. Like, even if you're ahead 6, 7, 10k, something like that, you can still lose just from positioning easily. I mean, even if you're higher than this gold lead by quite a big shot, you have to be very cautious of your positioning always. And you're versus Collapse, so, you know, even more so, right? The Collapse Magnus.
We'll get that shard soon, surely.
He has it. Yeah, he picked it up nice. He picked it up like pretty much right after that 15-minute mark. That's why his BKB is going to be very delayed. So it is going to cause problems for him. Like he's going to be able to catch with the Horn Toss, but because of these Yule Scepters that we've seen from Amar, him not having BKB early will be a problem.
Tumbler's toy back out, and again, pushing out this bottom lane, trying to force OG down here. 2.5 minutes until Roche is going to respawn.
Maposhka trying to get some type of vision for them up. They still only really have, like, look at the wards they have. They have like they have one ward on their side super defensively, and then they have one more also on this bottom side too. Besides that, the map is quite dark for the side of Team Spirit.
And meanwhile, OG, they see just about everything.
Yeah, they've got great information on the map.
BKB done for Enigma. I mean, we've still yet to see a black hole this game.
Yeah.
But you know it's coming. You know it's going to be deadly. Nightmare the Illusion. Get ready to beat it up. And then off to the races. Soon to see it at the very least. Yeah, it is. It feels like OG are very content with the state of the game right now, and don't really want to take that many more chances before that next Roche fight.
Yeah, this just feels like calm before the storm, before some massive team fight kicks off. And 7k gold lead for OG, but like I said, you still have to give a lot of respect and fear to the lineup of Team Spirit with what wombo combo they do have.
Some of the Dominator creep just ran in there, dies.
Yep.
Guess if you don't have wards, send in creeps.
Yep. He's maybe looking for a Harpy. He's like, where is this Harpy scout? I need you. Set up around mid, perhaps looking for an opportunity if somebody shows their face. Mar, he's a tough one.
Yeah, they know Shadow Demon's right behind him too.
Yeah. I believe that was AC was picked up for Tokyo, so does help his team a lot. Tankiness versus the Troll, who's having, like I said, excellent game, 603 on Yuragi, level 22. So that is one of the big things. He's 4 levels higher than Yatoro in this game still.
Yeah, that is, this Troll has just gotten everything that he needs.
Happens when you get a solo kill on the enemy character,
exactly.
right? You get like almost 2 full levels, he's dead for some time too, you get a rush, you get another full level, so.
They're smoked up again. Ready to go. Chu finds one. It's a good one to get. Maposhka right at the start. Ooh. Goes invis afterwards, and now Toronto Tokyo. X marks the spot, comes out. Boat afterwards. Got her on him, and the black hole immediately onto both of them. Can they kill him off in time, though? It doesn't look like an RP, but another Yules comes out just in perfect time. Skewer trying to pull him back, but somehow, even with that black hole, it's not enough. They didn't get the kills.
And Collapse actually blinked into the edge of the black hole while I was finishing, trying to cancel it.
Man.
It's just a Bane and a Shadow Demon who die.
I mean, some of that's got to be the boat buff that came on in there.
Yeah. Roger, will he be able to get away? 2 leaps. Amar wants him.
He's not stopping. Roger in some trouble, but they come on in now. More, come on in deeper
Amar.
in the face, why don't you? See if they can make anything happen. Sunstrike a little bit off the mark, and now in some trouble. Toronto Tokyo. He's got another round of X. Torrent, pull him up, bring him down.
He had the gem. That is a big death from Amar.
No, they pull him into the face also.
They're going to tip Amar for sure for that one.
This is a problem. Oh, Collapse finds his target.
What an overcommitment, but that is so costly, honestly. He gave the gem, he goes over aggressive, like, oh my goodness, that's gonna give them so much breathing room now for Spirit, and the wards that we were mentioning, the vision that OG's been playing off of now, it's gonna get completely countered in most of these situations. Oh, Amar has to be kicking himself for that one.
It hurts.
Beautiful by Collapse, though. It's like there's no hesitation. He's like, you think you're tanky enough to deal with tier 4s right now? All right. I raise you.
Roche actually going to respawn right now. Maposhka saw that, but so did the Eidolons back at home. Obviously really difficult to go in and try and take that one away, but still a nice little bit of like regained map control. It's still a 6,000 gold lead.
It's all the Troll. I mean, its majority is that Troll world. He's still 3.6k ahead of the anti-mage for the most part, so. But yeah, losing the Timber, losing your gem, then losing your Invoker, that's quite a consecutive series of events.
Team Spirit, they've still got that ace in the hole with the black hole ready to come on out. We did see the last time how strong of an answer this Kunkka boat can be to it.
Yep.
but it is going to be an interesting one to watch. Blastrig also picked up now. Going in for the Shadow Blade next on the Kunkka.
Abyssal also on the anti-mage. This anti-mage is really scary now versus everybody, except for the... Troll still can fight him, but nobody else really can.
Mar pulled back in. Oh, Timber Chain. There you go. So that is always an answer with the change-up. I still can't believe that was a stun for all of TI. Like, what the heck?
Yeah. Yeah.
This is
perfect timing though for him, right? Like he used it to, used it to farm kind of in a way, but also it's just like perfect timing for him to just get out of that because he was dead. Right. It was into an arrow, into a centaur stun, into the whole team. So.
But obviously you can cast abilities still with that, so nifty stuff.
And now Black Hole should be back online quite soon. So it's back
there.
Just came back.
Still hanging on to the Philly. Never get rid of that thing.
No, not as an Enigma. You have nothing else you really want to use.
Right.
Not so you get maybe a headband later or something, but Smoke, OG.
Mar showing mid. Sean Tokyo connects himself back in. And they spot collapse.
He's going for it again. The Timber Chain
they didn't have the range. And Abyssal Blade comes out afterwards and completely out of mana. Torrent is down. Boom. Dead. And look over there.
The sleep.
I mean, there's a chance they could go for this if they want to. Spirit Vessel already. The slowdown is there with the Diffusal Blade. But he's caught. Oh no, and now the RP afterwards. It's only on one. The boat is going to connect. Collapse, backing away. Still have Black Hole hanging on to it.
Okay.
I mean, that shows how strong that troll is.
Yeah, that was a little awkward there for a second there, but yeah, the one root and then the RP to cover him. That got a bit scary there for Yotaro for sure.
I thought Lapushka was going to go for a grip, but decided not to.
But now it's like, okay, your RP is down, you use Mana Void, you use Boat. We still have Black Hole. Roche is up. They're getting this one for free. They're running over, though. I say for free, but Spirit, they want to fight this.
Arrow from downtown, connected, hits him!
It's a big one.
Right at the start, the Torrent afterwards has to be careful. Black Hole might be able to salvage this one, but they walk right into it. The Black Hole gets immediately canceled. Yuragi gets the Aegis, though. That's what they needed. Toronto Tokyo trying to get out of there, but the grip there on the Taiga, it's not going to be enough to get the kill. AM still alive, but there's the stun. The batch, he's able to keep him alive. Collapse, salvaging his carry. The Horn Toss gets the kill onto Taiga, but he loses his life nonetheless.
Holy moly. Invoker survives throughout all of it too. BZM able to keep himself up even though he gets arrowed and fully initiated on. They didn't go for him because that disruption ends up saving him and they have to end up going for the Roche, but Yuragi, he gets the important stuff.
Yeah, and showing again, you know, until he gets that Lincoln Sphere on Taiga, the grip is still going to be a problem.
Yeah, it's so hard for him to cast it, really. Just Miposhka always in the right place at the right time. But yeah, Aegis on Troll.
God, he has had such a great game. Yuragi, 8-0-6.
Yeah, flawless game. Kind of his own Abyssal now finished up too. And he's about to hit 25.
Yikes.
So he's going to probably have the strong Dispel. So he's going to be able to protect himself versus the RPs and pretty much everything. So he's going to be able to always be a really fighting body that, I don't know, Spirit, they're definitely having trouble dealing with Yuragi. As we said, everybody else they seem like they have solutions for, but the Troll they don't.
And he's just so mobile. He can get on top of you really quickly.
And it was what? Taiga was the one who recovered the gem. Okay, so he did get their gem back after all that.
Trying to get into the butterfly next for Yotaro.
Yep, trying to get that evasion versus the Troll who doesn't have a way to pierce it. Could be big.
Almost caught him there.
You see Yuragi, he already knows what to bring up next. He's already got the MKB queued up and he's already, I believe, halfway toward it on that Troll as well.
Yeah, it's so hard to deal with that guy.
Yeah. He is an absolute menace. He's pretty far up right now, though. They're going to pull him even further.
Yeah, there's nobody nearby. I mean, Chu is pretty close, but the arrow is there. Yuragi, still fine.
They're pulling him even
further. The shard is there. They can't keep him alive. Oh my god, they might have another round of this.
I think they might.
Right on top of him, Abyssal Blade, able to connect, and the Mana Void, everything dropped in. Oh, but the save! Chu got him out just at the last second. Boat comes out afterwards. Yuragi still trying to escape. They actually throw him away with the shard yet again. Roger leaps in, leaps out, gets away afterwards.
He was so patient with his battle trance. He has the 25, so he had the strong Dispel to be able to disengage, but he held it that entire time. That was pretty crazy by Yuragi. He did get Mana Burned, and then he did get, I believe, sticked up, but so that he could have the mana for it. But oh, okay, DD he finds. That's lovely. That was a bit concerning. That was a bit scary for him. I think he's gonna think twice about now stepping up that far when versus Tidal Wave versus Skewer versus all these positioning abilities.
mean, it's tough, right? And I think the other thing that's interesting to watch for in this is, like, if they do manage to sort of pressure up towards high ground, it's not an easy high ground to take. There's all these dispels and things that move them around. It's potentially really dangerous. Toronto Tokyo, they get vision.
Ooh, he's got to be careful.
Ewell Scepter. Ooh, run. Chasing. Roger. Gonna get out of there.
That was scary. Every time I see these Kunkkas doing that, I have a slight heart attack just because of the Ewells being able to just stop him out. But yeah, going high ground, it's going to be very difficult. It's always that risk versus collapse, especially versus the Magnus and the Anti-Mage.
Well, Lincoln Sphere on the mind of Taiga, still a little ways away from it.
That was and he stole the shard, right? That was the stolen shard from the Roshan that the Kunkka got.
Oh, yeah.
So he didn't have to spend for it.
Gets pulled back in there. Wasn't able to time the Ewells all the way. So Toronto Tokyo keeping those lanes pushed out while everybody else is farming across the map. Yadaro pressuring top tier 2 and gonna drop rather rapidly.
He's 24, almost 25 on the Anti-Mage too. Still a very close game. 10k lead for the majority. It feels like for OG they've had this lead, but still feels like it's anybody's game.
I mean, it's just so scary, right? Like with an AC and an Anti-Mage, if you do end up losing that one fight and AM's left alive, buildings are dropping.
Always do have to keep the factor in, of course. There is going to be a Alacrity being buffed up on this Troll, and when you look at the other side, it is very likely that the Anti-Mage might just get dispelled, right? He might just get the Demonic Purge on him in most of these fights, so won't have the Empower, maybe, but we will see.
Moonlight Shadow. Gonna get out of there. Ships in the night passing by each other.
Those are such scary moments. They knew he was in the area, too. They're like, where is he? I know you're here.
Gets a ward down. This one's not going to get scouted, but again, if you get that vision, Collapse might come back hunting in a little bit here.
Some sneaky ones.
MKB finished for the Troll now, though. So they're good to go. And with still the 10k gold lead being held for the moment, OG have to know that they're up there on that high ground at this point. They're just trying to push out the wave.
What creep is Collapse? I feel like I haven't seen Collapse's creep in a while. Right?
No.
I'm not sure if I'm like not looking around on the map everywhere. I was trying to look around as much as possible, but yeah, I couldn't find one.
It looks like, at least for the moment, might not have one.
JJ is like desperately looking for it, but it's nowhere to be found. He might not have one.
Look at this, though.
The tower.
Dude, nobody's here.
It's going down. Lincoln's is finished on Enigma. That's a big pickup. Definitely have to point that one out.
Backs out. But that tower, almost all the way dead. Like, if you would have told me that they're taking the first tier 3 tower, they can also do the X plays.
They can, and Collapse, he's fishing. Look, he's waiting for an opportunity if someone shows.
You gotta be, I mean, the OG, I think that they realize that there's a chance there's a ward there, so they're playing it a little safe. Although, smoke, they spotted it. They know. Wait, did they?
They might have just been on the edge of it. I don't think
Collapse,
so.
They pull
BZM.
This is big. RP out, but he gets the BKB off in time. Still getting absolutely roasted. Yadaro gets out afterwards. They get the kill. Iragi, X, boat comes after. Taiga. No. Not going to get it out, actually. Takes a ton of damage. The arrow is going to connect, and then they pull up. They can clip him, maybe. Oh, off to the side. Yadaro, they got him on their sights, and there it is immediately. The black hole comes out, but is it going to be enough damage? It is. They take him down. The rest of Team Spirit needs to get the heck out of here. Maposhka immediately going to TP away, but the tornado comes out. Roger trying to hide. So they take down the two big ones. Toronto Tokyo looks like he was also able to escape.
Big play from Taiga. With that freshly picked up Lincolns with his BKB, he felt safe. The Fiend's Grip was actually used on the side at the same time, but it didn't matter. As we pointed out, the Lincolns would have blocked it. BZM is forced. He does buy back there, but...
Yeah, that's...
And I think I actually noticed what happened there. So I think his Ascetic cap popped. So when he X'd him and tried to boat combo him, the Ascetic cap status resistance actually removed the X too fast.
And it couldn't stay any longer.
And they couldn't keep the combo on him, yeah. So that's what happened initially with the X combo that Toronto Tokyo tried to do, and then, yeah, Taiga saw an opportunity.
Freaking neutral items and status resistance.
I was pretty sure I saw the troll using the Ascetic cap. I was just trying to keep track of, because I heard the noise as well proc, so.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
21-19, still OG in the gold lead.
I think Tokyo now for the next fights too, like we were mentioning earlier, how powerful the Rum was versus that. He's going to have to maybe save the boat just to cover over that black hole. Even though he won't stop it, he'll be able to at least provide that extra protection.
Right.
Might be necessary.
Depending on how you cast it too, you can make it so that it spawns like right on the area and you get the Rum buff.
Yeah.
It can be a little bit difficult to make that work.
BZM does have a full Hex, I believe, finished up now too, so further forms of control for the anti-mage.
That one can be devastating, but as you said, also bought back.
He did.
So that's something to watch for. And Roche, 1 minute away. Everything's going to be up.
Yeah, if they find BZM, I mean, that's going to be a huge opportunity.
Yadro going for the Aghanim Scepter.
Okay.
Very neat.
Yeah, I think when people were trying to make anti-mage work before this patch, when he just wasn't very good and it was just tough to try, people were trying that Aghanim's build. It's really annoying, because then you get baited. Like, you see these anti-mages blinking in, and maybe Taiga falls for it. Like, even one little slip step, he shows himself. And
this is going to be the reveal of it. They're not going to have known about it.
Yep,
Taiga goes in. Toronto, Tokyo, they blink back.
There's still no hole, 20 seconds, so they want to take an opportunity off of that.
Looks for it, jumps in, tries to get him right at the start. He's tearing him apart. Taiga caught, killed. Just like that.
And the Aghanim's actually, he throws illusions at him.
Arrow comes out afterwards. They find Chu. This is the fight that Team Spirit needed, and OG, they lose too.
And look at the time on Roche.
Yeah, that's a really quick one. They do a buyback, and they're going to need to use it.
They have to, yeah. It's so dangerous though, because BZM, as we mentioned, no buyback. He has to be so careful. They scanned him.
They know.
They know he's in the area. Dust does not connect.
Oh, blinking away BZM. He's making so much space. BKBCP.
Yeah, no risk.
Good call. Roche up. It's a refresher.
Where was the gem from earlier? Taiga had it. Nobody has recovered it.
Okay.
He died up north before. Magnus just picked it up.
There it is.
Collapse just got in that area we were looking at.
The Sleeping Grip!
It's
an
on
arrow
BZM.
on the other side! What a play! Can they do it? Nobody else can get here in time. And now it's going to be Roche going down. That could have been huge. But they get the kill, and now the buyback.
It instantly forces a Taiga buyback. Right. So now it's like two conditions. If Taiga gets caught out himself too, could be really scary. And we see it. The Roche is up, and it's going to be scouted by both sides. Oh boy.
God. And like, the 9K gold lead's still important, but it means a lot less than the vision and how the fight starts.
Oh, I mean, at these points in the game, 9K means nothing, really. It's all about the lack of the buybacks on the Invoker and the Enigma, and it's going to be all about these initiations. Who gets the go? He's still hanging on to the Ascetic cap. Really interesting to point out on Yuragi. He's been holding it the entire time as a Troll Warlord. Usually you see like those damage items that they traditionally want to hold, but not himself. And
oh, OG, they're taking a risk here. They're going to go on in, and Toronto Tokyo throws it out. Arrow off the mark.
It's dying fast.
They got to be careful. He's thinking about going in, but it's so scary. Tornado already geared for the lift up. Collapse looking for a jump. Does he want to actually go in for this? They don't. They can't get everybody there in time, and OG, they get it all.
And it's a refresher shard, so Taiga.
Oh, this is huge.
They're
that was
have
such
two
a huge
ones.
play.
Oh,
dude, OG. Smelling blood in the water, and they went for it.
Yep. Good buyback from Taiga at the end of the day when they had the initial catch on BZM, him being forced to use it. Works out.
Now, they did give it to Yuragi, and he still has buyback. So
I think BZM's getting close. What's the timer on the Invoker? It should be coming back up in a few moments, I believe.
For the buyback, yeah.
Yeah, for buyback for our Invoker. Sorry, JJ. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's coming back up in about 3 minutes, so...
Now, still a little bit of a window there, which they're probably going to play safe on, I would imagine, for OG.
At least BZM is walking around.
Spots him.
Ooh.
I mean, they don't have any detection right now. Jeez.
Oh my god, this is so scary. BZM, he's going to walk into the gem. He blinks over him.
What? Oh, because they think that the rest of the team is there.
Because they are TPing over. The troll TP to the outpost, yeah.
Yadro backs out.
Oh my god, I feel like we've seen that like 4 times now. People just walking past each other this game. Full refresher now for the Kunkka. As we saw last game for Toronto, he did the same thing.
And I think he has the sheet, the fleet again.
Yep, but this time he has Timeless Relic, so...
Okay.
Let's a little amp up with there.
I can see a bunch of waiting for the...
Oh. And also Telescope, of course, on the Bane. So
right.
Always important to point that one out. Just the distance that he's going to be able to grab heroes.
12K.
This game still feels like it's anybody's, but the Hex comes out.
That's what they needed. Big play right there for OG. Double round. Oh, what? He gets out? Able to live through that one. Is he going to be able to chase him down yet again? Popping the counter spell, looking for a blink out yet again. Jeez.
Sunstrike
is looking for Yadro. Gotta get the heck out of there. Blinks out again. The TP away and almost got him. Oh, by the skin of his teeth.
Oh my god. I guess they really wanted to just hold the black holes. I thought Taiga might just use one because he had the refresher shard still, but he did hang on to it, and it does allow the anti-mage to get out. Very close.
God. Whew. Again, this game
continues to just be insane.
I mean, the thing about it that's so interesting, right, is that it's like there's all these spells that can just destroy a hero, and it feels like they're playing so well around each other, and now they find one. He just goes in like a madman. Oh! The
Oh
RP
my god,
catches
it's on 3.
Oh! Are you kidding me? Everything dropped down on his face for the black hole. Just turn it all around. Taiga tries to make it happen. Is it going to be enough damage?
Second one.
A second round, round 2, but the boat's coming in afterwards. It's not going to be enough. Taiga the god.
Oh my, they didn't have the damage. They didn't have the damage on top of the RP, but now the buybacks. There's no holes.
Round 2 pushes him up on the cliff, but he's going to get brought down immediately after Yuragi just destroys Toronto Tokyo.
Oh my goodness.
Didn't stand a chance. Amar up on the high ground, getting punched away over to the side. Maposhka goes down. Ultra kill for Yuragi. One by one, they end up dropping. Team Spirit. They lost their mid yet again. BZM running back in, trying to find the AM. And in the end, they didn't bring him down once.
Oh, the control they had on they had the full control on the anti-mage during the RP. So when he jumps over, the RP was already almost ending, and Taiga, he gets the opportunity to just double BKB Black Hole Yotaro.
Gotta get out of there.
He's gotta be careful.
Collapse.
There's a Hex.
He's trying to play together with Yadro, but it's really tough. They need that RP. Still 80 seconds without Kunkka.
Yeah, and he just gets, he TPs in and just dies. Yuragi just stuck on him and just bashed him to death.
Dude, freaking Taiga. He's like, all right, I'm just gonna black hole you twice. Why not? Oh, man. A minute left on this Aegis.
Yeah, look at how this all plays out. So I think he got X'd. He blinks in as the anti-mage with the arrow to deal with this, and he gets tornadoed. And look at the opportunity when he sees it. He gets the 4-man RP, but where's the AM? He's getting like X marks all over the place. By the time he gets into it, it's already over on that RP. And Taiga, bam.
Yeah, they needed that extra bit of stun there, but yeah, round 2 of this came on out.
Oh, man.
Unreal. As soon as you're in there, like, you've got chakrams, you've got cleave.
I don't think the run buff hit any of them either. I don't believe I saw it on anybody. It looks like it had just missed.
Just like that, he comes back in just to get brought down again. Honestly, I'm surprised the Team Spirit didn't just lose the game right there.
Yeah, me too. Because they had the quad buybacks TPing in. Yeah, that was definitely a big risk.
Well, another round here. I mean, yeah, think about if they were able to hit like a boat or Torrents there on top of the after the skewer back.
Yeah.
You know, that fight goes completely different.
Oh man, yeah. Quad 4-man RPs that end up leading into not many kills on their side. That's crazy. 82%. OG. This Troll Warlord just still having an impeccable game.
Yeah, he has done everything for him.
Yeah, 12, 0, and 10. Actually insane. No boots now. Going for that swift blink after.
Who needs them?
Who needs them?
Still trying to spread out the map, and in spite of the lead that OG has fostered and continued to build this entire time, they've still yet to take a tier 3 tower. Meanwhile, on the other side, Spirit has been able to take that top one. Obviously, don't want to give any avenues for Team Spirit to get back into this and push out one of those lanes and then go for an all-in play or something.
It does feel like OG, though, has like these 4 cores, while it feels like Team Spirit is playing with like 2. That's it. So it is starting to feel very difficult for them, even though they do have this anti-mage. The Troll is just, he's huge, and Enigma is his own core in a way, because, yeah, Enigma.
Don't look now, though. They got the Ag's Labyrinth item. Mirana picking up the Wind Waker.
Is that an Ag's Labyrinth item? I didn't even know that.
I mean, it's just the best time to get an Ag's Labyrinth.
Fair.
Rest in peace.
Yeah, cool. So that's one way to be able to protect at least your anti-mage inside of the black holes. You got to get kind of close, but could be an opportunity.
Maposhka trying to get out of there, but underneath a ward. They're coming for the captain.
Ooh. He's going to his anti-mage, though. But is he going to help his anti-mage, or is he going to hurt his anti-mage with this?
Oh, no. Sunstrike.
He's spotted.
Jump. Wait a minute. Tries to blow him up.
They're ready.
Oh, not like this. They can't save him. They try and make it work, but it's not going to happen. Dead for 2 minutes.
OG was so ready. They brought everybody. I mean, Taiga. Yeah, Taiga's killing in. 120 seconds, no anti-mage. Line is drawn. Time to go down the mid lane. for OG. He's still saying, respect it, I think, like, right? Be careful for the Magnus. Be careful for these skewed plays. AM is dead, but like tier 4s, we still have to be careful. They have lots of ways to pull us into Fountain.
I thought he was saying that's where I black hole. That guy right there. That's the one who died. But yeah, it's 100 seconds with no anti-mage, and I think that OG immediately are going to start running down these lanes and ready to take this one.
Yeah, the line was drawn down the mid lane right after they got the black hole, I felt.
Toronto Tokyo.
He BKBs, he wants the waves. He doesn't want to get Yulesed.
Yeah, and that gets him out. Now, they don't have any other creep waves here, so backdoor protection.
Look at mid back there. The Dominator creep is pulling the mid creep wave. Look at this. Look at it. He's got a catapult wave.
Trying to salvage the game. They still have backdoor protection.
And it's on. Can Troll go through it? I think he can.
Dude, they're going to just run these little creeps around over and over again. But yeah, this is a problem. Still 60 seconds on anti-mage. Who needs backdoor protection? Can they actually do? I mean, again,
bottom wave's coming in right now, so backdoor is gone.
Yeah, there it is. That's what they needed. Trying to push them away with the tidal waves, hitting them with arrows. Mar, the one that's there, jumps in right away onto Toronto Tokyo. But racks are gone and looking for the tier 4 towers. Amar, he's in the fountain. Sir? Okay, goes down, buying some space for Yuragi.
It's an RP that was used.
Yeah, X-Mark's spot. Buys back now. Wants to come on into this one, but they got their eyes set on heroes now. Bash is there, but a long-range skewer from downtown. Yuragi, he's back in the fountain. He's caught, he's killed. Are you kidding me? They got the boat. I mean, again, he has buyback, but OG, this is not the way it's supposed to go.
That's why I'm pretty sure Taiga was telling them to be careful of these skewer plays,
and they find him again. Chu, he's caught. The torrent is there. They cannot believe it. Unreal. How is this game still going?
Oh, collapse, Magnus. Oh my goodness. I mean, I'm telling you, man, when Taiga was telling them that, I swear, like, you have to respect this fountain. Like, there's so many different ways that they can pull him in. Level 24 on Magnus. Yotoro's back up. They have another shot now in this game.
I mean, they wanted to pay respects to the fountain. He went and checked it out.
Look what's coming up in 2 seconds. Roshan's up, Troll's dead for 50.
What? You've got to be kidding me. Come on now. Get real for a second.
Ooh, they don't know. They didn't scout it just yet.
I mean, surely you go and check it out. Surely. We'll see. Or they try and go for more.
They want to catch, it looks like, first.
Dude.
They're going to check Mipushka. Is he? Oh, no, he walked right past it.
If they... accidentally, Roger. Oh, he punched the building accidentally. I think he was trying to click forward and didn't get a right click, yeah.
Oh, but still, oh my goodness.
A rare miss right there for collapse.
Oh my god, this is getting to be such a crazy game, like.
Their hands are shaking.
This Roche is humongous, too. I mean, a free Ags, a refresher, too. Like, imagine that on the Magnus, and he's got all that different opportunities, too. Even if they get the Ags on the Kunkka, too, could cause chaos in the fights. On OG, if they get it, that might just be the seal in the coffin, because this Enigma will be able to have that double black hole. But
lower bracket elimination match, and all on the line. They don't feel comfortable going for this, though.
Scouted by both teams.
Imagine if they would have just ran there at the beginning. But now OG, I mean, they surely have to be the ones that are...
Oh, they actually have the Ags already on the Kunkka. I actually didn't see that he finished it. So he has Ags Refresher on the Kunkka now. The water park is fully online now.
He just bought out for the synth as well, potentially.
Okay, goodness. It's getting a little tough to keep track of all these different things. But let's take a look at what's our buyback status.
Yeah, that's the most important thing.
I believe we can get that one up. Thank you very much. Anti-Mage back up in 5, Kunkka as well, Magnus as well. So everybody on the side of Spirit will. Look at Amar, though. Amar's got 5.5 minutes that they could see an opportunity. He is the tough one to kill, though. He's still very tanky.
Well, and I mean, obviously more damage, other things that he's providing, but to me at least, Taiga feels like, and Yuragi feel like the two most important heroes.
Absolutely, yeah, totally agree. And he's got the ninja gear. He actually has the refresher if he wants to purchase it. I think he's gonna. Yep. Oh my god, okay.
Going all in.
Whew.
I mean, yeah, the 2 black holes before won them that other fight. The big question, though, of course, is if you find him at the start of the fight, he doesn't have buyback.
Mm-hmm.
That could be curtains. I mean, this is the all-in play right now that they're going for.
And they're going to force the Roche.
They spotted this. The arrow was out. There it is! They pull him up and away! Okay.
That's
get
a
out
BKB
the BKB.
force.
They're waiting. They're hunting. They're chasing this down continuously, throwing out the meatballs. Wants to make sure that nobody gets caught out. That's BKB down.
Jeez, the range of these skewers, it's just so terrifying.
And looking for another round of it, Roger. He's out. He's front and center.
Next up,
but Taiga, he finds him right at the start. Do they have anything to save? No, the Wind Waker wasn't there. Toronto Tokyo gets it off though. There it is. The stun coming out, trying to do what they can. Collapse on the other side. They have another round of this if they want to. Maposhka caught for the moment. They buy back now in Toronto Tokyo, but Yaro, he found him right at the start, dead. They take him down. Collapse looking for another one. That's RP already used Yuragi. One-on-one over to the side, and that's AM going to die. But the buyback comes for another round. Collapse. He's TPing away, but cancels that now. Does he go in for another round of this? Chu moves in. And Boat already out. They spot him there to the side. Chu, long range. Toronto Tokyo maybe in a little bit of trouble. He has the Boat buff. Tornado lift up onto Makoshka, dead again. Yataro, though, he finds him, kills off Chu. So both heroes dead, and the rest of Team Spirit, they have to back away.
My God, everybody's buying back.
Yeah, they know they want to get this Roche.
No black holes available, no RP available, anti-mage alive.
Creeps in the mid, though. They have to deal with this.
Yuragi and Collapse, the only two heroes with buyback. But yeah, these creeps mid, that's a problem.
That might just end the game if they're not careful. Yataro caught, he's hexed, he's going to go down most likely. Do they have enough in the tank? And it looks like indeed they will. That is 2 minutes. Anti-mage dead.
And the
throne is being hit. This is going to be GG.
Oh, and I think we're all blessed with a game 3 after this one. That was... Oh my God, that was...
I thought that was the game 3. What went on long enough? Losing my mind.
I mean, what a game, actually. What a fantastic game. Actually, from both sides, I think Spirit played their hearts out in this one, but OG, they got target prioritization. Taiga definitely coming in super clutch in this game, time and time again, but can't not give the credit to Yuragi. I mean, a flawless game, really, from the Troll Warlord. He did everything for the team. He kept at the top and kept his composure. A couple little plays from OG causing some concern, getting skewered into high ground Amar, getting skewered into the fountain a couple times, but at the end, they do prevail.
Somebody's going to need to go and have a quick little talk and be like, sirs, please. When 2 of our heroes die from fountain, that's probably a problem, but still end up getting the W in the end. Very excited to be here on land for them, of course. And OG, Spirit, 1-1 apiece.
We got a game 3. We're all lucky. We're all so lucky, honestly. This is great.
Sorry, I don't want to hurt you there.
Okay. I'm down with you. You're a big guy.
We're going to head on back to the panel now. Let them break that down.
Oh, you're all getting treated today. That was a fantastic performance from both teams, but of course, OG taking the cake there at the end, and incredible back and forth. We got 2 big team fight ultis used multiple times throughout multiple fights. I loved every second of it. I'm here with Cap, Effie, and Rezo, and I mean, this game, this is the type of game, Rezo, that I feel like shapes teams because late game like this, if you can perform that when your backs are against the wall, pull out all the stops, that's what you want to see.
I mean, Taiga is unstoppable.
Right?
That performance, that game, like, he completely dominated. And Troll, he probably didn't die ever, or was it like one death?
Barely. Yeah, Yuragi had a fantastic game.
Fantastic game, like the perfect execution in fights.
I like how we go back to before the 0 minute mark.
Yeah.
Forest.
long time ago,
Yes.
we did have a game where OG took I think we were all concerned about some of the early to mid game and perhaps OG's lineup being a bit too greedy, but OG, they dominated their laning phase. They won all 3 of their lanes, and I think particularly the BZM Invoker being able to beat out Toronto Tokyo's Kunkka was a massive win for them. So that obviously sets them off in a really good way.
They really didn't. Are you guys sure that wasn't the grand finals?
I mean, it could be. In my heart, I mean, also, we just saw it. The amount of times Collapse jumps in and instantly gets pulsed.
Absolutely. That was just such a good reaction speed from Amar over and over and over again. I mean, he really did his part this game. And Team Spirit were actually just playing on the back foot for most of the game. That Troll had a great start. He had a Battle Fury, whereas Anti-Mage chose to go for the Diffusal Blade and just rely on the Empower, right? Which essentially gimped Magnus's mid-game ability to just play for himself because he had to follow the Anti-Mage around. But there were so many opportunities where it looked like Spirit found their in. They found their way back into the game, but it just kept swinging back and forth. That was nuts. We walked back from the green room when they were pushing Throne. We thought the game was over, but then suddenly there were 2 skewers back to Fountain. That was a roller coaster.
This is how you feel. This is how you feel when you're playing against Collapse. Like, you can't be sure that game is ever over when he's not dead and you're pushing the high ground, because at some point you're gonna end up in the Fountain, and this is what happened in this game as well.
But really, it just felt like, I mean, the Shadow Demon, in my opinion, played great. So many saves that game. So many times it just felt like, even though they found a really good initiation, that black hole was beautiful, dude. Just even the Enigma getting a Philosopher's Stone at like minute 17, it led up to
the whole game.
Yes, of course, it led up to this late game where he has Lincolns, he has a Refresher Orb, he has everything that he needs from position.
Oh, this moment from Gatoro barely escaped the Sunstrike, barely escaped the Chakram.
So close.
And it's so good by OG because
Boom,
look,
so close.
but both of those spells were an inch away. He was an inch away from death.
Oh!
Special shout out to JJ Observer with the toggle of the vision as well. Beautiful to see. And I mean, this was a game was all about initiation and counter initiation. Look at this black hole that's coming. There's gonna be 2 of those capped. It was never ending big team fight ultimates.
Yeah, they just didn't have an answer. Once Taiga was able to get both the BKB and the Lincolns, there was just no more options a lot of times for Spirit. They had to get like exceptionally creative. It basically came down to they always had to get the superior initiation. Whether it was killing Enigma first in the fight or just being able to dodge out that black hole somehow. I think that was part of the reason the Aghanim Scepter was picked up with the Animage and concept for sure, but didn't actually prove to be the winning ingredient for them. I mean, I think these late game fights were just too hard for Team Spirit in many ways. And props to OG. I think this play impressed me quite a bit. The fact that they stuck together constantly and did not leave openings for these Animage assassinations.
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty much the only play that Spirit had there, and OG read that like a book.
Yep.
So impressive. We were talking about Enigma being greedy. Taiga doesn't care. Taiga had that in his pocket, dude. He was just like, give me an elimination game, and I'll play my Enigma.
Lane. You know, I'll support Yuragi the way a good position 5 would, and then he still gets all the farm.
Yeah, I gotta say though, it's so difficult to play Dota when you're like 20k, 25k net worth behind, and you're playing against a save support like Shadow Demon. Every in that you find just can't be that good because you're asking yourself, where's the Shadow Demon? Where's the Enigma? Wait, I find the Invoker. Okay, I can grip the Invoker. Wait, never mind, we're gonna get Black Hold because I used Fiend's Grip on the Invoker. They were just playing around so many little abilities, not little, big abilities. It just felt like, it just felt way too difficult. And somehow, in spite of all of that, there were so many times where it looked like they were gonna pull the comeback out of the bag. So I'm floored, to be honest. I don't know if you can tell. That game blew my mind.
And you see what happens when Taiga gets an active hero that can actually do something in the game? Not Omni Knight, not Tank Protector. Like, you see what happens. Like, this team completely changes the way they play, the way he has a threat.
Dark Willow. Easy, 2-1.
Dark Willow sucks now. No, she doesn't suck. That's an exaggeration. I just don't like the Shadow Realm change.
I mean, even props to Team Spirit. Like, they played so well with the buybacks against the black holes. Like, they still managed to, like, deal with this somehow in the fights and like delay the game as much as possible.
Yeah. Speaking of buybacks, there were a lot of them, and then a lot of diebacks too. Yeah. That one time, Toronto Tokyo bought back Kunkka. It looked really good. Like they're gonna clean up everything. They used the black hole. They used the refresher shard. But all of a sudden, he gets 100 to 0'd by the troll. It's just, what do you even do when troll's 10 slotted and he's on top of your face?
Level 30. He's got everything he wants. So he was literally has everything. This game had everything we wanted out of this as well. You heard Fogged at the end of the cast, I think, like, wasn't this already a game 3? Because this is the way teams normally play when everything is on the line. And we definitely saw this from both squads. But it was only game number 2. And this feels like a very intense game to just start anew with the game 3, Cap.
Yes.
How do you get back to 0?
Well, I think even though we had all this craziness in mid to late game, if I'm Team Spirit anyway, I'm looking back and saying, like, I want to make sure we shore up our laning phase. So Roman and I were talking about, I actually thought they were going to get Monkey King instead of Animage.
Yeah.
And that would have set the tempo for perhaps they could have won that safe lane. I think all around, Dota's just really hard to win when you lose all 3 of your lanes, right? And Team Spirit still managed to like claw fought back a little bit in the mid game, but I think it just sets the pace for the rest of the game. They were kind of always behind. So I think looking forward to game 3, I think they're definitely going to put a strong focus on winning at least one of them.
At least one.
Yeah.
I also have to add that Magnus shard change after TI really showed this game, because so many times Collapse found a really great horn toss into Skewer, but they were able to get BKB off. In Timber's case, he was able to Timber chain away. You know, SC potential disruption. Like, that change was the most evident that I've seen it so far. So.
Yeah, it just gives the window to the enemies to actually do something during that time. And there was a lot of moments that that they survived throughout.
You know, it just makes you think that if this were pre-TI and Magnus, like, it would have won the game, because in the case that Invoker pressed BKB because he got horn tossed and had time, then they wouldn't have had to use Fiend's Grip on him. And if they didn't have to use Fiend's Grip on him, they could have used it to cancel the black hole, and Spirit might have actually won there. So Dota's just about all of these little things adding up into this gigantic result.
Yeah, it was a beautiful, beautiful end to that game, beautiful start to that game, beautiful game of Dota 2, and yeah, with an intense game like that, getting a good rest is very important. Having a little bit of a break to reset, very important. We're gonna do the same thing, so we'll be back with game number 3 after a short break.
Well, my first feelings, I was really nervous. I had a couple of invites to choose from, so that made me really exhausting at the time. Exhausted, I mean. Yeah. But in the end, I'm really happy with my decision. And, well, life hasn't changed much. I'm still playing Dota, I'm doing what I love. Well, for us, the season started really well. We played really good as a team, and I think we had a great opposition from the other teams. They played really well too. Can't say much about other regions. I think CIS region has many good teams. I mean, obviously we're screaming with them. We know how they play. Yes, of course, Chinese region is strong. We're looking at their replays a lot. Well, in fact, we only speak to Johan Tanotel as we bootcamp in his house. We're talking to him almost every day. He's giving us some insights on the game, too, sharing some thoughts. It's been great so far. Well, our coach, Chu, and Misha, our captain, they're mostly preparing our drafts, our strategies. Of course, we share ideas, we talk about the heroes that we want to play. Try it out during the scrims. Yeah, so that's mainly that. Maybe they're doing like 70% of the work on the strategy work. We all are making calls in game. Probably Tommy is calling a lot early game. Yeah, later on we join as a course. It changes from 10% to Rise, depending on the heroes and strategy. I actually like it, because, well, many people expected it to change a lot, but it didn't change the game drastically, just the heroes, and shifted the meta maybe a bit. Yeah, I like it. I think Dota is in a pretty good place right now. Ember Spirit. Tiny. And Fudge. It's a mess. I don't know. This hero, I think he has the lowest win rate actually, but feels overpowered when I play against it, and with it, I don't know. Rest in peace, Travamon.
I read the manga like 3 years ago, and I knew everything before. I moved in Kiev, like I lived 1 month, and so I'm going on bootcamp after that. I like what healing cells getting out from game, and any offlaner can't go to the lane, go from out of lane and farm creeps and be same level as me when he fucked up. I think it's funny hero, so I think most teams gonna pick him on 2 or 4 position. I heard Collab says this hero is super imba because he's just killing 4k HP hero without any reason. I think it's patch not enough big. I thought Landschaft gonna rework or something like that, but Valve thinks it's okay for game chance winning or something like that, for balance, so it's okay, we figured out. I think on carry so many heroes right now, like they up every single carry who was bad in the last patch, so I think we can pick more heroes.
A country of dreamers, built for dreamers. If there's one place that deserves this title, it is the United Arab Emirates. No other place that has achieved the impossible time and again just because someone dreamt it. Today, as we look to the next 50, we're looking for more dream power. We're looking for those who believe dreams can make our planet a better place. Welcome to the United Arab Emirates.
Welcome to Gamers Galaxy Dota2 Invitational Series Dubai 2022. The greatest Dota 2 teams of the world have gathered in the heart of the Middle East to battle in 3 stages. Teams will be divided into 2 equal groups. Round-robin best-of-1 format where first and second place of each group advance to playoff semifinals. 5th place of each group is eliminated. 3rd and 4th places of each group will have to fight through the play-in stage in best-of-3 format. Winners advance to the playoffs lower bracket. Playoffs. A double elimination bracket for 6 teams. All the matches are best-of-3 except for the best-of-5 grand finals. Watch Gamers Galaxy Dota2 Invitational Series Dubai 2022 with Gamers Galaxy.
It's fairly unlikely that we're gonna have 2 of those games in a row, but still I am hopeful. We're getting a 3rd game here between OG and Team Spirit, and after Team Spirit took game 1 fairly cleanly, It was an absolute bloodbath in game number 2. So we're kind of getting our hopes up here a little bit at Gamers Galaxy. I'm here with Cap, Effie, and Rezo, and we have a good draft on our screen already as well. We got another Invoker coming out, Rezo, from OG. Any changes you would make after a game like that? Because you could say both teams, obviously OG ended up winning, but both teams had good plans and it could have gone either way. So where do you look towards for the third game?
I mean, maybe address some Kunkka pick early on. Maybe should choose something different from Team Spirit. I agree with Cap that they need a stronger lanes for sure. Like you need to be able to win at least 2 lanes nowadays. And Team Spirit, like they're very capable of doing that. They're showing multiple times that they're really strong lane players as well as overall in the game. And I do want to address the Taiga as well. Like I just hope that he's gonna play like something really significant this game as well. Like maybe some Rasta, maybe some Enigma again, maybe even like after the Invoker, like just close up the Enigma pick.
Just no more Omni Knight for Taiga.
No more
Omni Knight.
Honestly, Omni Knight does feel like a hero with a lot of potential. It's just a shame to see it on someone who's so known for just changing the game with his plays. But okay, so they got Ember. This hero's busted. This hero's completely broken. But it seems like Invoker is able to hold his own against any mid hero this patch, really.
Yeah, and the funny part is they could still go Shadow Demon, not the same effectiveness of the Disruption save, but Purge is still really good against Ember Spirit. So it's kind of funny. I really thought Team Spirit was going to ban away BZM's Invoker. You know, because OG showed that they were willing to first pick it, I would not have given that to them a second time personally.
It does seem like it's what they're most comfortable playing around.
Yeah.
But the issue last game was it was just way too look at Omni Knight. Well, the hero does have a lot of potential, right? And you do have the Dispel for Fiend's Grip. And you've also got the Heavenly Grace, which is always nice. Like so far, Ember Spirit isn't the hero most likely to build a Nullifier.
Maybe Chuvash will play it? Is there?
Please.
You know?
Please.
But I do think that they had their solutions for Invoker. Like they had Fiend's Grip, they had RP, they had the Anti-Mage. However, that last pick Troll really fit into the game so well. So I think it's more so just making sure that they're not going to get completely outscaled and outmatched up by one hero in the last pick.
Yeah, for me it's not just it's not like you can't answer the Invoker, but I feel like the BZM's Invoker is crucial to be able to allow the greediness of OG's side lanes to be able to succeed at like 10-15 minutes, right? Because so much of their playmaking comes from his plays in that position. And I think Invoker is his best hero for that.
I absolutely agree with you on that, actually. He just feels so confident on it, and just like Roman said in the last panel, like he's up there with Miracle in terms of Invoker players right now, which is like that's a huge compliment, right? But just in terms of Invoker versus the first 2 heroes on Team Spirit, it's a pretty nice matchup for him, right? He's got the long-range Tornado Cancel for Fiend's Grip. It's very low commitment, and he can also purge off Flame Guard. So far, looking like a solid opener for OG.
I don't like it personally. I don't like the Omni Knight. I mean, once again, maybe they're gonna change the players who's gonna play on it.
Doesn't play
but I don't really see the purpose of it yet, because like Ember, I mean, yeah, you can remove some chains, but he's gonna like slide a fist your ass, right? And right now, Team Spirit,
right? Fiend's Grip as well.
Yeah, of course, but there's gonna be more disables. You can like remove all of them, and basically like the Bane Spirit, Bane, he can like wait with the Fiend's Grip until he uses the repel. But anyways, they decided to remove the Timber right now because like it's really hard to deal with. Like it's true they countered first game, and like second game they removed the Ursa to not have the counter pick anymore. So Anti-Mage was not a good answer. Like you can still get a good lane, but overall like it doesn't really affect the Timber gameplay.
They've also banned out Tiny, so it's taking out heroes that OG have been playing a lot, and it looks like OG have banned out 2 save heroes, right? They've banned out the Shadow Demon and the OD. So I wonder if they're going for some kind of bursty type initiator in the next round. Right, Mars is Awa. I didn't know that was a Mars. I didn't know what that looked like. Well, some kind of bursty initiator such as Mars to just kind of go in. The Shaman, we still haven't seen it yet. Both of these teams love that hero so much, and it's just kind of been off their radar this series.
And maybe they're looking for something like Slardar or Sinking for the armor, right? His comfort zone. Best heroes.
And there's the Shaman, but on the ban side this time around, and it will be an IO coming out from Team Spirit. Looking to pair that up with a nice hero. Does mean that we got our support duo with the Bane IO, most likely, right? I mean, slight chance maybe of IO core, but it is... I mean, I don't know, when I see Bane IO compared to Bane Mirana, it's a little less active.
It is, but it gives you strong lanes and it gives you a win condition, for sure.
And I guess strong lanes is what they needed, especially after last game where their lanes did not go so well.
Yeah, for sure. It's also just a broken hero, in my opinion, honestly. It just feels so strong in this patch, but it's also added save. I mean, OG have banned out 2 save heroes, so they are looking for something really bursty here. And honestly, Spirit are very comfortable playing some IO plus safe lane like duo running around. We've seen them do it so many times. So OG have to be careful to not encounter that Spirit snowball once again, like in game 1.
And OG is taking a lot of time at the moment into their bonus time. They will end up going for the troll once again. I mean, Uragi played it fantastically in that game number 2. This time without a Shadow Demon, but still a save with the Omni Knight, of course.
And this is why they banned basically the Shadow Demon and
the OD.
Yeah. It just sets up a good game for the troll.
I don't know, they don't really have any Yule Spires either on Team Spirit. I guess Bane and IO can, in theory, even the Ember if need be, but that's just, it feels like a necessary item versus troll in most games.
Now,
That's the hero for Taiga, right?
Okay.
Surely.
I will tell you. So I'm a big Willow fan.
Yeah.
Before Taiga played that Willow a long time ago, Shuvash was one of the only pros that played Willow. Like literally the only one.
Okay.
That I was able to watch and follow. So I would not be surprised to see Shuvash play the Dark Willow.
I think you give it to Taiga.
I mean, I think you should. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I think in terms of playmaker, yeah, it should be Taiga. But at the same time, I know that in terms of comfort, Chuvasha is comfortable on the Dark Willow.
So interestingly enough, I do think Willow has her merits versus IO in particular, and it's something that I noticed in the NA regional finals when TSM was playing versus EG. So basically, they would just drop the Bramble and the Terrorize right on top of the relocate and just instantly kill them after they reload in. So that is an interesting approach to playing versus IO that we actually haven't seen in effect a lot of times before. So in theory, it's nice.
Yeah. I mean, I do want to address the Team Spirit lanes. Right now, they look like they're weak. It looks like OG is gonna win 2 lanes for now. I mean, mid is gonna be even for sure, but bottom lane, Senking is not gonna pressure Troll whatsoever. He's gonna play for his own game, for his own items, item timings. They're gonna play on stacks
And
for sure.
we saw Omni Knight bully Bane before. We saw that he just shoved that Bane out of the lane completely if they do decide to lane him with the Sand King.
Effie, were you the one that mentioned Underlord earlier today?
I did.
We see him finally. It's the first time I believe we see him. It's banned, of course, but it is something that is on the radar, at least for Team Spirit.
I mean, it's actually not that bad here if they would have picked it on OG, right? The Pit of Malice is really nice versus Ember and IO, and it's like similar to Willow, right? You just drop it on top of the reload, cast all your spells, and they're in a bad situation. So it would have been really nice to actually see the new Underlord in effect.
I'm actually surprised that we don't see him very often in this tournament because the change was actually super big. I thought the Aghanims before was like really good on him and people should pick him way more often, but right now it's actually just an ultimate, and this ability to just, you know, change the position over the map, it means a lot in the games nowadays, and I just don't know why people are not using that yet.
That's a watermelon.
Yeah, I was thinking they just need some sort of like frontline big team fighter. You're tied. I think were the 2 that immediately came to mind.
I think it's an anti-mage, right?
They're
Another
Wombo.
anti-mage game.
They're a Wombo combo on OG. The potential is there. Their team fight is nuts.
Oh, we got some team fight on Team Spirit as well with an epicenter coming out from the Sand King. You know, that potential is there as well.
I guess it's not the same as like a Ravage into a Terrorize into a Cataclysm into the triple meteor, right?
That's fair.
There's like few heroes I would be looking at for Team Spirit. It's Luna and this is anti-mage.
How do you like Gyro?
I don't. You want them to pick anti-mage again here?
I mean, it's a good game for anti-mage, except like for troll.
How about a Monkey King?
So Cap
it's
actually
even
talked
better.
about this hero. The way that Yatura has been playing with these early diffusal blades, I think a Monkey King would just be much better at it than the Anti-Mage, to be honest. But I think that they do have to exploit the big cooldowns coming out of Ravage and the downtime that Troll's going to have with the Battle Fury build, right? So they're going to have to play this incredibly active Monkey King, Io, Ember, just run around the map and not let OG farm up their Troll, because this Troll is just going to be a monster in the late game, especially if you're looking at the potential of 2 Ravages, Invoker just popping off. Like, OG's scaling is off the charts again.
So did Team Spirit set themselves up for better lanes? That's step 1, right? Because that's where things went a little south in game number 2, Cap.
Well, they pick Sand King, so and they're also into a Troll lineup who always seems to win his lane. So that's tough. I almost think that they were like, that lane's going to be tough enough. We just focus on stacks, and our offlaner has to recover that way. But I actually think that if it's Taiga, Dark Willow, or Chuvash, whoever it is, and BZM's Invoker, I think it actually makes the Monkey King's game kind of hard. I actually like OG's draft here, but hard to always vote against Team Spirit.
That's true.
Yeah, I think Spirit have to play similar to what they did in Game 1, but the reason why they were able to play so oppressively in Game 1 too is just Ursa's ability to get that Aegis really early. They don't have that same ability with Monkey King, so they're just going to have to execute the lanes flawlessly and just take advantage of Troll's downtime. But yeah, I would give the scaling to OG, but we know what Spirit has to do to win, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely OG has a really strong 5-man lineup, but Spirit's gonna like split push them up and, you know, get to their timings and probably take over the game. I would bet the Team Spirit here.
All right, okay, we got a split panel this time around. I'm just hoping for an exciting game of Dota 2, and I know 2 people that would love that as well. It is over to Lyrical and Fog.
Thank you, Shiver. Oh, thank you for that. You can give me a little massage.
I don't know. We got to like reset ourselves a little bit, right? Like after that last one, we got a whole new fresh game on our hands.
Laning stage. Yeah. And that's where some of the problems will come up. The panel talked about it a little bit. We'll see how it ends up working, but I'm super stoked for this. The game is already underway as we get ready to hop into this. And yeah, you know, it's kind of crazy. The extent to which that could have just gone a completely different way. There were multiple opportunities where OG could have gotten knocked out, but they managed to stick with it and now are on the verge of knocking Team Spirit out of this tournament.
And with the Troll, again, right? Yuragi, he played amazing that last game. They've got Taiga backing him up too this time, but even more buff up, it feels like this time. He's got Guardian Angel, or he's got the Heavenly Grace as well as the Amplify from the Invoker that's going to be coming out. But Spirit, I feel like they've got a better fighting lineup this time. They're not waiting on an anti-mage forever to be able to come and join. Monkey King can join in the fight. Same thing for Ember really early on. So let's see how it goes, and let's see how lane goes. I think I'm going to be watching Amar, see how he does versus this Monkey King, because it could get pretty disastrous pretty quick. And let's see. Ooh.
Yeah, they're doing a good job of just getting out of there. I mean, Team Spirit, you walk up that hill, you might not come back down again.
30 seconds to battle.
But they're going to head on out. Try and trade off these bounty runes, easy peasy. But yeah, it's one of those things too where like, does he have X-Sword actually skilled up already?
He's up blank. He has nothing.
Okay,
nothing just yet. I think he's just waiting to see if he wants EMP or if he does want the Quas or.
Yeah, they get the D ward up there as well on OG. Getting some vision.
The D ward was actually Spirit were the ones who actually got the kill of the ward, but we do see the Sentry and the Ops placed up on the high ground. Yeah, speedy little Greevil, tethered Greevil.
Taiga back on his Omni again, throws out one of those hammers, and then we'll just head on back to the lane.
That is a strong lane, and oh, are they switching stuff up a little bit? It looks like they might be. They're thinking about it. They're trying to dodge. So Tide does not want a lane versus the Monkey King in the off lane, it seems like, and they wanted to have the Troll and the Omni Knight versus it, so let's see what the lanes end up being, because I think it's going to be some movement around this time around. People trying to avoid these matchups. So right now we have an Omni Knight farming top, and we have an IO farming bottom. And everybody else is just kind of trying to figure out the dancing of the lanes. That's fun.
Yeah, Bar's over there. Chu runs on through. Maposhka trying to get out of there.
Oh, he could be dead.
Right on top. Poshka wants to get out of there, and Chu gonna let him go because they want to get to the lane in time, I guess.
Yeah.
So yeah, it is the long walk down. Io getting some CS as well as Yadaro. And they're going to get the lane matchup that they want a little bit more, I guess, with this. Although they are bringing Maposhka as well, so they might decide to go for like a tri-lane or something for a bit. We'll see.
Okay. So they do get the Tide under in a safer position. He's still versus Sand King, so it's not like the easiest. Okay, yes, he actually went Sandstorm first, so I've seen a couple times the Caustic versus all those melee matchups, but has a Sandstorm, so that means Amar will be able to farm up top. think that's why he maybe perhaps high-fived him, actually.
Yeah.
Flame Guard immediately dispelled from Tornado. And yeah, I mean, we got tri-lanes. Tri-lane versus tri-lane. It's been a long time since we got to see this.
I've been waiting for this too. Like,
Yeah.
I feel like with all of the different switch-ups that we had seen, I was hoping we'd get a little bit more in terms of this.
This is an unbelievably strong tri-lane from OG. I gotta be honest with you. I don't think that Spirit can fight this one too easy.
I mean, you've got tons of regen, you've got brain sap. It feels like it should be strong, but Polska taking a ton of damage there. But at the same time, like you mentioned, they have a heck of a lot of burst and just brawly heroes.
Yeah. Once the Monkey King starts getting some levels, it starts to turn a little bit, but yeah, let's keep watching top. It's easy with the last hit, get the Caustics going. A lot of denies on the Tide already. 9 and 7 to the 4-0 of Sanking, so Collapse. The Sandstorm is not really working out here at the start. Yatoro will be okay.
Yeah, able to walk through those brambles, and obviously in a creep wave, it makes it a little bit more difficult to make anything happen, but trying to trade off hits. Taiga still beating everything out of him, and well, actually might be in trouble. Do they manage to find first blood? Still hasn't been drawn yet, and it looks like he's going to salve back up and stay survivable. So looking pretty good there. 19-1 on the Ember so far versus the 13-6 for the Invoker, and of course that big discrepancy that we're seeing is going to be the Tide versus the Sand King.
Yeah,
that's rough.
It's pretty crazy actually. How much of an advantage he has because of that. And oh, we see the Ogre Smash. He's been hit. Been hit the once while he's trying to perhaps get the stack, and he can't even get the stack because the Ogre Smashes again.
Dude, he's so mad. He's so mad.
I love the new jungle. He doesn't react at all, but he pings and he gives a little, gives a little laugh. Still doing good. He's got 19-1, but the Invoker's pulling ahead with those 7 denies. Collapse.
Yeah, has to be careful. He's taking a lot of damage there, although throwing a little bit back with the Caustic like you were talking about. Yeah, this is going to be kind of on the edge of your seat here a little bit. If they end up finding like a nice Caustic blow-up, it could be a lot of damage back onto that Tide, but obviously still going quite well for him.
Ooh. He's got the stun. Willow.
The strike comes on out.
The axes, they can't fight in the axes.
Yeah, it's way too much. Yadro has to back out. Roger gets the courier snipe, actually, so that's something.
That was bold. Turn for it. No, I actually really miss tri-lanes.
I mean, it's interesting that there hasn't been a kill still in this tri-lane.
Yeah.
But they do get that pull-off.
It is because you mentioned, I mean, there is a lot of healing, right?
Yeah.
We have Brain Sap, we have Overcharge. On the other side, we have Purification, plus once he gets Heavenly Grace too, so... Yeah, both like dancing around it. Amar continues to own the top lane though, 24-11 to the 19-1. Sanking started to farm some jungle camps.
So what are the things that we should watch out? Oh my god, he just beat him down.
He's got the dust.
Tries to survive, but it's not going to happen. He gets the solo kill. A little grin there on his face, feeling good about himself.
He brought himself a dust, very unexpected. I don't think Collapse saw it in time.
Gets punished heavily.
This Tidelander is going to be a menace. He's going to be so farmed this game.
Yadro turns, wants to fight, getting a lot of heals. But it is still taking so much damage, and is going to have to heal off the creep wave here with the Jingu.
It's going to be a problem for him all game on Yatoro. These axes, they're going to be really obnoxious. That miss rate is pretty ridiculous, of course.
Yeah. So far, it's going quite well in the other two lanes for OG. And obviously bottom, Monkey King is getting a good amount of farm, a little bit more than Yuragi.
That's actually surprising. I thought Yuragi was going to be able to get guaranteed these last hits, but I guess just there's so much battling going on. Ooh,
able to get out of there.
He's stuck around though.
Yeah.
Now he might die, but BCM's here.
They make the big rotation. That's a nice one. Yadro's trying to get out, but Maposhka, he's not going to be so lucky. Going to get the courier before he goes down, though. So that's something. And actually, they have to sort of re-go back onto him. And that buys enough time for Yadro to get out of there.
I mean, what an early move. That's like at the 5-minute mark, immediately makes a port down. That's an early one for sure. Amar, he gets the mask. I like this. Now he can do the 1v1 even better because he can sustain, and he's got another dust.
Burrow strike afterwards. Trying to do some damage there, but Collapse just keeps on tanking through this.
Sandstorm starting to add up, though.
There's another creep wave coming in.
He's thinking about it with like Ravage into Anchor Smash on creep wave because he heals, but
Collapse
also thinking about it.
Yeah. Oh man, this is a fun little matchup. Yeah.
Let's. I know the tri lane is really hype, but this is also okay. And man, JJ, thank you very much.
Got that right. Yeah, nicely done. So they take down the Omni Knight.
Yes, thank you, Observer JJ. Perfect. Yeah, we got to see this kill. Tri-lane action going on. Sand recovering. Monkey control relatively even. Monkey a little bit ahead. And Tokyo is getting that very good start in mid. Does lose his flame guard. Dodges the EMP.
Good for him. The
Miposhka
coming in.
Taiga knew this was coming.
Yeah, they were super ready.
He was already TPing in before Miposhka even showed. Because that ward did see him rotating.
Oh, collapse! They take him down afterwards.
He puts his hand. It's the big win. He gets the XP. Oh, they're both having so much fun though.
They can see each other across.
Oh, that's great. Oh, I love that they're both having such a good time in the 1v1.
I like that he put his hands up and then collapse saw it. That's so good. Well, 1K gold lead right now for Team Spirit. And gonna try and make another go of it here, possibly? Nah, he's just gonna keep farming.
Are they both just gonna instantly TP back to the top lane too? Yeah, I believe so. We're just gonna continue with the 1v1 up top. Bottom continues tri-lane. Oh, I love this. 7 minutes not moving the lanes. Oh, it's amazing.
I mean, when one of them does leave, like, there's still a level 2 Willow here.
They're like level 8s and level 9s, and there's level 2 supports. Like, it is gonna be pretty crazy.
Yeah, the big, strong heroes, where are they gonna go?
Yuragi throws out the preemptive axes, zoning them away.
Yeah. These poles that keep on getting off here, they've had a really good opening for it for Team Spirit.
I think that's what's causing Yuragi to have that little bit of disadvantage in the last hits just because of that Taiga. He'll steal the big creep away. But now might get got on. He used the heal on himself.
Jumps out afterwards. Rooted for the moment, Miposhka needs to do some fancy footwork to get out of there.
BZM TPs, but they placed a lane ward. When Miposhka died earlier, he did get that down, but they do get the grab on Yatoro.
Still taking a lot of damage, but the heal comes out. Will it be enough? Tornado afterwards. Yatoro still living. They're rotating in the Ember, and he actually lives.
And the Ember hurts.
Miposhka.
DD rune
goes down.
DD Ember.
Oh, can they do any more? They've already used the Tornado. A lot of chunks, but the root is there. Goes for the Remnant in, looking for more now. Can they do it with the DD Cold Snap? As well as the DOT coming through onto both of them, and he has to back out of there, but they can maybe go in with Yatoro to find anybody, but no. OG just gonna back out together, holding hands.
They all get away.
Just nobody died.
Just Miposhka dies. So that lane ward, it was Miposhka who placed that one earlier when he was dying. Since he saw how early BZM was TPing down, he wanted to keep tabs of it, and yeah, absolutely does. I'm surprised Tokyo doesn't get a kill with the DD, honestly. He still might, because how much the damage the slight does.
Oh, he breaks the salve.
Getting close.
Thinking. And Remnant's out. But, I mean, still, this is a lot of time spent over here. And Miposhka, he takes over mid now again.
He just, I mean, that Ember DD just pushed 4 heroes out of the bottom lane. That is massive. As top, of course, we can take a glance back up there for a second and watch the fun. The 1v1 continues.
Yeah, only 200 gold separating those two players.
Great recovery from Collapse. And he's not even that much XP behind. It's still like a level or so, but it's...
Yeah, they're basically on the same level.
Yeah.
But... I mean, I guess that's the thing, too, is like, how do you feel like these two heroes are going to be able to control the state of the game going forward? Because they're going to be the most powerful heroes probably in the map, potentially, for a little bit.
I mean, they're both going to be crucial inside of the fights, for sure. The Sand King is always that super active role as a Toro.
Dodges some of the damage. Roger's still there, regenning for all he's worth, trying to live through this one. But they take off the Pajingo immediately afterwards. Still living.
The heals.
As long as he can. Needs to get another one. Heal back up. Turn on to Taiga. Yatoro finds the finish. Will eventually get brought down. And now Roger might pay the ultimate price as well, as there's nothing to tether to. Gets stunned. There's the cold snap. Dead as well. Nice couple kills.
Still comes out to almost like a fairly, not like an even trade, but it's like he gets the return kill on the Monkey King in a 2v3, so he isn't too unhappy on the side of Spirit, but that's still very close. 1K advantage still for Spirit after that whole movement that happened bottom, I believe. And I think they'd had to probably spend a little bit more on regen and stuff like that in comparison to Spirit, who has just an overcharging IO buffing up the Monkey King. Monkey King also has the Jingu.
Oh, yeah.
I think they got a little bit more out of that bottom lane. As you see, Monkey King 4,300. Our troll is only at 3,400.
Yeah, that's not insignificant at all.
No, that's quite big, actually. 900 is nothing to laugh about. And see what they react to. I mean, BZM is just continuing to come down here.
I mean, to be fair, he's probably not going to be able to kill the Sand King easily. Roger, they have the Sentry Ward down.
But now, speaking of the Sand King, Collapse is here. He's joining in down bottom, too.
Join in the fun. Yatoro, is he baiting or is he dying? Which one is it going to be?
Ooh,
oh, they didn't get it!
Did he untether?
Yeah,
I think he double-clicked it. It looked like he double-clicked it.
That one hurts. Collapse, though. Thinking about going, but he's right on top of the ward. They know. They see all of this. Oh, man. Team Spirit. That's got to be a little frustrating, but he still goes in. Okay, Taiga.
Look at the one. BZM was very ready.
Yeah. Maybe a second?
Might be able to. No, not quite.
But it looks like they want to take this tower with this catapult here.
They just gave away the reward. That play right there, they just gave away that there's side vision there. Collapse. Oh, he jumps in, but chooses 6.
Burrow, nicely played there to get some separation. And Tornado afterwards. Chu in trouble, and the Sandstorm will be more than enough. So they take that kill too. Wow. Now pressuring this tower. Miposhka looking for more. Do they have vision? The dust is there. Burrow Strike comes through yet again. Miposhka hoping to survive through this.
Heal.
And good amount of damage coming back from Taiga. They get the hit. The hammer comes through, and that gives them 6. Oh, Taiga!
And he's healed with the urn too.
That might keep him alive enough. Oh, but the Burrow Strike is there. Too much magic damage in the end.
I mean, this Sand King and Io do absurd amount, but now here comes Mark.
Yeah, there it is. Ravage is out, and that's going to be enough to take him down. But Toronto shows back up. One by one, they keep coming in, and Taiga, he's going to die most likely to this Ember. And on the other side, Roger's going to die to the combo of the Tide and the Dark Willow. Just madness.
And in the meantime, top, now we have the TP. Miposhka, I think he gets the grab on the troll. He gets the sleep. He's got Fiend's Grip. And they're going to find another big one.
Yeah, just going to drop the whole Wukong's command down. No fuss, no muss. Gets the finish.
I was about to say, I think, I can't really tell entirely who it ended up favoring, but then right there at the end there, boom, Miposhka ends up pulling it into favor of Team Spirit. I was going to ask if we could get a quick replay to see if he did double tap tether, but I'm pretty sure we all saw the double tap tether. And with the chaos that's happening in this game, I don't know if we have any points for that one, so don't worry about it.
Yeah, we'll just assume that's what went on, but at least for now, it is back to the races potentially, or they want to sit down for a little bit and chill. They're going into it as a Blink Dagger. Oh, here it is.
Yeah, like right. I think he just double tapped it. Yeah, he double tapped.
It happens.
Yeah.
But oh, I thought that was another kill.
I thought we just won. I was like, no! We've done it to JJ, but no. No feels missed. Toro camping in trees, scouting Taiga.
They have Yuragi nearby. This is a hard kill to get, but they're bringing numbers. Yeah.
Collapses on the way. He's not empty.
They get him again.
That would be huge.
They're looking. They want him to. They're waiting for him to come back to the triangle.
He's already starting to fall a bit behind that Monkey King. 1,000 gold behind. They're ready.
Epi, big kill if they can get it. Wants to go. Relocate in afterwards. Do they have enough Taiga there for the heal though? And Yatoro not quite going to be able to find him. So instead, it's going to be Taiga that drops as they jump, dodge that tornado. Collapse needs to get out of dodge as the relocate is going to pull him back home in just a moment. So they get one kill. Would have been cool to get the other.
Might be able to get this one though.
Okay, can only tornado one, and it's not going to be enough. ZM dropping down, dies, and a good nightmare afterwards. That keeps Collapse alive for the second. Oh, the gush comes out, wants to get in and heal. Oh, Collapse! Oh, gets the blink away.
Help, he says.
Nicely done.
3K lead off of these last few moves. Finding BZM, finding these big core kills has been huge for Spirit, and potentially this mid tower.
Oh, Tokyo, he makes it happen. Again, both these teams fighting for their lives.
I love that. I mean, I'm loving these tips that are coming. These aren't even like BM tips. There's a lot of like fun and like respectful tips that are. I love it. It's good.
Just some guys loving playing Dota.
10 to 10. Just lots of chaos, of course. 3K lead though, as we mentioned. Spirit coming out ahead since that Invoker and Troll did get picked off a couple times.
Well, and of course, the other big thing is the map control that we're going to see here. It's the 2 Tier 1 towers taken.
Yep. And a DD rune inside the bottle of the Ember. So it's eyes on BZM to dispel that one with a tornado in the midst of a team fight, because that could be a big game changer, at least inside of the next fight.
Mech done on the IO. BZM going to try and get around Scout.
It's so crazy how it's mech done. You see like 2,500 net worth, right? But it's mech's done.
Yeah.
That could be really strong.
Sentry Ward is here.
That could counteract a lot here. Sleep. He cast it like as the fade was happening too, so.
Transfers it over. Yatoro wants to get out of there. Roger still got eyes on him, but down bottom they could go for something else here, but no. Yeah, BZM's playing really well around this Ghost Walk. Doesn't want to get caught out by any random sentries. Because he can definitely die still with that relocate coming in.
And look how ready Miposhka is. 2 dusts, he's got sentries, he's fully ready to relocate.
Oh man, Terrorize want to keep him alive, but they come on in with Yatoro, and BZM will get the kill on Miposhka. Maybe, no, he doesn't. Can't get that one either, so they take down both, and that ward placed down early by Spirit is what set it up.
Starting to get quite a lot on the map. Battle Fury's finished for the Monkey King. bit ahead of the Troll Warlord by a decent chunk, too.
Yeah, that is really good for them.
And they're back top immediately. That's the thing about IO is like you make a play and you can immediately get back to farming and potentially making a secondary play.
And this is the DD. This is a big one if they can take down Amar. And slowly but steadily whittling him down. The rest of the team is coming in. They've got Omni Knight, but can they get there in time to heal him back up? Heavenly Grace comes out as well as that Purification. Root afterwards, thought about going. Still, Yatoro in the area. And they have creep waves. They see all of this. Dude, the fact that he's sticking around right now, he's such low HP.
He's got to be very careful. What was that? That was haste and DD? I think he had. He had both. Yeah, he was able to just play around to both of them, hitting him constantly. Doesn't quite get the kill, but again, makes the space. Monkey King able to continue farming now top.
And Troll is almost there in terms of the Battle Fury as well, and then he's going to start scaling in that same way.
But 1,700 behind. He does have Alacrity and stuff like that, but that's in the midst of team fights. That's not a farming accelerator.
Right.
Monkey King's got IO always at his back. So he's going to be joining the fights, and he's also going to be farming with Overcharge that much quicker. So OG, they're looking to find some type of move to get themselves to stop and slow down the Spirit aggression that's been happening. The Spirit is starting, I think, they've gotten like 5, 6 something kills in a row.
Yeah, it's just been all them for the last couple of minutes here.
Yeah. There's a couple little dots that we see from them getting like some towers and stuff, but yeah, it's been mostly Spirit getting all the kills in the last few moments.
Roger coming on in, either hoping to break some smokes or get some wards down, but they run into Taiga there. Whoop. Drops down the ward afterwards. And will just try and TP out. Can blow the Ravage if they want. Feels bad though. Oh, and there it is. Cold snap in time.
Yeah, I don't think for that one you definitely can't go for a Ravage. They can go set up like Roche or something. Like I mean, their lineup actually can't really do Roche, but yeah, don't want to blow Ravage for that. Gem. 18 minutes. Okay. I guess they do definitely feel like they're losing like map control quite significantly, and they are playing versus the Sand King, so can definitely understand that.
Well, and I mean, so many times this Invoker too has been like hunting around with Ghost Walk. If he gets caught, it's a bad thing. And speaking of getting caught, Chu just explodes there.
Melted.
I mean, OG backs up against the wall. Are they going to be able to hold out against this aggression coming from Team Spirit? Like, they're taking over the map, shutting it down. Things starting to look a little bit scary, but they do get that D-Ward now, so the gem coming into play already.
Yeah, he saw the IO like walking up. The IO doesn't, when IO is not attached to somebody, he's doing something like warding or some type of funny business like that. He's always just tethered. So, yeah, easy D-Ward. Continue to play around their vision, both teams, actually.
Bottom tower is
Regen rune for Ember now, going in towards the BKB next. And BZM already Witchblade done, trying to go into the Boots of Travel. A little bit of a different build this time for him.
Yep. D-Ward.
And might get punished for this one. Burn there, Gush immediately. They have the Nightmare, but Maposhka going to be brought down. And more Urn charges in towards the Invoker. Well, Toronto Tokyo.
There's like not really too many things he has to worry about. The Willow has to be there, plus the Tidehunter in order for them to have a chance to get him as Amar. Wants to try to catch something here. Roger. He gets away. Stops the tower push though.
Yep. Well played, well played. Lead staying steady. Sand King going in towards the Shard next. And at the 20-minute mark here, we're going to see OG. I mean, with the BKB coming out on Ember, do you think you can start playing that much more aggressively? Like, do you want to hit that timing super hard? Or are you comfortable farming later?
I think they're comfortable farming, but I think Spirit is still looking for any top opportunities because they can outnumber, like with the IO, with the relocate all the time. I think they've noticed that OG's been a bit split, so I still think they are very fight ready, but doesn't mean that OG isn't. They have Ravage at the ready at all times, too, so.
Smart. Went on in there, but Collapse is going to be able to get out.
Nice little sneak.
Yeah. So, again, playing behind the Tidehunter.
Okay, and this is another little amplify. I mean, this is something I kind of forget because it's not bought on anybody else, but on Tidehunter, Vlad's is definitely a viable purchase. It's going to be really nice for that troll to have that little bit of extra lifesteal and damage in fights.
Maybe he's going to get the cool item.
I don't think so. I wish, but it just, I don't know why it reduces the aura. I'm just going to keep saying that. As Miposhka.
Toronto Tokyo actually remnanted over in the area here as well, and they're on to the Tide. Poshka getting brought down low is going to fall here most likely, although Tide's on the other side, they're still fighting. ZM, the BKB, this is the reveal of it. Maposhka still living. Sunstrike is out though, and they get that kill. So a long chase down, and that was the BKB used also from the Ember. So some good stuff going the way of OG there. And the BKB just now done on Monkey too.
Collapse continues to just pump fake.
Are they hunting?
I think so.
Has been killed.
Well, they're kind of looking. They get the courier snipe. But no, they're going to let them stay on that corner of the map, it looks like.
Taiga's just being very cautious. I'm surprised he doesn't have like his courier just lingering in the area just in case of anything, but he is being very careful with his positioning with that gem.
Yeah, you can't give that one up.
No. That would be... I mean, versus Miposhka already, who's been like the king of vision for the last like 8, 9, 10 months.
Well, and then just beyond that too, like the sort of gold lead change that you get and how it shuts down everything.
Yeah. Map control is always everything.
Haystrin up top. Don't know if we're going to see...
Got killed.
Never get that one. Okay, there you go.
Yeah, and BZM's using Forge Spirits to farm and to do all that. Let's see our levels. Level 17 on Ember Spirit, level 13 on BZM. He's getting a bit behind on that experience.
God, 17.
Yeah.
And getting a level 3 ulti there for Ember. I mean, this is the scary time, too, if they can get into that Aghanim Scepter. But likewise, a couple of BKBs coming out. Most notably probably for the Troll.
Yeah. Definitely going to need it. Significant amount of damage that Spirit has coming out from that sinking and Ember Spirit. Just that magic will be overwhelming. But it's only him who has it, so the rest of them are still pretty susceptible. Well, everybody but Tide and him are susceptible to all the burst.
That being said, you get a Tide jump in there, Blink Ravage. All of a sudden, the BKBs might not matter, but jump right at the start and dead. Chu gone. Sleep on the other. Taiga. Now they train back over the Nightmare. They're grouped together. Oh, that's bad. Mar needs to get the heck out of there. Taiga pops the ulti afterwards. The Bro Strike comes through, bringing him low. They're taking a ton of damage on Taiga, but he will eventually die.
Gem is recovered. He got to the high ground with the gem, though.
That's what they needed.
Yeah. Fear?
Monkey King should be fine.
Yeah, they can't commit for it. The Guardian Angel kept them alive a lot longer than I thought they would have. Mar.
He's in trouble. Ravage comes out in the midst of the jump, but he's still going to die. Oh no, that is not what they wanted to have happen. And Team Spirit looking for more. They're not stopping. Oh, Yuragi turn. He wants to fight. Thinking about it.
Yuragi can't man fight with the IO there.
Chasing. Chu again in trouble. Chu
he
dead.
Just fought back. He's dead for 60.
Tornado lift up, but I mean, it's not doing anything right now. The huge win right here for Team Spirit again. And if they want to, could go for another objective.
It was this defensive kind of Ravage that he had to use, not an ideal one by any means, and just ends up ticking down to the overwhelming magic damage. Sandstorm plus this Ember, who also, I believe I saw he did go the Flame Guard talent. These heroes are just getting lawnmowered. They just walk right past him and they get burned. Like the Willow goes in Shadow Realm and he just dies in like 2-3 seconds from that dot damage.
It happens so quickly. Yeah. And I mean, again, you want to be able to tornado that off. With the BKB, it makes it a lot more difficult, and they were just right on top. So another great fight, and at least for now, Team Spirit in control of this game, as in the real world, they are going to start taking down this Roche.
No Ravage, right? So they know that's probably the only opportunity that OG can fight with, and no Guardian Angel. So it's actually the two biggest ones that they have to be worried about.
Yeah, slow, steady burn down there, and was hoping to make something happen with the last second Ravage, but ends up just being brought down. And you can see Sunstrike comes through, scouts the Roche is being taken, but they are nowhere in position.
And they can't fight. They can't fight without the Ravage anyway, as we've seen there a couple times now.
Would have been cool to steal the Roche, though. But
yeah.
No luck.
Game's feeling a bit difficult. BZM, as we've mentioned a couple times, falling significantly behind and playing into these very early BKBs that we've seen picked up already from the two cores of Spirit. It's going to continue to make his life quite difficult.
Well, you know, the panel, they were talking about it, like Chu very comfortable on the Dark Willow, but there's some questions here. Like Playmaker has tended to be Taiga in these ones, and he's on the Omni Knight this time. And right now, caught completely out of position. Yuragi pops the BKB, but the chase down is there. Taiga there to try and help him. TP's out, Tornado afterwards. But it looks like at least one likely is going to fall here, unless Taiga actually gets out completely.
Oh,
but on the
big
other side, the Invoker. Well played there with the Spirits, but slow, steady, and dead.
Miposhka knows he's caught. He's like, I don't need to use Fiend's Grip. He just starts already walking for the next kill or to place wards down. Yeah, he's always on top of that. Yeah, the game is really starting to get very difficult for them to take any fight. Like even with Ravage, because of these BKBs that Team Spirit rushed. It's really out of control. 8K gold lead.
I mean, again, you're going to have some like solid high ground defense if it comes to that for the side of OG, but you know, you're losing all map control at this point. It's a 9,000 gold lead. They just now get a haste run.
And your supports are just going to die to fodder in the fights. The Ember Spirit, I believe, has Aghanims done in a second. So Tokyo's just going to be able to like throw, have no real risk at all in the game.
Look at this psycho.
Poking and prodding and killing all these supports with no problem. Yeah, it's Toronto Tokyo, one of the most aggressive players I think we've seen of all time. So
he's ready to go again.
Yeah, he's pushing his limits.
And they've still got that Aegis still on the Monkey King as well. 4 staff for Tide. He's going in for the refresher next. Yeah, this is this next couple of minutes. They got to weather the storm on OG, and for the side of Team Spirit, they are, well, they are the storm.
Yeah, pretty much. And it's looking at the map, right? All the lanes are being pushed in, so what you like when you're OG like this, you're like, okay, we have to start making sure we deal with these side lanes, but you're playing into IO, right? Yeah. So it's like we can't actually show our faces by ourselves. We have to stick like this because we're gonna get outnumbered.
I'm gonna go for some type of a play here. That'd be kind of intense, but I think just like you said, sticking together, hoping to get some farm onto that troll. IO, Taiga. They're smoked up again.
Ag's done. Ember Spirit. Massive on Toronto Tokyo this time around too. And he's got, oh, of course, he finds himself a Mind Breaker too, all right? Really frustrating to play against. I know all supporters are with me.
Oh.
So one slight, you get Mind Break, then you're just dead because you can't Heavenly Grace, you can't Shadow Realm or something like that. So that could be a really big one too.
This wraparound. They're going to run right into Yuragi. Whoop, claps. They spot him. Remnants goes out. Chase, root there. Taiga's on the other side though.
Yeah, they saw him for a second.
They know he's in the area. Goes for the good kill. And now, maybe for more. Oh, the relocate comes in. Can they bring him down? Yuragi, BKB tries to run.
Another fully defensive BKB.
It hurts, and they find him. Shu goes down. The buyback afterwards on Taiga. ZM, he's just going to go to try and push out bottom lane. I mean, it's all you can do right now.
A DD spawns bottom.
Yeah.
And like I was mentioning, it's like look at Chu, his poor game. Like he's just dead every single time. Like one slight and an Ember just runs by him. Yeah, his items. He's got the shard, which is valuable, but besides that, nothing to protect himself really.
Radiant's middle tower.
PZM at least has this ward that he can kind of play around here. Very necessary.
They still seem to know. They see the Forge Spirit, so they're like, he was somewhere here. Collapse.
Yeah, they see
Collapse.
See him. Oh. I mean, he saw Collapse go by there. Yeah, not going to give him the tip. There you are.
Very close to getting Yuled. Very, very close.
Team Spirit on the hunt constantly.
And look at OG. They're trapped in their base.
I mean, again, they've been able to dodge the big, terrible team fights that could have worked out from this with the Aegis, but, I mean, you've lost so much, like you said.
They're getting so far behind.
Yeah.
All 3 cores are soon to surpass the Troll, even the Sand King.
They've got the Aghanim Scepter done for the Monkey King.
And a crit, and he is enormous.
No.
Like, oh my goodness.
Yadaro's had an amazing series.
Yeah. I mean, Tokyo, 704. He's had a hell of a game now. As we see pointed out, of course, like level 22, level 20 on Monkey King. The damage is just so high on this lineup.
The fights feel like they need to be perfect from OG. And to be honest, like if you do manage to get a big Ravage, they're all grouped together, but it kind of relies upon Team Spirit to be in rough positioning.
Yeah, and you have to kill the IO. If you don't kill Roger, he's going to probably full heal the majority of that damage that comes out very quickly, or be able to relocate and completely change the tides of the fight. Yeah, not easy for OG by any means. And now, Collapse, of course, picks up an E-Blade himself too, so he's got a secondary way to protect targets if the Troll is focusing on somebody, or he's got ways to burst targets down if they are. Guardian Angel, as we've seen a couple times on top of everything.
Very, very cool. And the smoke out.
Okay, they get a Nullifier, and that's when they feel like they can actually make a move here.
They've got to get something. They need to sort of stop the bleeding a little bit here. There's a Remnant nearby Collapse, so if the fight does break out there, it would go pretty well for Team Spirit, but they're wrapping around for the big go. They're trying to find somebody who's pushing out this lane, and, well, there's somebody there. This is a nice one. Yadaro shows this is huge. If they can get this kill, this is perfect. Ravage immediately, blow everything on him, but look at him! Roger comes in and he gets him out!
Oh my god, Roger was ready.
It's not fair!
The heals, he had the Holy Locket plus the mech, it was enough, and now Ravage down, and OG has to run.
That is unbelievable! Whoop. Shu gets out.
Oh, Roger. Great read of the map. The one ward that they have on the side of OG they were using because they had some information in the river watching some of the Team Spirit heroes, but damn, what a play.
They literally could not have dropped more things on our
Look at that. The Ravage isn't even done. Reload's already been gone. heal, Holy Locket, makes the difference.
Gets him out. And he's just, you know, pogo sticking away. Really, really good stuff there. I mean, that was so much of everything that OG tried to do. They had to get that play.
Yeah, and now, I mean, Team Spirit has massive opening on the map for about a minute and a half or so.
Right. I mean, there's no Roche to take at the very least for Team Spirit. There aren't really that many objectives left to claim, except for that Tier 2 up in the top lane, which they're going to have to give up now on OG.
But a Tier 2 top lane also means they get control of the whole triangle too, so now OG, they're not going to get nearly as much farm on the map, and I think Spirit is...
They're running away with it.
Very happy, and yeah, running away quite hard with this one now, these last few moments.
Trying to make all of those neutral items get into his inventory. They're stacking up jungle, doing what they can. These EM spots Toronto Tokyo here, and it's not an easy kill. I mean, he's still got his BKB.
So strong.
Like,
he's 2,800 HP as well, like, and their base is already getting sieged.
Team Spirit, they're there, up on high ground. Throw out the shard with the Curse Crown, but no Ravage for follow-up. And Taiga, he's found over here by Toronto Tokyo. Over in the jungle, they're bringing him down lower and lower, and Yadaro still living through this. He's getting the heal. Also has BKB afterwards if they need it. Collapse, jumps in, tries to take down BZM. Not quite going to have the full kill yet. And afterwards, threatening to terrorize, but Chu is just going to get a root. But look at this, they dropped the Wukong's command.
And there's no Taiga for 60, so this Rax is just gone.
Yeah, Team Spirit, they're going to claim this objective. Absolutely no way to fight this one for OG, and they're just going to have to look forward to the next Roche, or rather Ravage. Chu, half HP there. Poor guy.
They're getting so much out of them. Every single time it's a mistake that comes out from OG, Spirit capitalizes heavily. 18k gold lead. Remember when we said the game, game score 10-10?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 11 kills, and not even just that, they've had full map control of farming too, so it's not just that kill differential. They're getting all the objectives as well.
It's interesting. Again, a lot of the games I've seen of them, it's around that 15-minute mark. You get a little bit later, and their map movements are really hard to deal with, it feels like, on Team Spirit.
And yeah, Toro has a full silver edge that he picked up on top of an ulti orb, so now he can break the Tidehunter too, so they can actually they could effectively just focus fire Amar and kill him instantly inside the fights too. And Roche is up. They're definitely ready for that one.
All right, well, Taiga, he respawns, and gotta go. Fighting is the only way out of this one. You're not going to farm your way back into this. And OG,
I think Spirit's fine. I think Spirit isn't going to walk into the Roche. They want the fight.
Yeah.
Like, they know they can take the Roche, but they'd rather just take the fight and it's over pretty much. So, Scout on the Sunstrike.
Toronto Tokyo is an impossible kill to get.
They know they're smoked. Look at top lane.
Yeah.
It's already starting to shove in.
So tough for OG. Again, on the back foot, hoping to take this down. Roche. Oh.
They kill it without having to commit like anything because of the Monkey King.
Oh no! Yadaro's gonna get this one down. And it's so hard. They're showing on the lane over there. Now they're gonna run in, zoning out Mar.
They can't get in there now.
Looking for
Amar,
Bling. Oh, but the Nightmare comes out! And they're gonna get him over to the side. They take down Chu. Aegis is there on Yadaro. Yuragi trying to run away. The BKB is there, but there's the Burrow Strike. Now looking for more. Force Staff keeping him alive for now. But Poshka on the other side, he's just waiting. The Nightmare is there. He's got the grip if they need it afterwards, but he's hanging on to it for the moment. They're just trying to get home. They just want to go home.
Another buyback force from these poor supports on the side of OG. Spirit just, it's full control, and Amar never once, he's pump faking Ravage, but he's never even defined opportunity. This time he was spotted by the ward, so they just controlled him while they finished off Roche.
Execution, they're looking so clean.
Yeah, it's flawless really from Team Spirit this game. After a bit of a funky laning start, of course, as we saw, but ever since that, as you said, ever since that 12-15 minute mark, it really did seem like they just complete control. I mean, Tokyo has had a marvelous game. He even has a refresh. Oh my God.
Yeah, he's got some stuff.
Oh my. Level 25 also.
Ready for some remnants?
It's so early in the game for him to have this.
Yeah, he is. Oh, he took the 2 slights. Interesting. Oh, and there it is.
That's a BZM.
Yeah, that one hurts. That one really hurts. He gives him the tip back from earlier. And yeah, 25k gold lead, but ready to keep these lanes pushed in. Starting to beat it down. Yadaro hitting tier 3 tower. Now
they can't stop him. And there's no way they can go on the IO either. Like, Roger's just like, okay, I'm just chilling right here, buffing up and healing my carry.
Trying their best. But the Remnant comes in one time at the very least. Slight, go Scepter, keep Mar fine for the moment. Another round of Remnants, Chu dead. Didn't stand a chance. Wukong's command is down. He's Remnanting through more and more and more. There is the BKB, and then finally the Glyph coming out. But again, hoping to stop this. Walks in, 4-step. Wanted to go for the Ravage, but doesn't end up doing it.
It's into an Aegis, so it's just like, you know, he doesn't want to just throw it. He has to get like 5 heroes. We see Toronto filling back up. He's got the Remnant down.
Ready to come in again at a moment's notice.
I mean, Chu's still dead for 40 seconds, so he just killed him before anything even was noticed.
All right, Rudolph, lift up there with the Yule Scepter. E-Blade afterwards, why not? Double Remnant, good chunk of damage. Will it be enough though? Sleight of Fist, Toronto Tokyo going 1v4 because that's his style.
They're Raxing.
And they're taking it all.
Yeah, they're megging. That's why.
Taking damage. Toronto Tokyo buying some space, collapse, ready to go at a moment's notice. And OG, they just don't have an answer. The BKB, it's not quite going to be able to do enough. And Yadro taking some damage, but the heal is there afterwards from Roger. Mega creeps are done. Taking down collapse, he is going to fall. But at the same time, the rest of OG, I mean, I don't know if they have the damage to deal with this at all. Broken on Tide, gets absolutely wrecked. One by one, they go in, they chase forward, looking for more. Remnants out, Sleight of Fist, everything in the kitchen seat. As possibly now, a grip again, Yuragi gets it taken off, but they got their eyes set on the tier 4
it's
towers.
Megas, and they're tier 4ing as well. GG is called. Nothing that OG can do. They cannot withstand the pressure. Spirit,
whew, they're going to continue on in this tournament.
Yeah, this one was pretty... This one got pretty one-sided pretty quickly, too. Spirit just started destroying the entire game, and it's destroying the entire map. There was nowhere that OG could really go. Every single time they showed somewhere, they just got met with like 3 heroes or more plus a relocate. Yeah, beautiful, beautiful ending there from Spirit.
Yeah, and I think it's, you know, it's worth emphasizing that those are the types of games that, like, if you keep your cool, calm, collected head, you're going to be able to close it out, and that's exactly what they did. OG put on a heck of a performance against the TI champs. I think that they can definitely commend themselves. That second game, being able to pull it back, really impressive performance. But in the end, it is going to be Team Spirit that take the victory here and move on. Very, very solid stuff.
That was beautiful. I mean, watching Tokyo just dancing in that game was... I mean, that's the kind of stuff you want to see on an Ember Spirit, and that is why we have been seeing that hero banned quite a bit throughout this tournament. He had an absolute free one.
Wow, and now they're going to go on over, do a little good game, well played. Got to be said, too, the off-lane little battle that was going on.
It was awesome. I mean, you could tell they were both having like so much fun with each other, like the arms raised, of course, from Amar over toward Collapse, but yeah. Spirit.
Appreciating, you know, Toronto Tokyo also one known for all chatting at various points in time in his career.
It's very true, you know.
Kindred spirits. But for now, at least, that's going to do it for us. We're going to head on back to the panel, let them break down the action one last time.
Thank you very much, Lyrical and Fogged. Yes, this was a little bit of a different type of game than the second game of this best-of-3 series. Team Spirit take it in the end and therefore keep themselves alive in this tournament where OG will fall and take top 6 here at Gamers Galaxy. I'm here with Cap, Effie, and Rezo. This game... Hey, let's start at the laning stage. We had an aggressive tri-lane, and this is the first this tournament. We've seen it before in the Western European region, mostly, but it's been up and comer a little bit. But were you happy to see an aggressive tri-lane coming out here?
No, I definitely didn't see it coming because you don't want to try aggressive tri-lane into this role because it's like one of the toughest heroes to play against in those type of scenarios. And I don't know, I feel like they did it because they wanted to give Collapse a good game.
Yeah.
So he was doing like a lot of space after that. And
but then he died.
Huh? He died 2 times, yeah, but he still got a lot.
Okay.
He still got an early blink, and with that blink, he just put so much pressure on the map, so Yator could actually come back and farm his Battle Fury freely. And like throughout the game, you can clearly see like how much Team Spirit is actually like outclassing them in this particular game. They're just like split pushing them over and over again with the Sanking and Ember Spirit, and they're just catching them all over the map. When they see the weakness, they just immediately go for it.
Agreed. It just felt like after Team Spirit hit their timing, they were just everywhere. They did not let them walk out without punishment. It was hard for the troll to find farm, and they were so dependent on that Ravage to actually take the fight that in scenarios where you do press Ravage and you don't get anything out of it, you're just done for 2 minutes, right? In this moment here, when he just gets reload saved, that's the worst case scenario for them. When plays like this happen, there's no way back in for OG.
Yeah, we were split on who was gonna take the game after we saw the draft coming out, Cap. But this did not feel like a split game at all.
No, I think Team Spirit, I think the laning phase decision especially showed like a very, very strong understanding. You could expect that from TI winners of like what their win conditions were. I'm sure Collapse even probably said like, you know, a Tidehunter matchup, that's not going to be free. Senking's a pathetic hero. He doesn't lane very well, but it does ultimately give him what he needs. Even if he dies once or twice in lane, rather, you know, it still gives him, like Reza was talking about, the initial amount of farm to be able to make the plays in that game. And well, this was a better game for the stats that we're seeing right now. And it's something that OG can hold on to. So I'm glad we're showing it again because OG did not get stomped by Team Spirit 2-0. They did manage to win a game against them, the TI winners, a tough game at that. I think they should definitely hold their head high, and they can also feel good about the fact that they did that with a stand-in, with a critical part of their team missing in their captain.
Yeah, speaking of the stand-in, it's not just, okay, they replaced their 5-player, they switched their 4 and 5-player to accommodate for the stand-in's hero pool, right? So I think that did make their approach to the game is a lot more difficult. Like maybe having Taiga and Omni Knight. I know Rezo has a lot to say about that.
I'm a little bit disappointed because Taiga, he clearly did not show his best in this series because like he wasn't set up to, right? Like he didn't have, like he only had Enigma in this series to prove like that he's actually like a really good player, and
he did
maybe
prove
next
it
time.
though. Maybe next time, indeed. He did prove it, and we also saw indeed OG perform under pressure and coming out on top, and I think that is incredibly valuable. There's a guy that has performed under pressure and come out on top on the biggest stage of them all, TI. We have Kai with the Poshka right now.
Hey everybody, here with the captain of Team Spirit, it is Maposhka. It seemed like you guys were having a ton of fun in that series.
Kinda. Our second game was pretty funny. It was really hard game, and we tried to find some ways how to win, how to counter Black Hole, how to counter the Troll. I thought they had a pretty greedy draft, but they put lanes really good. For example, they put Shadow Demon against Anti-Mage, and which he just hide him and harass a lot, and that Enigma against Mirana also was good. So I thought that game would be easier, but they did really well. First 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't know if production is messing with me or not. They're saying my mic isn't turned on. It's certainly turned on. I can do my job. Thank you very much. You did a great job. How is it changing for you playing with a stand-in? Does Roger kind of replace Mira completely, or we got to get closer together so that it uses my mic?
I should say
no, you don't have to be that close. Okay, like that works.
Okay, so it's 1 second.
Roger, yeah, sorry, you may have forgot to go. Roger instead of Mira, is that like a big change, or is he fitting in nicely?
Not really. It's just about. It's all about heroes. Roger has different pool, and he get used to play with Enchantress, Chen, some roam hero, but Mira, he get used to play with lane heroes, like the Mirana, Dark Wheel, some that heroes. So it's definitely kind of changed, but not that hard, in my opinion. Also, it's only because Mira maybe doesn't play right now on Ancient Chen, but later I get.
He's got to learn that hero.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, I guess last question would just be, do you have anything to say to the fans watching at home? And we'll obviously see you tomorrow.
I don't know. Just thank you for your support.
All right. Thanks very much, my man. We're going to send it back to Sheaves. I'm going to go have a word with the guys in the back.
must say, I want to give a big shout out to Maposhka because Kyle had some issues adapting, but Maposhka is a true Dota 2 player.
Yeah.
Something goes wrong somewhere else, instant adjustment, no hesitation.
Does
the job, gets the job done.
For sure.
Like, that's the Dota 2 player right there. I mean, adapt, move on. And he talked about that second game. Laning phase did not go well, and they tried to make it work anyway. And it almost did work.
Captain and leader, and he didn't throw anybody under the bus like Kyle did, so
yeah.
A lot.
Yeah.
I mean, Kyle is very happy to stand next to Maposhka like that.
He should be.
Yeah.
I also like a very long speech from Miposhka. He really tries to explain like the best he can what actually happened. No matter the circumstances, he just keeps explaining.
I mean, credit where credit is due. I think Team Spirit plays very well, of course, especially Game 1 and 2. Game 1 and 3, that is. Game 2, they were dealt a really hard hand, and they still gave it their all. It was a good series to watch. And that means that Team Spirit survives here at Gamers Galaxy. And we close the curtain on OG. They're the first team of the playoffs that get eliminated. Of course, the fourth team get eliminated overall. And tomorrow we'll also start the day with elimination. But I don't think, I mean, Cap, as you said, they should still hold their head high.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they had a lot of things they had to get over, but I think this was a fantastic learning experience from them. I feel like the interview in particular was enlightening in that regard, and I think it's important for young players especially to take more responsibility when they can, because someday they may be in a position where that Taiga is currently in. Remember, not so long ago, he was the young guy on the squad, and now he's a leader. So every Dota player has that possibility of making that same journey.
And they played good Dota today. They played good Dota versus Nigma. They played good Dota versus Spirit. And Nigma has looked like one of the strongest games this tournament, and Team Spirit won TI. So doing all of that with a stand-in, it's very promising for your future, especially after maybe looking a little bit on and off during the DPC season. There's a lot of potential.
Potential off the charts.
Potential off the charts. Any final words, not just on OG, Rezo, but on the entire day? Because, of course, we watched 3 series of Dota 2 today. We have got Tundra and Nigma Galaxy in the upper bracket finals. Are you surprised about that?
I mean, I'm just excited to see teams playing on LAN, and like it's completely different games that we're used to see in the online games. So like Nigma Galaxy, obviously, like amazing series. OG today, second game, like mind-blowing, of course, and I don't know, I just like expect more from the teams here on out, and just excited for tomorrow.
Excited for tomorrow, aren't we all indeed? Tomorrow we'll have another fantastic day of Dota 2 here at Gamers Galaxy. We start at the exact same time as today. For us, that's 2 p.m. and we're in Dubai. You do the math. Good stuff. And we're going to start things off with an elimination series. We're going to have Boom taking on Team Secret in a best of 3. After that, we're following with the upper bracket finals. Upper bracket finals are between Nigma Galaxy and Tundra Esports. After that, just like today, the team that plays in the first series of the day has to play twice. And this time it's the winner of the team. So either Team Secret or Boom will play against Team Spirit that just won our series and continues their road on in the lower bracket. I mean, that's the way Team Spirit wants to play anyway. They like the lower bracket. They've done that run before. Let's see if they keep it alive tomorrow. But a lot of good Dota coming your way tomorrow, and I know you want to be there as well. So we're going to give you some rest. So get that rest and make sure you tune back in tomorrow for more Dota 2 here at Gamers Galaxy.
A country of dreamers, built for dreamers. If there's one place that deserves this title, it is the United Arab Emirates. No other place that has achieved the impossible time and again, just because someone dreamt it. Today, as we look to the next 50, we're looking for more dream power. We're looking for those who believe dreams can make our planet a better place. Welcome to the United Arab Emirates.
Oh, Jesus.